Ancient 1 Chapter 1426 to Chapter 1481. Tang Qing was furious, as if in disbelief, he roared, "You want to abandon me for a Li Yunxiao?" Ning Kuei said calmly, "What, do you think you're important? You're just a chess piece he's using to keep me in check, and I'm happy to use you as a buffer, as a tacit understanding between us. If needed, you can be replaced at any time." Tang Qing, "I've always thought you're a smart person, haven't you seen through your own fate?" Everyone was shocked. The city lord of Hongyu City was also a chess piece. What kind of game of chess was this? Haha, I understand, I've understood for a long time. Tang Qing roared and laughed, "But I'm not willing." Ning Kuei said, "In this world, only those who transcend mortality and enter sainthood are qualified to be chess players. As for you, as a chess piece, you can only judge the situation and choose a chess player that is most in line with your own interests. That is the wisest move. And being my chess piece is undoubtedly your best choice." This chess theory made everyone's hearts jump, cold sweat seeping out of their palms. Daring to use the world as a chess game, what kind of courage and magnanimity, and what kind of strength? But, who was this person? Tang Qing bitterly smiled, and a cold and sinister light flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and his body trembled. It seemed that he used a great deal of strength to suppress his emotions. He coldly said, "I understand." Ning Kuei praised, "You're very smart, really a very good chess piece, I like it very much." Tang Qing said coldly, "If one day you become a chess player, I'll definitely put you into a dead end." Ning Kuei smiled, "I'm looking forward to that day, I hope I can still see it." Tang Qing's whole body exuded a gloomy aura. He stood to the side without a word, as if he had nothing to say. The rest of the people also did not dare to move. Although they did not know who was coming, just those words alone had already shocked them. No one dared to move. Especially Bo Yuqing and Xianxia, they felt extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a dagger on their backs. Bo Yuqing swallowed, cupped his fists, and said respectfully, "May I know which lord has graced us with his presence? Please show yourself." "Humph, do you think you're qualified to show yourself?" Ning Kuei sneered. Bo Yuqing's expression changed greatly, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only say, "Then please tell me your name. At least let me know who you are." Ning Kuei said indifferently, "No need, you and Xianxia can get lost." Bo Yuqing said angrily, "How am I supposed to explain myself when I return empty-handed?" Ning Kuei said coldly, "It's your business how you explain yourself. If you don't get lost, it's my business." His tone was filled with threat and a terrifying aura spread out, causing Bo Yuqing's expression to change greatly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Even if you're an extraordinary sage, you're too naive to think that you can make me leave with just a few words." The sword in his hand flashed, and rays of light blossomed. He and the sword will became one, and he pierced toward the sky. "Humph, if that's the case, then stay here forever." Ning Kuei's cold voice resounded. The white clouds in the sky suddenly rolled and turned into a giant hand, pressing down. Rumble. Layers of air were crushed and turned into a force that shot out in all directions. Bang! Bo Yuqing's sword was suddenly smashed, and his whole body was directly smashed into the ground, causing dust and Feiyang to rise. "Tisk, overestimating yourself." Ning Qian sneered, "Li Yunxiao, come with me." "Wait." Suddenly, Xianxia slowly said with a strange light flashing in his eyes, "This Li Yunxiao sanctuary is mine." Master Xianxia, is there something wrong with your eyesight?" Ning Qian sneered and pointed at the crater on the ground. Xianxia's cheeks were dripping with sweat, and his forehead was also densely covered with cold sweat. He said embarrassedly, "I have no intention of making you stay, but a lord just sent me a message, asking me to ask you to stay for a moment." Everyone's expression changed slightly. The so-called "stay for a moment" was naturally for him to delay everyone. Tang Qing's expression changed greatly, and his eyes flickered non-stop. He said coldly, "Could it be that he has come?" Xianxia's body trembled. He took out a white brocade handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said embarrassedly, "The he that everyone mentioned earlier, could it be this lord?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort resounded, shaking the ground. "Xianxia, why are you asking so many questions? Are you tired of living?" Xianxia said with a trembling voice, Lord, it really is you. Who is it? Ning Qian was shocked, and looked around in horror. The three old men's expression also changed greatly, as if they were facing a great enemy. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he could no longer remain calm. His face was filled with shock and anger. He had already recognized who the person was. Hee, I am the chess player that your father spoke of. The voice laughed coldly. The sky rippled like water, and a war chariot slowly drove out. Ning Qian's face was filled with shock. She had never understood who that person her father spoke of was. Now that she could finally see his true appearance, her heart suddenly tightened. Li Yunxiao and Xianxia were even more shocked, and almost at the same time, they cried out in shock, what? Both of them knew Ning Qian's identity, so they naturally knew who her father was. Both of them were shocked and aghast. The warship in the sky slowly came out. The body of the warship was not big, only about 30 feet long, but it was very exquisite. There were formations rotating on it, and it shone brightly. Hey! You are Lord Wei Qing. Ning Qian suddenly cried out, her voice was abnormally sharp, and almost pierced through the sky. On the warship, on an exquisite throne inlaid with jade, a man sat quietly. He used his hand to support his forehead, and leaned to the side, as if in deep thought, but also as if he was meditating with his eyes closed. Although the man had a lazy expression, he had an imposing appearance. His eyes were as clear as crystal, but the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and his pure pupils looked a little bewitching. His thin lips were as pale as water. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he appeared on the warship, and said with a smile, it really is Lord Wei Qing. I knew it, how can there be so many experts in the world? Only the few lords of my sacred region can intimidate the little ones. Wei Qing raised his brows, and said, Xianxia, go to the side. Yes. Xianxia was still smiling, and he winked at the people behind Wei Qing as a greeting, then obediently stayed to the side. He was an extremely intelligent person, and he knew that he shouldn't meddle in things that he shouldn't, and shouldn't ask things that he shouldn't ask. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in charge of the sacred region's financial department, which was overflowing with wealth. At this moment, Bo Yuqing had also crawled out of the hole, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state, and he looked at the sky in bewilderment. The corner of Wei Qing's mouth rose, and he said with a smile, Ning Kuei, this seat is coming, why don't you come out to meet me? In front of the warship, the space rippled like water, and Ning Kuei, who was wearing a black robe and had a full head of silver hair, walked out indifferently. With every step he took, a ripple spread out, and he slowly walked towards the warship. Wei Qing, you also covet this Li Yunxiao? Ning Kuei said slowly, his face was calm, and his wrinkled face couldn't hide the traces of time. Hee, we all appreciate the wondrous things, and discuss the doubts. Since everyone is so interested in him, how can I not be interested? Wei Qing's gaze looked down, and it was like moonlight sprinkling down, giving people a kind of water-like gentleness. However, Li Yunxiao's face was cold, and his eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared over without fear. Wei Qing revealed a strange expression, and he said, Li Yunxiao, this can be considered the second time we meet. It's just that the first time, this seat didn't pay attention to you, and you also haven't seen this seat's true appearance. Where did this hatred come from? Li Yunxiao said coldly, continue pretending. My disciple, Meng Bai, and his older sister, Meng Wu, were you the one who snatched them away? Fengling City sent people to capture me, right? You were also the one who instructed them, right? Why do you have a stunned face now, like you're even more innocent than me? Cough, cough. Wei Qing coughed heavily a few times, and said, with me teaching Meng Bai and Meng Wu, isn't it better than you teaching them? This is also for their own good. As for me sending people to capture you, you've really wronged me. It must be my subordinates who didn't do their job well. I have repeatedly instructed them to treat you with courtesy, and they actually dared to use capture, preposterous. I'll definitely punish them severely. He said it in all seriousness, as if it really happened. Even Li Yunxiao almost wanted to believe it. Li Yunxiao blinked his eyes and said, in that case, Lord Wei Qing is inviting me to go to the holy region? Wei Qing nodded and said, precisely so. An up-and-coming talent like you, The holy region has always been generous with resources to groom, and even welcomes you to join. Ning Qian said in alarm, Li Yunxiao, don't go. Li Yunxiao said, many thanks for Lord Wei Qing's appreciation. Even though I'm invited, I have things to do and won't go. My lord, please return. Wei Qing was stunned, his face falling, and he said with a cold smile, what great airs, there's actually someone in this world that I, Wei Qing, can't invite. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, really think that you're a big shot? There are plenty of people you can't invite. Insolence. Xianxia was aghast, covered in cold sweat. He had never seen someone talk to Wei Qing like this. Wei Qing's face became incomparably cold, and he said, tell me, who in this world can't I invite? Li Yunxiao said coldly, the ruler of the four seas, Sea Emperor Bron, can you invite him? Wei Qing was stunned, and he said honestly, I can't invite him. Can you invite the demon race's great refiner AI? This? I can't invite him. Humph, you only know how to pester endlessly, these two are from different races. Even so, it's not impossible to invite Lord Wei Qing. Tell me, who in our race can't invite Lord Wei Qing? Xianxia hurriedly interrupted, afraid that Wei Qing would endlessly cause trouble. Li Yunxiao said coldly, if you say that these two can still be invited, then this person in my race, Lord Wei Qing definitely can't invite him. Oh? Wei Qing also became interested, and said, even if it's the 10 great titled Emperor Wu, the spirit-severing sea group leaders, and the 7 great sect masters, you can't say that I can't invite him. Xianxia said, sir, don't listen to his nonsense, this person is good at talking, I think I know him. Li Yunxiao said coldly, Xianxia, you are in charge of Sacred Saint's financial department, your wealth is comparable to a country, do you dare to bet with me? Xianxia snorted, bet? Humph, how can we bet on this matter? You can just name a random person and insist that Sir Wei Qing can't invite him. Do you really want Sir to invite him? Li Yunxiao said, I have my ways to convince you. Xianxia frowned, he really couldn't think of anyone that Wei Qing couldn't invite, not only him, the others were also curious. Bet with him. Wei Qing ordered. Xianxia said anxiously, Sir, if he goes back on his word. Wei Qing said, if he dares to go back on his word, I will punish him. He also didn't believe that Li Yunxiao could convince everyone, he could use this matter as an excuse to bring him back to Sacred Saint, it would save him a lot of trouble. Xianxia said, Li Yunxiao, what do you want to bet with me? Li Yunxiao said, to be honest, I don't want anything, just your head. Xianxia was startled, he said angrily, I have no enmity with you, why are you so malicious? Li Yunxiao said coldly, it's nothing. I just feel annoyed when I see people who suck up to me. Damn it. Xianxia said coldly, if you can't convince everyone, I will take your dog head. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands, good, you have guts. This made me think highly of you, maybe I won't take your dog head if I am happy. Xianxia said coldly, hurry up and tell me who it is, I will take your head. He thought to himself, no matter who it was, he wouldn't accept it. Li Yunxiao sneered, someone from my clan that Sir Wei Qing can't invite is me, Li Yunxiao. Ah? This? Everyone was stunned for a moment before revealing a strange smile. If he was talking about someone else, the crowd wouldn't be convinced. However, since he was talking about himself, they couldn't refute him at all. They couldn't be unconvinced at all. Xianxia wanted to say that he was not convinced, but the word no was still stuck in his throat. He could only stare with his eyes wide open. Wei Qing was also stunned for a moment, and then he was speechless. Li Yunxiao coldly said, Mingji, let me chop off that dog's head. He raised his hand and a sword energy chopped down. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't let Li Yunxiao's attack hit him. He dodged the attack and bellowed, Li Yunxiao, stop messing around. Making trouble? Li Yunxiao raised his sword-like eyebrows and said coldly, everyone here is a reputable expert. Do you all think that we were fooling around earlier? Ning Qian said, of course not. That was a bet between martial artists. Moreover, my father and Sir Wei Qing are witnesses. Who dares to say that we were fooling around? Ning Kuei also nodded and said, those who say that we were fooling around are looking down on me and Sir Wei Qing. Their intentions are deserving of death. Xianxia couldn't stay calm anymore. He felt that it was extremely absurd. He couldn't just chop off his head because of such a nonsensical matter, right? Li Yunxiao said. I ask Sir Wei Qing to uphold justice for me. At the same time, protect the sanctuary's reputation so that it won't suffer a disastrous decline. We will become a laughingstock and be looked down upon by the world. Wei Qing frowned. He knew that Li Yunxiao was deliberately making things difficult for them. However, everyone here was an expert. If he deliberately made things difficult for them, it would indeed become more and more troublesome. Li Yunxiao, you indeed won the bet just now. But Xianxia is a division head of the sanctuary. If you kill him, won't you form an enmity with the sanctuary? In my opinion, why don't you spare his life and let him compensate you in other ways? After Wei Qing finished speaking, Xianxia immediately said, yes, yes, yes. Heavenly treasures, profound tools, medicinal pellets, techniques, as long as I can get them, I won't feel the heartache. Li Yunxiao, if you insist on killing me, then I can only fight you. The consequences won't be good for anyone. Li Yunxiao said, if that's the case, alright, I'll let you off today. But all of you can testify for me. Xianxia owes me a life. If he doesn't return it in the future, I hope all of you can uphold justice for me. Xianxia's face was filled with black lines. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He inexplicably owed someone a life. His expression was extremely unsightly. Wei Qing said, alright, I'll keep an eye on this matter for you. If Xianxia doesn't return, I will definitely seek justice for you. However, Sir Yunxiao should follow me back to the sanctuary. This isn't an invitation, just treat it as Sir Yunxiao doing me a favor. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Wei Qing promised a favor in front of everyone. It was priceless and showed his sincerity. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, am I that popular? The sanctuary's ruler, Crimson Moon City's 2-generation city lord, titled Emperor Wu Tingguang, and a mysterious spirit-severing sea powerhouse all want to invite me as a guest. Do I count as a hot commodity? Wei Qing and Ning Kuei's expression changed slightly. They looked at Bo Yuqing, causing Bo Yuqing to tremble. Wei Qing said, Sire's face seems familiar, but I can't recall who you are for the moment. Ning Kuei said, the person who fought with Tingguang is extremely powerful and has unparalleled techniques. He can't be a nobody. Who is he? These 2 questions instantly made Bo Yuqing's expression change drastically. If his identity was exposed now, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, under the interrogation of these 2 powerhouses, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Wei Qing said, looks like it's very interesting. You should also follow me back to the sanctuary. There was a sense of authority in his words, as if he couldn't be defied. Bo Yuqing said coldly, the sanctuary is interfering with my spirit-severing seas matters. Aren't you interfering too much? He gripped his sword tightly, his face full of vigilance. Wei Qing said indifferently, I suspect that you aren't from the spirit-severing sea, so I'm bringing you back to investigate. If I can prove your identity, I will naturally send you back to the spirit-severing sea and apologize. Bo Yuqing said angrily, what a dignified excuse. Wei Qing said indifferently, by Gudong, Luo Xing, you 2 bring Li Yunxiao and this fake spirit-severing sea master back first. I will stay. I want to see who exactly has the strength to fight with Tingguang. He completely ignored Bo Yuqing's anger. Minions had no rights, this was the law of the world. He looked into the distance with a grave expression. After the terrifying explosion, there seemed to be no more movements, and it was completely silent. Yes, Lord. There was a flash of light on the deck of the battleship, and 2 figures, one green and one white, appeared, turning into 2 people. One of them was dressed in a grass-green robe, and his hair was tied up with a bamboo hairpin. The other was dressed in a snow-white robe that was spotless. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and as their gazes wandered, they looked curiously at Li Yunxiao. Everyone's heart trembled. These 2 people who had casually appeared had the power of a 9-stars pinnacle Emperor Wu, giving off an abnormal feeling of danger. Ning Qiyun took a step to the side, blocking Li Yunxiao behind him, and said coldly, Li Yunxiao didn't say that he would go with you. Could it be that Lord Wei Qing wants to personally arrest him? Wei Qing said, in order to invite Li Yunxiao, I sent out Xiaoxiao and Huanmia, but they mysteriously died outside Red Moon City. In order to investigate the deaths of these 2 people, it is not impossible for me to personally take action. Ning Qiyun, on the other hand, you want to stop me, but what identity and position are you relying on? Ning Qiyun was startled, and said in a low voice, this is my personal action, and I came to help Red Moon City as my father's daughter. It has nothing to do with Divine Firmament Palace. Wei Qing said, I guessed so too. Then there is no conflict between you and me. Both generations of Red Moon City's city lords are here, and they have no objections. You should step aside. Ning Qiyun was startled, and he looked at his father. If he did not speak, he indeed had no right to take action. The wrinkles on Ning Kuei's forehead deepened, and from the moment Wei Qing appeared, he became even more twisted. Wei Qing saw his body move slightly, and he was about to speak, so he directly said, according to the rules of Red Moon City, the position of City Lord is respected and noble, and it can be decided with a word. Then, Lord Tangqing, please state your position. Tangqing revealed a bitter expression. Everyone's eyes were on him, and his palms could not help but sweat. The three of them had used each other, and now that they had reached this step, they could be considered to have diverged, so it was time to choose a side. Should he side with Ning Kuei, or side with Wei Qing? The former was more in line with his own interests, and it would be easier for him to escape in the future. The latter was more powerful, and once he offended him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Cold sweat densely seeped out of his forehead. He also knew what Wei Qing meant, to first talk about the rules of Red Moon City, and then push him to the front, letting him make the decision. This way, he could avoid a direct conflict with Ning Kuei. It seemed that he was also not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ning Kuei now. And Ning Kuei's current appearance seemed to be of the same mind. Even though there was a conflict of interest with Wei Qing, he did not want to break off relations, so he became the unlucky person who had to make the choice. He swallowed his saliva, and his eyes suddenly flashed as if he had an idea. He said, Red Moon City does not have any subjective opinions about Li Yunxiao. After all, this is Li Yunxiao's own matter, and it is still up to Li Yunxiao to decide whether to go or not. Red Moon City will respect Li Yunxiao's own choice. Everyone silently cursed the old fox, and he pushed the problem back to the original point. Wei Qing nodded and said, if that is the case, then Red Moon City will not care about this matter. By Gudong, Luo Xing, bring the two of them back. Yes. The two figures moved, and as soon as they got off the warship, the space suddenly stagnated, and a huge pressure suppressed the two of them, making it difficult to circulate the essence force in their bodies. And? Lord, what is the meaning of this? Bai Gutong's pupils shrank as he stared ahead and asked coldly. Luo Xing's 5 fingers slowly clenched into a fist, and streaks of green essence force revolved around it. His expression was gloomy. Wei Qing's eyes seemed to have a pool of green water, so clear and shining with cold light. He leisurely said, Ning Kuei, after listening to your chess theory just now, are you going to play chess with this seat now? Ning Kuei snickered and said, I'm already old, and I don't know if I can beat you youngsters. Wei Qing's face turned cold. Ning Kuei, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Consequences? Isn't it just breaking our bones? Anyway, we old fellows don't have long to live. Ning Kuei seemed to have made up his mind. The wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out as he spoke lazily with a playful smile on his face. Red, yellow, and blue elders also became nervous. They stared at the warship vigilantly. After all, their opponent was the sanctuary's governor. Wei Qing said coldly, 2 peak experts of the sanctuary disappeared near Crimson Moon City. I want to bring them back for investigation. Anyone who obstructs me is a major suspect. If Crimson Moon City stops me, I have reason to believe that Crimson Moon City is involved in this matter, or even leading it. His eyes turned cold. If that's the case, I will use Judgment Blade. Everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. The so-called Judgment Blade was not only a powerful profound weapon, but it also symbolized the supreme power of the sanctuary, ruling the world. Ning Kuei's eyes flashed with seriousness. He said coldly, Humph, Judgment Blade? Do you think I'm so old that I can't remember? Judgment Blade can only be used with the approval of the 3 governors. Does Lord Wei Qing think the other 4 will be as crazy as you? Wei Qing said, how will you know if you don't try? What if they really pass? Ning Kuei's face turned livid. He knew that the other party was threatening him. He snorted. I left Crimson Moon City long ago. How can you be so shameless to attribute my actions to Crimson Moon City? Oh? Now you want to stay out of it? Wei Qing snorted. Since you're so afraid, why interfere? Ning Kuei said coldly, I've already said that it's just my personal actions. Does everything I do have to be attributed to Crimson Moon City? Then I'll join the sanctuary now. If I kill some people in the future, I can ask the sanctuary to wipe my ass. Wei Qing's eyes were cold. If that's the case, what about the three elders? Have they left Crimson Moon City? Red, yellow, and blue elders were stunned. After pondering for a moment, Red Elder said, of course. The three of us, like Lord Ning Kuei, have already left. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stayed out of it until now. Very good, Wei Qing said, all relations are clear. What about you, Lord Tang Qing? Don't tell me they've also left Crimson Moon City? Tang Qing said, how could that be? Lord Wei Qing must be joking. Wei Qing nodded and said, all right, then. I'm going to investigate the cause of death of Two Peak Sanctuary cultivators. Lord Tang Qing, please follow me and take down these people. Tang Qing's body shook. He knew that Wei Qing was forcing him to pick a side. It seemed that he was really going to break off his relationship with Ning Kuei. Ning Kuei had always been the bargaining chip he used to keep Wei Qing in check. With Wei Qing's strength and power, if he completely turned to Wei Qing, he would probably become a chess piece in the future and never be able to make a comeback. Didn't he jump out of the Merchant Union in search of a wider space? If I have to be a slave for life, I would rather die. Isn't it just investigating the cause of their deaths? I have some clues here. Tang Qing said, according to my investigation, the deaths of Lord Xiaoxiao and Lord Huanmia are closely related to these divine sea cultivators and have nothing to do with Li Yunxiao. The affairs of the world were like a game of chess. The person who originally wanted to kill Li Yunxiao the most was now withstanding the enormous pressure and protecting him. Wei Qing's pupil shrank and he said coldly, Lord Tang Qing, have you really investigated clearly? Tang Qing said seriously, of course. This is Crimson Moon City, and I am the City Lord of Crimson Moon City. Who else would know more about what happens around here than me? Wei Qing's face turned cold and he said coldly, I understand. It seems that it's time for Crimson Moon City to change city lords again. What? What do you mean? Tang Qing said angrily, it doesn't seem like it's your sanctuary's turn to interfere in the matters of the world sex, right? Moreover, can Lord Wei Qing represent the entire sanctuary? Although he expected Wei Qing to fall out with him, he didn't expect him to fall out so openly. Ning Qian also said coldly, what Lord Wei Qing said just now seems to be too much, right? Although I'm no longer a person of Crimson Moon City, the 7 major sects are of the same breath and branch, and our status is extraordinary. How can we tolerate such insulting words? Wei Qing looked at everyone coldly, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He said, 6 9-stars peak powerhouses, and among them, there are also the 3 elders, who are semi-transcendental existences. Together with Ning Kuei, this force is enough to go against the heavens. But the purpose of the sanctuary's existence is to eliminate all unstable factors that can threaten the mainland. No matter how strong the opponent is, we will never retreat. Ning Kuei said, you speak so pompously, are you going to fight us under the banner of justice? Wei Qing, there are countless powerhouses in this world, and not everything can be done as you wish. For example, the appearance of this super existence in the divine transformation sea is far beyond your expectations, right? If we fight today, have you thought about how you are going to explain it to the other lords like Gongyang Xingqi? If this battle results in bad consequences, and the repercussions are widespread, and the god's capital condemns you, you will definitely lose your position as the ruler. Wei Qing said coldly, so we must be straightforward, and there can't be any sloppiness. Since the pawns are useless, we can only abandon them. Abandon? Looks like Lord Wei Qing really thinks of us as pawns. Aren't you afraid of being bitten in the back? Ning Kuei said coldly. Wei Qing's expression was indifferent, and he said, since I dare to abandon them, I naturally have full confidence. The new generation replaces the old, and the new generation replaces the old. The Red Moon City has experienced too many twists and turns, and it's time for a new face. If it is handed over to energetic young people to manage, it should be able to be revitalized. Young people? Everyone was stunned, and they didn't know who he was referring to. Wei Qing said, "Luo Qingyun, come out." Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled, and he looked up in shock. At the bow of the warship, several green lights gathered and condensed into a ball of green light, slowly forming a human figure. Within the halo, a man dressed in a green robe stood at the bow of the warship. His angular face was as cold as the cool wind in the sky. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and finally couldn't help but cry out, "Luo Qingyun, how can it be you?" That man was Luo Qingyun, but at this moment, his face was less childish, and more wrinkles of time, and he was calm. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and Luo Qingyun opened his eyes, which were twinkling like stars, and said slowly, "Li Yunxiao, after parting at Red Moon City, we meet again at Red Moon City today." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "You're actually Wei Qing's man?" Luo Qingyun's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "I'm just my own man." Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with shock, and all kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. He seemed to have figured something out, but he couldn't grasp it. Tang Qing snorted coldly, and he said, "Lord Wei Qing, aren't you too naive? This little brat wants to replace me as Red Moon City's city lord? Can the world be convinced?" Wei Qing said, "Whether the world is convinced is no longer something you should care about. You most likely won't be able to see it." Tang Qing's heart trembled, and his face was full of anger. Ning Kuei sneered coldly and said, "Tang Qing is a sect master no matter what. No matter how chaotic Red Moon City is, it's still one of the 7 major sections. Relying on your mouth to determine the sect master's position, determine the sect master's life and death, is this really good?" Wei Qing said, "This seat's patience was ground down by you all. Ning Kuei, this seat will only ask you once, are you really going to stand on the opposite side of me for this Li Yunxiao?" Ning Kuei said, "Li Yunxiao is merely the fuse. You and I both know that we'll have to oppose each other sooner or later." Wei Qing said, "Fine, it's better to come early than late. Be it you or the 3 elders, you're all no longer people of this era. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, you all should also be on your way." "Haha, I'm very curious, where does your confidence come from?" Ning Kuei said with a cold smile, "The most outstanding genius in the entire Misty Snow Sacred City back then, this old bag of bones really wants to experience it." A solemn and dignified aura surged out from his body. His shriveled skin suddenly relaxed, like a dry tree receiving spring after a long drought. His entire body was glowing with vitality. His black robe fluttered under the agitation of his origin energy. The former sect master had returned at this moment. His cloudy eyes instantly became clear, and they were brimming with vigor. Wei Qing's face revealed a dignified expression. He slowly stood up from the throne and said coldly, "This seat also wants to experience the true strength of the 7 sect masters." He was already an extremely handsome person. Under the focused gaze, his long hair casually flowed behind him, inadvertently revealing an elegant aura, as beautiful as a god. "Ning Kuei, leave him to this seat. Luo Qingyun, you take Li Yunxiao. By Gudong, Luo Xing, Ziqingji, you all take down Tang Qing, Ning Qiyun, and this divine sea impersonator." Wei Qing ordered one by one. "Any questions?" Ziqingji smiled bitterly, "They are all troublesome existences. I'll bite the hardest bone and meet the world overlord, the current lord of Red Moon City." Tang Qing's pupils shrank, shooting out a cold gaze. The others all revealed looks of disdain. Tang Qing had fought with Luan Juanhao for such a long time. Although he wasn't at the end of his tether, he was indeed the weakest among them. Lord Ziqingji is indeed an expert in managing the finance department. "You are very shrewd and calculative." Bai Gudong said indifferently, "It's a pity that the 2 idiots, Xiao Xiao and Huan Mia, are dead. Otherwise, with the 4 of us, we can execute a joint attack formation. There's no need for Lord to do anything." Luo Qingyun also looked at Li Yunxiao. When their eyes met, they were both clear as water and as bright as the stars. They stared at each other coldly. Wei Qing's gaze was still fixed on Ning Kuei. At this moment, his pupils shrunk slightly, as if he was glancing at the void. He said, "As for the 3 elders of Red Moon City, I'll leave them to you. Any questions?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't understand who he was talking about. Ning Kuei's expression also changed drastically. His eyes instantly turned into sharp blades, staring at the sky above the battleship as if he wanted to tear the space apart. Cough cough, I originally thought I was just watching the show. I didn't expect you to really make a move. Is this all part of your plan, Wei Qing? On the battleship, the space started to twist. Two shadows slowly appeared under the distorted light, giving off a feeling of extreme threat. Ah! Li Yunxiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He immediately saw the faces of the newcomers and was shocked and furious. Ning Qian also cried out involuntarily, Yao Jinliang. The two figures appeared in the air. One of them had an evil smile on his face and an ochre bat pattern necklace around his neck. The burial cloud beast beside him had an ominous glint in its eyes as it stepped on the clouds and breathed heavily. After the man and beast appeared, the aura of the entire world condensed and became abnormally heavy. Ning Kuei's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yao Jinliang, are you trying to hit me when I'm down? Hit me when I'm down? Yao Jinliang laughed strangely, old man, you're too serious. I was only tricked by Wei Qing. Ning Kuei said in a low voice, how much did he give you? I'll give you double. Haha, double? Yao Jinliang blinked and said strangely, if he gave me the entire Scarlet Moon City, would you give me two? Ning Kuei said coldly, I understand now. You're determined to be his lackey. Yao Jinliang's eyes shot out murderous intent as he said coldly, old man, watch your words. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're a few years older. Respecting the old and loving the young is my virtue, but if you try to take advantage of your seniority in front of me, then you're courting death. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Ning Kuei. A wisp of white mist coiled around his fingertip and slowly turned into the shape of a skull before dissipating with the wind. Ning Kuei said coldly, childish. You. Yao Jinliang's expression changed drastically as he snorted, my burial cloud beast isn't picky. Don't think that it won't eat you just because you're old. Impudent. Ning Qian said angrily, don't think that just because you are a titled martial emperor, you can speak to my father so presumptuously. When my father's name shook the world, you were still practicing the Vajra fist somewhere. Yo, this little girl has a bad temper. Wei Qing, let me deal with this girl. I'll teach her how to be a woman in no time. TSK TSK TSK. Yao Jinliang grinned evilly. Li Yunxiao frowned as a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Although Yao Jinliang wasn't a good person, he didn't seem to be as evil as he was right now. Wei Qing said indifferently, didn't you say that your burial cloud beast isn't picky? Then let it eat red, yellow, and blue elders. Yao Jinliang's face darkened, he called out, if there's something a little more tender, naturally it'll suit my appetite better. Wei Qing snorted and said, don't make trouble. It's decided. Kill all three of them, don't leave a single one alive. His eyes emitted a cold light and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Ning Kuei looked down worriedly and said, 3 elders. Hong Lao burst into laughter and said, haha, rest assured, city lord. The juniors these days are truly lawless. Let the 3 of us deal with Yao Jinliang and that beast. City lord, rest assured and deal with Wei Qing. Ning Kuei said, alright, don't be greedy and try to stall for time. After I take down Wei Qing, I'll come and help you guys. Wei Qing sneered and said, Ning Kuei, are you really so stupid that you can't understand the situation? Are you still dreaming of escaping from my palm? Calling yourself a chess player in front of me, you overestimate yourself. He waved his hand and said coldly, kill. With a flash of his green robe, he disappeared from the warship. Bam, Ning Kuei seemed to have suffered a collision. His body suddenly twisted backward and suddenly exploded, turning into a patch of black light and dissipating. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads and saw 2 gusts of strong wind continuously flying in the sky, chasing each other and stirring up the heaven and earth. Alright, let's get to work. Stop watching the show. Bai Gudong squinted his eyes and smiled. His gaze swept down and said, Luo Xing, that divine transformation pretty boy belongs to you. I'll chew on this little girl. Luo Xing snorted coldly and said, little girl? Be careful not to break your mouth. With a flash of his figure, He appeared in front of Bo Yuqing and struck down with his palm. Bo Yuqing's expression turned slightly cold. It was originally a battle between the sanctuary and Red Moon City, but he was somehow dragged into it. It was an undeserved calamity. Chi. With a twist of space, the afterimage he left behind was instantly split into two, and his entire body retreated several feet. He was still holding on to the hilt of his sword and did not unsheath it, as if he did not want to engage in this kind of pointless battle. You run quite fast. You look like a 9-star pinnacle martial artist. Is it really good to keep dodging like this? Luo Xing attacked dozens of times, but all of them missed. He could not help but frown. Humph. Bo Yuqing said coldly, I'm not interested in participating in your battle. Goodbye. He put 2 fingers together and placed them between his eyebrows, and a wave of mental energy revolved out. You want to leave in front of me? That's too difficult. Luo Xing's expression turned cold. Suddenly, an extremely strong sound reverberated from his palm, and a water-like saber light burst forth. An ancient saber swallowed and spat out cold intent in his hand, and it slashed down. Saber of Heaven Essence. Chi. That distorted space was split into 2 and instantly ripped apart. The white feathers around Bo Yuqing suddenly scattered, and they turned into white light and disappeared. The power of space was completely destroyed by that saber. Bo Yuqing was shocked, and he quickly turned around to draw his sword. The vast sword intent was like the sea, and it slashed towards the saber light. Bang, the 2 forces swirled together, and a brilliant radiance burst forth. The 2 figures quickly clashed. Bai Gudong looked at Ning Qian and giggled. Little girl, your strength is not bad. Do you have a husband? Ning Qian's expression darkened, and she said coldly, You're courting death. She shook her long sleeve, and a red silk was shot over. Haha, it's flavorful. I like spicy ones. Bai Gudong spread her arms, and like a rock spreading its wings, she flew over. Ning Qian revealed a serious expression, and said, Li Yunxiao, be careful. I'm afraid I won't have the time to take care of you. The red silk was withdrawn, and it fluttered around her clothes. With the activation of her essence force, she looked like a fairy. Li Yunxiao said, be careful. This person isn't simple. Ning Qian was stunned for a moment, and she turned around to look at him. Li Yunxiao's eyes were like an ancient well, and they gave her a sense of calmness. She was slightly shocked, and she nodded her head. She turned into a red shadow, and she instantly disappeared. Haha, come and chase me, little girl. Bai Gutong's teasing laughter came from the sky, and following that, a violent fluctuation of essence force came down. The red silk that filled the sky turned into a giant formation that was 300 meters wide, and it trapped Bai Gudong within. What? Bai Gudong was shocked, and she finally withdrew her contempt, and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, the red silk formation moved slowly, and it was like a giant python shuttling through the sky. The entire space changed accordingly, and illusions appeared continuously. Today, I will kill you. Ning Qian's cold voice came, and thousands of dazzling white lights appeared in the formation. They were actually densely packed swords that cut across the sky like a meteor shower, and they rapidly slashed down. Bai Gutong's expression turned serious, and he raised his right hand into a claw. His 5 fingers emitted a sharp white light, and he said coldly, Blue Cloud Sacred Fist. A whirlpool force surged out from his palm, and his entire body instantly turned into a nebula, and countless fist shadows flickered within. Boom! 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 The sword light that filled the sky was continuously shattered by the fist force, and the densely packed moves produced countless afterimages. The 2 figures were completely engulfed within, and it was difficult to distinguish them. Xianxia also walked out of the warship, and with a single step, he could travel 300 meters, and he arrived in front of Tang Qing. He said bitterly, Master Tang Qing, I had no choice, and I hope you don't blame me. Tang Qing said coldly, Master Xianxia, in these few days that you've been in Red Moon City, have I ever wronged you? Xianxia hurriedly said, No, I definitely don't owe you anything. Tang Qing said, Then why did you bear to attack me? Xianxia wiped his cold sweat, and said embarrassedly, Indeed, I couldn't bear to. Why don't Master Tang Qing surrender? This way, I won't have to do anything, and it will also avoid the awkwardness between us, and it won't damage our friendship. If you consider our friendship, why don't we both not fight, and just wait for them to decide the winner? Tangqing suggested. Is that so? Xianxia nodded, it's indeed a good suggestion. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, no way, Master Tangqing doesn't have enough elemental energy now, how do I know that you're not stalling for time? A trace of mockery flashed across his eyes, and he took a step forward. His palm was light and weak, but it directly enveloped the surroundings. Before the palm wind even landed, the ground couldn't bear the pressure, and it trembled and cracked. Tangqing's body shook violently, and he was caught unprepared by the attack. He hastily somersaulted in the air, and only managed to stabilize his figure after a few flashes. Just as he was about to curse out loud, he was shocked to find that Xianxia had appeared in front of him, and another palm was coming at him. At this moment, it was already too late to dodge, and he could only grit his teeth and circulate his qi, and both palms collided. Rumble. Tangqing clearly didn't have enough elemental energy, and when the four palms collided, his body was directly sent flying, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood in the air. You're despicable and shameless. Tangqing spat out blood, and he angrily roared a few times, then turned around and ran. Ayaya, Master Tangqing, don't go, let's talk some more. Xianxia's figure flickered, and his speed was extremely fast as he chased after Tangqing. Old Hung watched as the two figures disappeared in front of everyone, and he coldly snorted, then sneered, so, the people of the sacred region are all this shameless. Yao Jinliang snorted, you're about to become my burial cloud beast's food, why do you still care so much? Humph, Yao Jinliang. You think too highly of yourself, staying with animals all day, you've also become half human and half animal. Old Lan angrily scolded. It seems like you know that you're dead for sure, so you're just throwing away your life. Very well, I'll fulfill your wish now. Yao Jinliang patted the burial cloud beast's head, and said, bite them to death. Roar. The burial cloud beast fiercely raised its head and roared, and a huge sound wave spread out, causing the surroundings to become blurry, as if everything they saw was not real. Then, with a bang, the entire space was broken through, and the beast's shadow instantly landed above the three old men, and directly bit towards Old Lan. The impact force caused the three old men's robes to flutter. Humph, it's just a feathered beast. Senior Lan waved his hand, and a vast force shot up into the sky. His fist power was impressive, and it blasted out. A fist wave turned into a ring of light, surging around and covering the entire beast. Bang! The burial cloud beast's body shook, and it disappeared under the mighty fist power, turning into countless flashes of light. Huh? The three elders were a little surprised. Could it be that this beast also knew movement techniques? Senior Lan's pupils shrank, and he punched to the left. Bang! A claw with a helmet slammed into his fist energy. An array pattern appeared on the back of the claw's helmet, emitting a whirlpool force. The huge force transmitted from the claw, and Senior Lan's entire arm went numb. What? He was shocked, and he shook hard, separating the two forces. He retreated dozens of feet, and the huge force was dissipated. The burial cloud beast was also pushed back dozens of feet, and it stared at him fiercely. A set of dark golden armor had appeared on his furry body. It was covered with all kinds of complicated array patterns, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. The powerful weapon power rippled, and the array power flashed. Senior Red said, what a powerful beast armor. Everyone, be careful. TSK. My little Yun was just playing with you. It didn't get serious yet. It seems that this battle will disappoint me. Yao Jinliang smiled disdainfully. Coldness flashed in his eyes, and he slowly walked down from the sky. The three of them felt the pressure, but their faces were cold, and they weren't afraid. Senior Red said coldly, Humph, will you die if you don't brag? If you want to laugh, laugh a little longer. I'll let you cry later. He crossed his arms in front of him, and suddenly, a red light appeared around him. It was a blood light, and the sky was like a sea of blood, boiling. Senior Red's face became abnormally red, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Yao Jinliang was surprised. It's an evil blood sacrifice technique. Hong Lao sneered, it doesn't matter what method it is, as long as it can kill you, it's a good method. With a light shout, he leaped into the air and formed hand seals in midair. Suddenly, the sea of blood converged, turned into a five-fingered palm, and slammed down. Yao Jinliang's face darkened. He formed a seal with both hands and grabbed forward. Suddenly, a wave of golden light gathered at the center of his palm from all directions, causing the space around him to distort. The huge bloody palm instantly deformed and was constantly being stirred up. This is... Elder Hong was shocked and said in shock, body arts? Yao Jinliang's body suddenly became sturdy. Golden light surged in his hand as he tore it apart, bang, the gigantic blood palm instantly shattered, turning into beads of blood that scattered in all directions. Li Yunxiao was also slightly surprised. He glanced at Yao Jinliang from the corner of his eyes. He could feel that Yao Jinliang's body had changed at that moment, but it was definitely not a physical skill. Xiao. Just as he was distracted, Luo Qingyan's body flashed and landed on the ground. He was less than 8 feet away from him. A fierce aura hit him in the face. Li Yunxiao quickly collected his thoughts and stared at him. He said in a deep voice, "You are different from before." Luo Qingyan's expression was calm. "You are still the same as before." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "The feeling that you give me right now is very strong. Wei Qing must have modified your body. I heard that he has been doing research in this area, and it seems to be very effective." Luo Qingyan frowned and calmed down. He nodded and said, "It seems that you know some information. Li Yunxiao, ever since the fight for the slots to enter Mount Meru, you and I have never fought to our heart's content." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Back then, you and I were just wuzongs. Who would have thought that after so many years, when we fought again, we would be at the peak of the world?" Luo Qingyan said, "I have always known that I am not your opponent. But the current me is no longer the same as before. I have the power to fight you. Putting aside all grudges and benefits, as a martial art practitioner, I really look forward to fighting you again." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "Today, you and I are on different sides. Allow me to ask impudently, do you have the right to challenge me?" Luo Qingyan frowned and said, "How will I know if I don't try? After all, humans still needed goals and dreams. And you have always been the goal that I have been chasing after." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't deserve it." Luo Qingyan said, "I know that standing under Wei Qing and opposing you today has made you very unhappy. But everyone has their own aspirations and desires. There is nothing wrong with this in itself." A hint of coldness flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes and he said, "Well said. In that case, I will not feel that it is a pity for me to kill you. Because the path is walked by oneself." Luo Qingyan said, "You can't kill me. Wei Qing's power is far beyond what you can imagine. I want to have a fair fight with you. I just hope that I can defeat you with my own strength." Li Yunxiao smiled disdainfully and said, "Your strength is not enough to defeat me." Luo Qingyan's pupils constricted and he said, "It's still the same sentence. How will you know if you don't try?" He did not even take a step forward. His body suddenly rushed forward and punched out fiercely. The entire space was pressed down. Boundless power gathered on that fist of his. The impressive might actually had the momentum of a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He took a step back and teleported 1,000 feet. But that fist might was like maggots in the tarsal bone. It actually lingered. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid it. Humph. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He reached out and grabbed. His entire arm turned golden. Tremendous power appeared between his 5 fingers, and he clenched down. Boom, his 5 fingers were like a cage, imprisoning that fist. The dragon fist chi was tightly clenched by Li Yunxiao and could not explode. It crashed left and right in the cage, causing ripples to spread out. "You can easily take my punch. It seems that your improvement has not disappointed me." Luo Qingyan said, "Now I can rest assured. I was worried that you did not improve and would be killed by me." What a joke. Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed. He clenched his fist and crushed the dragon chi with a bang. Boundless power rushed in all directions. He did not retreat. His expression did not change. He rushed forward and kicked Luo Qingyan's face. You are still so despicable. Luo Qing cursed. His body flashed, and his afterimage was shattered by the kick. His real body appeared in the sky above Li Yunxiao in an instant. He fiercely elbowed him in the face, both of them used ruthless moves to hit the other's face. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold. He retracted his leg and turned around. He formed a dragon claw with both hands and grabbed Luo Qingyan's elbow. He used the force to throw Luo Qingyan away. Lightning flashed in the sky. Li Yunxiao chased after him. He raised his hammer high and smashed it down on Luo Qingyan's face. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down at a speed that seemed to teleport. Luo Qingyan was shocked. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. The power of the lightning was not strong. He was not afraid of being injured, but he was afraid of being slapped in the face. A vast dragon aura rippled out. The space twisted, and he disappeared from the spot. Bang! The lightning struck the ground directly, shaking the ground into dust. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He spread out his divine sense. There were experts fighting for their lives all around. The essence force fluctuations were extremely chaotic. He could not detect Luo Qingyan's position. Li Yunxiao, you are too cunning. We should have agreed not to hit the face. A few dozen feet away, Luo Qingyan's figure appeared. His face was full of anger. Li Yunxiao said coldly, why? Are you afraid of being slapped in the face by me? Are you afraid that you won't have the face to be the city lord of Red Moon City in the future? Luo Qingyan swung his robe and snorted. You and I are considered the top experts in the world. We should have the demeanor of an expert. Don't be like children playing house. This behavior is like spitting on the other party. It is extremely childish. Cough. Li Yunxiao immediately clicked his tongue and spat out a mouthful of phlegm with a pu sound. The space around the phlegm changed. He used his mental power to teleport it. In an instant, it appeared in front of Luo Qingyan. Puff. An incomparably disgusting feeling welled up in his heart. Luo Qingyan's pores opened up. He flashed his body and dodged. Just as he stabilized his body, he found the other party spitting at him again. Angry. Is there no end to it? Luo Qingyan roared and slammed his palm. The entire space around him froze. All the water vapor instantly evaporated. Then, his palm changed. Countless air gathered and compressed in his palm. In an instant, it reached its limit. Then, he slammed it forward. Boom! A huge impact force exploded. It swept through half the sky and fell down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He snorted and raised a sword in his hand. The cold sword flashed with a cold light. Chi! The palm wind was cut apart. However, countless tiny whirlwinds appeared around the sword, and they revolved without stopping, enveloping him in an instant. Luo Qingyan made a gesture with one hand. He pinched two fingers and shouted, vacuum explosion. Boom! The countless small whirlwinds suddenly exploded. An even stronger force turned into a whirlpool and swept out. Li Yunxiao's body could only withstand the whirlpool for a moment. Then, it shattered with a bang, and turned into countless thunderbolts. The whirlpool rolled higher and higher. Luo Qingyan's expression changed. He was shocked. The whirlwind that wrapped around Li Yunxiao instantly turned into a thunderstorm. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning condensed from an unknown source. The electric power became stronger and stronger, shooting out in all directions. You want to beat me? Maybe in your next life. Li Yunxiao's voice came from within the thunderstorm. It whistled towards Luo Qingyan. This power, Luo Qingyan's eyes shone brightly. He was full of excitement. Only this can arouse my fighting spirit. He grabbed the air with his right hand. The space flashed and a golden spear appeared. Runes constantly appeared on the spear. It slowly rotated in his hand. The power of the spear continued to rise. Hexaspear technique, break. With a shout, the desolate god's bright moon spear slashed down. An invisible spear power slashed out, the roar of a fierce beast could be heard from the spear. The entire surroundings trembled, the sky was split in half by the spear. The entire thunderstorm was torn apart. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts shot in all directions. The ground was constantly shattered. Humph, such powerful spear prowess. This spear has actually been completely integrated by you. A sword radiance surged from within the thunderstorm and slashed down the spear prowess. Subsequently, Li Yunxiao's figure emerged with a cold expression. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and raised the hammer in the other hand. Countless lightning radiance converged and formed a green dragon that wandered around. Heaven's retribution, thunder dragon of the 9 heavens, world annihilation. With a light shout, the hammer ruthlessly smashed down. Boom! Thunder rumbled, heaven and earth changed color. Heaven's retribution turned into a dragon, world annihilation and rebirth. The essence force in Li Yunxiao's body was instantly sucked dry, and his face turned pale. This was the second time he used this move today, and it seemed to be a little difficult to sustain. Luo Qingyun was shocked, but his eyes burst out with radiance as he laughed wildly. Haha, powerful. This is the battle I am looking forward to. The mighty spear flew over, creating a series of spear sparks. The phantom of a desolate beast appeared, its eyes ferocious. Ancient desolate beast, devour it. Luo Qingyun shouted and slashed down with his spear prowess. The desolate beast shadow instantly roared and rushed forward. Boom! The thunder dragon's 5 claws turned purple and clashed with the desolate beast, setting off waves of ripples that caused the space to be in a trance. Li Yunxiao was shocked. In his eyes, Luo Qingyun was standing with his spear as if he had reached the state of no self and no form. He was one with the spear, one with heaven and earth, and they were one with one. The desolate god's bright moon spear was the same as his ice sword. They were both obtained from the divine palace in Mount Meru. It was an ancient Maha artifact, and it was abnormally difficult to completely refine it. With his understanding of martial arts and techniques, he was still unable to completely refine the ice sword. How did Luo Qingyun do it? Boom! With no time to think, Luo Qingyun's spear prowess rose and turned into a stream of light as he stabbed forward. The dragon beast's battle phenomenon was instantly shattered, and a sharp spear radiance came forward and suppressed the space. A golden light lit up on Li Yunxiao's body, revealing the indestructible golden body. Like a celestial being, he held the sword with both hands and slashed down without any fancy moves. Bang! The 2 profound-level weapons fiercely collided with each other, releasing a dazzling light. With this one clash, Li Yunxiao was forced to retreat dozens of feet and his hands were numb. At the same time, Luo Qingyun also retreated a few dozen feet, but the impact he received was obviously smaller. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock as he said, "Your physical body." Luo Qingyun seemed to be quite surprised as well. He said in astonishment, "To be able to withstand my attack, Li Yunxiao, your luck is not small." Li Yunxiao's face was cold as he said, "You do have the strength to fight me, but now is not the time." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and was about to fly away. At this moment, everyone was restrained, and it was the best time for him to leave alone. Only a fool would stay here and fight a pointless battle. You are not allowed to leave. Luo Qingyun was shocked. He roared furiously and thrust his spear through the air. Chi! The spear's shadow pierced through the void, but Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. Stay here. Roar! Luo Qingyun suddenly roared, and his body instantly turned into a dragon. An infinite amount of dragons might rushed into heaven and earth, changing the color of the sky and earth. Kaboom! The heavens and earth shook violently, as if they were trembling under this roar. The entire space, with Luo Qingyun as the center, tumbled in all directions like giant waves on the surface of a lake. Not far away, under the trembling of the space, Li Yunxiao fell out. With a look of shock, he cried out, "The roar of the true dragon." The power of this roar contained the purest of dragon's might. Not only him, but everyone in heaven and earth were affected as well. When they looked over, they all revealed looks of surprise. Eh? This kid? Yao Jinliang's eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Elder Hong's pupils shrank and revealed a look of joy. He roared, "Blood Shadow Hellish Hand." Thousands of bloody hands formed and slammed down on Yao Jinliang. Elder Huang also made his move. The light blade in his hand popped out with a wing sound and slashed forward with incomparable speed. If I don't show my prowess, you will think I am a sick cat. Yao Jingliang's eyes turned cold as he drew a circle in front of him with his right hand. A giant golden talisman appeared in his palm and spun nonstop. Boom! A vast amount of energy gushed out from the golden talisman in his hand and instantly suppressed the thousands of bloody hands. He sneered and slammed his right hand forward. He shouted, "All of you, die! Sacred battle art!" Golden light bloomed and swallowed the sky full of bloody hands. The giant golden talisman turned into the word fighting and pressed down on the two elders. Not good. Run! Red and yellow lights flashed in the sky and shot out in different directions. Even Elder Lon, who was fighting with the burial cloud beast not far away, flew away. Kaboom! The word fighting smashed into the ground and instantly caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The earth's veins were turned into dust. Everyone was affected by the shockwave, and they all escaped in terror. Tens of thousands of miles high in the sky, the wind and clouds were raging. Ning Kuei's figure suddenly appeared, but he didn't care about the destruction caused by the sacred battle art. Instead, he looked at Luo Qingyun in shock and said, "Roar of a true dragon? Wei Qing, did your experiment succeed?" A green light in front of him turned into a human figure and said, "Hee, what do you think?" Ning Kuei stared at Luo Qingyun below and said, "Indeed, the dragon's aura is vast and mighty. It has the aura of a true dragon, but it is obviously not a true dragon." Wei Qing sneered and said, "If it was a true dragon, would you still be struggling? Ancient true dragons are born from heaven and earth. Even the strongest dragons can't reach that realm. However, it is not impossible for them to revert to the true spirit realm." True spirit? Ning Kuei was shocked. "You should worry about your own fate first." Wei Qing's face was filled with ridicule. He clasped his hands together and 5 giant Kuan slaves appeared in front of him. Their facial features were indistinguishable and their expressions were solemn. They surrounded Ning Kuei. The Kuan slaves were holding mystic weapons in their hands. There were sabers, swords, and halberds. "Humph, the external incarnation is indeed amazing, but don't you think these 9 stars peak Kuan slaves are useless?" Ning Kuei's fingers flickered with golden light as he drew a talisman in the air. He snorted and slammed it out. The talisman rotated and various golden lights shot out in all directions. Boom! The 5 Kuan slaves stagnated under the impact of the golden lights and were forced to take a few steps back. They then circulated their essence force and attacked again. Kaboom! 5 rays of light fell and the space shook. Ning Kuei's figure had already disappeared. "Humph, playing hide-and-seek with me?" Wei Qing sneered and said, "Since you know you are no match for me, why not just give up and die?" He raised his hand and a golden light appeared in his hand. It turned into a scroll and he unfolded it. Picturesque landscape, how many heroes have there been? Suddenly, a golden light shone and lit up the sky. Within the golden light was an expanse of mountains and rivers, the divine continent stretching for tens of thousands of li. The scenery was picturesque, grand and magnificent, imposing and majestic. The vision was like a rainbow waterfall that pierced through time and space and rolled towards Ning Kuei. Ning Kuei felt the space around him stagnate. His eyes narrowed and he quickly formed a hand seal. Instantly, his hair fluttered and his robe fluttered. A ray of light flew out from his hand seal and turned into an ancient bronze battle spear. The surface of the spear was filled with flowing runes and light. For ancient characters were carved on the spear's body, dancing ray of light. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. He clasped his hands together and the 5 Kuan slaves instantly turned into rays of light and entered his body. He shouted and slammed his palms forward. A giant blood seal flew into the golden scroll. Instantly, a bright red color surged out. The setting sun hung in the west, the biting cold northern wind, and the small bridge over the flowing water. Picturesque landscape, the setting sun is like blood. Today, I stride forward and surpass it. The entire sky was dyed red. Clouds covered thousands of miles and the setting sun caused endless vitality to disappear. The wrinkles on Ning Kuei's body reappeared and deepened. He was shrouded in a red light. Humph, dancing ray of light. He lightly formed a hand seal and the battle spear in front of him flew up. Under the countless runes, golden light flowed and time flew. "Do you not see, the yellow river flows from the heavens to the sea, never to return? Do you not see, the bright mirror mourns for the white hair, black in the morning and white in the evening? Droning sounds resounded from the spear, and the vibrations shook the 9 heavens. It was like a sad song that reverberated from the ancient times, and its aura surged into the mountains and rivers. Ningkawe grabbed the battle spear with his right hand. His left hand formed a hand seal and 3 afterimages appeared in front of him. The figure on the left formed a hand seal and the battle spear turned into thousands of different martial intents that collided with each other. Take my move, 10,000 streams of regret. The figure in the center raised the battle spear high. Circles of ancient runes circled around his body like stars in the sky. Take my move, mirror white hair. The figure on the left was surrounded by frost. White flowers fluttered in the wind. Snow fell like willow catkins in the wind. Take my move, black hair becomes snow. The power of the 3 spears suddenly rose up. It was as if the sky was shaking and the clouds were parting. They slashed towards the picturesque landscape and the setting sun was like blood, rumble rumble rumble, the terrifying power collided and the sky turned pitch black. An endless storm of energy rose up and swallowed everything in all directions. The sun and moon lost their light. The world collapsed and the world fell into darkness. Motherf *Ker, it's coming again. It was this kind of terrifying power that swept through everything in the world. Li Yunxiao cursed and was instantly swallowed up by the shockwaves, disappearing without a trace. The result of the battle between Qi Xingfeng and Tingguang just now was still unknown. This place was once again covered in darkness, as if the world had yet to open. In this darkness, a golden light suddenly flashed. It was that flying ray of light that fiercely stabbed forward, pung, endless shattering sounds rang out. The sharp edge of the battle spear rippled as if it had pierced into an endless abyss. Qi. A smear of blood dyed the night and slowly turned into Wei Qing's figure. His face was deathly pale. The battle spear stabbed into his shoulder. The body of the spear kept buzzing and ancient intent surged out. Blood slowly dyed his green robe red, becoming eye-catching in the endless night. Wei Qing's lips were pale. He stared at the darkness in front of him and said, 1 spirit into 3 pure ones. Amazing. No wonder you were once one of the 7 sect leaders. Your strength didn't retreat but instead advanced. In the dark night, Ningkawe's aged face slowly appeared. His heavy breathing could be felt. The veins on his hand that was holding the spear were knotted like tree roots, exuding the vicissitudes of life and calmness. Wei Qing lost, it can't be, right? The night slowly dispersed, and everyone looked at this scene in shock. Yao Jinliang frowned, crossed his arms, and supported his chin with his right fist. He was deep in thought. Father. Ning Qian looked at the aged figure in the sky and called out softly. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. 1 Qi turning 3 pure ones, what an amazing divine ability. Wei Qing lost? Everyone stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. If Wei Qing was killed, then the battle would be over, and it would be meaningless to continue fighting. Ningkawe's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, Wei Qing, your identity as a chess player ends here. This game of chess has nothing to do with you anymore. Golden light flashed on the flying light, and countless runes surged out, stabbing forward. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding could be heard, and the spear couldn't stab any further. What? Everyone trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. Ningkawe's pupils shrank, and his heart sank as he cursed in his heart. Golden ripples appeared on the wound where Wei Qing's spear was stabbed, and it rippled. Golden bones could be vaguely seen under the skin, and tiny runes were engraved on it. Ningkawe's face instantly turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Golden bones of Daluo. Wei Qing's lips curled up, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Now you know the gap between you and me? You're the one who lost your qualification as a chess player, the once all-powerful Ningkawe. This world is no longer something you old people can play with. He grabbed the spear with his right hand, and the 5 fingers of his left hand were surrounded by golden light. The sound of wind and thunder roared, and he shouted, Die on the beach in peace. Then, he slammed down. Ningkawe's face turned cold, and he channeled his energy into his palm. The wind and clouds changed color, and he slammed against the palm energy. He said coldly, it's not certain who will die. Boom. Two palm energies surged out, washing over the two people's bodies, and they twisted in the sky. Ah! Ning Kuei suddenly screamed, and a sharp pain came from his left hand. Wei Qing's palm had already transformed into a golden dragon claw, and he directly crushed his left hand into pieces. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. This was Chu Mujia's secret art, which allowed him to transplant a powerful real spirit body into his own body. Wei Qing had a ferocious look on his face. A rays the size of fingernails flashed on his golden dragon claw, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. The golden dragon claw suddenly opened up, and a dragon roar rippled out. A green shadow flashed and slapped down again. In a moment of desperation, Ning Kuei could only toss aside his battle spear and form a seal with his right hand, forming a golden seal and blasting it forward. Bang! Both of them gave it their all, causing the wind and clouds to surge in all directions. Ning Kuei's body was obviously weaker. Under the impact of the aftershock, he could not help but tremble. Father! Ning Qiyun hurriedly called out and suddenly soared into the sky. Suddenly, a white light appeared in front of him, and a giant palm slapped down. Bai Gudong sneered and said, with me here, how dare you act so presumptuously? Within the red silk, the beautiful figure was directly blasted down, and the shockwave caused dust to scatter into Feiyong. Wei Qing said coldly, you should have died decades ago when the Agarine entered your body. Why are you living in pain until now? Ning Kuei's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, because what I want to do has not been completed. I cannot die. Cannot die? TSK, time only leaves behind hatred, never people. Go and regret on the road to the Yellow Springs. Wei Qing's eyes turned cold. He grabbed the battle spear, and with a twist, the sharp tip suddenly stabbed towards Ning Kuei. Chi! Flowing light danced, and directly pierced into Ning Kuei's body, and through his chest. Father! Ning Qiyun's mournful cry sounded, and he suddenly rushed over. The short dagger in his hand turned into thousands of light shadows, and he desperately slashed at Bai Gudong. Cold sweat broke out on Bai Gudong's forehead. His strength was slightly inferior, and at this moment, he did not dare to take it head-on, and directly dodged. Ning Qiyun suddenly spread out the red silk, and he flew into the sky. Don't come over! Ning Kuei suddenly roared, and a vast force exploded from his body. His eyes turned cold, and they became filled with endless power. Wei Qing was shocked, and he said, you, Pa. Ning Kuei suddenly grabbed the dancing flowing light, and he said coldly, even if I die, this old man will take you with me. This way, I can avoid a lot of regrets, and let go of many things. 3 afterimages suddenly separated from his body, and they all had resolute expressions. In a flash, they surrounded Wei Qing, and they quickly formed hand seals to form a formation. Countless golden runes surged out, and there were tens of thousands of them, dyeing the entire sky gold. The space that the two of them were in became blurry, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. Wei Qing was shocked. Under the vast force, even he was suppressed, and he roared angrily, Ning Kuei, you deserve to die. Ning Kuei laughed wildly, and he said, Wei Qing, don't you also deserve to die? Two people who deserve to die just happen to have companions on the path of reincarnation. Ning Qiyun hissed, Father, don't, Father. Ning Kuei said resolutely, Qiyun, 3 elders, Red Moon City will rely on you in the future. Although the 3 elders were also very sad, they were not too sad, and they all sighed. You want me to accompany you? Dream on. Wei Qing roared, and he formed hand seals with both hands. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, and they covered his entire body. Ning Kuei's eyes flashed, and he chanted, 1 chi turns into 3 pure ones, 3 pure ones return to their origin. All things are determined by heaven, and the people of the world are foolish and vain. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying power soared into the sky. The space was completely distorted, and no one could be seen. Ning Kuei and Wei Qing seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth, and only the vast fluctuations of power filled the universe. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort sounded, and golden light soared into the sky. Yao Jinliang's expression was cold, and he grabbed with his 5 fingers, and the entire surging sky instantly twisted. The center of the bombardment was continuously torn apart. Yao Jinliang, what are you doing? Hung Lao roared, and 3 rays of light soared into the sky, instantly turning into a Tai Chi fish, and they revolved in the sky, flattening the shaking sky. At the same time, 3 figures descended, and they all attacked Yao Jinliang. Yao Jinliang's brows furrowed. Within that terrifying spatial tremor, he could no longer sense Ning Kuei and Wei Qing's auras, and he did not know whether they were dead or alive. He originally wanted to tear open the sky to see if they were dead or alive, but he did not expect to be entangled by the 3 elders. He immediately said angrily, "Old farts, I will send you to the next world first." His body suddenly transformed into a demon, and a huge amount of power surged out. At the same time, he formed hand seals with both hands, and he executed the battle sage art. A vast power surged in the sky, and it turned into a whirlpool. Within that whirlpool, there was a flash of light, and the burial cloud beast appeared. It lowered its head, and there was a fierce glint in its eyes, and the beast armor on its body circulated. 1 man and 1 beast, 1 high and 1 low, seemed to be in accordance with some kind of law. The terrifying demonic energy slowly merged, and the 2 became one. Li Yunxiao's expression slightly changed. He knew that this was the joint attack of Yao Jinliang and the burial cloud beast. The man and the beast were inseparable, and their minds were connected. "Old farts, go and follow your city lord." Wrath of the Candle Demon. Yao Jinliang shouted, and both of his palms struck out. The burial cloud beast roared at the same time, and the 2 forces intertwined, and in an instant they merged into one attack, blasting in all directions. Boom! The 3 elders of the Red Moon City attacked at the same time, and their attacks were directly repelled by this force. The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and they flew back hundreds of feet, their eyes filled with shock. "Humph, I will kill the 3 of you later." Yao Jinliang's face was full of anger, and the demonic energy on his body soared to the sky. It was as if the god of death had descended, and no one dared to stop him. He once again clawed with his 5 fingers, and the surging whirlpool in the distance was instantly pulled apart, and it began to disintegrate. "Yao Jinliang, die!" Ning Qiyun was filled with grief and indignation, and he madly rushed forward, grabbing the dagger and slashing down. Yao Jinliang's pupils shrank, and he coldly said, "Scram!" Roar! The burial cloud beast suddenly roared, and the power of the sound wave spread out, causing Ning Qiyun's body to freeze. Then, a white light flashed, and the burial cloud beast pounced forward. That ferocious pounce caused the phantom of an ancient vicious beast to appear behind the burial cloud beast, as if they had fused together. Ning Qiyun was startled, and only then did he regain his senses. The red silk flew out, forming countless circles, and wrapped around the burial cloud beast. Chi chi chi. The burial cloud beast was tightly bound, and it was tied up countless times, looking like a large rice dumpling. Bang! A terrifying demonic energy burst out from that large rice dumpling, and it scattered the red silk that filled the sky. The burial cloud beast roared and pounced forward. Ning Qiyun had no choice, and his figure flashed, retreating hundreds of feet. Yao Jinliang looked at the strange spatial distortion in front of him, and he coldly shouted, "Break for me." He suddenly swung his arm, and a slash flew out. Rumble! The sky was instantly split in half, and the countless strange spatial distortions bounced off one by one. 2 figures shot out of the spatial distortions. "Father!" Ning Qiyun shouted in shock, and he suddenly rushed forward, hugging Ning Kuei. His heart trembled, and it sank to the bottom. Ning Kuei's expression was serene, but his body was incomparably cold, and he had already lost all signs of life. "Father! Father!" Mournful cries resounded, rippling through the sky and earth. Li Yunxiao's heart also trembled. His eyes flashed with desolation and boundless anger, and his fists were clenched. Luo Qingyun seemed to sense his emotions, and he slightly turned his head, his eyes as calm as water. "Lord Wei Qing, you are still alive. Congratulations, congratulations." Yao Jinliang's face was full of playfulness as he watched the green figure fly into the battleship. Wei Qing was completely covered in blood, and all the golden dragon scales on his body had fallen off. His face was completely pale, and he stood on the battleship as if he was on the verge of collapse. His body was constantly trembling. Yao Jinliang, hurry up and kill all these people. Wei Qing's face was deathly pale, and he stumbled back to his throne. His green robe was completely dyed red with blood. Yao Jinliang's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. Killing these lackeys is as easy as lifting a finger, but Wei Qing, your injuries. Wei Qing's entire body was bleeding. Large patches of dragon scales were shattered, and many fragments were embedded in his flesh. His injuries were extremely terrifying. Don't worry about me. Wei Qing's breathing was extremely heavy. A large black jade ring in his hand flashed, and a few suet jade bottles appeared. He poured out various colored elixirs, picked a few, and swallowed them. One of the elixirs, which was the size of a pigeon egg, was covered in strange patterns. Once it appeared, it swayed continuously in Wei Qing's hand, as though it was going to break through the air. Wei Qing snorted coldly. He squeezed his 5 fingers, and directly threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. The light in Yao Jinliang's eyes disappeared, and he said, I didn't expect Sir to have a legendary holy item like the 3-striped twin dragon elixir. Looks like this injury will heal very soon. I was overthinking. Wei Qing's complexion regained some color, and he said, other than capturing Li Yunxiao alive, kill the rest. Yao Jinliang responded softly, and with a wave of his long sleeves, he turned and walked towards the 3 elders. Everyone became nervous, surprised, and happy. They would rather die than be defeated. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, and the Holy Regent's side could be considered to have won more than half of the battle. The next key was the battle between the 3 elders and Yao Jinliang, but from the previous battle, the 3 elders seemed to be at a complete disadvantage. Sob sob, father. Ning Qian was still crying sorrowfully, hugging Ning Kuei's corpse and sitting on the ground, in extreme pain. Hong Lao's face darkened, and he said, Qian, take the old city lord's corpse and leave quickly. He seemed to have made a bad decision. After crying for a while, Ning Qian's voice finally became softer, and a murderous aura slowly surged from her body. She said coldly, I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to kill Wei Qing. She put down Ning Kuei's corpse, and with a flash, she soared into the sky. A violent force surged from her, and she roared as she charged towards the warship. Return my father's life. Wei Qing's pupils constricted, but he did not panic. A figure flashed at the bow of the warship, and Bai Gudong appeared. He stood there with his sword in hand, and his sword aura continued to rise. Little girl, I can understand your feelings, but it's a martial art competition, someone has to die. When your father left, it was very tragic. Then I will kill you first. Ning Qian had already completely gone crazy, his face was full of tears and killing intent, a dagger fiercely slashed towards Bai Gudong. Bang, Bai Gudong raised his sword to block, and boundless sword essence shot out. His entire person leaped back, and then suddenly stabilized his body. Although his strength was not as good as Ning Qian's, there was no way for him to retreat anymore. Wei Qing was right behind him, and if he dodged, Wei Qing would be in danger. Die. Die. Ning Qian slashed down crazily. The sky was filled with sword shadows, forcing Bai Gudong to be flustered. Wounds continuously appeared on his body. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the distance, and Li Yunxiao instantly disappeared. Not good. Luo Qingyun was shocked. He saw a green light suddenly appear on that warship, and it turned into Li Yunxiao's appearance. He shouted angrily, Stop! The desolate god's bright moon spear pierced through the air, and with a bang, it hit the air for 1,000 miles. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold, and he seemed to ignore that spear. He raised his hand, and the 4-colored Tisida heaven slowly flew out. Bang, his body was directly pierced by Luo Qingyun's spear aura, and he turned into a green lightning body. With a gloomy expression, he grabbed the Tisida heaven and fiercely smashed it down. Boom! Once the mountain peak struck, the sky shook violently. The entire space was compressed, and the 4-colored light spun rapidly. The terrain was like the earth, and virtue carried everything. The entire battleship trembled under the immense pressure. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically, and he raised his head in shock. He looked at the 4-colored mountain peak in disbelief, and it seemed like it was going to crush everything. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was Wei Qing's weakest moment, and it was also the best opportunity to kill him. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult. Are you looking down on me? Luo Qingyun's angry voice traveled over, and in a flash, he landed next to Wei Qing. His body suddenly turned into a demon, and with a roar, he punched out. True Dragon Meridian of Strength. Boom! The dragon fist landed on the mountain peak, and Luo Qingyun screamed in pain. His arm was directly deformed, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His entire body was also sent flying by that virtuous intent. However, the Tusita Heaven was also deviated from its original position, and with a boom, it landed on the warship, directly smashing a huge hole. The terrifying Earth-type elemental energy surged, and Wei Qing was sent flying along with his chair, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Even the battle between Ning Qian and Bai Gudong was affected by the Earth-type elemental energy, and the two of them were separated by a distance of 30 meters. A hint of anger flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes. In a flash, his figure flashed, and he appeared below to catch the Tusita Heaven. Everyone was shocked. That thing's weight was obvious to all, and they did not understand how he was able to lift it. Wei Qing, do you want to kill me? Go to hell. TSK 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 TSK. Suddenly, a strange sinister laughter sounded, and a flash of saber light suddenly appeared in the sky, slashing down violently. A white-haired elder appeared out of thin air. It was Chu Mujia, and his eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. Luo Qingyun's face darkened, and he secretly cursed in his heart. He suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he swept his spear in the air. The space in front of Wei Qing suddenly fluctuated, and a figure walked out from it. It raised its sharp claws, and directly clawed at the saber light. Bang! The figure screamed in pain, and an extremely deep injury appeared on its arm. However, it did not move at all, and only stared angrily at Chu Mujia, and its face was full of malevolence and roar. Ah! This is... Chu Mujia's body trembled, and he said in shock, Ghost Azura. The refinement was successful? Li Yunxiao was also shocked, and he saw that the person who appeared to receive the attack with his bare hands had a completely demonic appearance. It looked like an ape, but it was very different. Its whole body was gray and furry, and the claws in its hands were shining with a dark light. On its chest, there was a golden 7. It was neither human nor beast, and what was even more shocking was that it was carrying a millstone-sized tortoise shell on its back, which was very strange. Although Wei Qing's face was pale, the elixirs from before seemed to have played a great role, and he began to have some color on his face. He praised, Luo Qingyun, well done. Luo Qingyun said, I saw that you were in danger just now, and if you did not summon it, I'm afraid you would have been in danger. Wei Qing stared coldly at Chu Mujia, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He then said to Luo Qingyun, not bad, this battle was so difficult, and I did not expect it. Especially Ning Kuei's strength, it almost took my life. Since you have summoned it, the rest of them should come out too, and we can eliminate all the remaining evils here, and help you ascend to the position of the City Lord of Red Moon City. Luo Qingyun frowned, and seemed to be a little hesitant, but he quickly said, okay. He rested the spear in his hand on his arm, and his 10 fingers quickly formed seals. The space around him fluctuated continuously, and a total of 9 vortexes appeared. A terrifying aura came from each vortex, and slowly, a creature that was neither human nor beast walked out. Ah! You really did it? Chu Mujia looked over, and suddenly said in shock, how did you manage to control them? Li Yunxiao was also terrified. The 9 creatures that walked out from Luo Qingyun's side all had an extremely powerful aura, and all of them were very strange. Some had the head of a cow, the body of a snake, and 4 horns. Some had 2 horns on their heads, but they were different types. There was also one that had 4 heads and 8 arms, and it was even more terrifying than the true demon image. Moreover, these creatures all had numbers on them, and together with the 7 from before, they were exactly from 1 to 10. He looked at Chu Mujia with a gloomy and strange expression. These things must have been done by him. Chu Mujia was also shocked, and he growled in a low voice, impossible, absolutely impossible. This old man has studied for so long to understand the restriction and balance, how could you do it? Even if you have the method, these are all 9 stars peak existences, how could you control them so easily? The appearance of these 10 creatures made everyone stop fighting again. Other than Zi Mingji and Tang Qing, who had long since disappeared, the rest of them all looked over with a blank expression. Wei Qing snorted coldly, "You have indeed contributed greatly to achieving the body fusion, but you actually dared to hide behind me, and this is also the reason why I want to kill you. Now that you are on guard against me, and you have no other use, why should I keep you alive?" Chu Mujia's body shook, and he said in shock and anger, "Ishi. It was Qiu Ishi who did it." He shouted madly, "Impossible, this is impossible. Ishi is my adopted son, how could he betray me?" Wei Qing said disdainfully, "People strive for higher places, and water flows to lower places. If he followed you, he would only be a dog that would be hunted down, but if he followed me, he would become a master alchemist that could stand on his own. How do you think he would choose?" You. Chu Mujia seemed to be too agitated, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of hatred. Li Yunxiao had heard from Gu Yueshing that Chu Mujia had countless disciples, but they were all experimental subjects, and only 2 of them were his true disciples. One of them was Yang Yuanshu, whom he had killed, so the second one should be this adopted son, Qiu Yishi. Chu Mujia's eyes were full of hatred, and he calmed himself down a little, and said, "All right, let's say that you used my secret method to achieve great success in the Ghost Shura. But with the violent nature of the Ghost Shura, why would it listen to your command?" Wei Qing smiled, and said, "What, you also want to make such a team? There's no harm in telling you, the thing that tamed them is the power of bloodline." "Bloodline?" Chu Mujia frowned. Li Yunxiao also seemed to be in deep thought, and there was also Bo Yuqing on the ground. They were all top alchemists, and although the scene before them was really unethical and disgusting, it was undoubtedly a great achievement in Formula Path. Chu Mujia was shocked, and he looked at Luo Qingyan in shock, and said, "Dragon blood. True dragon blood." Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing were shocked. They seemed to have realized something. Especially Li Yunxiao, who had just exchanged several blows with Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan's strength had increased tremendously. His roar of a real dragon was even more powerful and pure. Wei Qing said with a smile, "Haha, not bad. Crazy Jia, you are really amazing. You understood it right away. These 10 ghost Azuras have dragon blood in their bodies. But it's only semi-finished dragon blood. And Luo Qingyan's body has the blood of a real dragon." Everyone was shocked. Their minds went blank. They couldn't think straight. Furthermore, Wei Qing's words seemed to have revealed an extremely shocking piece of news. "Finished product, semi-finished product," Chu Mujia said in a trembling voice. Are you able to refine the blood of a real dragon?" Wei Qing said coldly, "I don't need to hide it. You will all die today anyway. I don't think it's the blood of a real dragon. It's the strongest existence among the real spirits. But if it's just the blood of a real spirit, I can do it." "Ah." Except for Yao Jinliang, who was still calm, the others all gasped. Even Yao Jinliang looked grave as he stared at Luo Qingyun and the 10 ghost Azuras. Dragon blood that could be refined to the level of a real spirit was terrifying. It could even change the history of the realm of heaven martial arts. There were many kinds of descendants of dragons in the world. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands. Even the Tianling Long family was named after the head of the real spirits, dragon. These descendants of dragons had different strengths. The only thing they had in common was that the purity of their blood directly affected their strength level. For example, the Four Seas royal clans were a clan with a relatively successful inheritance. Although the power of their blood was weakening as time went by, they were still much stronger than the other descendants of dragons. If there was a technique that could refine the blood, the whole world would be in chaos. Not only the descendants of dragons, but also the descendants of other real spirits. They would dominate the world and become a new peerless clan. Everyone present was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. They immediately understood the stakes involved, and their expressions turned ugly. Wei Qing glanced at everyone's expressions and said with a light smile, "Don't worry, everyone. This kind of extraction method is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is extremely high. It's already heaven-defying to be able to produce a few powerhouses with true spirit blood. It's even more impossible to promote it on a large scale." Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, if there really was such a heaven-defying technique, then the world would really be thrown into chaos. Wei Qing said with a faint smile, although the failure rate of the finished products is high, the semi-finished products are very useful. Together with the ultimate form developed by Crazy J, it's a perfect killing machine. Li Yunxiao said coldly, in order to control these ghost Azura with half-completed bloodlines, you must have Luo Qingyun, who has the true completed dragon blood. If Luo Qingyun betrays you one day, won't you lose everything? Everyone was shocked. They thought that Li Yunxiao was very cunning. The human heart was the most unpredictable thing in the world. Wei Qing must be afraid of Luo Qingyun. Now that he was provoked in public, he must be even more afraid of him. Wei Qing said coldly, Qingyun and I are friends and teacher. How can you sow discord in our relationship? Wei Qing said coldly, Qingyun and I are friends and teacher. How can you sow discord in our relationship? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, I was just saying. Don't take it seriously. With Luo Qingyun's intelligence, he won't walk the path of Chu Mujia and Ning Kuei. Wei Qing's face changed. He said angrily, Li Yunxiao, how dare you sow discord? Luo Qingyun, take him down and kill the rest. Luo Qingyun's face darkened. Yes. He waved his spear, and the 10 ghost Azuras roared. Their auras exploded, shaking the heaven and earth. Wei Qing said, come back and let the ghost Azuras do their best. Yes. Bai Gudong was overjoyed. He was already injured by Ning Qiyun, and he might die if the fight continued. Luo Xing put away his profound weapon and returned to Wei Qing's side. The battleship had been destroyed by the Tusida Heaven and could no longer be used. Yao Jinliang said, I've already injured these 3 old farts. Send a few ghost Azuras to take care of them. He waved his hand, and the burial cloud beast returned to him. It walked behind Wei Qing, as if it didn't want to fight anymore. Luo Qingyun's face was cold, and he kept making hand seals. The 10 ghost Azuras roared and turned into 10 rays of light that charged at everyone. 6 of them surrounded the 3 old farts and attacked them without any regard for their lives. Their numbers doubled, and their terrifying demonic aura and reckless fighting style suppressed the 3 old farts in an instant. 2 more charged at Ning Qiyun and Bo Yuqing. The 2 of them had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Now that they were facing the 2 ghost Azuras, their expressions changed, and they were on high alert. The last 2 surrounded Xiao Mujia. One of them dragged a long tail and directly swung it over, giving off an electric glow. The last one had 4 heads and 8 arms, and each of his hands held a rank 9 sword. He was like an octopus that slashed at Chu Mujia. Chu Mujia's expression changed, and he said coldly, you gave me 2. You really think highly of me. He spread his wings and disappeared. Boom. The place where he stood was instantly blasted to smithereens. The 2 ghost Azuras swept their divine senses and chased after him. Wei Qing smiled and said, Master Mujia is the creator of this ultimate physique. His contributions will last for 1,000 years, and his name will surely go down in history. He naturally deserves one more. Li Yunxiao's expression became abnormally ugly. It was virtually impossible to retreat unscathed from today's battle. Most likely, everyone would perish here. Luo Qingyun said coolly, Li Yunxiao, our battle should continue. Li Yunxiao said in a cold voice, Luo Qingyun, do you really want to fight with me? Luo Qingyun's pupils constricted. Boundless battle intent erupted, and he said excitedly, yes. I dream of defeating you even in my dreams. Li Yunxiao, you're the symbol of this era's young generation powerhouses, a high mountain that everyone wants to surmount. No, it's the sky. Li Yunxiao said, all right, I agree. Do you have the guts to fight to the death with me? I won't rest until you're dead. Luo Qingyun's face revealed a look of surprise, and then he laughed wildly and said, haha, this kind of battle is what I want. Wei Qing's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Luo Qingyun, don't fall for it. He wants to kill you, and then make the 10 ghost Azuras lose control. Luo Qingyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, so what? He raised his spear and suddenly stabbed it across the sky, and shouted, let's fight. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold, and he had already made up his mind to kill Luo Qingyun no matter what, or else the ghost Azuras were too terrifying. Even if Wei Qing could create a second or third Luo Qingyun, it would be a long time before he could do so. Moreover, the conditions for the formation of a true spirit-level dragon blood must be extremely harsh. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to push Luo Qingyun to the position of Scarlet Moon City Lord, and then use it to rope him in. As you wish. Li Yunxiao shouted, and the Tusita heaven slowly flew up, and then smashed down. Wei Qing and Luo Qingyun's expression changed, and both of them knew very well how powerful this thing was. The space compressed along the Tusita heaven's trajectory, and the sky was completely distorted, and Luo Qingyun was trapped in it, and couldn't dodge at all. Sweep the 4 fields. Luo Qingyun shouted, and directly raised his spear, and directly attacked the Tusita heaven. Boom! The entire sky trembled, and like a stream of water, the entire sky was split into 2. With the Tusita heaven as the center, the 4-colored sky fiercely pressed down on the spear, and the terrifying spiritual pressure exploded in all directions, and the 2 of them were shaken to the core. The spear even seemed to be slightly bent, and Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically. True Dragon Dharma body! He shouted, and suddenly swung his spear, and suddenly turned into the shape of a dragon. Boom! The void shattered, and the shadow of a dragon and the spear fiercely stabbed at Li Yunxiao. At this moment, dragon scales appeared on Luo Qingyun's body, and the vast power of the dragon became more and more powerful. It didn't seem like Luo Qingyun had used his full strength, but it was already enough to make Li Yunxiao feel suffocated. Shocked, Li Yunxiao raised his sword and slashed at the dragon. Bang! The huge force directly pierced through his sword light, and fiercely slashed at Luo Qingyun's body. It was like being hit by a mountain, and with a boom, he was shaken into the ground. Yao Jinliang chuckled, and said, "It seems that Lord Wei Qing's worry is unnecessary. This Li Yunxiao's strength is only slightly stronger than the average 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu, and he is completely no match for Luo Qingyun." Wei Qing's expression became a little better, and he said, "Luo Qingyun has a 10th-rank bloodline, so it is natural that he will win. However, Li Yunxiao is not an ordinary person, and if he is careless, he will easily be at a disadvantage." Yao Jinliang sighed, and said, "Sigh, it seems that I will not have the chance to see his full strength. What a pity." Wei Qing snorted, and said, "Don't worry, the power of the 10th-rank divine blood will not let you down." Not far away, the 3 elders of the Red Moon City finally could not hold on any longer, and were beaten by the 6 Ghost Azura, and vomited blood. They kept roaring in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Chu Mujia was also fighting a bitter battle, and was barely holding on. Bo Yuqing and Ning Qiyun were slightly better off, as there was only one opponent after all, but it was not easy either. The entire sanctuary had an overwhelming advantage, and everyone was crying bitterly in their hearts. After Li Yunxiao was shaken into the ground, he was completely silent. However, Luo Qingyun was extremely vigilant, because his martial artist's intuition told him that it was not simple, as if there was a dangerous feeling coming from the ground, and the next attack was extremely likely to be earth-shattering. He could also feel Li Yunxiao's killing intent towards him, but his blood was extremely excited. Li Yunxiao was hibernating in the ground, and did not dare to move. His eyes turned into blood moons, and coldly pierced through the layer of soil, staring at the sky outside. His face was gloomy, and he was plotting how to kill Luo Qingyun. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and Tsutsumi opened his eyes abruptly. He stared at the sky, and revealed a shocked expression. On the ground, Hongyu City's 3 elders were in danger. Hongyu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. One of the ghost Shura opened its mouth and bit off a piece of bone and flesh from his shoulder. The pain made him break out in cold sweat. Roar! The 2 spectral Azura surrounding Red Elder let out a roar. Both of them held short blades in their hands and pounced forward. Hongyu's face was miserable. He smiled and said, "Old City Lord, I'll go with you." A cold look flashed in his eyes. A crazy power surged out of his body. He wanted to self-destruct his dantian. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a colorful light appeared and fell from the sky. The 2 ghost Shura seemed to be hit by an invisible force and were sent flying in pain. Wah! Wah! Blood burst out of his head as he roared and looked around. Hongyu was stunned. His dantian had already been ignited, but it hadn't exploded yet. A powerful force kept shooting out. Who is it? Wei Qing and the others shuddered and revealed horrified expressions as they looked towards the sky with gloomy expressions. An existence that could silently defeat two ghost Shura with one move was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Under a patch of clouds, golden waves rippled. It was a vast expanse of white like smoke. The waves gathered and scattered. A red halo slowly appeared, and a figure could be vaguely seen inside. It's you. Yao Jinliang's body trembled. He was shocked. Wei Qing's expression also changed. He became gloomy and his eyes were as cold as frost. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows and revealed a puzzled expression. He had already clearly seen the figure within the red light. When the red halo fell, it transformed into a man and a woman. Both of them had the appearance of phoenixes and the bearing of dragons. They were both outstanding figures. The man wore a snow-white satin robe with cloud sleeves. He had a face like a jade statue, and his charm was extraordinary. His eyes were clear and bright. He chanted softly, looking at the profundity, the green bamboos are like jade. A bandit gentleman, like gold, like tin, like jade. Although the woman wasn't as elegant, she was elegant and had a light aura. She chanted with a faint smile, the heavenly peach is like a jade. Its leaves shine brilliantly. The two of them were peerless and independent, with a kind of transcendent elegance, which made everyone at the scene quiet down. Even Ghost Shura had a ferocious look on his face, staring at them fiercely. Yao Jinliang lowered his head and asked softly, what did they mean? Wei Qing snorted with a gloomy face, the man said he was handsome and the woman said she was pretty. Yao Jinliang's face darkened. He pointed and shouted, Gongzi Yu, do you two have any shame? It was Duan Muyoyu and his sister, Duan Mutsong. Duan Muyoyu chuckled. Yao Jinliang, it's been years. You look more and more like your pet. Duan Mu of Yao Jinliang yelled, you. Wei Qing's face darkened. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. He had a bad feeling. Duan Muyoyu, what are you doing here? Duan Muyoyu said, it's spring and the flowers are blooming. The scenery is beautiful. It's a good season to go out and play. I've been living in the same color for too long. I'm tired of it, so I came out with my sister to relax. Wei Qing said coldly, are you done? If you are, you can leave. Duan Muyoyu nodded. Sister, let's go. Duan Mutsong smiled. Her figure flashed and landed on the ground far away. She formed a seal with both hands. A light blue figure appeared. It was the water element. The elemental form took a step forward and picked up Ning Kuei's corpse that was lying on the ground. This action immediately caused everyone to be startled. Young Master Yu. Save my father. A red figure landed. It was Ning Keyun. Her face was covered in tears. She grabbed Duan Muyoyu's arm and sobbed. I heard that young Master Yu's divine art is unparalleled. Not only can you foresee the past and future, you can also bring people back to life. Duan Muyoyu smiled embarrassedly. Foresee the past and future. Bring the dead back to life. This, even gods can't do it, right? Ning Keyun was stunned. She didn't know what to do. She wasn't an arrogant person. Bringing the dead back to life couldn't be believed. However, she still held a trace of hope. Duan Mutsong said, brother, it's done. Duan Muyoyu nodded. He said to Ning Keyun, don't be too sad. I still have karma with Lord Yue. I'll take him away first. Don't go. Wei Qing shouted. His eyes gleamed coldly. Put down Ning Kuei's corpse. A chill immediately spread in the air. Wei Qing waved his hand, and the 6 ghost Azuras that were attacking the 3 old men flashed and surrounded Duan Mutsong, their eyes glinting fiercely. Duan Muyoyu said, Lord Wei Qing, he's already dead. Can't I take him away? No. Wei Qing said coldly. He was expressionless. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Ning Kuei was indeed dead. The power of the 3 pure ones returned to origin attack was comparable to exploding one's dantian. It was impossible for him to come back to life. However, the sudden appearance of the Duanmu siblings and their strange actions made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The Duanmu family had always been mysterious. Their actions were unpredictable. He had also heard of the rumor that they could foresee the past and future. They could bring the dead back to life. Although it wasn't credible, it would be troublesome if they really had some tricks up their sleeves. Duan Muyoyu smiled. Lord Yue is indeed dead. Don't you trust your eyesight, Lord Wei Qing and Lord Yao Jinliang? Wei Qing said, I'd rather betray me. Even if he died, we can't let him leave easily. We must make an example out of him. Ning Qian said in grief and indignation, You bastard. I won't let you off. Duanmu Yoyu chuckled. The Duanmu family and Lord Yue have a history. Lord Wei Qing, please do me a favor and let me take him away. Wei Qing said awkwardly, Young Master Yu's face naturally has to be given. How about this, I'll chop off his head as a warning to others. Then young master you can take him away. What? Ning Qian said fiercely, Wei Qing, you'll die a horrible death. The three elders of Red Moon City also had faces full of hatred, their bodies trembling from anger. Elder Hong ignited his dantian earlier. At this moment, he forcefully suppressed his aura. His entire person was like a balloon that had its air sucked out, becoming dispirited and shriveled. The other two elders were also covered in blood. Their essence energy clearly could not hold on anymore. There was a feeling like the sun was setting in the west, an arrow at the end of its flight. Duanmu Yoyu smiled and said, chopping off his head is too offensive. But how about this, I'll divine for Lord Wei Qing once for free, letting Lord Wei Qing take a peek at his fate and turn misfortune into fortune. Take it as an apology to Lord on Ningqian's behalf. Wei Qing's heart turned cold, and he scolded, Shut up. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. Duanmu Yoyu, put away your deceptive tricks in front of this seat. Duanmu Yoyu didn't get angry either. Instead, he smiled and said, Sigh, looks like your excellency doesn't believe in fate. This is troublesome. Why don't we make a bet? If I win, I'll take Ningque away in one piece. When Wei Qing saw how persistent he was even more convinced that there was a reason behind it. He said coldly, I'd rather be the one who killed him. The corpse is my spoils of war. Why should I bet with you? Duanmu Yoyu smiled and said, Lord Wei Qing's words are too unreasonable. If that's the case, then Ningque's corpse should be mine now that it's in my hands, right? Wei Qing's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, Duanmu Yoyu, you are also the Emperor Wu conferred by the Holy Region. You should cooperate with the Holy Region to stabilize the situation in the Eastern region and prevent the world from falling into chaos. Why do you have to go against the heavens and destroy it? Duanmu Yoyu said, Lord Wei Qing's words are filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring. May I ask if the other rulers of the Holy Region know about this? Wei Qing snorted and said, Could it be that this seat needs to inform them first before doing something? When the situation in the Eastern region stabilized, he would naturally inform them. Do you think that with this seat's identity, I can't represent the Holy Region? Duanmu Yoyu said, Of course you can represent, but this young master doesn't understand. What does taking away Ningque's corpse have to do with my lord's grand goal? Wei Qing said, Of course it's related. Do I have to reveal the relationship to you? How about this, since young master Yu is also here, you can be my left and right hand and help me wipe out these remaining evils. You can take away Ningque's corpse. Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly and said, Lord Wei Qing must be joking. My brother and sister are only here to play and relax. We can't do things like fighting and killing. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He said, It's getting late. My brother and sister will leave first. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Too late? What do you mean? Wei Qing was stunned. His face darkened and he shouted, Stop them. The 6 ghost azure roared and attacked. Monstrous demonic chi surged from each of them and materialized, forming a dense net that trapped Duanmu. Surprise flashed across Duanmu's face, but he was fearless and appeared very calm. Duanmu Yoyu flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot towards Wei Qing with a swoosh. Wei Qing's expression was cold as he reached out to grab it. It was a jade pendant with fluorescent light flowing on it. A few rays of golden light gathered and slowly formed 7 words, This body is still in the Taishu. Mystic God Mirror? No, it's the Earth God Mirror. I've never believed in your tricks. Wei Qing moved his finger, and with a ping sound, the jade mirror was broken. With a shake, it turned into powder and dissipated. Duan Muyoyu said, "But I believe you." "Sigh, I'll have to offend you." His figure turned into a stream of light and flew out. He instantly gathered in the sky above the 6 ghost Azura and slammed his palm down. Boom! The demonic chi barrier formed by the 6 ghost Azura was suddenly deformed from the pressure. However, it was like a water droplet that swayed in all directions and could not be broken. Duan Mutsong looked up and said, "Brother, these 6 monsters are very strong." Duan Muyoyu frowned and revealed a serious expression. He changed the hand seal, and a ray of golden light appeared in his palm. It turned into a strange word and pressed down. Ha! Countless rays of golden light gushed out and turned the barrier golden. Then, it exploded with a bang. The 6 ghost Azura trembled and retreated. "Let's go." Duan Muyoyu formed a seal with one hand, and a dense aura rose from his hand as he slapped down. Immediately, a ball of white mist enveloped Duan Mutsong and the water elemental manifestation. They kept rising into the air and became fainter. Wei Qing was furious. He pointed at Duan Muyoyu and shouted, "Duan Muyoyu, how dare you defy me?" Duan Muyoyu said, "It's not that I defy you, but this is really a troublesome place. It's not good to stay here for long. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Wei Qing said coldly, "With me here, what's there to be bad about?" "Yao Jinliang, stop him. You must destroy Ning Kuei's body." Duan Muyoyu's expression changed slightly. He slapped the white mist and said, "You leave first." The mist floated in the air and was about to disappear. "Gongzi Yu, don't waste your effort. With me here, isn't it a joke to think you can take Ning Kuei away?" Yao Jinliang slapped the burial cloud beast. Immediately, a loud roar shook the heavens. Everywhere the sound wave passed, the space twisted and turned into fried dough twists. The entire space froze. The white mist also dissipated, revealing Duan Mutsong and the water elemental manifestation. At the same time, Yao Jinliang took a step forward and instantly closed in on him, slapping him with his palm. Duan Muyoyu's expression was calm. His body flashed, and a 5-colored jade ruler smashed forward. Bang! With this move, heaven and earth shook. Both of them retreated at the same time. Roar! The burial cloud beast roared and charged forward. Runic light surged on its body, and it kept growing. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious beast that was more than 30 meters tall. It raised its claws and slapped the space where Duan Muyoyu was. Rumble! The entire space shattered. Duan Muyoyu and Duan Mutsong were plunged into endless darkness. The burial cloud beast roared again. Heaven and earth shook violently. Countless spaces shattered like mirrors. The Duanmu siblings' figures appeared again. They were pushed back by the power of the sound wave. Duan Mutsong's face was pale. The water elemental manifestation had exploded under the pressure of the previous palm. He could only protect Ning Kuei's body. Yao Jinliang chuckled and said, "Gongzi Yu, you don't seem to have made much progress all these years? It's better for you to obediently let go of Ning Kuei and continue your spring outing." Thousands of miles away, on a steep mountain peak. On top of a large rock that was as smooth as jade, a man was lying on his side. His head was resting on his arms, and he was peacefully meditating. The man's figure was slender and graceful. His silhouette was simple and elegant, and his purple robe gave off a sense of vigor and vitality. He lay there quietly, like a beautiful statue. Suddenly, the space trembled slightly, and the man's purple robe fluttered. Wrinkles appeared on his smooth brows. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as clear as water, like a vast ocean. Xiao! With a flash of purple light, he was already standing at the peak of the mountain, looking in the direction of the Red Moon City. It's Yao Jinliang's big dog barking. Is he here too?" The man frowned and muttered, "Yao Jinliang is here too. This is troublesome. Will she be in danger? Aya, what should I do? She asked me to wait here, but she didn't come back. Could something have happened?" The man's face was filled with worry. He paced back and forth on the mountain peak, seemingly unable to make up his mind. Suddenly, his purple robe trembled lightly again. The sound wave in the distance was so powerful that it directly passed through the spatial barrier of thousands of miles. Humph, barking stupid dog. A trace of coldness flashed across the man's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, since she doesn't want me to go, forget it. I'll kill this stupid dog first to play with. His face revealed a trace of rumination, and he muttered to himself, it won't lure Yao Jinliang over, right? Heh, who cares? This old man has long been displeased with this guy. The essence force on his body moved, and his purple robe fluttered in the air. He grabbed at the air and yelled, Bao, come. The sky above the mountain peak trembled. Immediately, wind and clouds surged and turned into a vortex. Within the rolling clouds, there was a faint flash of lightning. Subsequently, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The entire vortex suddenly split open. A giant bow inlaid with pure silver and yellow gradually descended from the vortex. Purple chi lingered on the bow, and countless tiny gemstones were embedded in the bow, just like the stars in the sky. Pa! The giant bow landed in the man's hand, and it was even longer than the man's body. The man used his hand to touch it, and countless starlight flew up from the bow. There were even runic patterns surging, and 2 huge ancient words flickered. The bow's name, Star Shatterer, cold stars shot out from the man's eyes, and that calm expression suddenly turned solemn. Both of his hands were placed on the longbow, and he suddenly raised his arms and pulled. Countless starlight surged out from the bow and turned into a spinning purple nebula. A cloud-splitting arrow slowly condensed, and it was pulled into the shape of a full moon. The sun in the sky seemed to be affected by the power of this bow, and it suddenly became abnormally dazzling. In a trance, there seemed to be endless flames that swirled in the surroundings. What's going on? Yao Jinliang and Duan Muyoyu raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the sky. They discovered the abnormality of the sun at the same time. Li Yunxiao, who was hibernating in the ground, had been paying attention to the situation outside. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and Tsutsumi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at the blazing sun in shock. Golden Crow avoids the sun. Could it be him? A sharp light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. If it really is him, then the variables in Crimson Moon City will be huge. Wei Qing's expression also changed, and he said sternly, not good, it's that person. Quickly destroy Ningkouei's corpse. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. From the moment he appeared until now, even when he fought Ningkouei to the death, he had never lost his composure like this. Deep anxiety flashed through his panic. Yao Jinliang's face darkened, and he stared at the blazing sun like fire. His eyes were hazy. Roar! The burial cloud beast suddenly became violent, and it roared. Waves of demonic chi rippled out of its body, and it shook its body in the air, causing the space around it to distort. Yao Jinliang was suddenly shocked, and he immediately became furious. Could it be that his target is Rumble? The world shook, and a powerful force tore through the air, directly enveloping this part of the world. Countless runes surged out of the beast armor on Burial Cloud's body, turning into layers of spatial barriers that spun open. Thousands of miles away, an arrow light chased after the sun, and the entire space rotated, transforming into the power of that arrow. Above the ancient sky, the stars were fading away at any moment. Duan Mutsang's eyes revealed shock, and he said in shock, star-shattering bow, cloud-opening arrow. Lord Xianxia, Duan Muyoyu held the flowing light jade ruler in his hand, and his eyes revealed a strange look. He pinched his fingers with his left hand, and he said to himself, strange, could it be that the anomaly that my divine earth inspection deduced was him? Then where did the misfortune come from? He revealed a strange look, as if he felt that something was wrong. Yao Jinliang's face was full of anger, and he said in a cold voice, Xianxia, damn you. His body also surged with countless rays of light, and he took a step forward, forming a triangle with the burial cloud beast. The power of law surged in from all directions. Sacred battle art, calamity. A vast mighty force surged out of the man and the beast, condensing into a joint attack. It was like power ejected from the veins of the earth, rushing into the clouds. Ripples of essence energy spread out, and the people in the surroundings were all jolted back, revealing looks of horror. The earth split for 1,000 miles, and Li Yunxiao turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The power of that arrow was like a comet streaking across the sky, and it fell down ruthlessly. The surroundings of Yao Jinliang and the burial cloud beast were already twisted out of shape. The terrifying demonic power pierced through the sky, and the two forces finally collided. Rumble. The sky collapsed, and the earth caved in. There was darkness, and the surrounding space became completely chaotic. All kinds of terrifying forces kept colliding. Damn it, this feeling is coming again. Li Yunxiao's body was being torn apart by the chaotic forces, and a golden light appeared as he bitterly resisted. But his face was still full of joy. It really is the power of the broken stars, it's Xianxia. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with a rumbling sound, and the eardrums were in pain, as if everything was about to shatter. The forces are so chaotic, what's going on? Li Yunxiao was startled, and he revealed a look of horror, and said, apart from Xianhua's broken stars and Yao Jinliang's sacred battle arts calamity, there seems to be another force. His tsutsumi flickered with demonic light, and he stared into the darkness. This is... He almost cried out involuntarily. He saw that the surrounding scenery had completely changed, and the thick darkness dissipated. The whole world was actually a stretch of verdant mountains and green waters, and a white mist. Illusion? Why would an illusion suddenly appear? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He was sure that this was an illusion, and it couldn't be a heaven-defying technique that could distort space and time. Not only him, but at the same time, everyone was shocked. Even Xianhua, who was thousands of miles away, was shocked. He was clearly standing on the peak of a mountain, but suddenly it turned into a field. What's going on? He was puzzled, and he frowned. Could it be that the arrow just now was so powerful that it directly distorted space and time? His purple clothes fluttered, and Xianhua held his chin and thought carefully, and said to himself, although I've become a lot more powerful recently, I'm not that powerful, right? All of a sudden, a haze appeared in the sky, and there was a faint flash of golden light. Then, more and more golden light appeared, and slowly gathered toward the center, as if there was a regular pattern. Xianhua was shocked, and he suddenly saw that the golden light was condensing, and it was actually two big words. Void. Duanmuyoyu, who was on the peak of a mountain, raised his head, and stared at the sky, and said, so that's what happened. This is in line with my Earth God decree. Not far from him, the space slightly twisted, and Duanmutsang walked out, still holding Ning Kuei's corpse in his hands, and said in shock, brother, what's going on? Fortunately, I can sense your aura, or I wouldn't have been able to find you. Duanmuyoyu's expression was indifferent, and he said, this is Tingguang's life formation, he might be dying soon. Duanmutsang was startled, Tingguang is about to die? How? Duanmuyoyu looked around and said, so this is what this life is in the Great Void means. It refers to Tingguang's life formation, Great Illusionary Realm. This formation is Tingguang's last life-saving divine art. When his life is threatened, it will automatically activate, so he is most likely dead. Throne Emperor Wu is about to die. Duanmutsang said in a daze, then won't the number of great stars change? Duanmuyoyu said, he is about to die, but he is not dead yet. Now that the derivation is too fast, the Earth God's mirror can't calculate the result. Let's wait here. Duanmutsang said in shock, who is the one who injured Tingguang? There are many experts who have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, but not many. Are there any fish that escaped our calculations? Duanmuyoyu's expression was also solemn, this person's fate is very unique. I have calculated a few times, but it is blocked by the power of laws. I can't calculate any further. What? Duanmutsang's body trembled, and he cried out, calculating him will trigger the seal of the realm? Duanmuyoyu nodded, yes, this person is like that Li Yunxiao, probably a key figure of this era. Duanmutsang took quite a while to calm himself down, and he said, brother, is that Li Yunxiao really the destruction martial emperor, Gu Feiyang? Isn't it too rash to infer from just some signs? Duanmuyoyu said, Li Yunxiao's fate star is the same as that of Gu Feiyang. Adding all the signs, there is no doubt about it. He must have obtained the evolved god art left behind by that lord in the Tianshao mountain range and reincarnated. If he dies in the great illusionary realm, Duan Mutsang was shocked, and he quickly shook his head. The calamity in the Tianshao mountain range did not kill him. He will definitely turn misfortune into fortune this time. Xianxia is his best friend. Since he's here, that lord is most likely nearby. The three of them had a deep friendship back in the deification sea, so Li Yunxiao should be asking them for help. Duan Muyoyu chuckled and said, personally witnessing the development of events is far more meaningful than deducing the outcome of events. I'm afraid that this illusion won't disappear for a while. It's a good time to check if Ning Kuei can still come back to life. Duan Mutsang said, when Aunt gave him the I Chi turning Sanqing divine skill, she had already predicted today's calamity. At the same time, she taught us how to break it, so he should be fine. Duan Muyoyu said, let's give it a try. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. The two of them put down Ning Kuei's body and began to treat him. Great illusionary land? Li Yunxiao looked at the endless stream of people around him. He was actually in a city. The noise around him and the people made of flesh and blood were so real. Qi Xingfeng is so powerful that even Tingguang is going to fall? He looked at the hazy sky. Not long after the two huge words, Great Illusionary, were formed, they slowly dissipated and became clear. The sun shone on him, giving him a warm and indescribably comfortable feeling. Everything seemed real. Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a young and tender voice was heard. Li Yunxiao turned around and revealed a surprised expression. He said, no wonder it feels so familiar. So it's the capital of Tianshui Nation. The person shouting his name in front of him was Lan Fei. His face was arrogant and domineering, and his aura was aggressive. Behind him were Du Feng, Luo Jia, and the others. All of them had their hands on their waists and looked down on him. Li Yunxiao, the autumn hunt is about to begin. Remember to register. Don't give up this year just because you were humiliated by me last year. If you don't go, it'll be much less fun. Haha. Lan Fei laughed on the street. Du Feng and the others also laughed. The passers-by looked at them and knew that they were the rich sons of the nobles. They all walked around them to avoid getting into trouble. Li Yunxiao thought about it and realized that it was true. The first hunt was hosted by the eldest prince, Qin Yang. He was intercepted by Lan Fei and the others. They robbed all his prey and even injured him. In the end, he was humiliated in front of the nobles. The second hunt was hosted by the youngest prince, Qin Yu. Li Yunxiao was prepared and set up an ambush in the hunting ground. He placed a rank 1 demonic beast, the black iron tortoise, which almost killed Lan Fei and the others. After that, the matter was blown up and the king investigated it thoroughly. He was worried for a while, but for some reason, the matter was left unsettled. Now, it seemed like it was before the second hunt. How nostalgic. He looked at Lan Fei and the others and gave them a friendly smile. Lan Fei stared at him and laughed. Haha, laughing? He's laughing. Is he scared out of his wits? Haha. Everyone laughed and looked at him with disdain. Boss, he must be trying to please you by smiling. He wants you to let him go this time and give him some face. Du Feng said sarcastically. Is that so? Lan Fei said slowly, all right then. Li Yunxiao, come over and let me beat you up. I will let you go during the hunt. Luo Jia laughed. Boss is a high-ranked martial disciple who has opened 7 chakras. He will be dead after 1 punch. How can I beat him up? Ha ha ha. Lan Fei's face turned cold. He said proudly, I just took the qi-increasing pill that the king gave me yesterday and opened 7 chakras. I am now a high-ranked martial disciple. Li Yunxiao, although you and I are from a noble family, our fates are completely different. I am walking on a bright path, but you. As I grow older, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. When I become a martial warrior next year and join the Guardian Divine Guards, you won't even be able to carry my shoes for me. I can still have some fun with you now. When that time comes, even if you kneel down and lick my shoes, I will feel bored. Haha, boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Du Feng shouted ferociously, Li Yunxiao, come over and tie my shoelaces. The group of people was overbearing and aggressive. They kept shouting at Li Yunxiao. Luo Jia stepped forward and shouted, I told you to tie your shoelaces, did you hear me? After taking a step forward, he stomped on the ground and charged forward. He raised his fist and punched Li Yunxiao's chest with the crouching tiger fist. Bang! The punch landed on Li Yunxiao's body, causing some dust to rise. Li Yunxiao had a strange look on his face. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Luo Jia's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, he is wearing a treasured robe. I can't hurt him." "Oh? What treasured robe?" Lan Fei's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, "Hee hee, this is good. I am afraid that I will kill him every time I attack. Since he has the treasured robe to protect him, brothers, you can fight without any fear." "Haha, beat him until he eats dog shit." Du Feng shouted arrogantly. He jumped up and threw a kick at Qin Mu. Lan Fei also shouted and waved his fists. Bang! 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 All kinds of punches and kicks landed on Li Yunxiao's body, causing dust to rise from his robe. "Stop!" Suddenly, a bell-like voice was heard. Li Yunxiao's body trembled as he turned to look. In the distance, Qin Ruxue, Han Bai, Qin Zhan, and the others were rushing over with a group of soldiers. "Oh no! The princess is here with her guards. Let's go!" Lan Fei yelled. The few of them withdrew their fists and fled in the other direction. Bang! He had only run a few steps when he bumped into someone. He bounced back and cried out in pain. "Who is it? Are you blind?" Lan Fei roared. He saw a young man in front of him with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. "Li Yunxiao, so you are hiding in the Aqua Sky Nation." The man was Luo Qingyun. He said indifferently, "The battle between us has just begun." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "How did you find me?" Luo Qingyun said, "What's so difficult about that? You think an illusion can stop me from fighting you?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "A mere illusion? This is the great illusionary realm. It is the strongest formation Tao of sovereign Tingguang. It is said that the origin of the world comes from the great illusionary realm. When the fake is real, the real is fake. Get lost. Get lost." Lan Fei punched and kicked Luo Qingyun and shouted, "Did you hear me asking you to get lost? How dare you stand here and block my way? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is?" Li Yunxiao said, "Ordinary people think of their bodies as me and wise people think of their hearts as me. But they don't know that Tao is the real me. The person in front of you is the real Lan Fei." Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. There is no one here to disturb us. This battle must end in life and death. Boss, stop fighting. Let's go." Du Feng quickly grabbed Lan Fei and said, "The princess and the others are catching up. It will be too late if we don't leave now." Lan Fei kicked Luo Qingyun for a while. Seeing that the latter did not move and did not even look at him, Lan Fei pointed at him and shouted, "Brat, I will remember your face. There is no place for you in the Aqua Sky Nation." After saying these words, he went around Luo Qingyun and ran away with Du Feng and the others. "Li Yunxiao, are you okay?" Qin Ruxue finally caught up with them and was panting. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Ruxue, I'm fine." Qin Ruxue was stunned and her face turned slightly red. She said, "Why did your voice change?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Did I?" He looked at Han Bai, Qin Zhan and the others and his heart warmed. He thought of the Aqua Sky Nation and Yanwu City. How was everyone now? "Wow, boss, your voice is so magnetic." Han Bai winked and said, "Teach me how to speak so gently." Luo Qingyun frowned and said, "You said that these people are real?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes. All appearances are born from the heart. Where Tao is, it is real. Although this place is called Great Illusionary Land, it should be called Lesser Great Illusionary Land. The real Great Illusionary Land is almost the same as Tao." Luo Qingyun said coldly, "I don't understand what you're talking about. But what you're trying to say is that these people in front of us are all flesh and blood, and they will die for real, right? You can think of this place as another parallel world. The so-called Taishu is not empty." Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted as a boundless coldness radiated from his body. He said coldly, "Are you trying to use these people to threaten me?" Han Bai and the others suddenly shivered, feeling as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Qin Rushue said in a trembling voice, Li Yunxiao, is he a friend? Why is your body so cold all of a sudden? Li Yunxiao restrained his aura and said softly, don't be afraid. Although Qin Rushue was still scared, she nodded firmly and said, yes. Li Yunxiao smiled and stroked Qin Rushue's hair, saying, Your Highness, take care. Qin Rushue was dazed, not understanding what he meant. Qianzhen was also surprised, Boss, how come you've changed? Li Yunxiao smiled but didn't say anything. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, leaving only a faint echo, Luo Qingyun, if you want to fight, come with me. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank, and he also disappeared on the spot. Qin Rushue and the others were all shocked. They looked at each other in horror, not knowing what had happened. The next moment, on an island surrounded by dense woods, the space fluctuated slightly, and two figures appeared one after another. Luo Qingyun was surprised and said, This is, Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Do you still remember Xianxia Island? This was the place where you and I fought in the competition for the spots on Mount Meru. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank, an endless fighting spirit burst out of his body. He laughed and said, Haha, wonderful. It starts on Xianxia Island and ends on Xianxia Island. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, Ruinxiang of Beihai was also a test subject of Wei Qing, wasn't he? Luo Qingyun said, yes, but he was a failure. His blood could not reach the true 10th level, only at the level of a ghost Azura. One of the 10 ghost Azuras you saw was refined from his blood. Li Yunxiao said, Fine, I will kill you today and take your dragon blood. I want to see what a rank 10 true spirit's blood looks like. Luo Qingyun's face twitched as if he remembered the humiliation when Li Yunxiao extracted his dragon blood in the battle on Xianxia Island. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, If you win, you can take all of my belongings. All right. Even though Li Yunxiao was angry at him for going against him, he couldn't help but admire him at this moment. He revealed an expression of praise and said, If you can kill me, then there will be no one in this world who can stop you. Luo Qingyun's aura continued to rise, and he said coldly, Do it, I can't wait any longer. As the Type 10 dragon blood boiled within his body, Luo Qingyun transformed into an Archaeosaurus, and the scales on his body flickered, emitting a solemn aura. Hexaspear art, point. The desolate deity's bright moon spear made a hua-hua sound. Luo Qingyun held the spear in his right hand and stabbed down with a sweep. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed across the sky, and the place where he was just standing exploded with a bang. However, before his body could reappear, the spear's momentum turned from a point into a line and swept over. The entire sky was like raindrops falling from the sky, shattering with bang, bang, bang. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The spear's momentum was like rain, completely suppressing the space around him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Bang! Finally, in a panic, he was hit by the spear and exploded, turning into countless lightning bolts. Luo Qingyun was overjoyed. He knew that Li Yunxiao had the ability to turn into lightning, but it didn't mean that he was immortal. His true dragon chi was enough to suppress everything. Under the dragon's breath, even the 5 elemental spirit body would collapse. His figure flashed and appeared above the lightning bolts. He raised the spear with both hands and swung it down. Boom! All the lightning bolts exploded, and the sky became clear again. Eh? Li Yunxiao? Luo Qingyun was startled. He immediately spread out his spiritual senses and became alert. Mirror flow. A light chant sounded like the evening drum and morning bell, coming from a leisurely place. A red cloud appeared in the sky and turned into a weird symbol. Then, the symbol slowly expanded and formed a huge eye, gazing at the ground. The sky shook, and everything that Tsutsumi had seen was reflected in the space of the eye. Luo Qingyun's expression changed drastically. Although the scene didn't change, the world was filled with a weird force as if the entire Xianxia Island had been copied into Li Yunxiao's right eye. Huh? This move again? Luo Qingyun's face darkened, and he said coldly, You used the same move in the battle on Xianxia Island. Is there nothing new? Dragon essence surged up from his body. With a loud roar, endless azure energy flew out from his body. The dragon might rumbled, and the entire mirror dimension shook violently. The desolate god Bright Moon Spear even unleashed a vast power. The beast shadow roared and merged with the spear, stabbing at Tsutsumi. Wherever the spear energy passed, the space was shattered. Luo Qingyun's eye blinked, and an array of swords appeared in front of him. The swords opened like an umbrella, and the swords shot down like raindrops. It's useless. My dragon might can suppress everything. No illusion can work on me. The spear energy condensed, and Luo Qingyun's figure appeared. He performed a set of spear techniques, and the sky was filled with afterimages, shooting toward the rain-like sword energies. Bang! 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 The array of swords and saber energies was broken. A weird light flashed around Tsutsumi's eyes. As he gazed, a huge explosion came from Xianxia Island. As the entire island shook, a huge golden light shadow stood up. Its face was blurry and indistinct. The huge golden shadow raised its right hand and grabbed. Golden light appeared between its 5 fingers, and countless runes gushed out. In the blurry light, it looked like the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, giving off a sacred and majestic aura. The patterns on the 5 fingers were even clearer. They were formed by thousands of different arrays, overlapping and evolving endlessly. Luo Qingyun was startled. The power of the grab froze the space, making him unable to move. True Dragon Dharma Body, break! As he shouted, his body shook and turned into a half-dragon. His long dragon tail swept, and an azure talisman was shot out. Boom! The azure talisman hit the void and suddenly spun. The surroundings exploded, and the firm shackles were instantly broken. Luo Qingyun flew up and displayed his Dharma body. He could travel thousands of miles in an instant, and the space kept changing. What? He was startled and found that no matter how he flew up, the huge golden fingers were still lingering in the sky. Boom! His 5 fingers descended and he grabbed at the air. The sky trembled. A majestic power surged and shook the sky. The huge blood moon hanging in the sky coldly stared at everything. Suddenly, the strange eyes focused and shot out a cold light. Clang! Between the 5 fingers of the giant spirit, a powerful sound of an artifact could be heard. Golden light flickered and space surged endlessly. Looking closely, Luo Qingyun was surrounded by an azure dragon-shaped barrier, blocking the power of the 5 fingers. The hundreds and thousands of array patterns on the 5 fingers continued to emit array power, trying to crush the barrier. However, things did not go as he wished. Instead, the barrier was being pushed open. Luo Qingyun's expression was cold. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand grasped the spear and stabbed it in front of him. Clang! The power of the tool surged, and the image of the desolate beast appeared in the sky. Its power continued to increase. 6 break spear technique, void break. Boom! The roar of a beast shook the heavens. The image of a desolate beast rushed out from the 5 fingers. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring at the sky. Countless spear lights shot out, and the array patterns on the 5 fingers exploded one by one. 4 fingers were cut off on the spot, and they fell down like broken mountains. The image of a dragon rushed out and turned into a bolt of lightning. It traveled thousands of miles in an instant, heading toward Tsutsumi. After the fingers of the golden spirit were cut off, its entire body began to crumble. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and gradually disappeared. Among the lightning, the dragon's might was vast. Tsutsumi's pupil shrank. He kept sending out thousands of sword lights, but they were all destroyed. If your strength is limited to this, then I will be disappointed. Luo Qingyun's expression was cold. His left hand formed a seal, and a dragon's might turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. With him as the center, it spread in all directions. Dragon's light, cloud scatter. Boom! The entire sky shattered, and the dragon's light shot into Tsutsumi's eyes. It hit the light in his eyes and shattered all the strange runes. Ah! Li Yunxiao screamed in pain. Then, the entire sky shattered, and the ground changed, returning to normal. On Xianxia Island, Li Yunxiao covered his eyes with his hands. His fingers were full of blood, and he kept screaming. The space in front of him blurred, and Luo Qingyun's figure showed up. His eyes were filled with joy and ferocity. He swung his spear and stabbed at Li Yunxiao's heart. Golden body protection. Li Yunxiao's eyes were damaged, and he roared in pain. His skin turned into a golden color, like an iron wall. Bang! The spear fiercely stabbed into his chest. Golden light burst forth, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Li Yunxiao grabbed the spear with both hands and closed his eyes. 2 streams of blood tears rolled down his cheeks, shining under the sunlight. I have the strongest body. No weapon can hurt me. How can you kill me? His face was pale, and he was almost roaring. His voice was filled with extreme mania and dissatisfaction. Luo Qingyun's expression became calm. He held the spear with one hand and stood in the sky. His indigo robe was fluttering in the wind. Li Yunxiao, you are strong. Very strong indeed. I have to admire you. His eyes were like water. He looked at Li Yunxiao, who was in a mess, and said, if I didn't get the god's blood, I'm afraid I would never be able to defeat you. Li Yunxiao sneered, what a joke. Do you think you can win now? Luo Qingyun said, the blood of a real dragon is enough to refine any Xian artifact in the world. This desolate god's moon spear has been fully integrated with me. Your body is strong, but can it withstand an attack from a rank 9 Xian artifact? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as he snorted angrily, didn't you always say, how would you know if you don't try? Luo Qingyun's body surged with elemental energy as he shouted, all right. I will use this powerful spear to end your life. You have the qualifications to take one of my moves. The spear was flowing with golden light as countless runes surged. Luo Qingyun's body was also overflowing with green light. The spear and him were indistinguishable. 100% of the peak 9th grade Xian weapon's power, in addition to the 10th grade divine blood's sacrificial refinement, this is a self-created ultimate move. Farewell, Li Yunxiao. Dragon Spear, Glorious Night. Boom. A vast force came from the spear as it suddenly advanced by 3 inches. Pfft. Li Yunxiao's chest was pierced on the spot, and his robe was instantly dyed red with his blood. Unfortunately, under my dragon breath, you can't escape even if you want to transform into lightning. Luo Qingyun looked at Li Yunxiao calmly. His eyes were filled with blood and it was difficult to open them. However, his pale and ferocious face was filled with endless annoyance and unwillingness. Rest assured and go. Under the sky, there are so many geniuses that have come and gone. Among those who have been buried by time, you are not one of them. But from now on the path to the peak of martial arts, I, Luo Qingyun, will be as lonely as snow. He suddenly pulled out his spear, turned around and stepped into the air, wanting to leave this place. He didn't want to and couldn't bear to see Li Yunxiao's face before his death. The back view that had been chasing in front of martial arts, the back view that was as tall as the sky, finally collapsed in front of him. He had finally crossed over. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. The loneliness of being at the top surged into his heart, and he felt a sorrow in his chest that he couldn't vent out. Her eyes, which were as calm as water, gradually became restless and ripples appeared in them. What's going on? Luo Qingyun was shocked. He felt his body becoming restless, and the blood in his body was surging uncontrollably. Could it be the backlash of the true blood? That's impossible. My blood refinement is 100% successful, so there shouldn't be any backlash. Luo Qingyun stood blankly in the sky, and the restlessness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. What's going on? Luo Qingyun let out a loud roar, and the dragon blood in his body boiled to the extreme in an instant. Boundless power surged out and shattered the surrounding space. Only then did the irritable will that was suppressing him dissipate. Bang! He sucked in a breath of cold air. After his irritable mood disappeared, he was shocked to find that the blood moon in the sky was still there. He abruptly turned around, only to see that the body of Li Yunxiao, whom he had assassinated, was long gone. How could that be? How can this illusion trick deceive my dragon aura? Luo Qingyun was horrified. He looked at Tsutsumi in the sky in disbelief. His eyes flickered with endless mockery. TSK. Damn it. Luo Qingyun's face was filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn Li Yunxiao, I thought there would be no one left in the world. Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice was heard, and he said leisurely, I saw that you were so happy, so I let you continue to be happy. How could I bear to disturb you? TSK. Damn it. Luo Qingyun cursed again. He took out his long spear and turned it into a stream of light. He shouted, take my ultimate move. I don't believe that your illusion space can confuse my dragon aura spear. Dragon spear, glorious night. The power of the spear seemed to be like a dragon flying in the wild, as if an ancient dragon had crossed time and space to arrive. It did not seem like a move that should exist in the mortal world. In the sky, Tsutsumi's eyes narrowed slightly. A layer of white clouds floated by leisurely, covering half of the blood color and adding a touch of interest to the strange sky. An ancient voice was heard. Under the gaze of that light, Li Yunxiao's figure was faintly discernible. He walked further and further on a white path that led to the sky. Looking at the oriole outside the bamboo, looking at the water outside the tree, looking at the clouds outside the peak. Could it be that I did it intentionally or unintentionally? Tsutsumi's eyes became misty. Everything in the world seemed to become faint and slowly return to silence. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Luo Qingyun's eyes also suddenly became confused. The dragon aura on his body was like a light smoke that rose in spirals and dissipated in the endless. Not only the power of the dragon aura, but even the light on the spear and his own body were also dissolving bit by bit. Birds come to spy on people, the moon comes to spy on wine, the snow comes to spy on books, but they see that he is emotionless. Luo Qingyun slowly closed his eyes. The hand that was holding the spear also slowly let go. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The whole world became peaceful, and endless sleepiness surged into his mind. He only felt very tired and wanted to sleep. Closing his eyes felt very comfortable. In the sky, Tsutsumi's eyes flickered with a demonic light that became colder and colder. The scales on Luo Qingyun's body melted bit by bit. His half-dragon body also slowly returned to human form and was constantly being disintegrated by the light. Ah! Suddenly, Luo Qingyun let out a loud roar and directly woke up from his deep sleep. The blood in his body was boiling for some reason. It was burning his meridians, and he jumped up with a loud cry. That terrifying power continuously surged out from his blood. His body that had already degenerated once again turned into a dragon. Dragon scales covered his body. Luo Qingyun was suddenly shocked. Cold sweat rushed to the top of his head. If it wasn't for the divine blood in his body boiling, he would have already died. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly grabbed the air. The spear whizzed over. With a paw sound, it landed in his hand. A wave of dragon aura rippled out and shook off the strange power of the light from his body. Tsutsumi suddenly shrank and revealed a cold expression. Damn Li Yunxiao, go to hell. Luo Qingyun let out a loud roar. The spear light swept across the sky. He shouted, dragon conquering the world. The spear light roared. Surging power continuously surged out from his body. Luo Qingyun himself was also shocked. He felt that his physical body began to undergo subtle changes under the boiling blood. Every muscle in his body was filled with endless power. It seemed like it could never be used up. A clear figure appeared below Tsutsumi. It was Li Yunxiao. His expression was solemn. He seemed to have also sensed the changes in Luo Qingyun's body. If he couldn't kill Luo Qingyun by using the divine skill in this sorcery space, it would be even more difficult for him to win if he let Luo Qingyun leave. Clang! Li Yunxiao formed a hand seal with one hand. Countless golden lights surged out from his body. There seemed to be a golden shadow streaking across the space. It flashed and disappeared. Clang! Luo Qingyun's spear had just swept out. It seemed to be pulled by a force and deviated from its direction. Not only that, but his entire body became sluggish. It was as if he was tied up by a rope. There were faint rings of strangulation marks on his arms. What? Luo Qingyun was shocked. His body was being suppressed by a strange force. He didn't know what was going on. His eyes flashed. There were faint glistening teardrops. Through the glistening teardrops, he saw that his body was bound by countless golden chains. The golden chains were like a spider's web. They were densely packed and endless. It seemed like they led to an endless distance. His spear and body were tied up like a dumpling. What is this? He was shocked. He struggled with all his might. The golden chains in the sky swayed up and down. There were a large number of runes coming out from the chains. Xianxia's glabella flashed. A beam of white light shot out. The universe god's monument grew bigger in the sky. It turned into an immortal monument and pressed down. Walla lala. The golden chains in the sky suddenly tightened. They became solid in the flowing light of the universe god's monument. They turned from invisible to clear. The runes on the monument flashed. The ancient Maha character appeared and pressed down. Rumble. Dragon chi erupted from Luo Qingyun's body, condensing into a barrier that blocked the power of the world. A terrifying power burst forth, causing the entire golden chain to sway non-stop, continuously making hua-hua sounds. True Dragon Dharma body. His eyes turned cold. He didn't believe that there was any power in the world that could restrain his true Dragon Dharma body. He soared into the sky and his body started to change. The flowing light on the universe god's monument trembled. The chains of law shook violently. The golden runes in the sky surged. It seemed like it was going to collapse. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He snorted. Four-colored light shot out from his hand. Tusita heaven flew up and smashed down. Bang! Luo Qingyun sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. He could feel the cold air penetrating through his body, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He had experienced the power of that thing before. He didn't dare to take it head-on. If he was hit by it, even if he had a true Dragon Dharma body, he would be half dead. Extreme spear, desolate god appears. Luo Qingyun shouted. Because his entire body was tightly bound, he could only move his wrist. His spear drew circles of golden light, and within the golden light, there seemed to be a giant spirit awakening. A wave of power from the primordial era burst out. The spear flashed gold. It suddenly turned into a giant dozens of feet tall. Its body was covered with all kinds of runes. It roared and punched. What? A profound weapon giant spirit? Xianxia was also shocked, his face filled with shock. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the fist shadow passed by, everything would shatter. Rumble. The fist hit the Tusita heaven. Four-colored earth elemental power shook. The heavens and the earth cracked, the profound weapon giant spirit turned back into a spear shadow. It spun in the air and shot toward Xianxia. Interesting. Xianxia was stunned. He calmed down. He flipped his hand and the mountain and river cauldron flew out. It shot out rays of light toward the spear. Clang, clang. An extremely uneasy vibration came from the spear. It actually turned around in the air and flew away. Luo Qingyun was also shocked. He recognized that the cauldron was something he obtained from Mount Meru. In a panic, he struggled with all his might. The majestic dragon might swept out, causing the chains of law to shake. The sky was filled with golden chains. Xianxia grabbed the hammer in the air. He raised it up. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Countless lightning bolts appeared and gathered into the hammer. His face was cold. His left hand formed a seal, and the purple thunder above his dantian continuously surged with tiny purple thunder symbols, as if they were scattering in all directions. A tiny purple lightning shadow formed on the hammer. It wandered in the lightning barrier around the hammer. What? Luo Qingyun was shocked. His eyes almost popped out. He could clearly feel the might of the purple world extinguishing thunder. It was as if there was a blade on his back. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Real dragons were the strongest existences in the world. Therefore, many great powers could easily condense into the shape of dragons when they took shape. Xianxia said coldly, "Aren't you a rank 10 real spirit? Try this world-extinguishing thunder. Let's see if it can kill you." He raised his hand and smashed it down with a shout. The purple thunder dragon roared and its body grew bigger. The purple color became lighter and lighter. However, it still fell from the sky with endless terrifying thunder power. Damn it! How can you have such terrifying power? Luo Qingyun shouted. He clenched his fists and the dragon energy exploded. The chains in the sky tumbled up and down. However, the power of the world under the universe god's steel suppressed the power of the dragon power. Every time the power exploded, it was suppressed. The thunder dragon arrived in an instant and covered the entire sky. It kept enlarging in Luo Qingyun's eyes. He knew that he couldn't dodge this move. His 10 fingers instantly formed seals, and 2 seals gathered at his fingertips. The dragon scales on his body surged with vortexes of power, one after another, forming a wind armor that rushed out from his body. Rumble, the thunder light fell and swallowed his body. The chains of law lost their color in the flashing thunder shadow. They became white and disappeared in the sky. Luo Qingyun's body dimmed too. His scream was drowned by the thunder. Even after Li Yunxia's attack, he was still not at ease. He sent out countless seals into the universe divine steel and the power of the world started circulating again. The chaotic world gradually evolved from the white, glassy colors. Suppress. His body flashed and appeared on the huge universe god steel. He stomped on it with both feet and it fell down with a rumble. As the endless thunder light dissipated, a charred figure was revealed. He was swallowed by the power of the world and fell down. Rumble, the eye sorcery space finally couldn't take it anymore and broke. The colorful glaze appeared in the great illusionary world and fell toward Xianxia Island. Boom, the entire Xianxia Island was torn apart and turned into dust by the dazzling light. The lake water in the surroundings surged, then evaporated in the blink of an eye, turning into layers of water clouds high up in the sky. The sky darkened in an instant. In the middle of the dried-up lake, a majestic monument stood between heaven and earth. The flowing light on the surface gradually dissipated, and countless ancient engravings appeared one by one. The bottom of the monument was plunged into the ground, and the entire bottom of the lake was crushed into powder. Not even a fist-sized rock could be found. An exquisite long spear was inserted straight into the corner of the jade monument. Spiritual chi flowed continuously, and a circle of smoke and clouds revolved around the spear, as if the spear was breathing. At that moment, the universe god's monument was several hundred zhang tall and it pierced through the sky. Li Yunxiao stood at the very top and his entire face was pale. His chest was heaving up and down violently. From the moment he executed his ocular technique, he had been using his full strength in every move. Right now, he was so exhausted that he was on the verge of collapsing. He took out a large number of heavenly treasures and swallowed them, as well as several yuan elixirs. As he ate, he stared at the desolate god's bright moon spear with cold eyes. The light on the spear didn't diminish, and its spirituality was still there. It was obvious that its owner wasn't dead yet. Suddenly, a blinding light shone in the sky and shot down like a meteor. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he looked angry. That meteor was going for him. Swish, his body flashed, and he was in a trance for a moment before he dodged the attack. Boom. The light went through his afterimage and shot into the bottom of the lake, stirring up a lot of dust. Li Yunxiao's face was pale, and he stared at the sky coldly. The space above him trembled a little, and an old man walked out slowly, descending from the sky step by step. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Han Zhenting, are you going to kill me?" The old man was Han Zhenting. She shook her head and said, "Although there was some misunderstanding between me and young Master Yun, it's all in the past now." "Why would I want to kill young Master Yun?" Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Oh? Then that light just now, was it a greeting?" Han Zhenting said, "No, I was just testing your current condition." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Are you worried about me and want to give me some healing medicine or something?" Han Zhenting said, "No, I just want to see how confident I am in taking you down. Don't misunderstand, I'm not interested in young Master Yun's life." She looked at the world deity monument and exclaimed, "What a surprise. I thought young Master Yun's transcendent grade profound artifact was Noah's Arkansas. I didn't expect there to be an ancient sacred artifact left behind." Her old face flashed with a demonic light of excitement. One had to admit that her disguise was flawless, and she could even accurately express her emotions. Li Yunxiao said sarcastically, "You want this thing?" Han Zhenting didn't deny it and nodded. "Yes." Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said coldly, "Then come and get it." His face was calm and his body was full of calmness, as if he was looking down on the world. Han Zhenting was affected by his confidence, and fear grew in her heart. She frowned and said, I know there must be other experts in this sacred artifact. Jiang Ruobing and young Master Fei and I are both inside, right? Also, that woman who commanded the giant deep-sea beast is also your confidant, right? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, head shopkeeper is also a heroine among women. If you want it, then come and get it. Do you think your intelligence is higher than mine by probing left and right? Han Zhenting smiled indifferently and said, young Master Yun is really a romantic and elegant man. He has countless beauties, and each of them is of noble status and great background. Jiang Ruobing is the princess of Scarlet Moon City, Fei and I is the young master of the Long family, Ding Ling is the president of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, and Luo Yunsheng is my master's direct disciple. It is very likely that she will take over the position of palace lord in the future. Also, that woman who commanded the giant deep-sea beast probably has a great background. TSK, as long as I can take all of these women into my harem, it will be enough to form a superpower. Li Yunxiao ignored the mockery in her words and said with a smile, head shopkeeper Han is as beautiful as a fairy. If you are willing, you can also enter my harem. A beauty like head shopkeeper, it will not be too much even if I marry 100 more. Han Zhenting's expression was calm, and she did not get angry. She said, is young Master Yun praising me or saying that you are a playboy? Li Yunxiao smiled playfully and rubbed his chin. Of course I'm praising you. Han Zhenting sneered and said, unfortunately, no matter how talented young Master Yun is, you will not be able to enter Zhenting's eyes. Young Master Yun and I are not fated to be together. Oh, from head shopkeeper's words, it seems like your heart already belongs to someone? Li Yunxiao could not help but become a little curious. He did not know what kind of person could capture the heart of such a stunning beauty. Han Zhenting said indifferently, this has nothing to do with young Master Yun. I know that young Master Yun is teasing me now to buy time, but with young Master Yun's current state, no matter how heaven-defying his talent is, he will not be able to recover without 2 or 3 days. In fact, Divine Firmament Palace and young Master Yun are friends, not enemies. Luo Yunsheng is my senior apprentice sister, and when she marries young Master Yun in the future, we will be one family. Li Yunxiao said, since we are one family, why would head shopkeeper make things difficult for your own family? Han Zhenting smiled and said, what a sharp tongue you have. You should know that once Luo Yunsheng cultivates the divine nine-yang physique, she will be the next sect master of Divine Firmament Palace. Even if I take this sacred artifact away, I will give it to my master and pass it to Luo Yunsheng in the future. Isn't that the same as returning it to young Master Yun? Why would you make an enemy of me now and end up with both of us injured? Surprised, Li Yunxiao asked hurriedly, you have news of Yunsheng? Han Zhenting nodded and said, a little, but not much. Don't worry, young Master Yun, she is fine now. Li Yunxiao's face was dark. He knew how dangerous the iridium stone was, so how could he be at ease? He said coldly, tell me about Yunsheng's situation. Han Zhenting smiled and said, if young Master Yun is so concerned about her, then cooperate with me and give me the sacred artifact. I believe big sister Yunsheng will support you. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed coldly. He said coldly, I didn't think you would come out on your own. Now you can give me some unexpected news. I can capture you and search your soul. Han Zhenting's expression changed, and she said angrily, Li Yunxiao, I only want your profound artifact, but you want my life. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, who told you to be so dishonest? You know I have the sacred artifact, but you still dare to come and cause trouble. Where did you get your trump card? Is it confidence in your own strength, or confidence in the helpers hidden around you? Han Zhenting's expression changed slightly. She snorted and said, since you also sensed it, then come out. The space beside her moved slightly and rippled. Then, 4 figures appeared. They were Tang Jia, Li Yi, Little 8, and Yao Li. Li Yunxiao was surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, why are you 4 here? I thought you would be someone with some weight. Are you on Divine Firmament Palace's side as well? Tang Jia said coldly, are you saying that we are not important enough? Li Yunxiao did not deny it. He nodded and said, indeed, we are not important enough. You. I can't be bothered to talk to a man who is about to die. Tang Jia said coldly, Li Yunxiao, even in your dreams, you never imagined that you would fall into our hands in the end even though you were free and unfettered. Li Yunxiao was a little confused. He laughed and said, how did I die in your hands? He looked around and said, where are Shang and the other two great demons? The three of them aren't around. Tang Jia said, Lord Shang does not need to kill you. I admit that you are stronger than us. But now, you are at the end of your rope. Even if you have someone to help you, you will die for sure. Li Yunxiao held his chin and pondered. He said, Shang has always been inseparable from you minions. Why did he disappear for no reason? Could it be that he is plotting something? Why don't we call him out? It is time to settle the score with Songyang City. Tang Jia's expression changed and he humphed, you're thinking too much. Think about it slowly in hell. His aura rose and he turned into a demon. With a bang, he spread his wings and charged toward the Universe God Monument with a roar. Han Junting looked at Tang Jia's monstrous appearance and frowned, can Tang Jia still be considered human? Li turned to look at her and said softly. What's so good about humans? Isn't it better to be a demon? Han Junting's expression changed and she humphed, the fight between races is just a waste of words. There's no need to say anything more. According to the plan, you want Li Yunxiao's life and I want his sacred weapon. Li smiled and said, sure. But you don't seem to understand sacred weapons. Every sacred weapon is guided by destiny. It has its own choice and path. If it's not your sacred weapon, you won't be able to get it no matter how much you want it. Han Junting humped in disbelief, what path of destiny? Nonsense. Won't it be mine after I kill Li Yunxiao? Li smiled and said, you can try. If it's that simple, why would I not want the sacred weapon? Han Junting smiled coldly and said, humans and demons walk different paths. That's because you're pretending to be mysterious or because this is a human sacred weapon and you have no use for it. Li said, even if it's really as you say and we have no use for it, the value of a sacred weapon is immeasurable. Han Junting, I can see that your talent is extremely high. It's rare. I'm from the Jiuli demon race. If you're willing to join us, I can change your body to become even stronger. You'll definitely surpass me in the future. Han Junting looked at Tang Jia and shuddered. She shouted, don't even think about it. After today's battle, we'll have nothing to do with each other. We'll pretend we never met. Little Eight had a strange expression and said, can I turn back after becoming a demon race? Turn back? Li stared at him coldly and said, no demon race will want to turn back into a human. I won't help just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. For example, you aren't talented enough. Tang Jia's talent isn't good either. Helping him become stronger is just a condition of the deal. Head shopkeeper Han, you have the qualifications to do so. Please consider it seriously. Han Junting felt a chill in her heart and shouted, don't be long-winded, make your move. Li sighed and said, medicine can't cure an illness. It looks like you don't have this fate. On the Universe God Monument, Li Yunxiao looked at Tang Jia, who was flying toward him, and his expression grew grave. At that moment, his condition was indeed terrible and it would be difficult for him to take action again. Moreover, Luo Qingyun was still under the Universe God Monument, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He cast an incantation on the monument, and with a flash of light, the evil spirit and Binsun flew out. The evil spirit shouted, the broad axe in his hand grew bigger, and he chopped down. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky. Tang Jia was shocked and didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly turned around and retreated. Haha, this kid is not bad. He knows his place. Let me chop him up. The evil spirit laughed out loud, revealing a ferocious expression as it charged forward. Vincent's gaze shifted and he frowned, Li Yunxiao, you are getting more and more unreliable. Why do you call me out when you encounter a bunch of minions? His gaze landed on Li and he said, apart from this female demon, the rest are really not worth looking at. Li Yunxiao said, you mean you want me to call you out when I encounter titled Emperor Wu? Binsun was stunned, then cold sweat dripped down his forehead and he said, it's better to call me when you encounter minions. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, seeing that you are so confident, you can get rid of all of them. I will rest for a while. There is still a powerful one under the Universe God Monument. Bin Sun replied loudly, "All right." His body shone with golden light and all sorts of talismans gushed out. He was like a giant golden armored spirit as he walked toward them with a cold expression. Middle stage power of 9 stars. Not bad indeed. Leave this person to me. You guys go kill Li Yunxiao, Li said softly. Li said in a soft voice. Then, he took a step forward. Her feet tapped lightly in the air and a rune spread out. There seemed to be some kind of rule intent and the surrounding space became blurry. Bin Sun and Li Yunxiao frowned at the same time and they looked at Yao Li's footsteps in shock. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, oh no. He was shocked. Yao Li's aura continued to grow stronger and it was no weaker than Bin Sun's. Could she have completely recovered to her state from tens of thousands of years ago? Then what about Shang and the other 2 monsters? Li Yunxiao's heart sank and he felt that things had become complicated. He had heard from Little Qin that back then, the monsters had used a sacrificial formation to sleep him in order to comprehend the 10 rules in the armillary sphere. Shang and the other 2 monsters were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Shang had reached a crucial moment, if Shang had also completely recovered to his peak state, or had truly comprehended the 10 rules? Did that mean that he could break through to the immortal realm and become the first immortal realm cultivator in tens of thousands of years? A series of questions appeared in his mind. The more Li Yunxiao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If Shang had broken through to the immortal realm, then the first to bear the brunt of it would be the human race. The monster race had long been split into 2. One was suppressed under 5 Cloud Mountain, while the other survived in the illusory realm of stars and moon. If a world-shaking leader appeared, it would definitely turn the world upside down. Just as he was feeling uncertain, Bin Sun suddenly shouted. Countless golden lights burst out and he punched out, bang, the spacely was and suddenly became blurry, and the afterimage was instantly destroyed. Hee hee, such strong muscles, hee hee. Li's laughter traveled over. Afterimages kept appearing around Bin Sun. Li's position was erratic and hard to catch. Li Yunxiao's heart sank, and he shouted, be careful of her footsteps. Bin Sun was shocked. Only now did he realize that wherever Yao Li's feet passed, there would be transparent footprints left behind. In an instant, there were dozens of them. Hee hee, Li Yunxiao's eyesight is extremely good. Li's movement technique was extremely fast, like a fluttering butterfly, but also like a slippery loach. Amidst her laughter, she appeared 10 meters away from Bin Sun. She took the last step and said, unfortunately, it's too late. When that step landed, dozens of footprints instantly surged with demonic light. Countless strange characters of the monster race appeared around Bin Sun, difficult to decipher. Bin Sun was greatly shocked. He suddenly put his hands together, and the formation patterns on his body continuously shot out, transforming into a phenomenon that rushed towards the demonic aura. Boom! A Kwafu chasing the sun suddenly shot out. On his palms, he directly suppressed the surging demonic aura, and the 2 forces clashed non-stop. What a powerful divine body! Li's eyes revealed a look of admiration, and she said, there is indeed no lack of geniuses in the human race. Unfortunately, it's useless. A red light flashed on her body, and a small drum appeared at her waist. She hit it with one hand. Bang! The sound of the drum reverberated, and the sky trembled. The strange demonic characters were destroyed one by one. Bin Sun only felt his palms loosen, and the power that was resisting him instantly disappeared without a trace. Just as he was feeling surprised, a sense of death welled up in his heart. Not good. Boom! Without any warning, a huge black hole instantly exploded in the sky, right where Bin Sun was standing. His entire body was instantly swallowed, and all of his power disappeared. Ah? Everyone was shocked, and they stared with their mouths agape. Han Junting was also shocked, and cold sweat dripped down her temples. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. Is he dead? Li Yunxiao's eyes bulged out. Although he sensed the danger of this move, he didn't think it would be so savage that it could instantly kill someone. The evil spirit also stopped the broad axe in his hands in fear, and looked on in shock. Boom! 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 100 feet away, the sky suddenly shattered, forming a long black track. Bin Sun's entire body suddenly flew out. Pooh! That tall and sturdy divine body glided through the air for dozens of feet before stopping. He kept spitting out blood, and the golden light on his body disappeared. His aura instantly weakened. With your strength as a 9-star intermediate Emperor Wu, you still didn't die after being hit by my move. That's pretty good. Li was shocked, but she revealed a smile. She walked toward Bin Sun, and with one step, she appeared in front of him. Bin Sun was so scared that he sucked in a breath of cold air, and he hurriedly retreated. What kind of joke was this? Just now, he couldn't even take one move from her at his peak. Now that he was heavily injured, one more move and he would really die. But no matter how he retreated, Li remained within 3 feet of him, looking at him with a smile. Damn it. Even if I can't win, I can't run. Bin Sun was enraged, and a surge of brute force surged up. He once again gathered his spirit energy, and his fists fiercely punched out. In an instant, he had punched out several hundred times, causing the sky to explode. Die, die, die. Countless fist shadows flew out. Li's figure was still in front of him, but it was like a flower in the water, the moon in the mirror, constantly being hit by the fist energy until he was in a trance, unable to catch up. What's going on? Bin Sun's heart suddenly sank. Hee, it's all in vain. Look at how tired you are. Have a good rest, and don't ever wake up again. Li calmly smiled, and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. She slashed it towards Bin Sun's neck. Cold sweat flowed down Bin Sun's cheeks like a river. He clearly saw the dagger coming, but he realized that he couldn't dodge it no matter what, and could only watch helplessly as he waited for death. That kind of feeling was extremely torturous, and the pressure in his heart was indescribable. Pong, the dagger slashed down, slashing onto a sharp sword, causing a golden light to appear. The owner of the sharp sword was dressed in white, and her expression was calm. Her distinct facial features seemed to have been carved out, and were exquisite beyond compare. Even men would be jealous of her. Li's pupils constricted, and he stared at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. In a serious voice, he said, "Peak of 9 stars." The person who had arrived was Bei Chen. With a shake of his right hand, the dagger was knocked away, and he said to Bin Sun, "You retreat first." Then, he pulled back his sword, and his face was filled with laziness. However, there was still a flash of light in his eyes as he stared at Li and said, "Jiuli Demon Tribe?" Bin Sun had just escaped from the gates of hell. His entire body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Many thanks." With a flash, he appeared beside Li Yunxiao. His face was deathly pale, and he could not recover for a long time. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Didn't you say that these small fries weren't enough? Why did you almost lose your life?" Bin Sun said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, I'm helping you to kill your enemy. How dare you mock me?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Don't be angry. I just want to tell you that there are too many experts in the world. The higher you go, the more you have to respect the heavenly Tao. Don't ever think about underestimating your enemy." Bin Chen stared blankly for a moment before letting out a cold snort and remaining silent. Yao Li's expression was solemn. She stared at Bei Chen and asked, "Who are you?" Bei Chen said plainly, "Jiuli tribe. I've seen one of your ancestors. He's very impressive." "Ancestor?" Li chuckled and said nothing. She had been in a deep sleep for more than 30,000 years. The ancestor that Bei Chen mentioned was most likely her descendant. However, she did not know that Bei Chen had been in a deep sleep for 100,000 years. "Since you're fated with my ancestor, are you still going to stop me?" Li blinked her eyes and smiled. She could feel that Bei Chen was not a simple person and did not want to be his enemy. "Yes, even if your ancestor came personally, I would still stop him. I can't kill Li Yunxiao. If your ancestor was here, he would agree with my decision," Bei Chen said plainly. He still looked indifferent. "Humph, nonsense. You're indeed the same as Li Yunxiao." Li's expression darkened. She snorted and said, "Even so, there's no point in talking anymore. Attack." Bei Chen said, "You're her descendant. I won't hit you as long as you don't attack Li Yunxiao." "Idiot." Li felt that it was both funny and infuriating. He couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly held the dagger in front of him, forming a seal. Countless amounts of spiritual qi in the surroundings surged into the seal, and with a shout, he slashed through the air. She did not stop after the attack. Instead, she took a step forward and a white light surged from her body. She hit the small drum on her waist with her right hand. Bam! A huge drum materialized in front of her. It gave off a ferocious vibrating sound as if thousands of soldiers and horses had gathered. It was shocking. Bam! With another strike, the sky trembled. Black gas surged up from the big drum and turned into 3 ferocious demonic beasts. They pounced out ferociously, their bodies were pitch black and they had 2 horns on their heads. Beijingnan's expression was still indifferent. His long sword transformed into a sword talisman in front of him. His primordial power was continuously channeled into it, and it was rapidly compressed. Sword transformation. With a light shout, the sword talisman suddenly split apart into countless tiny blades that slashed through the sky like a crescent moon. Bang! The blade of the dagger was suddenly shattered, and the crescent moon penetrated through, instantly slashing the 3 transformed demonic beasts in half. Li's expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. His right hand quickly formed a seal and slapped the drum. Bang! With that one strike, countless echoes rang out, and the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The killing intent took on all sorts of forms, and demons danced about chaotically. Beijingnan frowned. His left hand made a gesture and he shouted, "All World's Imperial Sword." He held the sword in his right hand and drew a circle in front of him. Instantly, countless fist-sized sword balls surged out and made a buzzing sound. If one looked closely, they would see a large number of corpse shells flapping their wings and flying. The wind that was shot out from the wings turned into countless spinning blades. Octagonal reflection, mind as sword. As soon as Beijingnan's sword aura rose, all the corpse shells emitted sharp sword gleams and slashed forward. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless sword marks, and the momentum of the great army instantly collapsed. A wave of recoil came from the big drum. Li's body trembled, and a mouthful of blood gushed into her throat. However, she still held it in and swallowed it. "Ghost King, come out." She bit her finger hard and drew a blood talisman in the air, then slapped it on the war drum. Rumble, this drumbeat was completely different from the previous ones. It was like lightning and thunder, as if the entire void was shattered. Large numbers of corpse shells and sword gleams were annihilated under the drumbeat. The remaining ones flew back and retreated into the long sword. The cold gleam of the flowing water on the sword disappeared, and it became extremely ordinary. Beijingnan sheathed his sword and stood there coolly, as if he had no intention to continue fighting. He only wanted to stop Li from killing Li Yunxiao, and he had no ill intentions towards Li. The sound waves on the war drum continued to surge and did not stop for a long time. In the middle of the sound waves, green talisman suddenly surged and spread out in the sky. What? That is. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he revealed a horrified expression. There were many powerful supernatural powers in the demon clan, and even he did not dare to underestimate them. The technique that Li displayed was a little strange, but the aura that surged out from the green talisman was terrifyingly powerful. Beijingnan frowned and said slowly, "Summoning the Ghost King?" Li's body trembled, and she revealed a shocked expression. Then, her face darkened, and she scoffed. "I forgot that you know a certain clan leader of the Jiuli clan, so it's not surprising that you know the supernatural power of the Ghost King. Then, you should also know how powerful this technique is. It's not too late to stop now." Beijingnan said, "I've killed a Ghost King at its peak. I wonder how much of its power you can summon?" "Killed one? Ha ha ha, shameless boasting." Li sneered. The complete power of the Ghost King, even a godly state expert would not dare to block its attack. "You're indeed an arrogant person, I'm not wrong at all." Bang! She raised her hand and slammed it down again. A sound wave shot out from the war drum and suddenly spread out. The talisman in the sky all lined up according to a pattern. A faint green light gradually appeared from within the sound wave, and slowly turned into a giant skull. Keek keek. The skull's teeth suddenly trembled, and it let out a sound. It actually laughed loudly, and said in a strange voice, "Who summoned me?" Li's face was a little pale, and she said, "It's me, the clan leader of the Jiuli clan. Help me kill this person in front of me." He. This person is a peak 9 stars expert, and he's also handsome. If I want to kill him, I can't be lacking in benefits. The skull laughed strangely. Li's face darkened, and she shouted, "Don't worry. When have I mistreated you?" She grabbed in the air, and a lizard-like living thing was caught in her hand. It was covered in golden scales, and it struggled continuously, its eyes revealing a pleading look. Clearly, its intelligence was extremely high. Humph. Li snorted coldly, and threw it into the air without being stingy. Tier 9 Dragon Lizard, and its royal grade. Green flames burst out of the skull's eyes with a tang, burning increasingly fiercer. The moment the dragon lizard broke free, it immediately turned into a golden light with a whoosh, and was about to tear through the air and leave. He, what a naughty little thing. The skull laughed loudly, and spat out a ray of light from its mouth. Like a tongue, it coiled around the dragon lizard, and directly ate it into its mouth. It started to chew continuously with creaking sounds. That grinding of teeth made everyone feel a chill, and their stomachs churned non-stop. Not bad, this dragon lizard is very good. I will do my best to help you kill this person in front of you, but the power I can display cannot surpass the offerings you give me. After the skull ate the dragon lizard, it revealed a satisfied look. Li said, "That's natural. I'll leave this person to you." He, no problem. The skull laughed strangely, and suddenly dashed over. It opened its mouth and bit towards Beijianan. Beijianan's white robe fluttered, and he said indifferently, "You're really stubborn. I'll give you some offerings too. Eat as much as you want." He flipped one of his hands, and instantly a ball of green air appeared. He drew a seal in the air with his finger, and it condensed into a huge green spider, which fiercely pounced towards the skull. Eh? The huge skeleton was stunned for a while, and then the green flames in its eyes soared up and burned its entire head. It cried out in fear, "Poison, poison, this is green poison." Boom! The huge spider suddenly pounced, and the green light around the skeleton suddenly shrank, returning to the pupil of the skeleton, and shrinking to the size of a mung bean. Bang! The space shook, and the skeleton directly tore through the sky and disappeared on the spot, causing the huge spider to pounce on nothing. Then, not far away, the skeleton appeared again, full of fear. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained golden light spots. It shot towards Li, and said, "I haven't digested the offerings. I'll return them to you. Don't summon me again." Bang! With another sonic boom, the skeleton disappeared from where it stood, completely disappearing without a trace. Everyone, Li Yunxiao wiped the cold sweat off his face, and said embarrassedly, "What exactly is that ghost king?" Beijianan waved his hand, and the huge spider turned into green air and returned to his hand. He kept it into his body, and said, "That should be a ghost soldier. A real ghost king, even if only a part of its power has descended, wouldn't be so cowardly." Li's face was covered in cold sweat, and he said in a daze, Who exactly are you?" Beijianan said, "You guys can leave. I won't let you hurt Li Yunxiao." Li's face turned gloomy, and he said coldly, "Shopkeeper Han, I'll leave Li Yunxiao to you. This person is extremely difficult to deal with. I can only think of a way to hold him back." Han Junting said, "You be more careful. Just hold him back." Li nodded, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Then, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and the war drum turned into the size of a few acres, pressing down like a piece of cloud. On it, all sorts of strange powers kept surging, and all sorts of horrifying patterns appeared one by one. Beijianan's expression changed, and he suddenly condensed sword chi, shooting it in all directions. The sharp sword radiance rushed out for more than 100 feet, and it was suppressed by a force of array, unable to break through. Li said loudly, "I can hold him back with the war drum, but it can't last for long." Han Junting instantly understood, and her expression turned cold. She stared at Li Yunxiao, and other than murderous intent, there were also all sorts of complicated emotions in her eyes. "Li Yunxiao, I really don't want to be your enemy. This isn't a good feeling." "Me too. Why don't we shake hands and make peace, and get rid of these demons together?" "Humph, you're always constantly assessing the situation and then making all sorts of judgments and strategies. But isn't this the same for me? Although today's battle was an unfair victory, a battle between wise men is never just about martial strength. The aura on Han Junting's body kept spreading out, and her old face started to distort, and light gradually appeared. Tang Jia and the others were shocked. Xianxia Palace had never accepted male disciples, and they had once suspected Han Junting's identity. Now, it seemed that she had indeed disguised herself. Li Yunxiao said calmly, "You're too good at scheming, so you underestimated the effect of your own power on the outcome." It was like that in Nuyan City, and it's still the same now. You always think of scheming against others, using all the power you can use to do things for you, but you've neglected your own power. Don't forget that your own power is the foundation of your standing in this world. Han Junting's expression changed slightly, and she said, "You're right. If I had made up my mind to fight you outside Nuyan City, things might be different today." The changes on her body became more and more obvious. The wrinkles on her body disappeared one by one, and her shriveled skin glowed with new life. It was as smooth as jade, and she was shrouded in mist. However, her beautiful face was revealed, and everyone gasped in astonishment. Flowers wilt, flowers fly all over the sky. Who will pity the fragrance when the red fades? Like a brocade bag concealing a beautiful bone, a pure land concealing a romantic life. As the poem slowly came to an end, the peerless beauty gradually revealed itself, like a light cloud covering the moon, drifting like the returning snow in the wind. This was the first time she had revealed her true appearance in public. She seemed to be unused to it, and a blush flashed across her face. Her eyes shone like the moon shining on a cold river, giving people a feeling that she was as light as a fairy. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li, Beijing Nan, the evil spirit, and Tang Jia, who were far away, couldn't help but be stunned. Lil 8 exclaimed, "Xianxia Palace is such a magical place. Even a random disciple is so beautiful. How does Chu Hongyan, who is known as the world's #1 beauty, look like?" Li Yi swallowed his saliva, and after a while, he turned around and said, "That was many years ago. Even if she was once the most beautiful in the world, she's old now. It can't be that she's more beautiful than her, right?" Han Junting's expression darkened, and she shot a cold gaze over. She said coldly, "My master's looks are 100 times better than mine. How dare you small fries talk about her? If I hear any disrespectful words again, I'll kill you first." The two of them were shocked, and they took a step back under her fierce gaze. It was unknown whether it was because of her murderous aura or her beauty. "Hee, so the shopkeeper has such a beautiful sister. I'm so jealous." Giggles could be heard from the World Divine Monument. A fire phoenix circled around, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into Fei Yan'ai and stood beside Li Yunxiao. She blinked at Li Yunxiao and giggled, "My husband's willpower is really amazing. Even I can't help but be moved by such a beautiful little sister. Yet, my husband is still able to remain so calm. No wonder you usually don't pay any attention to me. It really worries me." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Feini, if you want to make a move, then make a move. Why do you have to spout nonsense every time you come out?" Fei Yan'ai pouted and said, "Since my husband is angry, I won't say any more." Han Junting's expression turned unsightly. Right now, Feini's aura was much stronger than it had been in Nuyan City. She said coldly, "Young Master Fei Yan'ai, don't forget your status. Is it worth risking universal condemnation for a man? As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. If I remember correctly, back then, didn't the Divine Night Palace Lord also risk universal condemnation for a man?" Fei Yan'ai said coldly, giving tit for tat. Han Junting's expression changed abruptly, and she said coldly, "How dare you talk about my master? I can't tolerate you anymore." She clawed in front of her, and instantly, 2 light spheres appeared. They shone with 7 colors, and countless runes surged out from them. They bloomed like a peacock spreading its tail and suddenly turned into wings. "This is..." Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Butterfly transformation." Han Junting's beautiful face darkened. She raised both her hands and shouted, "Dust." A light smoke surged out from the surroundings. Countless crushed stones and powder on the ground trembled continuously and surged into the sky. The heaven and earth turned into dust. Fei Yan'ai laughed coldly, and her body turned into a demon. Phoenix wings spread out behind her and flew 100 feet into the sky. Countless colorful runes on them were red and noble. Phoenix Xianxia. She spread her red wings and the whole sky turned into a cloud of fire, burning up everything. The raging fire dyed the sky. Fei Ni's eyes were filled with passion and she said excitedly, "This power seems to increase a little every time I fight. Is this the heavenly phoenix nirvana physique? Such a terrifying power, I only obtained it after I met Li Yunxiao. He is my destined one." The fire in Fei Ni's eyes turned into the shadow of a phoenix and she shouted, "Phoenix Xianxia." Within the cloud of fire in the sky, a heavenly phoenix soared out and dyed the whole land red. It fiercely burned towards Han Zhenting. Han Zhenting's figure was peerless and independent. She did not show any panic or fear. She only stretched out her jade-like fingers and made a hand sign. She chanted, "Thousand rain." Crackle crackle, the dust that filled the sky made explosive sounds and mixed with each other. They were densely packed like lotus flowers falling after rain. Soon after, every grain of dust violently trembled as if they were filled with energy. The frequency of their beating increased continuously and shot out with a pung-pung-pung sound. In an instant, the sky was filled with the sound of the impact of the dust particles. It was as if 1,000 rain had fallen on the earth. Boom! The heavenly phoenix lowered its body and rushed down. Under the 1,000 rain circle, it was hit and created countless vacuum spaces. Its entire body was covered in dense ripples, like a pool of wrinkled spring water. Han Zhenting's hand sign changed and she shouted, "Shirnu." That 7-colored pair of wings flapped and a light smoke curled up. After the countless dust particles shattered the shadow of the heavenly phoenix, they all stopped in the air and gathered together. In an instant, a huge stone spirit appeared and roared towards Fei and I. The strength of the punch created layers of air waves, causing the space to shatter with a boom. Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand and grabbed. A handful of dust particles landed in his hand. He casually patted it and the dust particles directly formed a hexagon, evenly distributed in the center of his palm. He said in surprise, "What an exquisite control technique." Bin Sun turned his head and asked puzzledly, "What is it?" Li Yunxiao pointed at the dust particles in his palm and said solemnly, "The power in every dust particle is exactly the same. That's why it can form such a regular pattern when struck by an external force." Huh? Bin Sun was shocked and said in shock, How is this possible? How much dust is there?" Li Yunxiao said, "This is where the problem lies. Even with the strength of my spirit power, I still can't do it. Unless..." A horrifying thought welled up in his mind and he said in shock, Don't tell me her spirit power is even above mine?" Bin Sun said in shock, "You mean to say she's also a 9th-ranked alchemist? TSK, isn't this world too unfair? Such stunning beauty, such extraordinary talent, and she's actually a 9th-ranked alchemist? Under the heavens, other than you, I've never seen such a monster." Li Yunxiao was shocked in his heart and kept silent. He was a reincarnated peerless powerhouse, while Han Zhenting was a genuine peerless genius. Rumble. The fire clouds in the sky were blasted apart by Shirnu's fist. A red light flashed and Fei and I appeared behind Shirnu. His palm lightly pressed on Shirnu's back and he shouted, "Ugly stone, explode." Boom. A fire talisman struck it and Shirnu instantly exploded, breaking into pieces that shot out in all directions. Han Zhenting's expression did not change. Both hands forming a seal, he shouted, "Star chess." Those broken limbs froze. There were 7 pieces in total. Runic light surged on them and they automatically fused together. In an instant, they turned into 7 huge white chess pieces and fell from the sky. Pa. 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 A few sounds, using heaven and earth as a chessboard, they landed around Fei and I. With each piece, the laws of heaven and earth emerged. Fei and I felt as if his body was struck by lightning, the blood in his body surging wildly. 7 pieces landed and it was as if heaven and earth had been settled. Pooh. Finally, he could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Be careful." Li Yunxiao shouted in fear, "Quickly retreat, you are not her opponent." Fei Ni's expression was cold and he said in a cold voice, "The battle has just begun. Don't judge randomly. I have not even used my ultimate move." That mouthful of blood landed on the flames in front of him. It was as if oil had been poured onto it. With a ping sound, the flame shot up high and a pillar of fire directly shot into the clouds. The 7-star chess pieces became as warm as jade and emitted a gentle light. Indistinctly, there was a line of laws that connected the 7 pieces into a formation. With Fei and I in the middle, no matter how she used her divine abilities, she could not break the formation and rush out. Li Yunxiao's expression changed and he shouted, "Don't move. These 7-star chess pieces can settle heaven and earth. No matter how much power you have, you will not be able to shake it off. Now calm down and use silence to stop the changes in the positions of the stars." The sky full of flames around Fei and I gradually extinguished and returned to her body. Her delicate red body stood in the sky, motionless and coldly staring at Han Junting. Han Junting's expression changed and she sneered, "Use silence to stop? If you cannot break my 7-star chess pieces, how can you stop it?" Li Yunxiao said, "Since the heaven and earth have been settled, you cannot touch her unless the positions of the stars change. But once the positions of the stars change, it will be the time for her to escape." Han Junting was shocked and angry. What a pair of exquisite eyes. "Later, I will definitely dig your eyeballs out." Li Yunxiao laughed, "TSK, such a beautiful face, saying such ruthless words, yet you do not scare me at all." "You should worry about yourself, Li Yunxiao." A cold voice came. On the other side of the World Deity Monument, 2 figures suddenly descended. It was Li Yi and Little 8. Both of them held their swords in front of them. Li Yi's eyes were filled with coldness, while Little 8 was calm and still had that frivolous look. Li Yunxiao laughed, "Such a breathtaking battle, can the 2 of you bear to miss it?" Li Yi said, "Of course not, but with such a good opportunity to kill you, I can't bear to miss it." Li Yunxiao said, "With the cultivation of the 2 of you, even if I am not in the best condition, I can still kill you with a flip of my hand." Little 8 laughed bitterly, "Li Yunxiao, the last time in Red Moon City, we were still not that good. Aren't you improving too fast? Why don't you join us, the 8 symbols? You will have a better future than wandering around alone." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't talk nonsense. With your trash strength, it is already your honor to be able to speak to me. You still dare to talk nonsense here. Do you believe that I will kill you in minutes?" Li Yi was furious and roared, "Damn it. Don't look down on me, I will make you regret it." He condensed both his palms, and suddenly, 2 rays of yin and yang appeared in front of him, forming a tai chi, like a cover of the sky, and fiercely slapped. Little 8 also raised his sword chi, and under the cold light, the sword shadow circled, and directly stabbed at Li Yunxiao's throat. The 2 of them attacked very decisively, ruthlessly, and very accurately. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and did not care at all, and slapped the air with a seal. Suddenly, a golden lightning appeared, turned into profound thunder cloud shocking hell, and instantly pounced over. "Ah! A 9th-rank monster?" The 2 of them were shocked, and the power of the joint attack fiercely slapped on profound thunder cloud shocking hell, frightening the monster to retreat. The 2 of them did not hesitate, and as soon as their attack succeeded, they leaped and retreated. With their strength, it was impossible to resist profound thunder cloud shocking hell. Roar! After profound thunder cloud shocking hell was hit, it was extremely angry, and countless lightning surged out of its body, and it chased. Its body flashed, and it was the light of the thunder escape, and in an instant, it caught up with Li Yi, and countless golden lightning surged out of the long hair on its body, and fiercely shot over. "Ah! Damn bastard, why don't you go after him?" In shock, Li Yi waved his right hand, and a cloak directly covered his body. The cloak surged with a burst of runic light, and his whole body actually disappeared. Rumble! The golden lightning hit the cloak, and directly blasted it into pieces. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "One-time teleportation profound weapon, not bad." In the next moment, Li Yi's figure directly appeared above Little 8, and his eyes showed resentment and pain, but he did not have time to think, and immediately passed Little 8, and fled into the distance. Little 8 was shocked, and anxiously said, "You lured that monster here, too unkind." Li Yi shouted, "You die, but not me, sorry, take care." Rumble! Profound thunder cloud shocking hell's speed was extremely fast, and in a flash, it directly threw out countless golden lightning. There was no way Little 8 could outrun them. He was directly hit by one of the densely packed lightning balls and was immediately charred black. White smoke came out of his mouth and his mouth moved as if he was saying something. The powerful power of thunder and lightning constantly attacked his internal organs, instantly robbing him of his life force and causing him to fall from the sky. Li Yi was so scared that his entire body turned cold. Although he was much stronger than Lil 8, he probably could not withstand a single blow from that monster. He frantically ran away. Li was startled, and he could no longer care about suppressing Beijing Nan. He fiercely struck the battle drum, and a sound wave instantly shot out. Boom! The countless bolts of lightning released by the mystic thunder cloud roar exploded under the impact of the sound wave. The terrifying golden lightning spread out and rushed in all directions. Li Yi retreated in fear, but he was still sucked in, screaming in agony. Although the thunderstorm was fierce, it still flung him out with a single sweep. His whole body was charred black from the electricity, and he just happened to fall beside Little 8. Bang! Li was distracted, and the drum formation could no longer suppress Beijing Nan. It was swept away by his sword, and he rushed out through a path. Li was immediately hit by the rebound of the battle drum, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The mystic thunder cloud roar was also furious. It turned around and spat out a bolt of lightning at Li. Boom! The lightning hit Li, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her whole body and the battle drum were violently flung out. However, just as her body landed on the ground, she suddenly bounced up and appeared beside Li Yi in a daze. A ray of light wrapped around him, and she shouted, "Go!" The mystic thunder cloud roar's body flashed and descended, and it fiercely stomped on the two of them. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded. Li struck the battle drum, and it instantly became half a hectare wide, blocking the lightning. She spat out a third mouthful of blood, and her whole face was deathly pale. She calmly stomped on the drum, and the sound of the drum reverberated. Dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging down. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said, "Beijing Nan, make them stay." Beijing Nan leisurely said, "Forget it. She is the descendant of my old friend. Let her go." Li Yunxiao was displeased, but he was currently not powerful enough. The lightning of the mystic thunder cloud roar was also dispersed by the rolling sound, and he was unable to make the two of them stay. In the distance, Tang Jia, who was being attacked by the evil spirit, was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Lord Li, save me." He flapped his wings and desperately rushed over. As the battle drum flashed, it instantly turned into a ray of light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Tang Jia was shocked, and he directly pounced on empty air. His face was full of fear. "Haha, I haven't had my fun yet. Just nice, leave them for me to chop into meat paste." The evil spirit was overjoyed. He majestically rushed over and slashed down with his axe. Tang Jia's heart turned cold, and he was no longer in the mood to fight. He hurriedly said, "Li Yunxiao, let's talk this out. Talk to your father's axe." The broad axe suddenly became bigger in the sky, and it struck down like a millstone. With a bang, Tang Jia was sent flying, and a mouthful of blood was spilled into the sky. Murderous intent flashed in the evil spirit's eyes, and he rushed down to attack again. Boom, a smear of blood shot up into the sky, and a ravine appeared on the ground. Tang Jia's corpse directly fell into a bottomless abyss. Li Yunxiao looked at the figure that was swallowed by the ravine, and calmly said, "I admit that you have a heart that keeps improving, but it's a pity that you've chosen the wrong opponent." He turned his gaze and landed not far away. He coldly said, "Han Junting, it's your turn." Beijing Nan had already appeared behind her, and a silent force surrounded her. Han Junting's face turned pale. When Li Yunxiao was about to escape, she had a premonition that something was wrong, but Beijing Nan directly locked onto her. Cold sweat dripped down Han Junting's beautiful face, and she said, "Li Yunxiao, I admit defeat. Are you really going to kill me?" Li Yunxiao coldly said, "What do you think?" Han Junting waved her hand, and the 7 chess pieces instantly exploded, and the formation force that was restraining Fei and I dissipated. She said, "I admit defeat. How do you want to deal with me?" Li Yunxiao was stunned, and he said, "You're really straightforward." Han Junting coldly said, "The green poison that he used just now should be the 7 illusion green nightmare, right? If we continue to fight a battle that we have no chance of winning, it will only increase the consequences. Fei Ni escaped from the chess pieces and flew onto the universe god steel. She smiled and said, my husband, Han Junting is beautiful, and she's quite powerful. Why don't you take her as your concubine? Han Junting's expression changed, and she angrily said, if you dare to have any ideas on me, I'll make you pay even if I die. She appeared fierce, but her face was extremely pale. Li Yunxiao also had a headache. She was Chu Hongyan's disciple, and also Luo Yunsheng's junior sister. He definitely couldn't kill her, but if he let her go, this last would always go against him. If she was captured and brought into the universe god steel, with her power, she might break out at a critical moment and ruin his plans. Let her go. Suddenly, a voice sounded, and two figures flashed out. It was Ning Qian and Grandma Sunflower. Ning Qian said, Junting, and you don't have much enmity. She was just muddle-headed for a moment. If you kill her, the consequences will be unimaginable. Her face was a little pale. She had cried too much earlier, and she looked very haggard. Li Yunxiao said, so it's Lord Qian. Then I'll naturally give you face. But what if she comes to find trouble with me in the future? He could also use this as an excuse to give away this big trouble, but he couldn't give it away for free. Ning Qian looked at Han Junting, and reproached, what's going on? Han Junting pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She didn't know if she should tell him about the sacred tool. Ning Qian said, I don't care what grudges you had before, but if you want to live now, tell Li Yunxiao your stance. Han Junting gritted her teeth and said, if Martial Uncle is willing to help, we can completely capture Li Yunxiao. Ning Qian's face darkened, and he shouted, why do we have to capture Li Yunxiao? He's our friend, not our enemy. Han Junting didn't say anything. Ning Qian said, hurry up and state your stance. Otherwise, Martial Uncle won't be able to speak up for you. Han Junting thought for a moment, and said, all right, if Li Yunxiao falls into my hands in the future, I'll also let him go this time. Ning Qian said angrily, what are you saying? Li Yunxiao was also stunned, and he shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, forget it, this girl is too stubborn. I'll let her off for Lord Qian's sake this time, but if there's a next time, I definitely won't let her off lightly. Ning Qian glared at Han Junting harshly, and seemed to be blaming her for not being sensible, and said, did you see anyone else? What's going on with this illusory realm? Li Yunxiao said, this is Tingguang's intrinsic formation, Great Illusionary Realm. The appearance of this formation proves that Tingguang's situation is already extremely dangerous. Ning Qian was startled, and said, if Tingguang perishes here, it will surely be a major event that will shock the world. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and said, it will surely shock the world, because once he dies, we'll probably be finished as well. If this great illusionary realm doesn't have the support of Tingguang's intrinsic fire, it will instantly become a great illusionary killing formation, and it will strangle all living beings within it. Ning Qian said in shock, it's that serious? Since it's a formation, then there should be a way to crack it, right? Li Yunxiao said, according to what I know, there is indeed a way to crack this formation. It's just that with my understanding of formation's path, I can't find it at all. Great illusionary realm? Beijing Nan's brows furrowed, and he said, I heard Lord Moody mention this formation before. Perhaps he knows a little. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, and he said, if it's him, perhaps there might be a way. It's just that his injuries from before were severe, and he's still recuperating now. Ning Qian said, perhaps we don't need to be too worried. After all, so many powerhouses have fallen inside, they definitely have a way to crack the formation. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, but Lord Yun doesn't understand the terrifying aspect of this formation. According to what I know, this is a true ultimate formation, and thrones are used to kill people. Once he dies, the people in the formation will surely be buried with him. Ning Qian frowned and said, looks like this Tingguang isn't a good thing either, to actually be so savage. If he has relatives by his side when he dies, wouldn't they also be buried with him? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Tingguang only has a disciple, Tang Xian, right now, and no relatives. Han Junting suddenly opened her mouth and said, there's still one person who might be able to crack this formation. Somewhere in the great illusionary land, a ray of light flew over and suddenly stopped. It was the Jiuli war drum. Li's face was pale as he knelt on the drum, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Li said, are you okay? Li forced himself to stand up and said, I can still hold on. I didn't expect Li Yunxiao to have such a mysterious expert by his side. Tang Jia and Lil 8 are dead. This is troublesome. Li Yi snorted and said, Crimson Moon City is in danger. If we can't survive this, the Tang family will be in trouble. Tang Jia is dead. Besides, it was Li Yunxiao who killed him. What does it have to do with us? But that Lil 8. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said coldly, it's better if he's dead. This dead is still on Li Yunxiao. Have Ling Bai go find him. Li looked at him and said indifferently, he came out with us, but only the two of us are going back. It doesn't make sense. Morality? How much is morality worth? Li Yi's eyes moved and he said, can you still leave? Li said, rest for a while. This is the great illusionary land. As long as we don't meet other experts, we won't be in danger. Li Yi said in surprise, is this formation really so magical? Li said, the great illusionary land is a real formation. The complete great illusionary land can evolve into a real world. This formation still has flaws, but it's already at the peak. Li Yi said, if it can't be broken, then what will happen? Li said, the heavens fall and the earth shatter. All living beings in the formation will be destroyed. Even those extraordinary and saintly experts won't be able to escape. Only Lord Shang might be able to use the armillary sphere to escape. Li Yi was shocked and said, it's that serious? Only with the holy weapon can one survive? Then what about Li Yunxiao? Li said, his understanding of the rules of the holy weapon is limited. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Li let out a sigh of relief and snorted. So he has to die. I'm relieved. Li looked at him and said, don't worry. I won't let you die. There were two ways to break this incomplete great illusionary formation. One of them was to break the formation with brute force. There was no need to dream about this. It was impossible without the cultivation of the God state. The second is to find the core of this formation, which is where Tingguang is at, the great illusionary palace. Either we destroy the great illusionary palace or we save Tingguang. Li Yi said, both are very difficult. You should recuperate first. Let's go meet up with Shang. Li nodded. Suddenly, her figure froze, and she raised her head to look forward. Li Yi was also shocked and shouted, who is it? The space in front of them moved, and a man with a deep scar on his face slowly walked out. He chuckled and said, is the Shang you were talking about a great demon? Li immediately became vigilant and asked coldly, who are you? That person smiled and said, there's no need to treat me with such hostility. I am Wei Gang, and I'm here to look for Yao Shu. I don't know why I've fallen into this illusion. Li said, who exactly are you? Why are you looking for Shang? Wei Gang said with a smile, I heard that Shang has a pretty good Xian artifact in his hands. I want to borrow it to take a look. Scram. Li's expression changed as she angrily rebuked. In her anger, she affected her injuries again. Another mouthful of blood surged up her throat, and she spat it out. Hee, you're so badly injured, but you still have such a temper. You're a little demon girl with integrity. Wei Gang chuckled and walked forward. His expression was cold as he said, I don't want to hit a woman. However, you're not a woman. You're a demon. He raised his hand, and a palm condensed before fiercely slamming down. Boom. The two of them seemed to be unable to resist at all, and they were instantly sent flying. Wei Gang grabbed with his 5 fingers and instantly pulled Li over. He held her in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, bring me to find Shang. Li's body was covered in blood, and she squeezed out a word with difficulty, scram. Hee, you've got guts. Wei Gang glanced at Li Yi in the distance and also grabbed in the air. Li Yi's body was pulled over, and he was directly restrained in the air by a force. The power on your body seems a little strange. However, what's the point of keeping a useless person? He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and instantly, a force pressed down. Li Yi's chest exploded with a bang, and blood burst out. No. Don't kill him. Li was greatly shocked, and she screamed. She struggled with all her might, and suddenly broke free from Wei Gang's hand. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she shot up, grabbed the war drum, and used it as a hammer to smash it. Bang! Wei Gang raised his hand lightly, and she was sent flying to the ground. He revealed a surprised and strange smile. Haha, could it be that a little demon girl like you has taken a fancy to this piece of trash? He looked Li up and down, and said with a smile, not bad, your looks are indeed not bad. TSK, even a demon girl has been charmed by you. To be honest, I've never slept with a demon girl before. How does it taste? Tui. Li spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and said angrily, if you have the guts, I'll kill your grandfather. Wei Gang's expression darkened, and it was covered in frost. The 5 fingers of his left hand closed together like a blade, and he raised it high, about to chop down. Li was shocked, and he hurriedly said, wait, you don't want to find Xiang anymore? Wei Gang was stunned, and he said in shock, aren't you not afraid of death? Li Yi's face turned red, and he said with some embarrassment, I am indeed not afraid of death, but if I cannot die, that would naturally be the best. Wei Gang was stunned, and he wanted to laugh, but he felt that it was not funny. After thinking for a long time, he said, that makes sense. Do you know where Xiang is? Li shook his head, and said, I don't know, but Lord Li can bring you to find it. Li's eyes were filled with anger, and she glared fiercely at Li Yi. Li Yi braced himself, and said, if you don't agree, only death awaits you. I am not afraid of death, but if you and I die, it will be a huge loss to Lord Xiang. We cannot let our emotions affect our decisions. If we want to die, it's very simple. Only by staying strong is a true hero. Wei Gang, Li was speechless, and he instantly lost his temper. He said in a low voice, all right, I'll bring you there. Wei Gang smiled, and said, that's a good boy. He formed a seal with both hands, and with a rumbling sound, 2 stone men stood up from the ground, and they immediately grabbed the 2 of them. Instantly, they turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the horizon. Li? You mean that witch just now? Ning Qian frowned, and said, if I knew that she could break this formation, I really shouldn't have let her go. Bei Chennan said, the Jiuli tribe has many priests, and they are the most resourceful among the demon tribe. They are the tribe with the highest chance of producing geniuses. That witch's formation skills are indeed very high. Li Yunxiao said, regardless of whether she can break it or not, we must first find Tingguang's grand illusionary palace. Han Junting said, I heard from Li that this is a completely real world, and not an ordinary illusion. I'm afraid that ordinary methods of breaking the formation will not work. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, what is false is true, and what is true is false. No matter how real it is still an illusion. I have a way to find that grand illusionary palace. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a weapon rang out, and the wilderness god's bright moon spear that was stabbed into the ground suddenly surged. Boundless power spread out from the spear, and gushed out in all directions. Rumble! There was a tremor under the universe god monument, and a huge power gushed out from the earth veins, as if it was going to lift the entire monument. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he flew into the sky. The few people standing on the monument also flew up one after another. He sent out a seal, and the giant monument instantly shrunk, turning into a stream of light, and flew into the space between his eyebrows. As the universe god monument was lifted up, a terrifyingly deep pit appeared on the ground, and a beam of green light soared into the sky. Luo Qingyun turned into his half-dragon form, and landed beside the spear. He pulled the spear out, and placed it in front of him. At that moment, his entire body was covered in blood, and his face was filthy. Only his clear eyes were the same as before. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, and said, you have already lost this battle. Luo Qingyun shouted angrily, how can we talk about victory and defeat without deciding life and death? Li Yunxiao said, I have no interest in fighting with you anymore. At that moment, we have the advantage in numbers, and killing you is like killing a dog. Luo Qingyun's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, what I want is to have a fair battle with you. If an outsider interferes, everything will be meaningless. Don't forget that I can summon the ghost Azura over at any time. Which of you can fight against me? Everyone's expression changed greatly, and Ning Qian said coldly, this person is Wei Qing's test subject. We cannot let him go. Her father had been killed by Wei Qing, and she hated the people of the sanctuary to the core. Luo Qingyun snorted coldly, and he extended his spear in front of him. He weaved a seal with one hand, and space ripples appeared around him, spreading out one after another. Not good. Ning Qian was shocked, and he dashed down fiercely. The red silk in front of him spread out, and he tried to bind Luo Qingyun. Pa! A furry hand stretched out from a space ripple, and it directly grabbed the red silk. A golden 8 was clearly imprinted on the arm. Chi! There were sharp claws in front of the furry arm, and in a flash, the red silk was cut open. The binding power that filled the sky collapsed in an instant. Then, one by one, the ghost Azura appeared. Everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower had never seen such a thing before, and they were so shocked that their eyes were wide open. Li Yunxiao suddenly asked curiously, "Why is one missing?" Only then did everyone realize that only 9 ghost Azura had appeared. From the numbers, it seemed that number 4 was missing. Luo Qingyun also frowned. He had never failed to summon these things using dragon blood, so number 4 had most likely met with misfortune. It should be known that these ghost Azura had the ultimate body like Chumujia. In addition to the half-completed dragon blood, the concentration of their blood was even higher than Ruinxiang's back then. Even if they encountered a 9-stars pinnacle fighter, they would not be defeated. In this great illusionary realm, only those few existences could kill ghost Azura. Moreover, the body of that number 7 ghost Azura was still bleeding, and it was panting heavily. It was obvious that the battle was extremely difficult, and no one knew who it was fighting against. Luo Qingyun did not care so much. Although it was very difficult to create ghost Azura, and it cost a lot of resources, and the failure rate was extremely high, it could still be replenished. However, they were existences that could be replenished. With the resources of the sanctuary, there was nothing to feel pity about. He said coldly, "With these 9 ghost Azura protecting us, Li Yunxiao, let's see who can stop us in our battle." Somewhere in the great illusionary land, on top of a mountain peak, terrifying battle lights were constantly shooting in all directions. The sounds of various profound weapons clashing reverberated incessantly. The surrounding mountain peaks had long been flattened and the entire mountain was gradually sinking. Boom! A spectral Shura covered in scales that looked like an insect waved its 100 arms. Each arm was holding a saber, and it slashed forward crazily. Boom! Bo Yuqing kept flying in circles amidst the shattered space. It was extremely strenuous for him to dodge. Not long after he appeared in the great illusionary land, he encountered this ghost Azura number 4. Under that crazy battle technique, he was completely unable to fight back. Moreover, Ghost Shura's cultivation was slightly above his. Not only that, Bai Gudong stood coldly with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She stood in the sky far away and watched everything with disdain, like a cat toying with a mouse. Bo Yuqing's expression became more and more unsightly. He had completely fallen into a dead end. The more he fought, the more trouble he would be in. Heavenly Featherwind chant. The origin energy around his body circulated, and a sky full of light feathers appeared. He wanted to use his spiritual energy to break through the air and escape. Swish swish swish, the ghost Azura 8 blades slashed down, slicing the entire sky into pieces. "Stay here." Bai Gudong sneered disdainfully. With a flash, he appeared in the sky above the distorted space and slashed down with his sword. Bang! Bo Yuqing's figure appeared. He raised his sword to block the attack, but he was instantly pushed back. Ghost Azura roared, and the 8 blades came again. Pong, 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 the blade light energy cut his body until it was covered in blood, and he kept retreating. Haha, I didn't expect this damn thing to be so powerful. Lord Wei Qing is really amazing. Bai Gudong praised with a face full of smiles. Bo Yuqing's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He had been forced into a dead end. He still had one trump card left, which was to completely release the power of the Agarine, but if he did that, he would most likely die. Since we're going to die anyway, we have to kill these 2 bastards. He steeled his heart and used all his strength to slowly unseal the Agarine. Bang! All of a sudden, a burst of energy surged through the air and sent the 8-blade ghostly Azure flying. What? Who is it? Bo Yuqing and Bai Gudong were both shocked as they abruptly looked into the distance. A smear of red light approached from afar, as if the clouds were burning. Within the fiery red clouds, there seemed to be a lotus blooming. Bai Gudong's expression turned serious as he yelled, "Who is it? Come out, don't try to act mysterious." To be able to force Ghost Shura back with one move from such a long distance, the strength of the figure in the fire cloud was really terrifying. Ghost Azura also seemed to be filled with fear. His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he stared at them fiercely and growled in a low voice. In his shock, Bo Yuqing seemed to see the person in the lotus. His expression suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily, "It's you." A graceful figure slowly appeared from within the fiery red lotus, walking out of the lotus in a daze. The flowers in the forest have withered and the flowers in the spring are blooming. It's too hasty, but the cold rain in the morning and the wind in the evening. Rouge tears, leaving each other drunk, when will we meet again? Of course, people grow old and the water flows east. An indigo boot with red inlaid with gold stepped out. As the foot landed in the air, a ray of fiery light appeared, like a burning red lotus. Stepping on the flames of war, lotus step by step. Bai Gudong's face instantly turned pale. He immediately knew who the person was. He could not care less about that Ghost Shura and immediately turned into a ray of light to escape. However, just as he rushed out a few feet, there was a huge pressure that suppressed him, making it hard for him to move an inch. Cold sweat the size of beans burst out from his forehead and flowed down his cheeks, soaking his long robe. The figure slowly transformed into his true form. There was a dark red sword with cloud patterns hanging on his waist, and he was wearing a light blue battle armor. His shoulders looked like they were carved, and his waist was as thin as snow. He had a heroic aura. Clang, that sword was pulled out, and as the sword hummed, the sky shone with multicolored light. Swish, the woman waved her sword and slashed down. A smear of multicolored light streaked across the sky, and the entire horizon was instantly split in half. "Don't!" Bai Gudong screamed in fear. He also instantly unsheathed his sword and slashed. Boom, his sword chi had just flown out when it was swallowed by the other party's sword ray. His entire body was covered in wounds from the impact of the sword, and his body was full of horrifying sword marks. Roar, Ghost Shura No. 4 suddenly rushed into the sky and roared. He waved his 8 arms, and countless sword rays slashed over. The woman's sword danced in her hand, and in the air, fiery lotuses formed in the shape of a half-moon. She softly shouted, "Song of the Sword." Boom, the countless fiery lotuses turned into swords and rained down. They penetrated the layers of sword net and struck Ghost Shura's body, piercing straight into his body. Ah! Ghost Shura opened his mouth wide and held in pain, as though he was extremely unwilling. His broken body was self-repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, a few strange arrays appeared on his body, and they immediately activated. The woman seemed to be dissatisfied that her sword didn't kill Ghost Shura. Her sword ray turned again, and she raised her sword. The wind and clouds surged, and the power of countless laws turned into talismans, spinning like a hurricane. Pure sky record. The sword intent condensed, and suddenly slashed down. Rumble. The horrifying sword chi instantly swallowed Ghost Shura, and the body that was self-repairing collapsed again. It constantly disintegrated and shattered. Bai Gudong, who was severely injured, couldn't dodge in time and was swept in. The sword chi mixed with the two of them, and they were pushed hundreds of feet away. Bai Gudong spat out a large mouthful of blood, and fell from the sky. Ghost Shura roared continuously, and his entire body continued to disintegrate. It seemed as though all the different parts of his body were triggered, and his flesh twisted, fused, and disintegrated. All sorts of strange forces attacked, and finally, he gradually melted into a disgusting ball of flesh, and fell from the sky. Bang, the ball of flesh fell to the ground, and immediately turned into minced meat. The woman withdrew her sword, and slowly descended from the sky. She said expressionlessly, "Master Bo Yuqing, adoptive father sent me to take you back." Bo Yuqing's face twitched, and he said solemnly, "Lu Fian, your strength has improved so fast." Lu Fian said, "Thank you for your praise, master." Bo Yuqing snorted, and said, "Go tell Lu Tsongzi that I already know everything about what happened back then, and that he used me as a guinea pig." I will settle this score with him sooner or later. Lu Fian said, I have no intention of interfering in the grievances between you and adoptive father, but whether you leave or not is not up to you, master. Bo Yuqing said angrily, what, you want to kidnap me and take me back? Lu Fian smiled lightly, like a spring breeze, and said, why not? But I still hope that master can leave with me voluntarily. After all, you gave me pointers in swordsmanship back then, and I have great respect for you. Bo Yuqing said coldly, I didn't expect Lu Congzi to send two titled Emperor Wu in order to capture me. When did my senior brother think so highly of me? Lu Fian smiled, adoptive father has always thought highly of you. Bo Yuqing's face was gloomy, but his mind was quickly calculating. With his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to escape, so he could only pin his hopes on Qi Xingfeng. But after the battle between Qi Xingfeng and the throne, there was no news of him, and he did not know the situation. What worried him was that even if Qi Xingfeng appeared, he might not be able to defeat the two-titled Emperor Wu. He pondered for a while, and said, let's not talk about whether I will follow you back to the deity transformation sea. This place is the great illusionary formation, I am afraid it will be very difficult to leave. Lu Fian said, it is indeed unexpected, I didn't expect Ting Guang to be forced to use his life origin formation by that master. But there are many strong people in the formation, breaking it should be a matter of time. During this time I will follow by master's side, and also take care of master's safety. A bright light flashed in Bo Yuqing's eyes, and he said, good. With you by my side, there is no need to hide everywhere, I can go and find trouble with those people. Now that Wei Qing is seriously injured, you and I can join hands to kill or capture him? Lu Fian was shocked, and said, such a big matter, I dare not make a decision on my own, master should try not to cause trouble, wait for the illusion formation to break, then leave with me. Bo Yuqing snorted coldly, these people from this sanctuary are too arrogant, you have just killed their people, they will not let you go. Lu Fian smiled bitterly, that is also to save master, if they can't understand, then there is nothing I can do. This illusion formation seems to be endless, I don't know how big the formation source is, Xianxia is probably also trapped in the formation. Let's find him first, with the two of us here, master's safety is not to worry. She took out a jade token, and with a hard squeeze, it immediately turned into powder. A blue light enshrouded from inside, circled in the sky, and then shot into the distance. Let's go. Lu Fian and Bo Yuqing immediately turned into two rays of light, and followed the blue light. A fair fight? Li Yunxiao sneered, before fighting with you, I had a fight with Ting Guang, you and Ting Guang fought with me, it is really fair. Luo Qingyun frowned, unfortunately, I can't find a better situation. Now is the best time to force you to fight, if you miss it, there will be no chance of us meeting again. Li Yunxiao said, Luo Qingyun, what you pursue is just the peak of martial arts, and want to surpass me. But now, what I want is the stability and future of Hongyu City. If you can help me, I am willing to promise to have a fair fight with you, to knock out all your teeth, and pull out all the scales on your body. A hint of joy flashed in Luo Qingyun's eyes. He understood Li Yunxiao. Although he was unrestrained, he was a man of his word. However, Luo Qingyun frowned and asked, how can I help you? It is impossible for me to betray Wei Qing and stand on your side. But I can promise you, after entering Hongyu City, I will expel the Tang family and the Four Extremes sect, and restore the previous state of three families coexisting. Ning Qian was shocked, and said angrily, humph. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you really think that with Wei Qing supporting you, you really think of yourself as the lord of Hongyu City? You are far from qualified. Luo Qingyun snorted, ignoring her, and stared at Li Yunxiao, waiting for his reply. Li Yunxiao asked curiously, it's hard to imagine a person so obsessed with the pinnacle of martial arts would care so much about the position of Crimson Moon City Lord. Luo Qingyun said, this is my personal matter, it has nothing to do with you. Li Yunxiao looked at Ning Qian and said, now that the Tang family is on the verge of collapse, they definitely can't manage Crimson Moon City anymore. Who does Lord Yan think is the most suitable candidate? Ning Qian recalled what Ning Kuei said to her and said, of course it's my younger sister. Li Yunxiao said, Ning Qiue is indeed the best candidate, but right now her whereabouts are unknown. Crimson Moon City cannot be without a leader for a day. Can Lord Yan personally take over? Ning Qian was stunned. I am from Divine Firmament Palace, how can I take over as Crimson Moon City Lord? Li Yunxiao smiled. Then Luo Qingyun temporarily taking over Crimson Moon City is also a good choice. Ning Qian was furious and shouted, he is Wei Qing's man, Wei Qing is my father's murderer, I will never agree. Li Yunxiao said, but Lord Yin just said that you are from Divine Firmament Palace, it seems inconvenient for you to interfere in Crimson Moon City's matters? Moreover, when Lord Kuei was still alive, didn't he also stand on the same side as Wei Qing? After today's matter, how much power does Crimson Moon City have left to maintain its transcendence after uprooting Tang family and for extreme sect? Ning Qian's expression was extremely ugly. After this battle, even the three elders were heavily injured, and there was not a single peak 9 stars powerhouse left. Li Yunxiao said, letting Luo Qingyun temporarily take over as city lord is not necessarily a bad choice, at least it can form a balance with Wei Qing again. Even if you can find a suitable candidate, after today's matter, who in Crimson Moon City can take over when Wei Qing sends people again? Moreover, Luo Qingyun has 9 ghost Azura in his hands. Even if he transcends mortality and enters sainthood, he can still kill them. Ning Qian was silent. After Ning Kuei died, Crimson Moon City would truly lose a chess player that could compete with Wei Qing, becoming a chess piece. Han Junting also opened her mouth and said, Martial uncle, letting Luo Qingyun take the position of city lord might really be the best and only choice. Ning Qian sighed faintly and said, I have the heart but not the strength to do anything about Hongyu City. This is the place where I was born, I do not wish to see it fall into ruin. You guys can decide. I'll decide what to do after I find my sister. She was no longer stubborn, and she knew that she couldn't be stubborn anymore. The general trend was irreversible. Luo Qingyun said, Li Yunxiao, don't worry. Miss Ruobing and I are good friends. I won't let her suffer. Li Yunxiao said with mixed emotions, after the battle on Xianxia Island in the Tianshui Nation, I had never dreamed that you would one day become the overlord of the world and one of the 7 sect masters. Luo Qingyun said, how could I have imagined that a coincidental meeting with a monkey from the southern domain would become a figure that countless young heroes of this era would look up to? The sky? Li Yunxiao let out a bitter laugh. Countless young people of this era had far surpassed him back then. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lived 2 lives and possessed the great divine technique and the universe god monument, he would have been left behind by the young people of this era. Han Junting's body trembled slightly and she looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. Her eyes were misty and her gaze became cloudy. Ning Qian said, let's think of a way to break out of this illusory formation first. We can't always stay in there. Han Junting said, Yao Li told me about this great illusionary formation previously. It seems like she has a way. She said leisurely, I was very fearful of the people from the monster clan previously. Hence, I left a secret mark on her unknowingly. It will come in handy now. Everyone's expression changed slightly and they thought that this lass was too scheming. Li Yunxiao, Fei and I, and the others had strange expressions. They hurriedly used their divine senses to check their bodies to see if there were any marks left on them. Han Junting's expression darkened and she said angrily, those monsters are not of my race. That's why I have to be careful. You are all of my race. Why would I have the time to leave a mark? Suddenly, Fei and I frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and spat out a strand of green light. She grabbed it in her hand and the strand turned into a symbol that flashed and disappeared into the air. What is this? Sister Junting, explain it to me. Fei Ni's face was filled with anger. The origin power on her body was like fire and her eyes were cold like ice. Han Junting's expression was slightly awkward and she said, this. Young Master Fei Ni has the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana physique, which is rare in the world. I just want to study it. Li Yunxiao checked again and found that there was nothing wrong. He was a little worried and checked again before letting out a sigh of relief. Even Ning Qian, Luo Qingyun, and even Grandma Sunflower secretly used their divine senses to check if there was anything wrong with them. Han Junting seemed to sense it and said angrily, Grandma Sunflower, what are you doing? Grandma Sunflower shivered and said, nothing. I'm just adjusting my breath. Han Junting felt isolated. Everyone looked at her strangely. She said coldly, I'm going to chase after Li now. If you are afraid of being marked by me, don't come. She took out an astrolabe and drew a few hand seals in the air. The astrolabe immediately spun. The needle on it trembled and pointed to a certain direction. Han Junting glanced at everyone coldly and grabbed in the air. A golden leaf appeared in her hand and she threw it out. The golden leaf immediately grew to about half an acre in size. If you are not afraid, then come. If not, then scram. She shouted and walked forward. At the same time, she kept making hand seals and sent them into the giant golden leaf. It turned into a stream of light and flew away. Everyone moved and flew into it. The golden leaf was like a warship, flashing across the sky and then disappearing. Half a day later, the golden leaf appeared in the sky above a valley with a strange terrain. It then turned in the sky and flew towards the valley. Ning Qian frowned and said, "What a strong elemental energy wave. Someone fought." Someone ran away. Li Yunxiao cried out. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he vaguely saw a figure flying away. Han Junting said in a low voice, "They should have discovered us." She took out the astrolabe. The needle on it spun and shook violently, as if it could not be located. Luckily, the mark on Li is still there. It's just that it's in a spatial fluctuation. We'll be able to locate it later. The golden leaf swayed a few times in the air and landed in the valley. There were indeed traces of a battle on the ground. Not far away, a corpse lay on the ground with a large hole in its chest. It was already dead. This person is. Han Junting stared at that person for a while and said in deep thought, "He looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is." Ning Qian bent down to check on that person's injuries and said with an ugly expression, "We're in big trouble. This person is a 9-stars pinnacle martial artist. His strength is not below mine." Han Junting said in shock, a 9-stars pinnacle martial artist had his chest smashed by a punch. Li Yunxiao said, "Look at his body full of injuries. He was not killed in one move. He should have resisted for a while. But for those demons to have such a martial artist, their strength has already exceeded our expectations." Fei Yanai winked and said, "What are you afraid of? We have Luo Qingyun here. Those 9 ghost Shura are not to be trifled with. Even if a divine transcendence came, he would still be killed." Humph. Luo Qingyun snorted and did not say anything. Fei Yanai was right. It was just that everyone was not used to it. The terrifying existence that was on the opposite side just a moment ago had become comrades in an instant. The world was like a game of chess, and life was like a dream. The 9 ghost Shura were sitting behind Luo Qingyun obediently. The injured ghost Shura number 7's body was constantly glowing, automatically healing his body. Li Yunxiao suddenly raised his hand and a sword ray shot out from his fingers. He shouted, "Who?" Bang, not far away, the space was cut open, and a man's figure fell down. That man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and hurriedly said, "Don't attack, it's me." Everyone focused and saw that it was the Sanctum's finance department's director, Ming Ji. He was covered in blood and looked very miserable. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, "Who injured you like this?" Ming Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He said, "Demons, those demons are so strong." Li Yunxiao frowned and shouted, "Be more specific." Ning Qian said coldly, "You're the head of the Sanctum's finance department, yet you look so miserable, what a dog you are." Ming Ji swallowed, feeling like he had just survived a disaster. Seeing that Luo Qingyun was also here, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "You don't know how strong those demons are. I had forced Tang Qing into a corner, and now he was rescued by them. The one who was killed was also a Sanctum's expert, Wei Gang, but he became suspicious. He was Bai Lingyua's subordinate. Why is he here?" Li Yunxiao asked, "How many of them are there?" Ming Ji's expression was strange. He shook his head and said, "I didn't see clearly. It was 2 demons who killed Wei Gang and injured me, but there seemed to be a few more hiding in the surroundings. I thought I was going to die for sure, but luckily you guys came." Li Yunxiao's expression turned ugly. At least 2 demons had reached the peak of 9 stars. It was very likely that these demons had recovered their strength, Zi Mingji wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said embarrassedly, Luo Qingyun, how did you guys get together? Could it be that Lord Wei Qing has made peace with all of you? Luo Qingyun said, only I made peace with them, it has nothing to do with Wei Qing. Zi Mingji said, friends, but Lord Yun, young Lord Yunxiao, let's also make peace. Ning Qiyun said coldly, make peace? Wei Qing's lackey, I will kill everyone I see. Today, I will kill you first. Zi Mingji hurriedly said, young Lord Li Yunxiao, save me, I still owe you my life. If I die, I won't be able to repay you, it will be a great loss to you. Li Yunxiao was speechless. He slapped his head and said, I can spare your life, but tell me, what is the value of your life? What's the point of keeping something worthless? Zi Qingji hurriedly said, young Master Yunxiao, you must be joking. I am the head of the Sacred Zone's financial department. I have a high position and power. If you say I have no value, then there are not many people in the world who have value. Hee hee. Li Yunxiao said, alright, open up your sea of consciousness and let me place a mark on it. Then you can live. Zi Qingji's expression changed. He said angrily, do you know what you are talking about? Not to mention that I am the head of a financial department, I am also a 9 stars expert. I am famous in the world. How can I be humiliated like this? Branding one's consciousness sea was the same as putting one's life in the other party's hands. Becoming a slave or a servant, he could decide one's life or death with just a thought. Clap. Clap. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and praised, Lord Zi Qingji, you are a man of great character. I admire you. The praise on his face turned into a cold murderous aura. He waved his hand and said, kill him. Hey. Wait. Zi Qingji took a deep breath. He spread his fingers and stopped the crowd. He said, let's talk. We are all famous people in the realm of heaven martial arts. There is no need to fight and kill each other. If the conditions are not good enough, we can talk. Li Yunxiao walked forward and patted Zi Qingji's shoulder. He pulled him to the side and said in a low voice, how about this? Give me a copy of the Sacred Zone's income and expenditure for the past 30 years. Then we will be friends, not enemies. No. Zi Mingji shuddered and shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no, if I do that, I'll instantly become the #1 traitor, and I'll die without a burial place. Li Yunxiao said, what about the last 10 years? No, absolutely not. Zi Qingji said with a bitter face, young Master Yunxiao, I think it is better to change the conditions. Besides, why are you looking at the Sacred Zone's financial situation? The rest of the people also revealed strange expressions as they looked at each other. They did not understand why Li Yunxiao wanted to see these useless things. Only Han Junting's face lit up, revealing a look of surprise. She seemed to understand Li Yunxiao's intentions. Haha, Lord Ziweiji, you know that you have a noble status and a name that shakes the world. How can you sell the life of such a precious person? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, if the conditions were normal, why would I come here? Why don't we kill 9 stars pinnacle powerhouses and kill a sanctuary sector head to satisfy our cravings? Ever since Luo Qingyun and Ghost Shura appeared, he realized that the sacred region was far more complicated than he thought. Moreover, Dijia had once said that the Demon Lord's final clone was also suppressed within it. With the existence of such a huge force, checking the detailed accounts was the best way to figure out its various operating relationships. For example, Wei Qing's research on these Ghost Shura was definitely supported by Ziweiji's sector of finance. Only with a large amount of resources could he create so many terrifying existences. Moreover, from the various financial situations, one could directly measure the size of the sacred region. Ziweiji also knew the crux of the matter, so he was not willing to give up. He said, I would rather give you all my life's wealth than to do such a thing. Don't mention this again. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold and said, so you're saying that if the negotiation doesn't work out, you want me to start killing? Ziweiji said with a sad face, you want me to take out the accounts? That's no different from killing me. Li Yunxiao said, then how about this? Have a good talk with me about Wei Qing. If the talk goes well, we'll write off all our previous grievances. If I'm not satisfied with the talk, then hee hee. Ziweiji said, Lord Wei Qing is the sacred region's administrator. His rank is higher than mine. How would I know his situation? It's also my first time seeing these ghost Shura. Li Yunxiao said coldly, without the financial support of the sacred region, can Wei Qing develop these things? As the head of the sacred region's financial department, won't the inexplicable consumption of a large amount of resources attract your attention? Ziweiji, you're constantly wearing down my patience. You're courting death. Ziweiji hurriedly said, young Master Yunxiao has really misunderstood me. Although the financial department is under my management, the major expenditure projects are all approved by the higher-ups. He said in a low voice, the only thing I can reveal to Lord Yunxiao is that what Lord Wei Qing has done has consumed a third of the sacred region's annual budget. A third? Li Yunxiao was shocked. With the size of the sacred region, a third was definitely an astronomical figure. Even Ning Qiyun and the others who were not very shrewd felt that this amount was too huge. It was definitely not something normal. Ning Qiyun's face turned ugly. He said, if that's the case, the other administrators also know that Wei Qing is making these strange things? Or is this the sacred region's original intention? Cold sweat dripped down Ziweiji's forehead. He said embarrassedly, this is hard to say. But even if Lord Wei Qing has some small tricks, the other administrators will definitely ask about such a large amount of resources. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. If the other four also knew about this, then Wei Qing's attitude towards Hongyu City would be the sacred region's attitude. Being enemies with Wei Qing and being enemies with the sacred region were two completely different concepts. Ziweiji looked at those ghost Azura strangely. A look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. He said, but then again, this investment is really worth it. Lord Wei Qing is really an amazing genius. I was extremely dissatisfied and complained about this budget before, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. He immediately felt the killing intent from the others. He couldn't help but shut his mouth immediately. Li Yunxiao said coldly, in that case, you don't know how many of these ghost Azura there are and how much resources are needed to produce one? Ziweiji smiled bitterly. What you want to know is how many ghost Azura the sacred region can produce in a year? Although I don't know the exact number, but the investment in recent years is too huge. Even if the research is successful now, there won't be many produced every year. As you can see, many of the raw materials are the bodies of ancient fierce beasts and even true spirits. To refine the dragon blood, one must have the bloodline of a dragon. Being able to produce 10 of them is already very heaven-defying. Ziweiji's words coincided with Li Yunxiao's deduction. But Li Yunxiao knew that other than these ghost Azura, Wei Qing must have done something that the sacred region didn't know about. The corpse puppets that Yang Yuanshu refined were all the corpses of the sacred region's powerhouses. This kind of thing would never be supported. Although this ultimate form was not as monstrous as Qiu Mujia, it relied on the half-finished dragon blood to provide power. Moreover, it had no emotions and did not know fear. It was even harder to deal with than Qiu Mujia. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Don't worry, ghost Azura can't be mass-produced. The most difficult part of creating this thing is not the fierce beast's body, but the main body. The main body? Everyone was taken aback and looked at the sky. With a slight ripple, Qiu Mujia's figure appeared. His injuries were completely healed. He stared at the 9 ghost Azura with a complicated expression. Finally, his eyes fell on Luo Qingyun and he said coldly, brat with the true dragon's blood, am I right? Li Yunxiao frowned. The main body you mentioned is the ghost Azura's body, right? He seemed to have thought of something and was taken aback. Could it be? Luo Qingyun glanced at him with an indifferent expression and said, not bad, you've guessed correctly. The biggest bottleneck of the ghost Azura is not the fierce beast's body, but its main body. He turned around and glanced at the 9 ghost Shura. A complicated expression flashed through his eyes as he said, these 9 people were just like me. They all possessed an extremely dense bloodline. That's why they were chosen as test subjects. Ruinxiang was the same, but they failed and became ghost Azura. But I succeeded. Or else, maybe I would be number 11. His expression and tone were extremely calm, but in everyone's ears, it stirred up 1,000 ripples and a chill spread in their hearts. Especially Fei Anai, who had the blood of the heavenly phoenix, her face turned even paler. Looking at the 9 ghost Azura's lifeless and fierce faces, she couldn't help but tremble. Zi Mingji's face was also pale and unsightly. Luo Qingyun said, dragon's blood can't be extracted and refined by itself. Only the body of a dragon's descendant can be used as a vessel. Therefore, any experiment can only be carried out with the main body of the dragon's blood. Even if it's a ghost Azura, the probability of it being produced is extremely low. Most of the main bodies have been destroyed during the experiment. Everyone's hair stood on end. Han Zhenting frowned and said, then don't you hate Wei Qing? Once you fail, you'll be a walking corpse, a mindless lackey. Hate? Haha, why would I hate? In the end, I succeeded, and they failed. Luo Qingyun laughed wildly, but his laughter was very cold, making everyone's hair stand on end. Luo Qingyun said to Li Yunxiao, so you don't have to worry, we've been test subjects for many years, he won't be able to produce a finished product in a short period of time. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. Looking at Luo Qingyun's calm expression, he couldn't help but admire him. This young man had been under a lot of pressure all along. He raised his head and asked, Crazy Jia, how much do you know about this? Qiao Mujia said coldly, I always thought this was done by Wei Qing in secret, I didn't expect the sacred region to openly support it. Jiji, when I used human bodies for experiments, those pedantic divine sea old men said it was a crooked method, that it was against the heavens' justice. Then what about the sacred region's actions? Jiji, I really want to see what those divine sea elders think about this. Zi Qingji hurriedly said, don't make wild guesses before things are clear. This might be done by Lord Wei Qing alone. Coldness flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said coldly, looks like the key to this matter still lies with Wei Qing. As long as we capture him, everything will be clear. Capture Wei Qing? I'm afraid it's very difficult, right? Han Zhenting's eyes narrowed slightly, and she glanced at Luo Qingyun indifferently. Her hint was very obvious, this 9 Azura in front of her was an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. Hee, this true dragon brat probably has no choice either, Chu Mujia said with a sneer. Luo Qingyun's gaze turned cold, shooting out like lightning as he said coldly, you know a lot, huh? The 9 ghost Shura behind him instantly opened their eyes, and at the same time, their bodies flashed, surrounding Qiao Mujia from top to bottom, from front to back, so that not even a drop of water could leak out. Chu Mujia's expression changed greatly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Wiping it away, he said embarrassedly, I guessed randomly, don't be angry, young people need to learn to control their emotions. Anyone would have to admit defeat under the gaze of 9 peak Emperor Wu powerhouses. Everyone suddenly had an illusion that Luo Qingyun might have become the most powerful person under the sky at this moment. Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and said thoughtfully, I also agree with Chu Mujia's deduction. Luo Qingyun must have restrictions on him, and Wei Qing definitely wouldn't let such a powerful battle force run around outside that he can't control. A haze flashed across Luo Qingyun's eyes, and he said coldly, my business has nothing to do with you. But if you want to deal with Wei Qing, I definitely won't stand idly by. Han Zhenting sighed, looks like it'll be difficult to capture Wei Qing. Li Yunxiao said, not necessarily. Don't forget that there are still a few transcendent existences under this illusion. If they can help us, our chances are still very high. Ning Qiyun pondered, right now, only the transcending mortality and sainthood powerhouse from the deity transformation Xi and Gongzi you can make a move. That arrow before the illusion appeared should be from Lord Xianxia of the Silver Moon, right? If these 3 are willing to help us, we indeed have a great chance of capturing Wei Qing, but why would they help us? Li Yunxiao smiled strangely, that deity transformation Xi powerhouse forced Ting Guang into a desperate situation, and right now his origin energy is probably greatly damaged. Gongzi Yu has always been mysterious, and not the kind of person who is easy to persuade. I have confidence in persuading Xianxia. Ning Qiyun was startled, and said, you know Silvermoon Emperor Wu? Li Yunxiao said, it's hard to explain in a few words. However, just relying on Xianxia was probably not enough. Yao Jinliang alone was enough to make him suffer. According to my calculations, the one who can truly be used by us is someone else. Who is it? Everyone was curious. Luo Qingyun's expression was even more unsightly. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao, are you looking down on me by saying this in front of me? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I know that you have always been magnanimous. Moreover, isn't it what you desire to be able to fight to the fullest? I'm helping you find an opponent, you definitely won't be disappointed. Han Zhenting suddenly said, I know who you're talking about. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with surprise. Looking at Han Zhenting's watery eyes, his heart suddenly moved. His intuition told him that she had really figured it out. He praised from the bottom of his heart, smart women are scary, and beautiful women are also scary. Having both at the same time is extremely scary. Fei and I giggled and said, I'm stupid, that's why I'm cute. Ning Qian stomped his feet and said, Zhenting, who are you talking about? Hurry up and say it, I'm dying of anxiety. Han Zhenting's gaze did not shift. She looked at Wei Gang's corpse on the ground and said, in this illusion realm, other than the few people that Martial Uncle mentioned, the only ones who can deal with these 9 ghost Shura are those from the demon race. Ning Qian was startled and said, demon race? But, why would they help us kill the ghost Shura? Han Zhenting said, just now, Lord Zi Mingji said that the demon race rescued Tang Qing. Just now, Tang Jia was also with Yaoli, so it can be seen that they are on the same side. Luo Qingyun is an existence that snatched Tang Qing's position as Scarlet Moon City Lord. Luo Qingyun frowned and snorted disdainfully. He said coldly, if those demon race people don't know what's good for them, I'll send them to heaven together with Tang Qing. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, see, this is a conflict that will not end until one party is dead. As long as we send Luo Qingyun to where the demon race is and slightly provoke them, they will easily fight. You. Luo Qingyun was speechless. Ning Qian pondered and said, if that's the case, we do have a chance of winning. Luo Qingyun said coldly, since that's the case, then I can only leave everyone here forever. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, there's no need to lie to your heart. Actually, you are hoping that we will deal with Wei Qing. I don't know if you're under a restriction, but I know that a proud expert who possesses the blood of a true dragon will never be willing to submit to others. His gaze turned cold and shot out cold stars. He said word by word, because you are a true dragon. What do you want to cross is the sky? Luo Qingyun clenched his fists tightly. The fluctuation of his emotions caused his origin power to ripple around his body. It was obvious that his heart was not calm. Everyone's heart trembled and rippled. Luo Qingyun, who possessed the 10th level of God's blood, was bound to be one of the most dazzling new stars in the sky. Han Zhenting said, it's extremely difficult to see those experts who have transcended mortality and entered sainthood on normal days. I didn't expect so many of them to gather here at once. I'm afraid that a small half of the world's apex experts are trapped in this great illusionary realm. Li Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, hee, if Tingguang dies, this great illusionary realm will directly turn into a killing formation and kill everyone. Then Tingguang will die a worthy death. Zi Mingji said angrily, Tingguang is too sinister. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Even if he dies, he will drag everyone down with him. Han Zhenting said, it's very normal. If this ruler had this ability, I would do the same. Ning Qian's body suddenly trembled. He looked at her in shock as if this was the first time he felt that his martial niece was terrifying. Han Zhenting took out an astrolabe and fiddled with it for a while. She said, luckily, Li hasn't discovered the imprint yet. Let's hurry and leave. Those demons are not far away. She waved her hand, and that golden leaf flew over. Everyone leaped onto it and disappeared in a flash of golden light. A few hours later, on a vast ocean, waves reached the sky. A flash of golden light shot out from nothingness and turned into a golden leaf. It flew forward at lightning speed. The golden leaf rode the wind and broke the waves. It split the entire ocean into two and surged towards both sides. Rumble, suddenly, there was an explosion on the ocean in front of them. A pitch-black humanoid monster stood up. It was 300 meters tall and held a trident in its hand. It roared and stabbed it down. Han Zhenting was stunned. She said, Is this an illusion too? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I don't know. Anything can happen in the great illusionary realm. Let's just kill it. Bei Chennan said, let me do it. He walked to the front of the golden leaf and pulled out his sword. Instantly, a giant flying sword appeared in the sky above the golden leaf and flew along with the leaf. 10,000 blades, traceless. Bei Chen-nan slashed the Thousand Worlds imperial sword in his hand. The giant flying sword shadow suddenly flew out and split the entire ocean. Rumble, the giant humanoid monster let out a tragic roar. Its entire body was split into two. Blood splattered all over the ocean. Once the monster was destroyed, the sun shone down in front of him. It was a clear sky. That is, Han Zhenting was stunned. She stared straight ahead. On the surface of the ocean in the distance, she could vaguely see a palace standing in the mist. Li Yunxiao said in shock, "Great illusionary palace?" Han Zhenting was overjoyed. She said, "It must be. That Yao Li must have gone to break the array. Are we going to wait and see or what?" Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "With Yao Li's strength, he might not be able to break this array. Let's follow him and take a look. We just have to be prepared to react according to the situation." Han Zhenting nodded and said, "Yes, leaving this place is the first thing to do." The golden leaf's flying speed suddenly increased. It was as fast as lightning. 10 minutes later, the golden leaf stopped in front of the giant palace. The palace was grand and magnificent. 18 giant pillars supported the main hall. There were a few large words painted on the top. It was precisely Great Illusionary Palace. As expected. Han Zhenting's eyes revealed joy. She said, "Those demons and Tingguang are most likely inside." Her most ardent wish was to leave as soon as possible. Capturing Wei Qing did not matter at all. Li Yunxiao said strangely, "Why does this main hall seem to be giving off a kind of strangeness?" Ning Qian said, "Such a heaven-defying array, it's strange if it's not strange." Han Zhenting said, "Maybe there are others inside. Let's go in." Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao as if he was the leader. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment. He said, "I keep having a feeling of unease. It doesn't seem so simple." Ning Qian frowned and said, "Could it be that all the elites have already gathered inside?" Zi Junji said, "Since we're here, we should take things as they come. There's no reason to retreat." Li Yunxiao said, "All right, since everyone thinks that we should go in, I naturally have no objections either." Han Zhenting swiftly struck a seal onto the golden leaf. With a flash of light, it turned into a phantom, directly penetrating through that main hall and seeping inside. The scene before everyone's eyes brightened. The light in the main hall was dazzling. There were actually countless bright lamps embedded in the surroundings. "Ah? This is..." Han Zhenting suddenly cried out in shock, "Tingguang." Inside the grand and spacious main hall, a man was currently sitting on a throne inlaid with gold and jade. His complexion was abnormally pale. Tingguang slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a strange look as he said, "You guys came." Han Zhenting bowed solemnly and said, "Junior greets Lord Throne. Please put away this array and let us leave." "Let? Heh, this seat's life and death are hanging by a thread. No one can think about leaving. I'll stay behind to be buried with me, haha." Tingguang's face flickered with a demonic light, revealing a cruel look. Ning Qian said, "Lord, if you can cure the injuries on your body, can you let us leave?" Tingguang snorted coldly and said, "If you can cure this seat, I naturally can. But even this seat can't do anything. Just based on the few of you, what can you do?" Ning Qian said, "I have a few supreme medicinal pills in my hands. It might not be impossible." "Oh?" Tingguang revealed a strange look and said, "Let me see." Ning Qian nodded and was about to step forward. "Wait!" Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, stopping Ning Qian. His eyes flickered with demonic light as he stared at the stage. Pointing a finger at Tingguang, he said, "You're not a throne." Everyone was shocked and looked at Li Yunxiao in confusion, but they were all on their guard. "Oh?" Tingguang revealed a strange smile and said, "If I'm not a sovereign, then who am I?" Li Yunxiao seemed to have expected this. He calmly retracted his hand and said indifferently, "I don't know who you are, but it's most likely a trap set by me." Tingguang was taken aback, then he frowned and said, "Why do you say that?" Li Yunxiao said, "Because Tingguang won't retract the great illusionary matrix just to live." Tingguang was stunned again and said, "I don't understand what you mean. Make it simpler." The others also looked at Li Yunxiao suspiciously, but they were already sure that the person in front of them was most likely not Tingguang. Their expressions all turned serious. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, although the great illusionary matrix is Tingguang's life matrix, his understanding of this matrix is also limited. The real great illusionary matrix is a state of reality that turns illusions into reality. It's no longer an illusion. Understanding the real great illusionary matrix is his lifelong pursuit of the Tao of matrix. For this pursuit, he can prove his Tao with his death. Tingguang said, that doesn't mean I should die. Do I not want the chance to live? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what you don't know is that Tingguang has long wanted to prove the Tao of great illusionary with his death. The reason why he didn't make a move until now is that he's afraid that his Tao isn't strong enough and he'll die in vain. This great illusionary realm can already pass off the fake as the real. I'm afraid that the current situation is exactly what Tingguang wants. Why would he give up the evolution of this matrix just to live? Tingguang was stunned and said, die for the Tao? What a lunatic. Looks like breaking this matrix is far more difficult than expected. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said, you must be Li Yunxiao? This time it was Li Yunxiao's turn to be stunned and said, a strange person actually knows me? Humph. I'm not an inexplicable person. Tingguang stood up and the aura on his body started to change. His entire figure started to blur and slowly turned into an unfamiliar figure. On his forehead, there were 3 small circular formations that were pierced by a horizontal line. His face was handsome, but his body had completely transformed into a demon. He stared coldly at the crowd and said, I am the leader of the ugly demon clan, one of the 8 demon clans. You can call me Lord in 8 tribes of the demon race. Everyone was shocked. There were 8 most powerful races in the demon race, and they were known as the 8 tribes. Back then, Yu was once a member of the prison demon clan of the 8 divisions. However, due to the prison demon clan's demonstration, she was eventually squeezed out of the 8 divisions. The 8 tribes must be the 8 most powerful existences in the current demon race, and this person was actually the patriarch of one of the 8 tribes. His strength was not to be underestimated. Li Yunxiao's heart sank as he revealed an incomparably solemn expression. Aside from Shang, Li, Yi, and Fu, a new member of the demon clan had also appeared. Furthermore, it was the leader of one of the 8 tribes that held great authority. That meant that Shang had already made contact with the demon race in the illusory realm of stars and moon and had joined forces. Seeing Li Yunxiao's expression, how would he know that he was thinking so much? He even thought that he was frightened. He sneered and said, it's useless to be afraid. Since I've appeared, it's your doomsday. His eyes emitted cold air as he said coldly, daring to injure Lord Li and leave a mark on her body is already a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Furthermore, Li Yunxiao is the person that Lord Li instructed us to kill no matter what. Han Zhenting's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth and said, so Lord Li already noticed it long ago. Lord An sneered and said, the Jiuli clan is one of the few ancient great clans of the demon race. If it wasn't for the fact that Lord Li's strength has yet to recover, how could mere ants like you hurt her? As for that childish mark, it's even more laughable. Han Zhenting's face showed shame and anger. Clearly, she felt ashamed because she fell into the trap of the other party. Lord An's eyes revealed a strange look as he stared at her with a lustful gaze. He said, you're not bad looking. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman among the humans. I'll spare your life. In the future, you'll be my female slave and serve me diligently. Han Zhenting's shame and anger instantly turned into murderous intent. She said coldly, you're courting death. Haha. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh and said, thank you for taking care of me, Lord Li. So this great illusionary palace is also fake? Lord An waved his hand and a demonic rune appeared in his sleeve. The scenery inside the palace changed and actually appeared in a desert. There were hundreds of stone pillars that pierced into the ground. Around the stone pillars, there were lines of runes that spread outwards. The bodies of the pillars were densely covered with all kinds of strange demonic runes. The whole desert was covered with countless runes that overlapped each other, making it look very messy. Lord An said coldly, this is the heavenly crippling 100 beasts array that Lord Li specially left behind to take your lives. This seat will leave behind a supervisor to prevent any fish from escaping the net. Li Yunxiao was startled. The arrangement of these pillars were very similar to the true spirit pillars in the Sea Emperor Palace. There seemed to be some connection between the two. He asked suspiciously, how powerful is this array? I hope Lorden can explain a thing or two so that I can understand why I die. Humph. There's no need to explain, you'll soon know its power. Lorden's figure flickered and he teleported to the top of a huge stone pillar. He struck a seal with one hand. The seal grew in size in an instant, covering an area of 1,000 zhang. All the stone pillars seemed to be infused with energy as they turned green like jade. Roar. Suddenly, a bestial roar rang out, followed by a second, a third. Everyone was horrified. The image of a vicious beast emerged from each of the jade pillars, slowly materializing above the jade pillars and becoming real. Everyone was dumbfounded. The so-called 100 beasts array was actually 100 beasts, and from the looks of it, there were more than 100 of them. The aura emitted by these vicious beasts was extremely ferocious, not any weaker than that of the ghost Shura. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They stood back to back and stared at the vicious beasts in all directions vigilantly. Their palms were covered in cold sweat. Xianxia swallowed and said with a trembling voice, These vicious beasts can't be real, right? Han Junting clenched her teeth and said, how is this possible? 109 stars peak vicious beasts? With this kind of power, Li would have been the king of the realm of heaven martial arts. Everyone felt that what she said made sense, and the chill in their hearts lessened a bit. Li Yunxiao's Tsutsumi's eyes flickered and he said in surprise, Yao Li's understanding of the formation doctrine is extremely high. These 100 beasts borrowed the power of the great illusionary land. They are neither real nor fake, and neither real nor fake. Ning Qian frowned and said, speak clearly, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao said seriously. These 100 beasts are real, but they are not that strong. Moreover, this formation has already fused with the great illusionary formation, and has become a part of it. Li is really not a formation master like Tingguang. Maybe she can really break the great illusionary formation. Ning Qian's face turned green, and he said, you said these 100 beasts are real? Roar. The vicious beast closest to her took human form on the jade pillar and pounced at her with a loud roar. Ning Qian turned her hand into a palm and directly slapped it without any technique. Bang! Under the bombardment of the palm energy, the vicious beast let out a blood-curdling screech and was forced back several dozen feet. Its ferocious face was covered in blood, and a berserk aura emitted from its body. It let out a loud roar and rushed at her again. So strong. Ning Qian was shocked, and said involuntarily, being able to take a palm attack from me and not die, at least they have the power of the Emperor Jiuxing. Could it be that these 100 vicious beasts, she did not dare to say the rest of her words, but everyone saw it in their eyes, and their hearts continuously sank into the abyss. Even Luo Qingyun's face turned pale. Over 100 Emperor Jiuxing demonic beasts, even his 9 ghost Azura would be torn to shreds. Haha, this old woman is right. Although these 100 vicious beasts are fake, they have the power of the Emperor Jiuxing. Moreover, they have fused with the great illusionary land. Unless you guys break the entire illusion, otherwise, you have to kill them one by one. Haha, over 100 Emperor Jiuxing. And laughed sinisterly and said excitedly, as expected of the 9 Li tribe's ancestor. If Lady Li was not injured by you lowly people, I'm afraid she could have laid down the legendary myriad beasts formation, enough to destroy heaven and earth. Everyone shuddered. If that myriad beasts formation was 10,000 Emperor Jiuxing vicious beasts, destroying heaven and earth would not be a joke. Han Junting looked at the densely packed vicious beasts around her. Although she was also scared, she still gathered her courage and said, these vicious beasts are basically 9-star beginner Emperor Wu. Luo Qingyun's ghost Azura is enough to fight against 10, so there is no need to be afraid. Together with us, it is a sure win situation. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Li thought it was just the few of us, and did not expect that there would be a pervert like Luo Qingyun. Laying down such a large formation is already thinking highly of us, but it is still a miscalculation. Miscalculation? What nonsense are you talking about? And sneered and said, could it be that you have gone crazy from fear and started to talk nonsense? Humph, nonsense? Luo Qingyun snorted coldly, waved his hand and shouted, kill. With one word, the entire heavenly crippling 100 beasts formation was instantly filled with killing intent. The 9 Ghost Azura burst out with a powerful aura, instantly condensing into a barrier of power, turning into a violent wind that rushed out in all directions. The wind was so strong that it directly shook some of the vicious beasts that were close to it and sent them flying. What? And was suddenly shocked, his eyes instantly popped out, and his mouth opened wide. Although he had noticed the 9 strange things at the beginning, he did not think too much about them. Now that they had burst out with power, it turned out that each of them was at the peak of 9-star existence. Kill! Luo Qingyun shouted again, and the figures of the Ghost Azura all flashed, rushing out in all directions. He also reached out with his hand, grasping the war spear, and rushed into the crowd of vicious beasts. Li Yunxiao shouted coldly, "Let's go too." By this point, he had recovered most of his strength, and thus, he pulled out the Tusita Heaven and smashed it into one of the beasts, reducing it to a paste of blood and gore. What? Anne's eyes widened like bells. The visual impact of Li Yunxiao's smash was too strong. A fierce beast with Emperor Jiuxing's battle prowess was instantly turned into minced meat. Not only that, but the surrounding fierce beasts were also sent flying several feet away. And Xian was shocked. Even Han Junting and the others were shocked. At the same time, their morale rose. Haha, that mountain of yours is too awesome. When are you going to give me one too? The evil spirit's face was full of envy as it roared and slashed at the fierce beasts in front of it. Humph. Li Yunxiao retracted the mountain and took out the cold sword Frost to slash at it. That thing required too much energy. With his strength, he could only use it 3 or 4 times at most. Once everyone made their move, the group of fierce beasts was instantly forced to retreat. In an instant, a large number of them fell. And suddenly came back to her senses. She hurriedly pointed with her right finger and drew a seal in front of her. Soon, a scarlet seal appeared. She slammed it down and shouted, "All of you, explode." The seal pressed down on the stone array. A red light flashed, and there seemed to be traces of blood aura spreading out. Roar! Roar! A series of low roars spread out in the array. All the fierce beasts' eyes began to turn red. The long hair and scales on their bodies also began to change color. An ancient and savage aura spread throughout the entire array, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Han Junting said in shock, "The fierce beasts in the illusion can go berserk?" Luo Qingyun said coldly, "A bunch of boring cats and dogs. I'll kill them slowly." He straightened his body and stabbed his spear. Dang! The spear hit the scale armor of a fierce beast and actually caused sparks. He could not help but frown. He slapped the spear with his left hand and created countless golden ripples before stabbing it in. Roar! The fierce beast's eyes were red. Even though its stomach was pierced, it still rushed forward and used its sharp horn to ram into Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun did not retreat. He opened his left hand and turned it into a dragon claw. He grabbed forward. Bang! A violent aura exploded in his palm, causing the surrounding space to rumble. However, it could not push him back at all. The power of these things has increased by quite a bit. Luo Qingyun's pupils shrank as he lightly shouted, "True dragon break." The spear moved, and a wave of dragon might spread out from it, turning into golden ripples that rippled along the spear and directly blasted into the body of the ferocious beast. Boom! A cyan aura came out of the beast's body, and its flesh exploded, turning into a rain of blood. The scene was bloody and cruel. Although the power of all the beasts had been greatly strengthened, they were still being forced to retreat. The 9 Ghost Azura were no less ferocious than these ferocious beasts. Under the suppression of countless ruthless auras, the baleful aura in the dragon blood in their bodies continued to be released, becoming abnormally ferocious. Moreover, Li Yunxiao noticed a detail. These 9 Ghost Azura consumed a lot of energy, but they also replenished very quickly. From time to time, their bodies would emerge mouths to swallow the Yuandan. For example, the 10th Ghost Azura, after brutally smashing the heart of a ferocious beast with a punch, it threw a pile of Yuandan in the air, curled up its long tail, and swung it in the air. 9 mouths appeared on the 50 or 60 feet long tail without warning. The mouths were surrounded by circular arrays, arranged in a straight line, and all opened, revealing white teeth. With a curl of the tail, the 9 mouths swallowed the Yuandan. After chewing a few times, they slowly disappeared. Even the 9 circles had become extremely dim and indistinct. Then, the entire tail was filled with surging spiritual power. The 10th ghost azure roared a few times as if it was injected with hormones, and its aura continued to rise. Although these ghost Shura couldn't use the warship fish as a medium to transform the primordial stones into primordial energy 100% like Xianxia did, they could still recover their strength very quickly by eating primordial pills, which was already an extremely abnormal innovation. Each ghost azure wore a space ring on their finger, which should be filled with yuan dan. Humph. Xianxia, who was fighting on the side, snorted heavily. He obviously saw this detail, and his face was gloomy. Li Yunxiao suddenly had a whimsical idea, and he teased, "Crazy Jia, these ghost azura are really like you. If you were given rank 10 dragon blood, can your ultimate form evolve into a phenomenal success physical body?" Xianxia said coldly, "You are too naive. No one in the world can surpass me in the study of the human body. There are 3 insurmountable barriers in the human body, namely the soul, the bloodline, and the gene chain. Based on my research on the power of bloodline, as long as the concentration of dragon blood reaches 30%, other containers will not be able to withstand it. 30% seems to be an insurmountable moat, and according to my estimation, the concentration of rank 10 blood is at least 90% of blood. If such a high concentration of dragon blood is poured into my body, it will be more dangerous than the 5 deadly poisons. It will definitely destroy the balance of my ultimate form, and my physical body will completely collapse." Wei Qing chose to modify the main body, so the higher the concentration, the better. Otherwise, if the investment is too high, even a saint domain cannot withstand the loss. Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked, and said, "If we can develop a container that can withstand the dragon blood, will we be able to mass-produce true spirits?" Xianxia frowned, "In theory, yes, but the key to making a container is to break through the gene chain of the 3 barriers. This research is no less difficult than the blood barrier itself." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "I have a feeling that if we can completely unlock the gene chain, then we won't need rank 10 blood, and we can even directly become a saint. But with the current level of formula, we can't even figure out how many gene chains are in the physical body, let alone unlock them all." Towards the end, Xianxia became a little dejected, and he shook his head, saying, "The bloodline research that Wei Qing chose is perhaps the simplest of the 3 barriers. Actually, any divine body cultivation, including my ultimate form modification, is all about unlocking and modifying the gene chain to release the original strength of the physical body." Li Yunxiao kept nodding, and it was obvious that he had learned a lot. The opening of the 8 physical doors was already the cultivation of the tyrannical heavenly tempering art, and it was also constantly releasing the strength of the physical body. He had made similar guesses before, but after hearing Xianxia's words, many key points suddenly became clear, and everything became clear to him. And watched as the beasts were constantly being killed, and Li Yunxiao and Xianxia chatting and killing calmly, as if they did not care about this formation at all. He shouted angrily, "Damn humans! I'll take care of you myself." He leaped up and pounced at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was someone whom Li had repeatedly urged him to find a way to kill. If he could not complete the mission, how would he have the face to see Li? Moreover, when the great demon set up this formation and retreated, he had patted his chest and said that he would definitely kill everyone. Now it seemed like it was almost impossible to kill everyone, so he could only kill Li Yunxiao first before thinking of a way. Pissed, suddenly, a terrifying sword aura flashed across the sky. Without any warning, it sliced through the sky and penetrated En's body. Under that sword aura, En's entire body was severed from the waist down. The upper half of his body was still in shock. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at his severed waist in disbelief and fell. Smack, the upper half of his body fell right at Li Yunxiao's feet. His eyes were filled with indignation as he slowly closed them. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with joy. He looked at the handsome man in white in the sky and said, "Beijianan, your strength seems to be constantly recovering. The person who attacked just now was Beijianan." He nodded and said, "Perhaps it's because I've absorbed spiritual energy, in addition to my immortal body, I can indeed feel my strength increasing." When he first came out from the black tortoise starry sky, his strength was still a step away from the peak of 9 stars. But now, he could kill a peak of 9 stars demon clan with a single strike. Although it was a sneak attack, the physical body of a demon clan was far stronger than that of a human. Immortal body? Xiaomujia was stunned. He looked him up and down a few times, but did not see anything unusual. Ning Qian frowned and said, "The person in charge of the formation is already dead. Why isn't the formation broken?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "This formation has been integrated into the Great Illusionary Formation. It has nothing to do with the person in charge of the formation. Take your time and kill them all." He raised his sword and was about to slash at a beast in front of him. Suddenly, his body froze and he stopped. What? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He lowered his head and saw the upper half of An's body holding onto one of his legs. He should have died long ago, but at that moment, his bright eyes were open, and there was even a mocking expression on his face. Hee, very surprised, right? Haha, this is the innate supernatural power of the ugly demon clan. This is the real immortal body. And suddenly laughed out loud. The severed body suddenly grew taller and a complete lower body grew out. He suddenly punched at Li Yunxiao's heart. Bang! This. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, the beast in front of Li Yunxiao pounced on him. It raised its huge furry paw and slapped down. Right at this moment, another wave of extreme danger soundlessly arrived. At some point in time, the lower half of his body that had been chopped in half had turned into a whole person. He appeared behind Li Yunxiao like a ghost and threw a punch at him as well. The 3 attacks sealed the sky and locked down the earth, sealing off the entire space tightly. Everything happened too suddenly. The people around him could not save him in time. Li Yunxiao also could not dodge in time. He could only roar and a golden light appeared on his body. He formed a square seal with both hands and slapped at the huge hand in the sky. At the same time, 4 arms appeared behind him. Each of them formed a seal and both hands turned into fists and palms and slapped forward. His other hand formed a seal and his other hand formed a seal. Both attacks met the fist behind him. What? This time, it was An's turn to be shocked. The 2 Ans in front and behind him were both stunned and shocked. Boom! The 3 forces collided. The golden light spread in all directions and even shot up into the sky. Devilish aura gushed out from the golden light. Li Yunxiao looked ferocious. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the golden light, there were countless devilish inscriptions covering his body. The demonic beast in the sky was sent flying by the seal with both hands. It spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and died completely. Li Yunxiao was attacked by 2 ants from the front and back. A huge force surged into his body and he was injured instantly. All 3 of his heads spat out blood, and his 6 eyes were filled with coldness. Bang! And was shocked by the state of his Dharma form. After the attack, he immediately understood that he had lost the best opportunity. 2 figures flashed in the sky and escaped in 2 different directions. Humph, stay here. Bei Chunnan shouted coldly. He took a step in the air and appeared behind Anan. He raised his hand, and there was green light dancing in his palm. It turned into a simple triangular seal and he slammed it down. The An was shocked and couldn't dodge in time. He quickly turned around and threw a punch at the palm. Bang, the 2 forces collided. And seemed to be out of strength and was forced to take a few steps back from the impact. Bei Zenon stomped on the ground and pressed forward. He had been suppressing his fist print all along. Green lights burst out from his fist and palm, turning into a dense gas that rose up. This is, and eyeballs suddenly popped out. They were filled with fear and horror. He saw that his fist had turned green and his entire arm had lost all feeling. The green color was still spreading at an unimaginable speed. He had used the Emperor's Qi to seal his meridians and acupoints, but it still spread to half of his body. Ah! He suddenly screamed. The half of his body festered instantly. He watched helplessly as it was corroded. Moreover, as he screamed, his entire body turned green. You. This is, he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of green aura and fell backward. With a bang, he fell onto the ground and his body was slowly corroded. Bang! Everyone looked at Beijing Nan in horror, revealing a fearful expression. Now, they finally understood why the ghost king that Li had summoned had immediately abandoned the sacrificial offering and fled after just one move. One had to know that there was a contract between the summoner and the ghost. If the summoner ran away, not only would they lose the offering, they would also suffer from the backlash of the contract. The backlash was extremely fierce, and very few people would dare to go against it. Chu Mujia's eyes shone brightly as he cried out involuntarily, "Green poison! 7 green phantom nightmare of the 5 great extinctions! Who exactly are you?" Everyone's bodies trembled, and at the same time, they revealed expressions of shock. The Annihilation 5 poisons had an extremely great reputation, but this kind of thing seemed extremely distant. Who would have thought that it would actually possess such divine might? Chu Mujia was very excited. His emotions seemed to be fluctuating greatly. He hissed, "You can control the 5 deadly poisons, so you must have the heaven and earth poison body. Why have I never heard of such an expert?" Beijing Nan's expression was calm. He said softly, "There are many powerhouses that you have never heard of." This sentence made Chu Mujia choke. He didn't know what to say. Not far away, the other one was also stopped by Ning Qiyun, and he vomited blood continuously. "Don't you have an immortal body? Why are you vomiting blood?" Ning Qiyun said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a few more palm strikes, and then fell to the ground, smashing out a large pit. He laid inside, covered in blood, and blood oozed out from all over his body. "Uncle Master, don't hit him anymore. One more move and he will die." Han Junting stopped Ning Qiyun. "Humph, what 8 demon tribes, scum." Ning Qiyun's face was gloomy as he spat. Lying in the deep pit, blood oozed out from the 7 orifices of An's head. He raised his hand as if he wanted to refute, but his throat gurgled a few times, and he couldn't speak at all. Li Yunxiao said, "Don't kill him, keep him alive to interrogate slowly. If he doesn't speak, I will search his soul later." Just now, he was attacked by An from the front and back, and his body suffered quite a bit of internal injuries. If he searched his soul now, he was afraid that his injuries would be further aggravated. Moreover, these demon tribes' divine abilities were strange, and if there was a soul backlash, the consequences would be unthinkable. And struggled a few times in the pit, and his eyes revealed an unyielding and resentful look. Han Junting said, "Now that Li has disappeared, we can only rely on him. Everyone, let's kill all these vicious beasts first." Everyone nodded, and quickly rushed into the midst of the 100 beasts, and started killing even faster. Li Yunxiao never dreamed that Luo Qingyun and Ghost Azure would appear. With the heavenly crippling 100 beasts formation, even 10 Li Yunxiao would still have to be killed. A foolproof arrangement still couldn't beat the arrangements of fate. After the time to drink a cup of tea, the 100 beasts were all killed, and the entire desert was illuminated in a scarlet red under the blazing sun. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils, and everything within a radius of 3 kilometers had turned into blood sand. But who here didn't have countless hands stained with blood? Although the scene was glaring, they didn't care. Ning Qian said, "What do we do now?" She looked at Li Yunxiao. At this moment, he seemed to have become everyone's pillar of support. But Li Yunxiao continued to sit cross-legged on the desert, as if he had entered a meditative state, and was treating his injuries. Ning Qian could only look at Han Junting, her resourceful martial niece. Han Junting sighed, and said, "I don't know anything about illusory realms. Let's wait for Li Yunxiao to wake up, or wait for this Xiaoan to be able to speak, then capture him and interrogate him about Li's whereabouts. They definitely have a way to communicate." "Yes." Ning Qian said, "Since he stayed behind to cover their retreat, he definitely has a way to catch up." She jumped into the pit, and checked on An's injuries. Then, she took out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth, forcing him to swallow them. Although An was heavily injured, his mind was still clear. He stared at Ning Qian with resentment, and forcefully resisted, refusing to swallow the pills. In the end, Ning Qian smashed all of his teeth with a palm strike, and swallowed the pills along with his broken teeth. "Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you're so lowly." Ning Qian scolded a few times, and at the same time, she slapped a few important acupoints on An's body, and imprinted a mark, so as to prevent An from escaping after recovering his strength. and also noticed it, and his eyes became lifeless. After Li Yunxiao entered a meditative state, his image immediately appeared in the universe deity monument. Suddenly, a beam of sword energy soared into the sky, and slashed toward his head. Clang! Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and with 2 fingers, he pinched the broadsword lightly, and a beam of golden light spread out. The entire broadsword trembled non-stop, and no matter how much force Narcissus exerted, she couldn't move it in the slightest. What are you doing? Are you bored? Li Yunxiao glared at her, and with 2 fingers raised, he flicked Narcissus several meters away. Good. You bullied me, I'm going to kill you. Narcissus was covered in golden armor, and with a wave of the broadsword in front of her, dragon language rang out continuously around her. This is, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he looked shocked. The space behind Narcissus became blurry, and a giant black shadow slowly appeared. In an instant, 11 giant deep-sea beasts crossed the boundary. This, Li Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded, and he said in a daze, "You can summon these things into my universe deity monument?" He was stunned for a moment, and then as if he suddenly understood something, he said, "Since they can follow you to the realm of heaven martial arts at will, it's not surprising that they can descend into the universe deity monument." Humph. Li Yunxiao, I mistook you for someone else, and today, I'm going to kill you. Narcissus's face was filled with anger, and she unfolded her sword art in front of her. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and the shore is at hand. The power of her sword became stronger, and a golden light shone brilliantly. The 11 giant deep-sea beasts behind her also started to sway, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Hua Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest, and stood calmly in the sky far away. He looked at them coldly. Li Yunxiao glanced at him, and said, "What's wrong with Narcissus? What's wrong with her?" Humph. Hua Xiao snorted, and turned his face away, as if he didn't want to see Li Yunxiao. Go to hell, Li Yunxiao, you big liar. Narcissus was filled with anger, and with a flash, her sword energy slashed down, and a giant hole appeared in the sky. The slash's power was extremely sharp, and it reached him in an instant. Swish! Li Yunxiao disappeared from his original place, and appeared in the sky above her. He shouted, "Wait! What's going on? Tell me clearly. If I let you continue, my universe deity monument will be destroyed." Sob, sob, sob. Narcissus suddenly cried, and her eyes turned red. She said, "Li Yunxiao, you big liar, you have a wife." Li Yunxiao, sob sob sob, since you have a wife, why do you still want to be with me? Narcissus cried very sadly, and she couldn't stop sobbing. She looked like a weeping beauty, and it made one's heart ache. Hua Xiao looked at him coldly, and said, "I hate married men like you the most, pretending to be unmarried to seduce innocent young girls. Luckily, my junior sister found out early. Get lost, and don't look for my junior sister ever again. Uncle, we're not dating." Li Yunxiao, he slapped his forehead a few times, and didn't know what to say. He only heard Narcissus crying even louder. Li Yunxiao was speechless, and he gestured in the air a few times before saying, "First, I don't have a wife. Second, What? You're still quibbling?" Narcissus cried, "That phoenix called Faye and I already called you husband, and you're still pretending, continue pretending." Li Yunxiao found it hard to explain, and he could only stare at her, and say, "I, Li Yunxiao, have been honest all my life, when have I ever pretended? Moreover, what does it have to do with you whether I have a wife or not?" Narcissus wiped away her tears, and with a pitiful expression, she said, "You really don't have a wife?" Li Yunxiao felt a headache coming, and said, "Right now, it's not about whether I have a wife or not, but whether I have a wife or not, it has nothing to do with you, understand?" Hua Xiao said coldly, "Junior sister, do you still want to be fooled? What he's saying is that he has a wife." Sob sob sob. Narcissus instantly cried loudly, and the golden light around her body dissipated. She just squatted in the air and cried. Li Yunxiao, Hua Xiao said coldly, "My junior sister is the daughter of the Sea Emperor, the princess of the 4 seas, she can't possibly share a man with another woman." Li Yunxiao, put away your dirty heart. Filthy your sister, if you say another word, I'll beat you to death first. Li Yunxiao shouted angrily at Hua Xiao, and with a wave of his hand, he was teleported away. Only Narcissus was left squatting in the sky crying. Li Yunxiao didn't know what to do, so he suddenly shouted, "Stop crying." Sure enough, Narcissus stopped and looked up at him. Her eyes were misty, and then she burst into tears again. Li Yunxiao was speechless, and could only admit defeat. He comforted her, "Don't cry, I really don't have a wife, I'm not lying to you." "Really? Really?" Narcissus finally stopped sobbing, but her tears still flowed down like a fountain. Li Yunxiao said, "Really? But you have to understand, whether I have a wife or not has nothing to do with you." "Wah, sob sob sob. You're saying that again, I definitely have one." Water deity's tears flowed down her cheeks once again. "Stop, stop, stop, I really don't have one, I swear, I really don't have one." Li Yunxiao was finally afraid, and didn't dare to say anything else. Only then did Narcissus wipe her tears with her sleeves, and her tears turned into a smile, and she said, "Really?" Li Yunxiao looked at her red eyes, and that innocent and pure face, and couldn't help but feel touched, and only felt a strange surge in his heart. He reached out his hand to wipe the tears off her face, and said softly, "Really? Sob sob sob, so I was wrong about you." Narcissus directly fell into Li Yunxiao's arms, and buried her head directly in his chest, hugging him tightly. Li Yunxiao's whole body trembled, and the fragrance of a virgin hit his nose, causing the blood vessels in his body to swell, and his lower body couldn't help but react, and protrude. Narcissus's whole body trembled, and she said shakily, "Fish bones, the fish bones on your body are poking me." Li Yunxiao, he felt that his blood was flowing faster, and he could feel that Narcissus's body temperature was also rising. Her cheeks that were pressed against his chest felt hot. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his arms and hugged Narcissus tightly. He gently sniffed the virgin body fragrance, and his mind was in a daze. Narcissus also blushed and said, that fish bone seems so hot. Why are there fish bones on your body? Let me help you." Li Yunxiao's whole body quivered, and the dizziness in his mind was instantly dispelled, and he sobered up. He gently stroked Narcissus's hair, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He slowly held her arm and gently pushed it away. Narcissus blushed all the way to her ears. She lowered her head and looked at the protruding tent below Li Yunxiao. She reached out and grabbed it. Li Yunxiao hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, "It's okay, fish bones aren't common. They'll be gone soon." Narcissus didn't understand, and after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure it out. She just let out a soft "oh" and lowered her head shyly. Li Yunxiao smiled and knocked her head. "Don't be like this, I won't be used to it." "Maychem," Narcissus murmured, and her head was still lowered as she fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Li Yunxiao slapped his head. "I almost forgot about the important matter." He said with a serious expression, "Narcissus, I need the power of your blood to help me cultivate spirit I got art." Narcissus was startled, and she said, "We already agreed to provide the power of blood for you. But my bloodline isn't complete yet, can I help you?" Li Yunxiao nodded. "Yes, but I'm not very confident, and there's no time. You should be able to see the situation outside, right?" Narcissus said, "MHM, my eye of truth can see through the universe God steel, but I can't see through the great illusionary realm." Li Yunxiao sighed. "It's a pity. If your father was here, with his power, he should be able to see through everything. I need the power of your blood to improve my eye skill. I hope it can break through the illusionary realm." "All right." Narcissus raised her snow-white arm and said, "I'll give you as much blood as you want." Li Yunxiao was embarrassed, and he said, "Don't be so brave. I only need 2 drops of blood, but you must help me control it and stimulate its power." Narcissus replied, "MHM, don't worry, I'll listen to your instructions." Li Yunxiao started to prepare. He took out a jade scroll and studied it carefully. After memorizing it, he pondered for a while. Then he stretched out his hand and grasped the air. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared in his hand. It was as sharp as a sword. "What is this?" Narcissus's eyes widened, and she said curiously, "What a strange insect." The insect in his hand was a metal spirit insect. After eating many precious metals, the light on these insects became purer and purer. Li Yunxiao said, "I don't know what these things are called. Let's call them metal spirit insects for now." They eat all kinds of precious metals to live, and they can produce metal spirit energy. I cultivate the spirit eye divine ability, and I need to use this metal spirit energy to cleanse my eyes. Narcissus was shocked. Metal spirit energy clouding your eyes? Are you crazy? You're going to blind yourself. Li Yunxiao smiled. Don't worry. These insects are still very young, and the golden light they release is still a distance away from the real metal spirit energy. Moreover, I have the spirit eye divine ability to protect my eyes. In addition to the power of your sea monarch clan's bloodline, I will be fine. Narcissus said nervously, I will do my best to help you. Be careful. Li Yunxiao comforted her, don't worry, it's starting. He reached out with his hand and immediately absorbed the golden light from the insects, which then transformed in his hand. After that, his left hand formed a seal, and a demonic energy shot out from his eyes. The entire moon pupil squeezed out from his eyes, and all kinds of meridians covered his forehead. His head was full of meridians and blood vessels, and it was extremely terrifying. Ah? Narcissus was startled, and she covered her mouth in shock. She took a few steps back. Don't be afraid, this thing has become a part of my body. Li Yunxiao comforted her, and with a flick of his finger, 2 golden lights appeared in his palm. They were only the size of beans, and they gradually condensed in the air. Tsutsumi's pupils shrank, and a strange mark appeared. The space in front of him trembled slightly. The 2 golden lights were sucked into his pupils with a whoosh, and his pupils suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and a strange seal surged out from his palm. At the same time, it flew into his eyes, and he closed his eyes. Strange ripples appeared on his eyelids, and they rippled in all directions. He had cultivated Musu's minor rotating wheel triple transformation magical spirit eyes, but the records of this magical spirit eyes were incomplete. However, Li Yunxiao had Tsutsumi and the Eye of Heaven peering technique, and he was an expert in this field. After many deliberations, he basically mastered it. Coupled with the power of Narcissus's bloodline, he was very confident that he could cultivate the magical spirit eyes with Tsutsumi. Narcissus watched nervously from the side, and she was holding a golden dagger in her hand, ready to donate blood at any time. Li Yunxiao's eyelids turned golden, and the space behind him slowly twisted. Unexpectedly, a huge phantom of Tsutsumi appeared, like a blood moon hanging in the sky. Various runes gushed out from the blood moon, forming a myriad of shapes, and a strange power shot out from the pupils. Water deity felt a chill run down her spine. Under the gaze of that huge pair of eyes, it was as if she had become completely naked. Everything about her had been seen through. Her cheeks could not help but turn bright red, and her body began to tremble. Blood! Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted. Ah! Narcissus was shocked, and she hurriedly cut her hand with the dagger. A stream of hot blood, which was glowing with golden light, sprayed out. Li Yunxiao's eyes opened, and his eyes were completely golden. There were 2 whirlpools in them, and his pupils could not be seen clearly. The blood splashed directly into Li Yunxiao's eyes, and the golden whirlpools suddenly seemed to boil. His eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and countless blood vessels spread out from his pupils. Ah? Narcissus said in shock, Li Yunxiao, are you okay? Is there enough blood? If not, there's more. She raised the dagger and was about to cut again. Stop. Li Yunxiao shouted, I only need 2 drops, why did you make so much? His tone was full of concern and reproach. Narcissus said in a daze, I made too much in a hurry. There was an extremely deep wound on her lotus root-like hand, and it made people feel tender and tender. Li Yunxiao said, quickly stop the bleeding, and then use your Bo clan's secret divine ability to stimulate the power of blood in my eyes. Okay. Narcissus hurriedly answered. She formed a seal with one hand and pointed with 2 fingers, directly stabbing Li Yunxiao's eyeballs. 2 golden seals immediately appeared in Tsutsumi's eyes, and all the golden light was immediately swallowed by a wave of blood. Tsutsumi suddenly swelled up to the size of 2 oranges and was embedded in his face. Ah! Li Yunxiao roared in pain, and his body trembled violently. There was a burning pain in his eyes, and he seemed to be having a hard time withstanding the power of the bloodline. Ah! Li Yunxiao, you! Narcissus said anxiously, is there too much blood? That was indeed the case, but Li Yunxiao was afraid that she would worry and blame herself, so he hurriedly said, "I'm fine, this is a normal reaction." "Push it to the side." Narcissus said, "Are you really fine? But your eyes are bleeding, I'm so scared." "I said I'm fine, retreat." Li Yunxiao lightly shouted, and with a wave of his hand, he directly sent Narcissus 1,000 miles away. Then his body suddenly twitched, and he directly held his head with both hands, and loudly wailed. "Ah!" The orange-sized eyeballs were scarlet, and a few streaks of blood flowed down, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "No. I must endure it, otherwise this pair of Tsutsumi will be completely crippled." The huge pain was not unbearable, but the worry in his heart was what really made Li Yunxiao nervous. If his eyes were crippled, it would be really worse than death. The power contained in Narcissus's blood was far beyond his estimation, and that girl suddenly spurted out a large amount of blood. The entire Tsutsumi had reached a point where it was unbearable. Feeling that his eyeballs were about to explode, Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, and grabbed the remaining metal spiritual qi, suddenly turned it into a sharp light, and directly slashed at his own eyes. Qi. As soon as the golden light entered his eyes, it was immediately swallowed by the boundless blood, and only a little wave was stirred up, and then disappeared. What? Li Yunxiao's body shook as he found it hard to comprehend. The metal spiritual qi was the metal element of the 5 elements. It could destroy anything. When he tried to refine his eyes, he only took a small pellet and couldn't suppress it completely. That was why he thought of using the Bo family's blood to balance it. However, he didn't expect it to be the complete opposite. The power of the blood meridians had swallowed everything and filled his eyes. Any energy that came into contact with it would be swallowed immediately. What is going on? Li Yunxiao's head was full of question marks. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he hurriedly activated the spirit force. The meridians in his head had already been burned red by the blood. Blood kept oozing out and evaporating. Wherever the bright spirit force passed, it immediately suppressed the burning power. A white light flashed and gathered into 2 octagonal symbols in his eyes, protecting his pupils. But in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 2 octagonal symbols suddenly disintegrated and shattered like a mirror. 2 lines of blood shot out from his eyes, and his entire eyes became crimson red. "Ah!" Li Yunxiao screamed in pain as his body struggled in the sky. His fingers formed into claws as he wanted to grab Tsutsumi out of his body. However, his rationality stopped him from doing so. His heart sank to the bottom, and his vision began to turn blood red. Then, it slowly blurred, and gradually lost its light. Not only that, the vast power of the blood meridian started to rush into his brain, burning his 5 senses and 6 senses. Even his consciousness started to become numb. How could it be so sick? Li Yunxiao's heart was full of bitterness. If the moon pupils were only damaged, he could make 2 pairs of fake eyes like Musu and continue to practice the wondrous spell Spirit Eyes. However, if he lost all his 5 senses and 6 senses, he would become a walking corpse. "I'm going to die anyway. I've been through much more dangerous things. Let's try this." He formed a hand sign with both of his hands. Demonic chi gushed out from his body. His face turned dark and countless flower-like demonic tattoos appeared on his skin. The exposed meridians on his forehead had all turned black. In his scarlet eyes, a black stream of air gushed out from his pupils and slowly spread out in a spiral. The devil chi seemed to be unimpeded in the scarlet moon eye, as if it was not obstructed by any power. Li Yunxiao was surprised to find that not only that, but Narcissus's bloodline power seemed to be very close to the demonic aura, and there were signs of fusion. This, Li Yunxiao revealed a look of surprise. He said in a strange tone, "The world is truly wonderful. Just what is going on with the Bo family's bloodline and demonic yuan energy?" The burning pain on his face had completely disappeared under the cleansing of the demonic essence. Instead, it turned into a warm feeling that surged in his eyes. The light in his eyes constantly changed between red and black. Finally, it condensed into a Tai Chi fish that slowly shrank into his pupils. A white light shot out from his eyes. Then, it disintegrated into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 colors flickered incessantly. Li Yunxiao's hand sign changed. After the seven-colored light revolved in the air, it retracted. His eyes returned to their normal color. They were as clear as water and gave off an unfathomable feeling. There's a seven-colored light in my eyes. Does this mean I've directly stepped into the second realm? Li Yunxiao pondered. According to the records, the ingenious magic spirit eyes had a total of 5 major realms. The second realm was to create a seven-colored aurora. It was completely in line with his situation just now. His intuition told him that the Bo family's bloodline seemed to be related to the demonic essence. Thinking about it carefully, although the Bo family was the master of the 4 seas, they had always been in human form. They didn't seem to have any characteristics of the sea race. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. With a thought, he teleported to Narcissus's side. He saw that the girl's face was covered in tears. She was kneeling on the mountain peak with her hands clasped in front of her. She was actually praying for him. Ancestor Sea God, please bless Li Yunxiao and help him through this difficult time. From now on, I am willing to listen to Father. I will no longer be willful. I will no longer bully Bian Niu Qianwan and the others. I will no longer go to the bottom of the sea to dig for fireworms and fish for monkey fish. I will no longer eat candy before bed. I will no longer be picky about food. I will no longer roast sweet potatoes. Li Yunxiao stood quietly to the side and listened for a long time. There wasn't a single thing that was difficult to do. A strange expression appeared on his face. It seemed that this little girl wasn't stupid. She was willing to use these unimportant things to make a deal with the ancestor. Cough, cough. He coughed heavily a few times, waking Narcissus up. Li Yunxiao. Narcissus shouted excitedly. She jumped up and threw herself at him. Sob, 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 you're finally fine. The ancestor has blessed you. Li Yunxiao gently stroked her hair and softly smiled, I'm fine. But you promised the ancestor so much. How can you keep it? Narcissus raised her head and sternly said, I put all my time into cultivation. I won't think about being naughty. I want to become a great existence like Father. Then I can protect you. No one can bully you anymore. Li Yunxiao was stunned. He didn't expect her to have such thoughts. Feeling the deep sincerity, he was exceptionally moved. He softly smiled, Fool, I don't need your protection. No one in the world dares to bully me. And then you protect me. And I will protect you. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were as clear as water. There was also sincerity and affection. After staring at him for a while, Li Yunxiao felt a little awkward and hurriedly said, That's right, when I was cultivating the spirit eye technique just now, I discovered that the bloodline of your Bo family is very similar to the power of demon essence. Is the origin of your Bo family related to the demon lord? Narcissus was confused, It can't be. I've never heard of the demon master before. Li Yunxiao knew she wouldn't lie to him. He frowned, the Bo clan doesn't seem to be from the Sea clan. How did you suddenly become the ruler of the 4 seas? Narcissus shook her head, I don't know either. She was surprised and said, Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Why do I say I'm different from the Sea clan? Li Yunxiao was a bit dizzy. He knew he couldn't ask any more questions. He could only say, Continue to stay in the Universe God Monument. I'll go out and break the illusion. Narcissus grabbed his hand, unwilling to let go. She said, Be careful. I'll watch over you. If you're in danger, let me go out and save you. Li Yunxiao patted the back of her hand and smiled, Don't worry. I'll be fine. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Narcissus. The next moment, he appeared somewhere else. Ling Mudi, who was in front of him, had already returned to his normal body. He was meditating. Lord Mudi, he called out softly. Ling Mudi opened his eyes and said calmly, You're not dead yet. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, Lord, your way of greeting is really special. Ling Mudi said, There are too many experts outside. With your trashy abilities, it's not easy for you to survive in the cracks. Li Yunxiao said embarrassedly, Am I that trashy? I'm the 8-star Emperor Wu after all. Ling Mudi said, You came to find me because of the great illusionary land, right? For someone below the godly state to be able to create the great illusionary land, that kid called Tingguang is really talented. Li Yunxiao said, he's the most powerful formation master in the world today. No one can surpass him. I see. Ling Mudi said, this formation is indeed a little tricky. Sit down, I'll tell you everything I know. Li Yunxiao sat down. The two of them placed their palms together and directly communicated through their consciousness. After 10 minutes, Li Yunxiao stood up with a serious expression. Ling Mudi said, how confident are you that you can break this formation now? Li Yunxiao said, previously, I was only 30% confident. Now, I'm 40% confident. 40%? That's enough. You can go. Ling Mudi continued to close his eyes and meditate. Li Yunxiao stood there and hesitated a few times. Finally, he couldn't help but say, if you're willing to help me, I'm 50% confident. Ling Mudi opened his eyes and snorted unhappily, you want me to go out and embarrass myself? Such a rotten body caused me to be torn apart by a trash that hasn't even reached the godly state. How can I face my old friends in the afterlife? His tone was full of resentment. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, this is already the strongest body I have. It's almost indestructible. There are only a few bodies in the world that can surpass it. Ling Mudi pondered for a moment, then took out a blank jade scroll and placed it on his forehead. He imprinted a message inside and threw it over, help me gather all the materials inside and I'll teach you how to make godly refined steel. Godly refined steel? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had never heard of this name before, could it be a 10th level alchemy product? But there are no 10 directions rules in this world. Ling Mudi said, you have the spirit force. As long as you find an item that contains the 10th level rules, I'll be able to extract the power of rules. Extract the power of rules? Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He was a top-notch alchemist and naturally understood what this meant. He knew the 9th level rules like the back of his hand, but he didn't dare say that he could extract the 9th level rules from a 9th level item. More importantly, Ling Mudi seemed to see through his thoughts. He chuckled and said, stop dreaming about becoming a god. The power of rules in a 10th level item isn't complete. Can you use the 9th level rules to break through to Emperor Wu? Li Yunxiao was stunned. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, he couldn't. He took out an item and handed it to Ling Mudi. Sir, take a look at this. Is it useful? Ling Mudi looked at the small jade-like box. There were flowing lights flashing on it from time to time. He said in surprise, you actually have a 10th level spirit herb on you. He used his hand to wipe the surface of the jade box, and the seal formation on it immediately manifested, emitting a resistance force. Ling Mudi didn't forcefully break the seal. He only sensed for a while before putting his hand down. He said, not bad. It's a 10th level spirit herb, Crimson Star Orchid. Although a lot of spirit chi has been consumed, the power of rules is still there. It can be used. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. The other materials were easy to find, but this 10th level item was something that could only be found by luck. Back then, he only bid for it because he wanted to explore the 10th level rules. He didn't expect it to actually come in handy. As he thought about refining 10th grade items, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. Peering into the divine path was the lifelong pursuit of many top-notch alchemists. Listening Mudi looked at his excited face and snorted, don't think that the other materials are easy to find. Come to me when you have them all. Only then did Li Yunxiao pick up the jade slip and place it on his forehead. His face quickly turned green. He said, there are a few things in there that even I have never heard of. I'm afraid they are extinct in this continent. Mudi said, the refining of divine smelting steel is a bit harsh, but it is the only refining method that doesn't require 10th grade items. If you can't even get these, there is no need to learn it. And I can only make do with this broken body. Okay. As long as these things exist in this world, I will definitely get them. Not only was it related to refining 10th grade items, but the gourd's little King Kong was also Li Yunxiao's pet. It wasn't appropriate for his body to be occupied by Mudi. He muttered to himself for a while, then flashed into Fengsuan Mountain. Brother Gaohan, I have come to see you again. Before he entered, Li Yunxiao shouted from afar. then he quietly waited for him to get angry. After a while, there was no movement in the mountain. Just when he was surprised, Yuan Gaohan's voice came. Unexpectedly, he wasn't angry. He said, "What's the matter? Just say it." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Brother Gaohan, you are really considerate." He threw the jade slip in and said, "I hope Brother Gaohan can help me prepare a few portions of the things in here." After a while, an angry voice came from inside, shouting, "A few portions? Are you kidding? Do you know how precious the materials in here are? They are extinct in the realm of heaven martial arts." Li Yunxiao praised, "Brother Gaohan, you are really knowledgeable. There are a few things in here that even I have never heard of. I didn't expect Brother Gaohan to recognize them. Since you recognize them, you most likely have them." There was a flash of light outside the cave, and Yuan Gaohan appeared directly. He held the jade scroll in his hand, and his face was full of seriousness. He said in a deep voice, "This recipe is not simple. It seems to be an ancient recipe? Where did you get it, and what are you trying to refine?" Li Yunxiao did not reply, only saying with a smile, "With Brother Gaohan's methods and status, it would not be difficult no matter how difficult it is." "Humph, you make it sound so easy." Among them, the eternal wood, the dark heaven blood jade, and the extreme sky ice essence are not any less valuable than the Amaterasu imperial gold. They might even be comparable to divine items. Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "Moreover, the other items are not cheap either. You want me to get a few portions? Do you think I'm the ruler of the world and can get whatever I want?" Li Yunxiao said, "What exactly are these three materials? Why haven't I heard of them before? Isn't it too abnormal?" Yuan Gaohan said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of them, because these three names only existed in ancient times. In these countless years, they have basically disappeared, so it's very difficult to see them again. The eternal wood is the current Earth's core iron. Countless years ago, there existed a dense forest formed by large amounts of Earth's core iron. It is as old as the heavens and earth, so it is called eternal. Many years ago, it was a very ordinary ninth-level refining material. Now, not to mention the surface, even the true Earth's core might not exist." Li Yunxiao was a little dizzy, and said, "So it's Earth's core iron. This item has long been extinct. Does the sanctuary have any hidden treasures?" Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "I don't know if there are hidden treasures. Even if there are, it would be extremely precious. How can I take it out so easily?" Li Yunxiao said, "Then what about the other two items?" Yuan Gaohan said, "The so-called dark heaven blood is actually the blood of real spirit. Where are you going to get it?" Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, and then he muttered to himself. There was a blood of real spirit outside the world deity steel, so it was not difficult to get it. He had already agreed to fight with him, so he could just beat him to a pulp and draw his blood. Yuan Gaohan continued, "The extreme sky ice essence is the ice soul essence of the northernmost small ice sky." "Northernmost small ice sky," Li Yunxiao wiped his cold sweat, and said, "Northernmost small ice sky. Isn't it the legendary world of ice and snow that existed in the past, but was later lost in the realm of heaven martial arts?" Yuan Gaohan said, "That's right. The northernmost small ice sky existed in the past, but it has been lost for a long time. If you can find it, it will be considered a contribution to the realm of heaven martial arts." Li Yunxiao was speechless, and then he said embarrassedly, "The sanctuary should have collected this item, right?" Yuan Gaohan said coldly, "Don't even think about getting it from the sanctuary. The sanctuary doesn't have it, and even if it does, they won't give it to you." Li Yunxiao said, "Brother Gaohan, have you ever heard of divine smelted steel?" "Divine smelted steel?" A confused look flashed in Yuan Gaohan's eyes. His whole body trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "The strongest divine item in the world, the best metal for crafting tools in ancient times, divine smelted steel?" His eyes shone brightly, and he grabbed Li Yunxiao, and said excitedly, "Don't tell me that you are collecting these materials to refine divine smelted steel." Li Yunxiao slapped his hands away, and said with a smile, "That's right. Divine smelted steel. Divine smelted steel." Yuan Gaohan couldn't stay calm anymore, and he shouted, tell me the refining method." Li Yunxiao said, "I have already told you the materials, and as for the refining method, cough, I can consider letting you observe it when I'm refining it, but it will depend on your performance. Li Yunxiao smiled, patted his arm, and said, Little Yuan, you understand. Brotherly, I understand, I understand. Yuan Gaohan lost his attitude, and said bitterly, but the sacred Saint Galaxy really can't take out these three things. I only have some clues about the eternal wood and the extreme northern ice spirit. As for the blood of the true spirit, how can there be a true spirit in this world? Li Yunxiao coughed twice, and said, I can get the blood of the true spirit, but do you have any clues about the other two? You can get the blood of the true spirit? Yuan Gaohan's eyes were like two copper bells, his face full of disbelief. Li Yunxiao said, You don't have to worry about this. Yuan Gaohan suppressed the shock in his heart. Although he also wanted to know what was going on with the blood of the true spirit, it was clear that the divine smelted steel was the thing that made him go crazy. He organized his thoughts, and said in a low voice, This is a long story, and it involves other things. I will tell you when the two souls fuse. I will first think of a way to prepare the other materials. Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, Little Yuan, you can do it. Yuan Gaohan's face darkened, and he said coldly, Li Yunxiao, if you lie to me, I will definitely skin you alive. Li Yunxiao laughed, hee, as long as these materials can be collected, don't even mention the divine smelted steel. I will bring you to Jiutian seizing the moon, and bring you to catch turtles in the 5 oceans. Yuan Gaohan was speechless, and with a heavy snort, he disappeared from Fangsuan Mountain. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, and his figure faded, and his soul returned to his body. Husband, you're awake. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Fei and I by his side, like a little bird, more beautiful than a flower. Li Yunxiao felt his throat was a little dry, and he swallowed his saliva, and retracted all the origin energy in his body, and he said, I'm fine. His current dantian was abnormally strong, and as long as he frantically poured spiritual energy into it, in addition to the indestructible golden body and bright moon divine body, he would be able to forcefully recover no matter how heavy his injuries were. But in the eyes of others, they were more or less surprised. Han Junting said, It's only been 2 days, and he has recovered to this state. And from young Master Yunxiao's state, it seems that he has improved a level. Young Master Yunxiao's talent is so good that it makes people jealous. Li Yunxiao frowned, and he looked at her coldly, and said, Han Junting, I think you're starting to have crooked thoughts again? You've forgotten the pain so quickly, do you really want me to beat you up to feel better? Han Junting's expression changed, and she said angrily, I care about you out of kindness, but kindness doesn't get rewarded. There are really no good men in this world. Li Yunxiao laughed strangely and said, hearing from Miss Junting, it seems like you've been injured by a man before? Come, say it for everyone to hear, and make everyone happy. Get lost. Han Junting flicked her sleeves angrily, turned around, and ignored him. Ning Qian said, Li Yunxiao, don't talk nonsense. Junting grew up in Divine Firmament Palace since young and has never come into contact with men at all. What should we do now? This sorcerer refuses to divulge information no matter how we force him. A small portion of An's injuries had also recovered, but with over a dozen restrictions placed on him by everyone, he could not escape even if he grew wings. He stubbornly sat at the side with a sneer on his face. Li Yunxiao walked up and said, Brother, you're very stubborn. And sneered and said, A scholar can be killed, it's just death. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Then I won't stand on ceremony. And was stunned, and he said with a frown, You want to kill me? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said with a smile, Just soul-searching, it's not fatal. I like this body of yours very much, it's still useful to keep. And shuddered, and his eyes revealed a venomous look as he said coldly, I'm the 9 Stars Peak Emperor Wu. You dare to soul-search me, you're purely seeking death. The soul force of our ugly sorcerer race. Before he finished speaking, his body shuddered, and his eyes burst out with a bright light, filled with horror. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly became demonic, showing 2 colors of red and black, turning into a tai chi spinning in his eyes. You really dare to soul-search me, you don't want to live. And shouted in horror, but he was shocked to discover that an extremely powerful force directly rushed into his mind. In Li Yunxiao's eyes, the black and red colors instantly turned into a rainbow light, and the entire space became dazzled. The rest of the people were also shocked as they watched quietly from the side. They broke into a cold sweat for Li Yunxiao's audacity. A hint of green appeared in Chu Mujia's eyes, and there was a flash of fear. His eyes were also taken from a ferocious beast, and they were completely refined by him. Now, there was actually a hint of fear coming from his eyes. Like green eyes were plucked from a ferocious beast of the ancient Ai clan, but now it's afraid. A huge wave rose in Chu Mujia's heart, and he stared at Li Yunxiao's rainbow eyes, feeling the waves of strange spiritual power, and muttered to himself, what's going on with his eyes? Under the rainbow light, An's face started to become sluggish, and his whole body directly floated in the air. Gradually, his limbs loosened, and he completely lost consciousness. Li Yunxiao's mental strength was like countless sharp swords. It broke through the other party's mind and sea of consciousness and rushed in. Even if he did not cultivate the mystical spell Spirit Eyes, he was confident that he could search An's soul directly. However, Tsutsumi was too famous and had obvious characteristics. It was not suitable for him to use it in public. After cultivating the minor rotating wheel and three-phase transformation mystical spell Spirit Eyes, Tsutsumi seemed to have evolved. The shape of his pupils was no longer limited to the shape of a bloody Tsutsumi. It was very convenient for him to use it. An's memory was continuously opened under the attack of the pupil power. However, the soul power of a 9-star peak expert was far superior to that of an ordinary person. When Li Yunxiao forcibly broke the memory chain, there was a strong force that came back to him. However, the force was blocked by the pupil light. Moreover, the memory chain of this peak demon expert was also very strong. When the memory chain was broken, it continued to collapse. A large number of memories turned into fragments and dissipated. Li Yunxiao was extremely anxious. The entire chain of memories was starting to shatter. He could only read bits and pieces, and they were all unimportant. Moreover, they were basically some fragments of his cultivation and some information about the stars and moon illusion. However, they were also broken. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. The 7-colored light stopped rotating. His pupils turned completely black. Even his body was demonized. Many demonic patterns appeared. Beichanan's eyes flashed. He looked at Li Yunxiao's body that was covered with demonic patterns. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. After the power of the demonic aura appeared, the 7-colored light gradually dissipated and turned into a pitch-black demonic pupil. In An's memory, the destructive force was completely dispersed by the light of the demonic aura. A large number of memories surged up and turned into countless runes. They rushed up in the soul and sea of consciousness and dissipated continuously. A huge black pupil appeared in the sky of An's sea of consciousness. It looked down coldly and searched through the countless runes that surged up. Suddenly, the pupil shrank and a circle of black light spread out. Among the runes that filled the sky, a few strings of runes were absorbed by the strange force and were directly absorbed into the pupil. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. The black light was withdrawn and his eyes became clear again. However, he looked a little tired. Puff. Blood spurted out from the 7 orifices of An's head. He no longer had the strength to drag his body. He fell to the ground heavily. Succeeded? Ning Qian asked anxiously. Although he had already guessed it, he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, the other party was a 9-star pinnacle powerhouse. A strange expression flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. He seemed to be digesting the other party's memories. He seemed to be digesting An's memory. After a while, he said, I found a way to track those great demons, but they're extremely powerful. Not only did the 8 tribes of the demon race send 4 commanders, there's also a transcendence expert. The demon clan's transcendence? Everyone was startled, and Ning Qian said in a low voice, the demon race has been in the illusory realm of star and moon for so many years, so it's not strange for them to have experts that have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. You must know that the 8 tribes of the demon race are the cornerstones of the demon race, the foundation of the demon race. Isn't it a little too strange for 4 commanders to come at once? Even without soul-searching, Li Yunxiao knew they were here for Shang and the armillary sphere. Even without searching their souls, Li Yunxiao knew that these demons were here for Shang and the armillary sphere. Regarding the appearance of Shang and the armillary sphere, the demonic clan did not have a unified opinion. There seemed to be a huge difference in opinion. But these things were top secret. He said, this demonic clan's memory is too broken. I don't know. Let's ask them after we catch them. But these matters were still top secret, how could he speak of them so easily? Thus, he said, this demon's memory has been destroyed too much, I don't know much either. Let's wait until we catch up to those demons before asking. Li Yunxiao said, and's body is not bad. Idiot, take it. He looked at the evil spirit. The evil spirit was shocked. I just got used to this descendant's body. Will it be inappropriate to change the vessel? The evil spirit was taken aback and said, I have just adapted to this body of a descendant, would it be inappropriate to suddenly change the vessel? The others were shocked again. They looked at the evil spirit strangely. I just got used to this body. Will it be inappropriate to change the vessel? Also, this demonic clan looks like a pretty boy. It doesn't fit my rough character. The others were shocked again. They looked at the evil spirit strangely. So this kid took over a body. Back then, Qi Xingfeng had been residing in Heng Yuan's martial ancestor body until he found Yu Yixin. This was also the reason why. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, this is the body of a 9-stars peak. You've seen his undying mystical power. The evil spirit's eyes lit up. He swallowed his saliva. That move is impressive. Cut him in half and he became 2. The evil spirit's eyes lit up. He swallowed his saliva. That move is impressive. He became 2 after cutting him in half. A faint mist surged out from the top of the dragon guard's head. It formed a ferocious face in the air. It laughed and charged at Naan. Everyone wiped their cold sweat. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Taking over a body was extremely difficult. Mistakes could happen if one was not careful. In the worst-case scenario, one's soul would be destroyed. However, in the eyes of this strange spirit, it was like a game. They looked at Li Yunxiao strangely. What kind of weird things are around this kid? Haha. The evil spirit rushed into Na's body and quickly jumped up. Na's idiotic face was instantly filled with ferocity. He laughed loudly. Haha, so strong. What a strong body. His face was covered in blood. He laughed crazily. He's even stronger than that dragon descendant. He succeeded just like that? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their minds were filled with question marks. The others were still fine. However, Chu Mujia, who was also an alchemist, had his mouth wide open. He was completely stunned. Soon after, the sluggish expression on his face gradually became gloomy. His eyes emitted a green glow, and from time to time, a bright light would flash out. Taking over a body was related to the barrier between soul and vessel. He, who had studied the human body to the extreme, could not explain the evil spirit's current situation. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips a few times. The evil spirit jumped to Dragon Guard's side. He took out the axe and shouted, I'm still used to this. Everyone felt dizzy and dazed. It was as if the scene in front of them was extremely unreal. Haha. Fei Yanai suddenly laughed and said, my husband is a monster. He is surrounded by monsters. I like it. She rushed over to hug Li Yunxiao. However, she only hugged a shadow. She couldn't help but snort a few times. She seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. Li Yunxiao said, let's go. We've been delayed for 2 days. I'm afraid Tingguang won't be able to hold on and die. If that happens, there's really no way to reverse the situation. Han Junting threw out the battleship formed by the golden leaf. Li Yunxiao took out a pointer. It was the demonic power pointer that he obtained from Na. It was always pointing at the great demon that made the pointer. The golden leaf floated in the air a few times. Then, it turned into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of the pointer. In an unknown place in the great illusionary land, a grand building stood between the sea and the sky. It covered over 300 miles and isolated the sky from the sun. Above the palace, 9 waterfalls flowed down like 9 dragons drawing water. They created countless splashes and turned into clouds of mist. It was like a celestial palace. For golden words flashed continuously in the sky. It was the name of the palace, Great Illusionary Palace. A few hundred meters away from the palace, several figures suddenly appeared. They stepped on the water silently and stood there quietly. Their attire was very strange. It was simple and primitive. There were all kinds of jade hanging on their bodies. There were also skeletons and tree branches as decorations. They were filled with arrogance and untamable wildness. It must be this one. The one who spoke was Zhao Li. He changed back into his demonic attire. His entire aura was completely different from before. There was a sense of coldness and nobility. This is already the 7th one we've found. Are you sure? Wing crossed his arms in front of his chest. His long and slender fingers were exposed like white bones. It was very eye-catching. Li said, I'm sure. She turned her head around and looked at Xiang, quietly waiting for his instructions. Xiang was wearing a silk robe. It looked more like a human's attire. He was dressed like a rich young master. There was a piece of jade on his waist. It flickered with a gentle radiance under the sunlight. At the moment, his complexion was like the jade. It was clear and shiny, but it was simple and gentle. Xiang exclaimed in admiration, I've never seen such a grand celestial palace in my life. It's no wonder that a human could become the master of the realm of heaven martial arts. Such a grand spirit is hard to reach. Li said with a smile, Lord Xiang, you praise me too much. This is only an illusory palace that was created out of thin air. No matter how grand it is, it will be difficult for it to become real. Xiang shook his head and said, appearance comes from the heart. Such a grand realm is the state of mind of a throne. Amazing. This illusory realm is indeed powerful. I have to admit that it's even stronger than the illusory stars and moon. A great monster looked at the 9 dragons descending in front of him and a gurgling sound of water. He sighed with emotion. This great monster was wearing a felt hat. His eyes were glowing like a cat's eye. He wore a lined jacket made of animal skin. There were natural symbols on it. At a glance, he looked ferocious. Wings' eyes emitted a cold light. Dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He snorted and said, my monster clan has been unstoppable since the birth of the realm of heaven martial arts. I didn't expect that in your generation, you would be driven into an illusory realm by a mere human to drag out an ignoble existence. You make me feel ashamed and angry. You. Impudent. Behind that great monster, a monster with a green face and fangs shouted angrily, we respect you as our ancestors, but you can't be rude to Lord Ci. The 3 demons behind the greater demon shrine wearing a felt hat all had angry expressions on their faces, and they stared coldly at Wing as if they were hostile. Ci sighed and said, Lord Yi is right. Why are you so agitated? You have to admit that there is a gap between us and humans. In these tens of thousands of years, we have indeed brought shame to countless ancestors. Wing said coldly, heard that, right? The temple himself also admitted it. You guys are so shameful. Don't tell me I can't say anything? Damn it. The green-faced, fanged demon clenched his fists so hard that they made explosive sounds. He stepped forward and pleaded, Lord C, please allow me to teach this arrogant and ridiculous person a lesson. The temple lord said, Lord E is right, you can leave. My lord. The green-faced fanged demon roared angrily, and his face turned black with anger. The elemental energy on his body rippled, but he had nowhere to vent it. The faces of the other 2 great figures of the monster clan also turned cold. C said, I understand your anger, but what Lordy said isn't wrong. If we can't face our own weakness and face the gap between our 2 races, how can we revitalize our race if we live in arrogance all day long? A great demon behind him mocked coldly, adding them can revitalize our race? It's just a few more idiots who only know how to fight among themselves, and they're even colluding with the human race. How absurd. He looked coldly at Tang Qing, who was behind him, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Tang Qing's face was still dejected, as if he had lost all hope. He did not say a word. Even when the Grand Demon directly targeted him, his face was calm, as if he did not hear anything. Qin is right. The green-faced, fanged demon sneered, if Lord Xiang hadn't refined our race's treasure, the Armillary Sphere, why would I come to Crimson Moon City? If Lord Xiang hadn't taken the Armillary Sphere away, perhaps our demon race wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Xi's expression changed, and he shouted, "You've gone too far." The green-faced fanged demon snorted coldly. "I'm going too far? I don't think we can count on these so-called ancestors. Why don't we take the armillary sphere with us? The revitalization of the demon race is just around the corner." He glanced at the other great demon and said, "Meng, what do you think?" The great demon's body was covered in jade stones and he wore a silver helmet on his head. Masked Man's expression was calm as he said, "I agree with the two of you, but I will listen to Lord Xi's orders." Xi snorted coldly and said, "Lord Xi's orders are naturally important, but the three of us are the chiefs of the 8 tribes, so we should have our own opinions. After all, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of our race." Qin said coldly, "I agree with Saliva's suggestion. Let these people hand over the armillary sphere. After all, times have changed, and the current heavenly martial arts realm doesn't belong to these few seniors anymore." Wing gave him a disdainful glance and said with a scoff, "Of course it's not our world, but the human race's world. You. As expected, it's hard to change one's virtue." Qin said angrily, "Lord Ci, we respect you very much, but if you insist on acting arbitrarily, I'm afraid that you'll harm the entire demon race." His gem-like eyes slowly turned cloudy, and the wrinkles on his face increased. "If you still respect me, then don't cause trouble." "My lord." Saliva fiercely stamped his feet, causing water vapor to fill the sky and fall into the sea with a crashing sound, causing countless ripples. Just like his heart, he was unable to calm down. Ci said indifferently, "Without Lord Shang's words, it would be hard for the humans to win. All of you are the chiefs of the 8 tribes, the strongest forces of the demon race. However, and has already fallen." His cloudy eyes instantly became clear, and then dimmed again. "What?" Everyone was shocked, finding it hard to believe. Li Yunxiao cried out in alarm, "How can it be? I set up the heavenly crippling 100 beasts formation. Unless there are 100 Li Yunxiao, they will all die in there." Ci said, "Lord Li is right. I know the power of that formation very well. Moreover, with this formation, even if N can't defeat them, he can at least escape unscathed. However, it's a pity that he has indeed fallen. Damn humans." Saliva gnashed his teeth and said, "And must have carried our clan's honor on his back, so he didn't want to escape. That's why he fought to the death, and unfortunately fell. Lord Ci, let's go back and take revenge for N." Xi's mood was very calm, and he said indifferently, "There's no need to go back. Those humans have already come through the compass." He turned his head and said, "Lord Shang, what should we do now?" During the previous quarrel, Shang didn't say anything from beginning to end. He seemed to be pondering something. Only now did he speak. "Li Yunxiao is a person with the mandate of heaven. If he was killed by N, I would find it strange. This person's fate is strong, he won't die so easily. Leaving this great illusionary temple is the right way. Let's go in first and try not to get into conflict with them." "What?" Saliva said angrily, "Now that a human killed one of our companions, and it's one of the 8 chiefs, they actually fled without fighting? Did I hear it wrong?" Shang glanced at him and said, "If you want to fight, then stay behind. I don't need idiots by my side." Saliva said coldly, "It's fine if we stay behind. Hand over the armillary sphere and we'll leave now." Ci shouted, "Don't be presumptuous. Listen to Lord Shang's words and enter the temple. Whoever dares to disobey will be disobeying my order and will be killed on the spot." Lord Ci, you, Saliva and Qin were in disbelief. They didn't want to believe that Ci would kill their chiefs just to protect Shang. Meng was the only one who looked calm, like a 1,000-years-old stone, without showing any emotion. Ci said coldly, "Let's go." A ray of light flashed in his hand, turning into a wooden crutch. There was a nebula pattern on it, and with a flash, a ray of light enveloped everyone and brought them toward the great illusionary temple. Suddenly, a wave surged in the sky, and the entire sky darkened. Within the layer of clouds, there seemed to be a ray of light rushing down like a comet, falling toward the 9-dragon flying waterfall. The entire space was affected by the power of the ray of light, and it pressed down layer by layer, as if it was squeezed into a point, becoming the tail of the ray of light, changing into a strange scene in the sky. "Not good." Ci suddenly shouted, and the ray of light immediately stopped. Everyone appeared at the same time. He shouted, "Scatter!" The strong ray of light in the sky shot toward them, and its power was like a mountain pressing down on them. The entire sea was pressed down by the power, and the level of the sea within a 3,000 zhang radius sank more than 10 zhang. However, everyone present was a peak expert. As soon as Ci finished speaking, several rays of light shot out in all directions, and in an instant, they were more than 100 zhang away. The strong ray of light finally descended, and it was actually an arrow that shot directly into the sea. Boom! The entire sea exploded, forming a peerless tornado that raised a 10,000 zhang wave that surged into the clouds. A terrifying phenomenon appeared on the surface of the sea. A huge pillar of water with a circumference of unknown size shot up into the sky. A vast stretch of water flowed in reverse. The spectacular scene instantly dwarfed the grand illusionary temple and the 9-dragon waterfall. Ci sternly shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" A ball of light suddenly flew out from the huge pillar of water and slowly floated in the air. Within the ball of light was a purple figure with a huge longbow on his back. With a pop, the ball of light shattered, and the purple figure fell down. With a stomp, he stepped on the surface of the sea, and his body undulated along with the waves. Ci shouted in alarm, "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The person in front of him was the closest to him, and the aura he exuded made him feel uneasy. In the distance, Tangqing was also quite surprised, and he said, "Silver Moon Emperor Wu Xianhua." Ah! Ci was shocked, and he hurriedly leaped up, retreating several hundred zhang away from the surface of the sea. Although he was a monster, in the realm of heaven martial arts, the name of one of the 10 titled Emperor Wu resounded like thunder. "Hey, you know me?" Xianhua glanced at Tangqing, and his fingers made circles on his forehead. He pondered, and said, "You look so familiar. Why can't I remember who you are?" Tangqing's face was extremely gloomy, and he snorted heavily. He was the lord of the Red Moon City, one of the 7 great sex lords, yet the other party said he didn't know him. This was undisguised contempt. "Oh, I really can't remember." "I'm sorry," Xianhua blinked, and said, "but people can't be nameless. I'll call you Zhang San." Tangqing's face turned blue with anger. If the other party wasn't titled Emperor Wu, he would have already rushed forward and risked his life. Rushing forward now was not risking his life, but throwing away his life. Ci looked vigilant, and he said, "So it's Lord Emperor Wu titled Silver Moon. Why did you stop us?" Xianhua took the bow, and it disappeared from his hand. The demons nearby jumped in fright when they saw him take the bow, and they couldn't help but retreat several dozen zhang away. When they saw that the bow and arrow had disappeared, they were ashamed and angry. Xianhua smiled, and said, "It's nothing. I've been wandering around this illusory realm for a few days, and I haven't seen any ghosts or people. I'm so excited to finally see some living people. Speaking of which, why do you all look so strange?" The faces of all the great demons sank. The other party was asking a question he already knew the answer to. He was clearly looking down on their demon race. Ci coldly said, "In this old one's eyes, Lord Xianhua also looks strange. If there's nothing else, please move aside and don't block the way." Xianhua said, "In any case, I have nothing to do, so I'll follow you in to take a look. I arrived in front of this great hall yesterday, but I didn't dare to enter. Now is the right time, please lead the way." Ci was startled, and said, "Lord Xianhua, you must be joking." Xianhua blinked innocently, and said, "How am I joking? If you don't want to bring me along, then I'll follow myself. You guys go your way, I'll go mine." Qin said coldly, "Lord Ci, he's clearly looking for trouble. Why don't we all attack together and kill him, and also extinguish the prestige of these humans?" Ci's eyes also emitted a cold light, and he said with a chuckle, "If we can kill a titled Emperor Wu, then this trip won't be in vain." The other great demons also suddenly spread out. Everyone spread out like stars in the sky, surrounding Xianhua in the center, ready to take action at any time. Ci's eyes also became clear, and he turned his head, saying, "Lord Shang, you decide." Ci and Qin frowned, revealing a look of extreme dissatisfaction. But now that a great enemy was in front of them, they didn't show it. Shang said, "Lord Ci, Do you think we can kill him? Ci frowned. Yes, but it will be difficult. Xiang nodded. The most important task right now is to leave the great illusionary land to avoid unnecessary damage. Let him be willful for once. Ci said, but this person is always following behind us. If he messes things up, Xiang smiled. Right now, everyone's goal is the same, and that is to break the illusion unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Ci nodded. That's reasonable. Saliva said angrily, Lord Ci, he is clearly greedy for life and afraid of death. Ci said indifferently, shut up and let's go. Saliva, his eyes were almost spitting fire. He didn't understand why Ci valued Xiang so much. Wasn't it just an armillary sphere? He didn't believe that there was no one in the demon race who could refine it. Qin glanced at him, clearly having the same thoughts. But although he was angry, he didn't dare to vent it, and could only follow the others. Xianxia also revealed a look of astonishment. He chased after them and shouted, you say fight, you say don't fight, you say don't fight, you really are straightforward. Xiang turned back and said with a smile, if there is a need to break the formation, I hope Lord Xianxia will lend a hand. Xianxia tilted his head and smiled strangely. The figures of the crowd quickly disappeared into the layers of mist in front of the hall. After an unknown period of time, a golden light flickered in front of the hall, turning into a small boat that slowly floated into the water. The golden leaf enlarged, revealing the figures of the crowd. Li Yunxiao held the pointer and looked in the direction of the hall. They've gone in. Ning Qian said in surprise, is this the great illusionary palace? It's actually so grand. Should we also go in? Li Yunxiao's eyes turned black as he gazed at the mist in front of the hall. A small wave was gently spreading out. The ripples were completely concealed by the raging waves of the 9 dragons flying waterfall. They were indiscernible, and could only be clearly seen under Tsutsumi. At the center of the ripples was a speck of white light, submerged in countless splashes of water. But Li Yunxiao could clearly see that the speck of white light did not disperse, and the ripples it emitted were very stable, lasting for a long time. Li Yunxiao, what happened? Han Junting noticed his expression and looked into the water, but found nothing. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's fine. It's just that the demon race isn't the only one entering the great illusionary temple. Han Junting frowned and said, it's not strange. Since we can find our way here, it's not strange at all for those peerless powerhouses to come here. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, let's go. This great illusionary land is becoming more and more realistic. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be. He took the lead and walked towards the grand door. The rest of the people hurriedly followed, and the dozen or so people also disappeared into the mist. Inside an extremely spectacular crystal cave, it was exquisite, translucent, and white like jade, giving off layers of mist. 2 figures were reflected on the cave wall. They sat facing each other in silence. Boom, suddenly, a drop of pure white milk fell and broke apart on the rock. One of them slowly opened his eyes. Under the illumination of the jade-green light in the cave, that handsome face looked somewhat bewitching. His eyes flickered with a smile and he said, quite a few interesting people came. The middle-aged man sitting opposite him had a burly figure and a cold expression. He opened his eyes at once, and a cold glint shot out like lightning. He said coldly, be careful of playing with fire. All your efforts will be for naught. Tungguang chuckled and said, hee, you don't have to worry. Even if I really collapse and die, I have at least tried and died without regrets. Besides, the current situation is much better than I expected. There are quite a few acquaintances and friends who have come to support us. Qi Xingfeng said coldly, unfortunately, this old man has no interest in dying with you. Once I break this seal, it will be the time of your death. His body trembled violently. Suddenly, a halo appeared above his head. There was a myriad of colors inside, and the mountain range stretched out, causing the entire space to tremble. Under Qi Xingfeng's struggle, the mountain range began to rumble and show signs of collapsing. A large amount of mist was shaken out from the halo. Tungguang was unhurried. He raised his hand to form a seal and pointed at the air. Large golden characters appeared in the air and flew into the halo. Immediately, the trembling was greatly reduced and everything returned to normal. With a flash of the halo, it disappeared above Qi Xingfeng's head. Humph, you actually used the power of the entire mountain range to suppress me. Unfortunately, your power is limited. I want to see how long you can last. Qi Xingfeng snorted and said mockingly, another 2 or 3 times and I will be able to break this seal. When that time comes, it will be your end. Teng Guang squinted his eyes and smiled, let's talk about that after you break it. Qi Xingfeng snorted heavily, then closed his eyes and continued to regulate his breathing. Teng Guang's eyes flashed. His hands continuously formed seals, and thousands of strange talismans flew up and scattered in all directions. These talismans all contained extremely profound laws. They flew into the surrounding crystal walls and disappeared. His skin seemed to have been drained of blood. It became abnormally pale, even transparent. After Li Yunxiao and the others stepped into the main hall, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Palaces stood tall in the clouds, densely packed in front of them. They were thousands of miles wide. Every palace was connected to each other using cloud ladders. In an instant, it seemed like there was no end in sight. Fei and I exclaimed that majestic 9 dragons waterfall is actually just a door. Han Junting frowned, this is troublesome. There are so many palaces. There are at least 1,000 of them. Who knows where the monarch is hiding? Li Yunxiao raised his hand. The demonic energy needle also stopped moving, as if it had lost contact. Ning Qian said cautiously, don't tell me the demonic race lured us here? Li Yunxiao said, it can't be. Other than the great demons, there are other people here. I saw other people's markings outside the hall. Ziqingji said, it's good that this place is real. The most important thing now is to find the monarch. There are so many palaces here. Why don't we split up? Han Junting said coldly, Lord Ziqingji is probably trying to slip away. Otherwise, Wei Qing will see you and become suspicious. Ziqingji's face darkened. He shouted, Han Junting, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I will make plans for everyone. Li Yunxiao said, Lord Ziqingji, don't be angry. We can all feel your heart. Why don't you try and see if you can successfully fly into the hall in front? Ziqingji was stunned, what do you mean? Is there a restriction? He frowned. His face was full of vigilance. He soared into the sky, creating waves. His whole body was suppressed by a force and bounced back. Bam, his whole body bent down from the pressure. His 2 feet stepped on the ground. His whole feet sunk in. An essence energy wave burst out from his body and surged out. Everyone immediately felt the impact of the essence energy wave and revealed astonished expressions. Li Yunxiao was also somewhat astonished as he said, it's actually this strong? Ziqingji said with a gloomy face, if not for my vigilance, I would have been injured from this shock. Ning Qian had a look of disbelief and said, isn't it too exaggerated? How much strength did Lord Ziqingji use just now? Can you break through this restriction if you charge at full force? Ziqingji pondered and said, I used at least 50% of my strength. If I charge at full force, I might be able to break through. But if I can't, I will suffer the backlash of this restriction. Even if I don't die, I will be heavily injured. Han Junting said, if flying is suppressed, how long will it take to walk in this 1,000 miles and thousands of palaces? Also, there are no traces of those demons ahead. They must have escaped. Haha, this is the time for us to show our prowess. Chu Mujia suddenly laughed. With a bang, he spread the black wings on his back. Bolts of black lightning appeared on them. At the same time, he opened his 1,000 eyes and directly distorted the space. With a whoosh, he disappeared on the spot, leaving only the rippling power of space and a complacent voice. Haha, I will go first. You guys continue to stay here like turtles. Haha. Luo Qingyun's pupils constricted. He took a step forward and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, I won't accompany you anymore. Remember this matter. It will be a battle of life and death between you and me. He grabbed with his right hand and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He fiercely stabbed it into the sky. A majestic dragon's might soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky retreated under the roar of the true dragon. The entire sky was covered in the light of restriction. Luo Qingyun turned into a ray of green light and soared into the sky, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The 9 ghost Azura also surged with monstrous demonic chi. Golden light flashed on their bodies and turned into golden balls that wrapped around them. Then, they disappeared into the sky. Wow, they're all gone. Xianxia, why are you so trashy? The evil spirit's face was full of mockery. He laughed weirdly and said with disdain, haha, although we are all 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu, the difference is obvious at the crucial moment. Xianxia's face turned red. He snorted, I just didn't want to risk my life like that. If I had used my trump card, let alone escaping, even breaking this restriction would not be a problem. Oh? Then why don't you show us your trump card? Come on, show us. The evil spirit glared at him with undisguised disdain. Xianxia raised his head and snorted, trump cards are ultimate skills that can only be used at the edge of life and death. How can they be used so casually? Have you ever seen someone throw a bomb at the beginning of a game of Landlord? Boorish people are ignorant. Boorish? You're calling me boorish? The evil spirit's face was ferocious. He picked up his axe and swung it at Xianxia, you dare to insult me? I'll chop you to death. The two quickly fought. Pung 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 sounds could be heard all around. Bin Sun was speechless. He said, I feel like my IQ has been pulled down after being with this kind of person for so long. Li Yunxiao, think of a way. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Li Yunxiao smiled, there are many ways. But to let everyone cross the shore together, we can only rely on him. Come out, Yi Fan, Li Yunxiao shouted. A ray of light shot out from between his brows and formed into a small golden boat not far away. The boat shone with golden light and was filled with wealth and elegance. The space on the bow of the boat rippled and a silhouette appeared. He smiled and said, everyone, get on the boat. This is, other than Bin Sun and the evil spirit, the others had never seen Yi Fan and Noah's boat before. They were all shocked. Xianxia's body shook and he cried out, Noah's boat. This is the supreme grade magical weapon, Noah's boat. Ning Qian and Han Zhenting were shocked. Han Zhenting had always thought that Li Yunxiao's holy weapon was Noah's boat. So when the boat appeared, she had already guessed it. Even so, she was still absent-minded when she saw it. She stared blankly at the legendary item. Ning Qian was also shocked. Li Yunxiao, is this really Noah's boat? Yi Fan smiled and said, it's the real deal. Fei and I was shocked. Legend has it that Noah's boat can travel through time and space and bring people to the other shore. If we have this boat, can we leave the great illusionary land directly? Yi Fan blushed and said shyly, theoretically, it should be possible. But my cultivation is not high enough. I can't unleash its full power. But it should be able to bring everyone to travel through the forbidden space. It's really Noah's boat. Xianxia and Ning Qian were completely stunned. Their minds were blank and they could not react in time. Bei Chunan's eyes flickered and he said, is it a quasi-holy weapon? Li Yunxiao looked at him in surprise and praised, good eyesight. Noah's boat is indeed not a complete holy weapon. But it's already the most powerful artifact in the last 100,000 years. Bei Chunnan nodded and said, it's already extraordinary to be able to do this. A quasi-holy weapon, Xianxia's body trembled. He glanced sideways at Bei Chunnan and his eyes were filled with shock. Ning Qian's throat moved a few times before he said, Li Yunxiao, how did this treasure end up in your hands? Li Yunxiao said, it's a long story. If there's a chance in the future, we can talk about it slowly. Let's get on the boat first. Fei and I smiled, and flames surged around her body. With a flash, she stepped onto the boat. She giggled and said, to be able to board this legendary ship, I feel like I'm on a higher level. Everyone went up one by one, leaving only Xianxia standing in the same place with a complicated expression. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, Lord Ziweiji, looking at your gloomy face, what kind of crooked ideas are you thinking about? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, young noble Yunxiao is wise, this old man is truly shocked. For this sacred object, the sacred region has spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, but in the end, they were unable to obtain it. Who would have thought that it would actually fall into young master's hands? Li Yunxiao said, the sacred object has its own destiny, how can it be forced? Han Junting's body trembled, and her pupils shrunk with a trace of shock. Yao Li had also said this to her before, and she didn't think much of it before. But now, she seemed to have sensed something and fell into deep thought. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, although this is true, it's hard for people to think like this. It's fine if this object doesn't appear, but now that young Master Yunxiao has flaunted this object, I'm afraid it's going to cause a great disaster. Oh? Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he said, my intention is clear, to take out this object to bring everyone to the other shore. I only show this object to two kinds of people, one is my own people, and the other is the dead. He said unhurriedly, Lord Xianxia, are you my, Li Yunxiao's, own people, or dead people? Xianxia's forehead was full of sweat, and he said bitterly, I really hope that I didn't see this object, my memory has always been bad, can you just let me forget about it? Li Yunxiao said, all right, open up your sea of consciousness, and let me erase this part of your memory. Xianxia's face turned pale, and he was covered in cold sweat, and he said, so there's no room for discussion? Li Yunxiao sneered, when you gave me the sacred vessel's expenditure, you thought it was just a slight betrayal, but in my eyes, you already have no way out. Now that Noah's Ark has appeared, it's time for you to make a choice, ally with me sincerely, or stay here forever. Xianxia felt his chest tighten, and for some reason, there seemed to be an irresistible majesty coming from Li Yunxiao, and his palms were full of cold sweat. Li Yunxiao said, don't forget, Lord still owes me 2 lives. Xianxia said in a deep voice, that bet is nonsense, it's not impossible for me to form an alliance with you, but what do I get in return? This old man is the head of the sacred vessel, how can I risk my life for you? The evil spirit howled, benefits? Not killing you is already a benefit, and you still dare to ask for benefits? Xianxia said coldly, the information I've revealed is more than enough to offset our previous grudges. If there are no other benefits, this old man will have to part ways with all of you. Then, he turned around and sneered, if I insist on leaving, I'm afraid none of you can stop me. Li Yunxiao smiled, Xianxia, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush, we indeed don't have the confidence to stop you, but you also don't have the confidence to escape. Moreover, after seeing Noah's Ark, it stirred up a ripple in your heart, or rather, you saw a glimmer of hope, and you want to take a gamble. Xianxia was shocked, but he still sneered, nonsense, what hope do I see? Li Yunxiao stared at him, and said word by word, the hope to transcend into sainthood. Xianxia was silent. 9 Stars Pinnacle might be the end of his life, no matter how much he trained, he would still be at 9 Stars Pinnacle. To be able to reach this stage, which expert did not have great perseverance and luck, who would be willing to stay stagnant forever, as the head of the sacred vessel, he had the pinnacle of wealth and power, looking down on the world. He had everything he needed, other than transcending into sainthood, there was nothing else that could move his heart. He had always thought that it was hopeless, but now, standing in front of Noah's Ark, his eyes were blinded by the golden light, his heart that had been sealed for a long time was indeed like what Li Yunxiao had said, a ripple appeared in his heart. And as the ripple spread out, it became stronger and stronger, slowly forming waves, and finally, a raging wave. The sealed door of martial arts, at this moment, seemed to have opened in front of him again, a ray of sunlight shone down. Dreams were like poison, once triggered, it was hard to control. He suddenly felt time flow, the blood in his body was burning bit by bit, his past self had returned. The smile in Li Yunxiao's eyes became more and more intense, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, if a man has no dreams, then how is he different from a salted fish? Xianxia also smiled, don't think you can move me with a salted fish. Li Yunxiao smiled, get on the ship, this is a ship full of dreams, it will directly send you to the other shore. Xianxia jumped up, stepped on the ship, and said, I haven't studied much, don't lie to me. I'll be thankful if you don't send me to the Yellow Springs on your pirate ship. Li Yunxiao blinked his eyes and smiled. Maybe he's really heading to the Yellow Springs. Who knows? Yi Fan formed a seal with both hands, and directly slapped on the ship, and laughed, sit tight, let's go. The whole Noah's Ark spun in the air, the dazzling golden light converged into a ball of light, and in a flash, the whole ship disappeared from the sky. In the next moment, a golden light flew across the sky, directly streaking across the entire palace complex. Li Yunxiao's pupils turned black, and runes covered his pupils. Looking down, he could see the entire palace in the clouds. The thousands of palaces below, under his gaze, all showed different colors. It was a world of light and shadow. What's going on? Li Yunxiao was startled, his black pupils shrank, and the seven-colored light converged in front of him, directly piercing through the dome of the palace, seeing through what was inside. Ning Qian said, "What's wrong?" Li Yunxiao stared for a while, as if he had used too much of his eye power. He retracted his gaze, closed it, and opened it again, saying, "I understand why there are so many palaces. There are a total of 800 palaces here, symbolizing the 800 volumes of soaring light formation path." Ning Qian said in shock, "You mean to say that this palace is a formation?" Li Yunxiao nodded, "That's right, I saw through the dome just now. There were many martial artists trapped inside. They were all sent out by the Heaven and Earth Great Shift formation of Scarlet Moon City. They were all trapped in the Great Illusionary Land. I just didn't expect them to be trapped here." Xianxia said solemnly, "No wonder there's a huge suppression seal here. It's to let people break through, but who can break through 800 volumes of formation path?" Li Yunxiao said, "So what if they can break through? Their bodies are still in the Great Void." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They couldn't help but think of Duanmu Yoyu's divination of the Earth God's mirror. It was actually so accurate. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. "I wonder where Gongziyu is right now. Can't we just let him read our fortunes?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Divination is really strange and unpredictable. The more difficult it is, the more damage it will cause to oneself. It's not easy to be good at divination." Yi Fan suddenly shouted, "Stop chatting, big brother Yunxiao. Did you find the main hall? I can't hold on much longer. The suppression seal here is too strong." His face flushed red. No one knew if it was because he couldn't hold on anymore, or because he was embarrassed. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He pointed down and said, "It's right in front." Among the 800 palaces, only that one was filled with purple aura, and the purple aura didn't dissipate. "All right." Yi Fan's hand seals changed, the entire warship became blurry, and it started diving down from the sky. From afar, one could only see a flickering light. It was like a meteor falling to the ground. That's... Above one of the palaces, Bo Yuqing stared at the meteor. His pupils shrunk. He said in shock, "It's that warship. It's Li Yunxiao and the others." A woman behind him raised her head, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly above her clear eyes. Why does that battleship give me an extremely unusual feeling?" Bo Yuqing thought to himself, "Unusual, that's right." He said, "It must be that palace." Lu Fian said, "Well, the marks left by Xianxia along the way also point to this place. They must have entered, let's go." Bo Yuqing, however, did not move. He frowned and said, "Along the way, how many experts have been trapped in the 800 formation diagrams? This main palace must be extremely dangerous. Why don't we wait here? There are so many experts inside, and we won't be missing." Lu Fian looked back at him and said, "Lord Bo Yuqing's words are biased. Although these diagrams trap people, aren't they also helping people? These 800 diagrams are the culmination of Tingguang's lifelong learning. Isn't it a great opportunity for those trapped in the formation? Once they have an understanding or a breakthrough, it will be worth several years of hard work." She looked at the main palace, her eyes flashing, and said, "And in this main palace, if I'm not wrong, it must be Tingguang's highest understanding of formation and heavenly way. Even for people with cultivation like yours and mine, it is a rare opportunity. Does Lord have the heart to give it up so easily?" Bo Yuqing pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, I'll go take a look at Tingguang's comprehension of the heavenly way." He was also a talented person. If he had not been trapped by the Aegis, he would have already stepped into divine transcendence. At this moment, he was being overtaken by countless juniors, and his heart was already very depressed. He also hoped to get some opportunities and go further. The two flashed and also headed towards the main palace. Noah's boat flickered in the air, and the surrounding space constantly changed. It directly rushed towards the core of the main palace, where there was an exquisite small tower. Under the small tower, in the crystal wall cave, Tingguang had been indifferent from beginning to end, but at this moment, he suddenly showed a look of surprise and said in disbelief, "Noah's boat? What?" Qi Xingfeng, who was sitting cross-legged opposite, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This strange feeling, is it the super-grade profound weapon Noah's boat?" Tingguang nodded lightly, and said strangely, I didn't expect such a sacred weapon to be in the hands of an unknown kid. What a pity that I have no interest in it at the moment. Qi Xingfeng sneered, you may not be interested, but I am. After I kill you, I'll go and get this boat. A cold light burst out of his eyes, and he suddenly shouted. Countless demonic patterns appeared on his body, and he roared as he struggled. Boom! The halo of light above his head appeared once more, directly filling up the entire space within the crystal wall. The mountain range inside stretched on endlessly, releasing intense tremors, the sound of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking. Transcendence true body. Qi Xingfeng bellowed and transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form. Each of his 6 arms was holding a strange ball of light, which he hurled into the sky. His hands quickly formed a series of hand seals, and the 6 balls of light condensed in the air before transforming into a streak of white light that shot upward. Boom! The white light rushed into the halo of light, and the mountain range began to collapse. From the outside, it looked like the mountains were collapsing one after another, like dominoes being pushed forward in an instant. Tung Guang's eyes shot out a sharp glint, and his hands came together in front of him. Immediately, 5 mountain peaks appeared, arranging themselves into a simple 5 elements formation. They directly flew above the halo of light, and fiercely pressed down. One of them was the immortal peak, and the rules of the 4 seasons manifested around it. The other 4 were not any weaker than it, and they also emitted the power of a boundary. Under the combined power of the 5 mountains, the halo of light that was on the verge of collapse was finally stabilized. A vast wave of energy then descended, fiercely suppressing Qi Xingfeng's 3-headed, 6-armed avatar. Ah! Damn thing! Qi Xingfeng angrily roared a few times, and once again sat down cross-legged. He returned to his normal appearance, and his face was full of anger. Tung Guang indifferently said, Don't look at me like that. I have many ways to suppress you. Just stay by my side and watch how I evolve the great Tao. Qi Xingfeng sneered, and mocked, You have many ways to suppress me? TCH, if it wasn't for the fact that my corporeal body is still a hair's breadth away from completion, I would have torn you into pieces a long time ago. Tung Guang said, The slightest difference is the difference of 1,000 miles. Moreover, my corporeal body is like the difference between heaven and earth. Suppressing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Qi Xingfeng mocked, Keep bragging. These 5 mountains are already your life-profound weapon. Give me a few more hours, and I'll be able to shatter them. At that time, let's see how you suppress me. His eyes emitted a cold glint and murderous intent. Tung Guang no longer paid attention to him. After suppressing him, he casually pointed in the air. The 5 mountains immediately spun, forming a huge illusory body, and filled the entire space within the crystal wall. Then, they disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, outside the palace, the illusory figures of 5 huge mountains suddenly appeared in the sky, and they fell towards a ray of golden light. TCH. What's that? Standing on Noah's Ark, Yi Fan instantly felt a fatal sense of danger. His body suddenly trembled, and only then did he raise his head. He saw the vast light shadow covering the sky, and it was charging towards him. His face turned pale in an instant. 5 peaks. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he shouted in shock, It's Tung Guang's life-profound weapon, 5 peaks. But fortunately, it's only necessary. Everyone, let's attack together and shatter it. Although everyone was shocked, they did not panic. After all, it was only an illusory figure formed by the profound weapon. Unless the profound weapon itself broke through the air, otherwise, everyone on the warship would not be able to stop it. Everyone gathered their focus, and planned to shatter the illusory figure of the 5 peaks. Suddenly, the entire warship shook violently. Yi Fan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and said sadly, I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore. Originally, driving the warship through the layers of restrictive spells in the main hull had already consumed a lot of energy. Now, under the pressure of the 5 peaks, it directly collapsed. Noah's Ark suddenly turned into a golden light, and flew into the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows. A finger-sized golden warship mark suddenly appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, and then, with a flash of light, it completely disappeared. As soon as the warship disappeared, everyone immediately felt the power of the restrictive spells outside the main hull, and their faces could not help but change. In addition, with the pressure of the 5 peaks, they all felt a tightness in their chests, as if a huge rock was pressing on them, and they could not help but want to spit out blood. Yi Fan, come here. Under such power, the one who suffered the most was Yi Fan, who spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and almost fainted. A strange power flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he forcibly twisted the space, and his whole body directly teleported over. Fortunately, the distance was not very large, and he arrived next to Yi Fan in an instant, and then he grabbed him and dragged him into the universe god steel. Boom! At that moment, the 5 peaks shadow finally landed, and it hit everyone directly. Li Yunxiao was hit and sent flying. His indestructible golden body automatically protected his body, but even so, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. The suppressive power in the sky above the whole formation came, and at the moment when he was also hit into the ground. Boom! There was a huge pit in the ground, and he was dragged over 100 feet, leaving a deep bloody mark. Pfft! Li Yunxiao finally could not take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel a little better. In order to save Yi Fan, he was completely defenseless, and he was hit by the 5 peaks shadow. Although most of the power had been dispersed by the others, the power of such an attack was still too much for him, and he was in a sorry state. Damn, what is this place? He stood up from the ground, and he found that there were strange plants all around him. The roots of the vines were even thicker than his thighs, and the flowers had a metallic luster. There were pink mushrooms on the ground that were spitting out bubbles, and so on. Tingguang my ass, are you done yet? He couldn't help but curse at the sky. Finally, he lost his patience and said angrily, how long are you going to play with us? I really want to kill you. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and it turned out to be a black bone flower that suddenly bloomed, and it bit at him like a big mouth. The big mouth was full of teeth, and it was drooling. Although Li Yunxiao was not afraid, it was disgusting enough. He suddenly tapped his feet, and his body turned into a falling leaf, and retreated. Whoosh! A black light flashed, and it turned out that the giant flower had stuck out its tongue, and it wrapped around him tightly. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. The so-called tongue was a vine that came out of the giant flower's mouth, and it was full of sharp thorns. The more it tightened, the more it tried to pierce into his skin, but it couldn't. He opened the archaic heaven's eye between his eyebrows, and suddenly shot out a line of fire, directly at the giant flower. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flames instantly burned the entire black flower into it. Whoosh! The vines on his body were instantly untangled, and the giant flower flashed several tens of feet away before escaping. Li Yunxiao, gugu, the mushroom on the ground kept spitting out bubbles, and those bubbles floated up from the ground, becoming weirder and weirder in the air. Li Yunxiao fixed his eyes on it, and he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hey! What's going on? Those floating bubbles became bigger and bigger, and actually slowly turned into human heads. In an instant, the entire forest was filled with floating human heads. Sky peeping! A soft shout sounded, and the entire space twisted. Those human heads rotated with a strange force, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with a strange blood color, and he made a single-handed seal. Everything that his eye light saw turned into nothingness. The entire strange forest also disappeared under his eye technique, and a long corridor slowly appeared in front of him. Only then did Li Yunxiao put away the seal, and he looked around. He was at the periphery of the main palace, and what happened just now was probably just an illusion. The corridor under his feet led straight ahead, but he couldn't see the end. He then realized that the entire main palace wasn't a single palace, but an existence like a maze. In this area, the range of vision was extremely limited. Li Yunxiao was about to use his eye technique again, when suddenly the space not far away moved slightly, and a figure slowly appeared. That person's expression was extremely gloomy, and he seemed to realize that someone was there. He suddenly raised his head, and his expression was full of vigilance. Then, that vigilance turned into shock, and he said in a daze, "It's you?" Li Yunxiao was also somewhat surprised. He smiled and said, "So it is Lord Luan Juanhao. To think that we would meet here." Looking at Lord Luan Juanhao's leisurely appearance, "Are you taking a stroll?" Luan Juanhao frowned. He looked around and asked, "Are you the only one here?" Li Yunxiao followed his gaze and asked, Sir, you don't count your own? Luan Juanhao's face was filled with embarrassment and anger. He snorted and said, Since you're alone, then there's nothing wrong. Come with me. Li Yunxiao was a little baffled and said in a daze, Leave? Where to? Are you here to pick me up? Luan Juanhao said coldly, What do you think? This is Lord Tingguang's Great Illusion Palace. Naturally, I'm here to bring you to Lord Tingguang. Li Yunxiao was stunned. Lord Luan, when did you rely on Tingguang? Surrender? Luan Juanhao snorted coldly and said, This great illusionary palace contains all of Lord Tingguang's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. I have obtained Lord Tingguang's permission to comprehend and cultivate here and help Lord Tingguang with some matters. Li Yunxiao said, Did Tingguang send you to capture me? Luan Juanhao said, If you don't leave, then I will capture you. Li Yunxiao grinned. Lord Luan, you are a powerful warrior. First, you helped Han Junting, then you helped me, and now, you're helping Tingguang. I suggest that you try for a title next time the list is updated. You should be titled Lei Feng. Luan Juanhao's expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously, How dare you mock me? Li Yunxiao leisurely said, I wouldn't dare. I only admire you from the bottom of my heart. Luan Juanhao was abnormally embarrassed and angry. He said coldly, I was still thinking of our old friendship just now and spoke kindly. Now I know how despicable you are. Even if you were beaten to death, it wouldn't be too much. He turned his hand into a palm and fiercely slapped. Out, a cloud of yellow sand revolved around his palm, and a strong wind blew out from his palm in all directions. A surging force blasted out. Bang, that space was directly crushed by the yellow sand, and Li Yunxiao's figure also turned into countless light shadows and dissipated. Luan Juanhao's gaze turned cold as he said savagely, Even if I have to risk being punished by Lord Tingguang, I'll break your limbs first and smash all your dog teeth. Under his palm, he clawed with his 5 fingers. The surrounding space suddenly shrank, and with his palm as the center point, an endless vortex appeared. The entire narrow space was completely under his control. Let's see if you can escape to the ends of the earth. Luan Juanhao's face darkened as he shouted, Here. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the entire space was compressed. Specks of golden light appeared on his fist, looking like the eternal yellow sand of the Ganges River. His fist intent was monstrous, and his eyes were cold as he punched toward a certain space. Get out here. Boom. That space instantly exploded, and a green figure shot out. Want to leave? It's too late. Luan Juanhao's eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. He suddenly took a step forward, and all the space around him instantly flew past him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the light silhouette and slapped down with his palm. Great palm of the Ganges River. An eternal river appeared in front of him, instantly sucking Li Yunxiao into it, and suddenly exploded. Boom. A huge explosion soared into the sky, and the surrounding flowering trees were turned into dust. With Luan Juanhao as the center, a vacuum with a radius of 300 meters appeared, and everything was destroyed under his palm. The space trembled slightly, and a smear of blood spurted out. Then, Li Yunxiao's entire body fell from the crack, directly smashing onto the ground, covered in cuts and bruises. Pa! Luan Juanhao took a step forward and directly stepped on Li Yunxiao's head, pressing his entire head into the ground. No matter how hard his body struggled, it was to no avail. Humph, trash. Luan Juanhao tiptoed and forcefully stomped a few times before sending him flying with a kick. Dust rose from the ground, forming a long scar that was filled with ghastly fresh blood. How is it? Are you honest now? Slut. Luan Juanhao's eyes flickered as he walked forward step by step and said, Hand over the holy artifact on you, and I can spare your life and let you live to see Lord Tingguang. Li Yunxiao was covered in blood as he stood up shakily. His face was full of fear as he said fearfully, Don't come over. If you kill me, Tingguang won't let you off. Luan Juanhao's footsteps stopped, and he revealed a contemptuous smile as he said disdainfully, Humph, mere trash. Do you think you have any weight in Lord Tingguang's eyes? Bang, his body suddenly moved, compressing the air and suddenly appearing in front of Li Yunxiao. Just the force of impact alone lifted Li Yunxiao's body up. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth wide, wanting to speak, but no words came out. Luan Juanhao's right hand struck out rapidly. His 5 fingers formed a claw and pinched Li Yunxiao's shoulder, tearing forcefully. Ah! Li Yunxiao cried out miserably. His entire right arm was torn off in an instant. Fresh blood spurted continuously, and his face was drenched in sweat. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Luan Juanhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The feeling of venting after being humiliated made him extremely happy. Ha 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 ha. Long laughter reverberated between heaven and earth. All sounds were silent, and only laughter was laughed. Beg me. Kneel down and beg me. Quickly kneel. He shouted sternly, his eyes bursting with boundless killing intent. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain on his stomach. His internal organs seemed to distort for some reason. It was as if a force blasted into his body and spun, all of them suffering an impact. Immense pain transmitted out. At the same time, a gush of fresh blood gushed to his throat. Poowork. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of horror as he stared at the pool of blood on the ground. There were still bits of internal organs inside, his eyes were full of disbelief. Ah! Luan Juanhao seemed to realize something and suddenly drew a cold breath. The essence energy in his body instantly erupted, rising to the extreme. Eternal River Great Palm Seal, break everything for me. Rumble. The long river surged, piercing through heaven and earth. The surging power surged out unceasingly. The surrounding scenery became blurry under the power of the eternal river, and then gradually became clear. Luan Juanhao's body shook violently. The scenery around him did not change at all. Li Yunxiao was still standing in front of him. The only difference was that he had suffered internal injuries. Lord, are you all right? Why are you shouting like a madman? Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with ridicule as he sneered. Your illusion can actually fool me. Luan Juanhao was abnormally embarrassed and angry, but his heart was still surging with huge waves and shock. He instantly took a few steps back and became extremely vigilant. Li Yunxiao said, fortunately, I gave you a punch. Otherwise, who knows how long you would be in a daze. He looked at the sky and said, it's getting late. Bring me to see Tingguang. Maybe we can make it in time for dinner. Impossible. Luan Juanhao was burning with anger. His entire face was as green as if it was smeared with dye. He roared, I don't believe you have the ability to fight me. He clenched his fists, and countless yellow sand filled the sky, filling the entire space. As he clenched his fists, 2 tornadoes slowly formed. They were like young dragons that were constantly struggling up and down, and their power grew stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed, and he instantly flew back 1,000 feet. His right hand held the cold sword Frost, and his left hand formed a seal. A sword intent space appeared beside him, and it opened up like a boundary. The yellow sand that filled the sky rolled up and continuously attacked him, but it could not move him in the slightest. Luan Juanhao said coldly, Junior. No matter how extraordinary your talent is, you will never be able to see how high the sky is. Li Yunxiao held his sword horizontally in front of him, and his entire body was within the sword intent boundary. He sneered, then may I ask, Lord, how high is the sky that you have seen? Luan Juanhao said coldly, at least higher than you. He suddenly pulled his hands forward, and the 2 young dragons danced wildly. Their energy turned into streaks of slashes that scattered. Try the ultimate skill that this old man has just comprehended, Twin Dragon Wind Ripping Slash. He shouted fiercely, and his arms swung out rapidly. Heaven and earth trembled, and the 2 young dragons roared down, crashing onto Li Yunxiao's sword intent boundary. So powerful. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and the cold sword Frost sunk down. There was a constant ringing sound from it, and the boundary kept shrinking. Boom! The young dragons kept drilling down, and countless yellow sand surged around them, dancing in the sky. Bang! Finally, the boundary broke, and the 2 young dragons drilled into the ground, causing the sky to shake and the earth to crack. Li Yunxiao only felt a vast force rushing at his body, and he was thrown out into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Humph. You still want to use illusion arts? The same move is useless against me. Luan Juanhao shouted, and he put his palms together, and suddenly tore the sky in front of him. Gee! The sky was torn in half by him like a curtain, and everything changed. 1,000 feet away, Xianxia's figure appeared, and his eyes were filled with shock. An extremely strong force came from all directions, and in an instant, he couldn't move at all. Wang Juanhao's figure flashed, and he rushed forward, and suddenly punched down. The sky that I can see is enough for you to look up to. Bang! The fist force slammed into Xianxia's body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale, and he fell from the sky. Wang Juanhao stared at the falling Xianxia, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. His face was full of complicated and conflicted emotions. This kid's speed of improvement was too frightening, and he also had a holy weapon. If he was allowed to grow, in less than 1 or 2 years, he would really be no match for him. Lord Tingguang wants to capture this kid, most likely for the holy weapon. Wang Juanhao pondered, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. If I kill him, take the holy weapon, and escape, I don't know if I can leave this great void temple. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have no confidence, and he couldn't help but sigh. Fine, I'll bring him to Tingguang first, and wait and see what happens. I don't have the power to go against Tingguang for now, and this great illusionary path is very beneficial to me. After thinking, he directly appeared next to Xianxia, and said mockingly, Bastard, now you feel good, right? Xianxia's face was ashen, and the corner of his mouth was full of blood. He shut his mouth and didn't say a word, and only stared at him with a venomous gaze. That punch directly shattered a large part of his meridians, and blood burst out of his skin. He was in an extremely sorry state, and almost had no strength to fight anymore. Slut, come with me. Wang Juanhao grabbed with his hand, and the power of space shackled down, suppressing Xianxia. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Subsequently, a ray of light flew up and instantly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Everything regained its tranquility. A moment later, a few bolts of black lightning suddenly appeared. Under the crackling and flashing, the space twisted, and Chu Mujia's figure appeared. He frowned and looked at the corridor in confusion. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and he spread his wings again, disappearing on the spot. 10 minutes later, Wang Juanhao arrived in front of the small pagoda in the center and directly flew down. The small pagoda was exquisite, and it was wrapped in gold. It was like a 12-story building, exquisite and beautiful. Wang Juanhao flew down, and Xianxia was shackled by a wave of origin force. He directly fell behind him and vomited blood again. He swept a disdainful glance, then turned around and bowed to the golden pagoda, saying, Lord Tingguang, this person has been brought here. The golden pagoda's upper body rotated, and a ray of light shot out, transforming into Tingguang's figure in front of the pagoda. He sat in the void, wearing luxurious clothing, and had a calm expression. It's been hard on you, Tingguang glanced at him and said indifferently. Wang Juanhao smiled lightly, merely an ant. Capturing him is as easy as blowing off dust. What's the trouble? Tingguang nodded slightly, and said, You can go down and recuperate. Recuperate? Wang Juanhao was stunned, then he patted off the dust on his body and said with a smile, Just some dust. I did expend some origin force, but it's nothing. Tingguang had a strange expression, and he sighed, What a powerful illusion technique. It reminds me of an old friend. Wang Juanhao's pupils constricted, and his expression became somewhat ugly, and he said, Lord Tingguang, what are you saying? Why don't I understand? Tingguang said, You can bring him back without killing him. It's considered giving me some face. Wang Juanhao smiled lightly, I naturally have to give Lord face. I just don't know what's the use of capturing this Xianxia. Tingguang said, I'm not talking to you. Wang Juanhao's expression changed. Suddenly, a bad feeling surged through his body. He didn't know why, but this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Large amounts of cold sweat poured out of his body, and his body suddenly began to tremble. Beads of sweat rolled down like soybeans. His long gown was drenched in sweat. Not only was it sweat, but it was also mixed with blood. In an instant, his entire body was covered in blood. What happened? His body shook violently as he cried out involuntarily, Illusion, am I under an illusion again? Li Yunxiao's leisurely voice rang out, it's not like I'm giving you face. It's easy for me to bewitch him with my illusions, but it's hard to kill him. Bang! Luan Juanhao sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Li Yunxiao was completely unharmed, standing there with an indescribable smile on his face. Impossible. Blood rushed to Luan Juanhao's head in an instant. Countless blood vessels burst out of his eyes and instantly turned red. He roared, impossible. Li Yunxiao looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, Sir just asked me if it felt good. Only now do I know that it was you who felt good. Pfft. The injuries on Luan Juanhao's body weren't serious, but the mental blow was huge. Under the combination of shame and anger, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and his face turned ashen. Ting Guang's eyes flashed as he praised, to be able to make the 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu fall into an illusion without him knowing, your illusions can be ranked in the top 10 in the world. Oh? If it's only the top 10, then who are the other 9? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows as if he was unconvinced. Ting Guang smiled, I know you're very strong, but don't underestimate the sky. Li Yunxiao smiled, do you also want to tell me the height of the sky? Ting Guang's eyes narrowed as he said unhurriedly, am I not qualified? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and looked at him without fear, saying, you can try. Sir Ting Guang, let me take care of him. Luan Juanhao hissed. That appearance was as if he had gone mad. Surging origin energy constantly surged out of his body, and he was about to go berserk. Ting Guang said, victory and defeat are common for soldiers. You don't need to be so concerned. His illusions can confuse you because he borrowed the power of my great illusion palace. Otherwise, even if he could confuse you for a moment, he definitely wouldn't be able to trap you. But even if he borrowed the power of illusion, it would be absolutely difficult for him to kill you. Ting Guang paused for a moment and said, his talent indeed far surpasses yours. You comprehended in my palace for a few days, but it's not as good as him comprehending in a few hours. Ah. I don't care, I must kill him. Luan Juanhao's face was extremely distorted. His facial features were practically squeezed together, and his appearance was completely distorted. Ting Guang said, you can't kill him. It's only a waste of time. He flicked a finger in the air. A streak of light directly shot into Luan Juanhao's body. Only then did that violent aura gradually suppress. Luan Juanhao's rationality gradually recovered, staring at Li Yunxiao with eyes full of resentment. Ting Guang ignored him and said to Li Yunxiao instead, are you willing to be my disciple? This great illusion Dao in front of you, I can impart all of it to you. When Luan Juanhao heard that resentful expression became even more intense. His face was gloomy until water was dripping out. Li Yunxiao said, great illusion Dao is indeed not bad, but the sky is too low and not suitable for me. Ting Guang's body trembled and he shouted, this brat is too arrogant. Li Yunxiao said, you called me here just to say this? Ting Guang, this great illusion land was originally your destiny array. Previously, I even thought that you were going to die. Now, it looks like you're safe and sound. Could it be that you don't plan on withdrawing the array, but want to let it continue? Evolving? Ting Guang's eyes revealed shock as he said in astonishment, who are you? Li Yunxiao said, don't care who I am. If this array continues evolving, I'm afraid that no one will be able to leave, including you. Do you want to sacrifice yourself for your Dao? Ting Guang blinked and smiled, since you're so smart, why don't you guess? Madman. Li Yunxiao scolded with a smile, that must be it. In that case, I still have to kill you. Ting Guang also smiled, since you have some understanding of this array, then you should know that if I die, this place will immediately become a great illusion killing array and kill all living beings. Li Yunxiao said, if I don't kill you, once it really turns void into reality, this great illusion realm will become a world of its own and no one will be able to get out. But if I kill you, at least there's hope. You should have seen it just now, we have the Ark of Noah. Can your great illusion killing array destroy the saint item? Ting Guang nodded, I indeed don't have the confidence, but can you kill me? Li Yunxiao shook his head, I can't, but if I'm not wrong, Qi Xingfeng should be suppressed by you in this pagoda. I still have some confidence in rescuing him. Qi Xingfeng? Ting Guang's eyes focused, then his expression changed greatly as he said in astonishment, you're saying that person is Qi Xingfeng. Li Yunxiao smiled, tisk tsk, how did you get by? After fighting with the other party for so long, you actually don't even know the other party's name. Luan Juanhao also suddenly thought of this name and opened his mouth wide in shock, completely unable to believe it. Ha ha ha. After being stunned for a short while, Ting Guang couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. To be able to fight with Lord Qi Xingfeng and not lose, I feel deeply honored. His words seemed to be directed at Li Yunxiao, but also seemed to be directed at the people inside the pagoda. Humph. Qi Xingfeng's dissatisfied voice came from the pagoda. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao, if you rescue me, I'll kill him for you, and we'll leave this place together. Li Yunxiao smiled, with Lord's strength, Ting Guang should have suppressed Lord with the 5 ultimate peaks. Qi Xingfeng's voice said, you seem to know him quite well. I can break the 5 ultimate peaks myself, as long as you hold his doppelganger back so that he doesn't have the time to use the talisman on me. Ting Guang smiled bitterly, Lord Qi Xingfeng, are you in such a hurry to leave? It would be great to admire the great Tao of Taishu with me here. If you miss such a beautiful scenery, you will never see it again. Qi Xingfeng snorted, you have your Tao, I have my Tao, and Li Yunxiao has his Tao too. It's a pity that your cultivation isn't strong enough, so you could only think of such a sinister move, borrowing everyone's strength to help you achieve Tao. Li Yunxiao's body suddenly trembled, he lost his voice, Qi Xingfeng, what do you mean? Qi Xingfeng's cold laughter came from the pagoda. He said, Li Yunxiao, you are so smart, can't you guess it? Li Yunxiao was shocked, these 800 formation diagrams are all prisons, I thought it was to defend against the enemy, are you trying to use humans as sacrifices? TSK, defend against the enemy? Am I that childish? Ting Guang's face lit up, he chanted, to achieve Tao, shouldn't one have a heart of reverence? Isn't it normal to offer sacrifices? Li Yunxiao said solemnly, I understand, Qi Xingfeng just said that your cultivation isn't strong enough, so he set up 800 formation diagrams to attract all the experts in the illusion realm to come and offer sacrifices for your Tao. Even you yourself are a sacrifice in the Great Void Path. Ting Guang smiled, although it's a bit biased, it is indeed the case. It's just that I don't need your lives, I just want to extract your strength. Luan Juanhao was shocked, Lord, you, Ting Guang said, don't worry, your strength is too weak, it doesn't matter if you are there or not. As long as you listen to my orders, you will naturally be fine. Luan Juanhao was embarrassed, he didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart, Luan Juanhao's path was getting further and further, there was no turning back, his achievements in this life were just like this. Thinking about it, he was also a hero of his time back then, his name shaking the world. How could he become like this? Ting Guang said, Li Yunxiao, you can also consider pledging allegiance to me. Not only can you be safe and sound, you can even obtain my teachings. Even this entire great void illusionary realm will be yours in the future. Ha 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 ha. Qi Xingfeng's loud laughter suddenly came from inside the Buddha Golden Pagoda. Ting Guang's brows furrowed, and he said, what are you laughing at? Qi Xingfeng said with a smile, I'm laughing at how you completely don't understand this person in front of you. He's a thick-headed stinky rock that often makes people gnash their teeth in hatred. Heh, this old man feels for the first time in my life that this kind of personality can also make people very comfortable. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Qi Xingfeng, don't think that I will save you just because you flatter me now. I never fall for such tricks. Right, how much strength do you have left? To what extent can you restrain Ting Guang? I don't want him to kill me as soon as I attack. Qi Xingfeng's voice was heard, he can't even suppress me now. You can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, alright, I'll count to 3 and we'll attack together. The atmosphere became somewhat strange. Both Ting Guang and Luan Juanhao were somewhat stunned. What kind of logic was this? They were actually discussing how to make a move right in front of the two of them. 1. Li Yunxiao said softly with a smile on his face. 2. His eyes narrowed, and as soon as the word 2 left his mouth, his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. An expanse of lightning appeared in the air, emitting crackling sounds. Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared in front of Ting Guang, his palm full of lightning, and fiercely slapped over. 5 thunders strike. Boom. Lightning flickered under his 5 fingers, turning into many dragons that blasted forward. Tung Guang, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, raised his hands and slapped forward. A layer of light screen appeared between his palms. With a wing sound, it opened up like a water mirror, swaying endlessly in front of him. Boom! Huge quakes kept ringing out, and Tung Guang's figure became blurry, as if he was going to disappear at any time. At the same time, rumbling sounded out from within the Buddha's golden pagoda. The entire pagoda shook in an instant and emanated brilliant light. Above the tower, 5 illusory mountains condensed, appearing and disappearing from time to time, emitting a terrifying law intent. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he said coldly, "You really don't have much strength left." With a loud shout, he transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form. He raised his hammer with one hand, and the might of thunder continued to increase. Tung Guang had a strange expression as he said, "Didn't we agree to count to 3 before making a move? The two of you actually cooperated with each other so well. Where is the most basic trust between people?" Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. "You want to use us as human sacrifices, and we still talk about trust with you? Then aren't we fools? Die, Thunder Dragon of the 9th heaven." The hammer smashed down, and with a rumbling sound, the heavens and the earth split apart. Countless thunderbolts flickered under the heavenly hammer, illuminating the entire world in an azure color. A few purple threads swallowed and spat out under the hammer. Boom! The water mirror suddenly shattered, and countless lightning bolts struck Tung Guang's body, blasting him into pieces. The lightning didn't slow down in the slightest, and after it blasted apart the soaring light clone, it completely descended onto the Buddha's golden pagoda, causing the pagoda to tremble intensely while a large amount of talisman markings and diagrams surged into appearance. Boom! Boom! Lightning struck down without end, and numerous patterns and scenes rippled around the Buddha's golden pagoda before ceaselessly evolving and disappearing. Suddenly, a green light rushed out of the pagoda and turned into a green jade rui scepter in the air, rushing towards the Wujue peak. Boom! 2 powerful Xian artifacts clashed together, shooting out countless rays of light that illuminated the sky above the main hall in a gorgeous manner. The two of them suddenly made their move, and in a split second, Luan Juanhao was dumbfounded. Only then did he react and roared angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't you dare be presumptuous." A cloud of yellow sand rushed up, and the Ganges River fell straight towards Jiutian, rushing towards Li Yunxiao, and flowed into the sea, never to return. Li Yunxiao sneered, "I've already been presumptuous. What can you do to me?" His figure flashed and turned into a lightning bolt, disappearing on the spot. Twin dragons tearing wind twist. Luan Juanhao suddenly shouted, and countless yellow sand gathered, turning into 2 horned dragons that chased after the lightning bolt. Bang! One of the horned dragons exploded, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared from the dust. He suddenly turned around, and his pupils contracted. Flower petals appeared around him as he stared at Luan Juanhao. Ah! Luan Juanhao took a cold breath, fearing that he would fall for the same trick again. He shouted coldly, "Without Lord Tung Guang's illusion Dao rules, you are nothing. Kill, kill, kill." Murderous aura filled the sky and rushed towards Li Yunxiao. Bang! Li Yunxiao's body exploded in an instant. Countless pieces of flesh and blood sprayed into the sky. Only his head was left on the ground, rolling far away. Heh, hee, finally dead. Luan Juanhao laughed sinisterly, and his face was cold. However, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his expression was getting uglier. What's going on? Why can't I relax at all? Could it be, he swallowed his saliva, and the head in the distance just happened to stop rolling. Its face was facing him, and it suddenly grinned. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Luan Juanhao roared into the sky, and he instantly went crazy. He shouted, "Come out, come out! Come out and fight me fair and square." Luan Juanhao, impudent! A shout came over, and a man in luxurious clothes slowly appeared in the sky. He had a cold expression, and it was Tung Guang. Luan Juanhao was stunned. Lord Tung Guang? No, no, Li Yunxiao, you are Li Yunxiao. Tung Guang's face sank, and he shouted, "Luan Juanhao, you dare to shout at this seat." Luan Juanhao's veins popped out, and he shouted, "You are Li Yunxiao, don't think you can fool me with such a low-level illusion technique, die. Eternal River Great Palm Imprint. He exploded on the spot and blasted a palm over. Hurry and stop. This seed is real. Tungguang was shocked, and he roared, but the power of that palm pierced through heaven and earth, and instantly shattered him. Everything in front of him scattered, and the light and shadow changed. Haha, Li Yunxiao, you are too childish. Luan Juanhao laughed wildly, and his confidence was boosted after that palm. He stared ahead like a knife. Lord Luan Juanhao, what did you just say? Suddenly, a voice was heard, and there were all kinds of laughter. It was a scene of joy and harmony. Luan Juanhao's body trembled, and he turned around in shock. His face instantly turned pale. This is, in front of him, there were tens of thousands of rays of golden light, and hundreds of thousands of auspicious auras. A palace made of clear jade stood in front of him. The pillars of the palace were filled with jade carvings of true dragons, and the four corners of the dome were painted with colorful phoenixes, spiraling in the sky. Outside the palace, there was a sea of clouds, and it was a scene of immortals. Ah! Luan Juanhao shivered, and his face was as pale as paper. In the main hall, a blue-bearded old man smiled, and he said, "Who dares to disobey the Xianxia command? Palace Master Chu summoned us here, and we will do it. There is no need to be so courteous." On the seat of honor in the hall, amidst the hazy mist, the peerless beauty gradually revealed itself. Everyone's pupils shrank and their eyes widened. They didn't even dare to breathe. Chu Hongyan was wearing a simple green robe, and she didn't have any luxurious ornaments on her. She waved her hand and said softly, "The 9-5 Supreme Elixir is one of the best level 9 elixirs in the world, and it contains the law of heaven and earth. The method to refine it has been lost for a long time. There are only 10 of them left in our deity palace, and this is the only elixir that we have invited you to help us. Even the Jiutian Emperor will benefit greatly after taking it." This is, Luan Juanhao's mind went blank, and he felt like he was short of oxygen. He found it extremely difficult to breathe, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The scene in front of him was so familiar, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. A man covered in flames stood up and said in a loud voice, "Palace Master Chu is too polite. But I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and with this 9-5 Supreme Elixir, I will definitely be able to break through. Then I will not be polite. Other than dealing with Gu Feiyang this time, I, Mu Yangshu, dare not disobey the Palace Master's orders in the future. It's fake. It's fake. All of this is fake. An illusion. An illusion." Luan Juanhao shouted and rushed into the main hall. He pointed at the powerhouses and shouted angrily, "You are all fake. This scene had already happened long ago. All of you were either dead or injured. This is all an illusion." Everyone was stunned. Mu Yangshu frowned and said, "Lord Luan Juanhao, what's going on with you?" Fu Qishui also said with a strange expression, "Could it be that something went wrong with your cultivation recently, and you are facing a powerful enemy, so you are under too much pressure and have gone mad?" Haha. Everyone burst into laughter, except for Chu Hongyan, who was sitting quietly on the top. She did not laugh, and her eyes were filled with infatuation, as if she could not see what was happening in front of her. Luan Juanhao's face twisted with anger, and he shouted, "All of you, shut up. You people in the illusory realm are not qualified to laugh at me. Gu Feiyang is coming, and he will kill all of you in one move." He shouted for a while, and then he immediately came to himself and said, "No, no. This is an illusory realm." Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they looked furious. Mu Yangshu shouted angrily, "Luan Juanhao, is your brain filled with sh*t? This snowfall peak has all the lords here, and Palace Mistress Chu is holding down the fort. Even if a God-state powerhouse comes, he will have to bow down and crawl. What nonsense are you talking about?" Kong Yuankue also snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "If you are afraid, go down the mountain first. I didn't expect the genius powerhouse Luan Juanhao to be such a coward." Fu Qishui stroked his beard and said, "Yesterday, I heard Lord boasting that you have mastered the peerless divine power of the Ganges River Emperor Wu, who dominated the world, Ganges River Great Handprint. You said that Gu Feiyang can deal with him alone, and now you are so scared. It really makes one sigh." Luan Juanhao's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with anger. He snorted and said, "You can mock me all you want. What's there to say to you fake people?" Xianxia laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, brother Junhao. I'm not very talented, but I found a level 9 mysterious weapon in an ancient site not long ago. It's called the Reincarnation Spear. Combined with my 100 battle spear art, I'll be able to kill anyone in my way." Marquis Wen also nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. The 10 of us are all in the Jiutian realm, Emperor Wu. With the addition of Palace Mistress Chu, not to mention Gu Feiyang, even the top 3 on the heaven and earth reputation list will not be able to leave alive." Luan Juanhao looked at everything coldly. Although he knew it was fake, he felt more and more uneasy. Cold sweat dripped down his body, and his robe was full of sweat. Chu Hongyan suddenly said, "Lord Luan, did you just eat an oval fruit with 3 colors?" Luan Juanhao's heart shook and he frowned. He definitely didn't eat any oval fruit that year, but after Chu Hongyan mentioned it, he seemed to have some impression of it. Chu Hongyan's face darkened and she shouted, "Yao Qin, did you take out the 3 lives fruit?" A blue-clothed woman hurriedly trotted over and knelt on the ground with a pudong sound. The blue-robed woman kept kowtowing. Her weak body trembled violently as she said in a trembling voice, "Palace Lord, please spare my life. Palace Lord, please spare my life." Yao Qin was careless and checked the 3 lives fruit just now. "One is missing." Marquis Wen was shocked. Could it be the 3 lives fruit? Eating one will make one hallucinate and spend 3 lives in the hallucination? Chu Hongyan said, "Yes, because of the negligence of the servants, the spirit fruits served to Lord Luan were mixed with this fruit, causing Lord Luan to fall into the hallucination path. Although it was just a short moment, you experienced 3 lives." Her eyes turned cold as she stared at the lady in blue and said, "You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do you have? Drag this down and you will be punished to fall into an ice cave for 10 years. Ah." The lady in blue collapsed on the ground powerlessly, and 2 palace ladies immediately came up and took her away. Fu Qixing said, "So it is the effect of the 3 lives fruit. No wonder Lord Luan is so crazy. We have wronged Lord." The wrinkles on Luan Juanhao's forehead became deeper and deeper, and his brows were completely knitted together. He looked at his table and found that there were indeed a few less spiritual fruits on the plate. He seemed to have eaten an oval tricolored fruit just now. He still remembered that it tasted sour with a hint of astringency. When he bit it, the spiritual energy was overwhelming and refreshing. After he ate it, it felt like his whole soul was nourished. As he thought about it, the shape and taste of the fruit became clearer, and he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked around and said strangely, "Did I really have a golden millet dream? Impossible, how can it be so real?" Chu Hongyan said, "If an ordinary person ate the 3 lives fruit, they would instantly be lost for 3 lives. With Lord Luan's cultivation, this fruit will probably be lost for 20 to 30 years. 20 to 30 years, Luan Juanhao's entire body trembled. After the battle on Snowfall Peak all those years ago, didn't he precisely pass 20 years? Could it be that everything he had experienced all these years was really an illusion? He looked at the crowd in front of him, feeling the spiritual qi and the vastness of the Snowfall Peak, a feeling of light that connected heaven and earth. The water vapor that filled the sky blew over from the clouds and seeped into his skin, giving him an indescribably comfortable feeling. It's an illusion. So what I've experienced in the past 20 years is an illusion. As Luan Juanhao sensed everything before him, he became more and more aware of the fact that he had eaten the 3 lives 3 worlds fruit to experience everything that had happened before. Chu Hongyan said, "Lord Luan can be considered to have gotten lucky unexpectedly. This fruit has a strong amplification effect on the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. I can see that Lord's origin energy is surging, and it seems to have improved quite a bit." Although Luan Juanhao still felt a little uncomfortable, he couldn't help but nod and say, "Not bad, I'm much stronger than before." He clenched his fists and felt the power in his body. He couldn't help but want to shout, "Gu Feiyang! You made me so miserable in my illusion, so I'll tear you apart inch by inch in the real world." So that's what happened. I've wronged Lord Luan just now. Mu Yangshu hurried forward and cupped his fists in apology. A trace of envy flashed across his eyes. The rest of the people also stood up and cupped their fists, apologizing for their words just now. Luan Juanhao waved his hand and said, "It's all right. I'm the one who's possessed. I don't blame anyone. However, everyone must be careful when fighting." "Don't be careless." Xianxia sneered and said, "Don't worry, Lord. What I'm worried about now is that Gu Feiyang knows that so many of us are gathered here. He won't dare to come for this battle." Chu Hongyan's face was still calm, but a trace of fatigue flashed across her eyes. She said indifferently, "Everyone, don't worry. If Gu Feiyang doesn't dare to come, just treat it as his loss. I will keep my promise and give you the 9-5 supremacy pill." Luan Juanhao frowned. He had just accepted the reality in front of him when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "That's good. I guess he won't dare to come. However, being able to see the Divine Night Palace's paradise makes this trip worth it." Divine Night Palace was a famous paradise on Earth. The Snowfall Peak was located at the end of the sky, at the peak of the Sea of Clouds. Looking out from the entire palace, there was celestial music lingering in the air. A group of people stood in the guest hall, tasting the world's best wine, listening to the celestial music, and watching the Sea of Clouds outside the palace rise and fall. It was a very pleasant scene. The smiles on everyone's faces did not diminish. Even Luan Juanhao gradually relaxed. Fu Qishui raised his cup and drank to his heart's content. "Haha, this is great. Divine Night Palace is indeed a paradise on Earth. I don't think that Gu Feiyang will come. Let's drink to our heart's content. This trip is not in vain." Everyone explained, raised their cups, and drank to their heart's content. Mu Yanshu sneered and said, "What pooling Emperor Wu? What third on the heaven and earth reputation roll?" Xianxia laughed and said, "You can't blame him. If he knew that there were 11 Emperor Wu waiting for him, no one would dare to come." Haha. Luan Juanhao's body trembled. He felt that something was wrong. Although everything in front of him was very real, he still felt that something was not right. Yuan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Do you guys think that Gu Feiyang will also ask for help? If he also asks for 10 Emperor Wu's help, then this battle will be even more tragic." Everyone was shocked as they thought of this possibility. Their carefree mood was faintly smeared with a layer of worry. Xianxia said coldly, "Even if it's 10 against 10, we might not lose. When the time comes, just leave Gu Feiyang to me." Chu Hongyan reclined on the seat of honor, her jade-like hand resting on her forehead. She looked at the various expressions of the people below and felt a trace of disgust. She said coldly, "Gu Feiyang will not ask for help." Xianxia asked, "Why are you so sure, Palace Lord?" Luan Juanhao's eyes showed a trace of confusion. He said blankly, "The next sentence is because he is already here." "What? Already here? Where?" Everyone was shocked and became alert. Their divine senses spread out like waves in the sea, but they could not sense anything above the Sea of Clouds. Chu Hongyan was surprised. She looked at Luan Juanhao. When their eyes met, Luan Juanhao's eyes became cloudy. Xianxia said coldly, "Is Lord Luan wrong?" Chu Hongyan looked away and said, "Luan Juanhao is right. Didn't you guys notice that the wind is blowing?" "The wind is blowing?" Mu Yanshu frowned and said, "This place is on the peak of a mountain. It's normal for the wind to blow." Suddenly, everyone in the guest hall felt a light breeze on their faces. The corners of their clothes fluttered. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all became alert. Outside the guest hall, a golden light spread out from the horizon, illuminating the entire Sea of Clouds with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, the clouds rolled and rumbled as if they were evaporating water vapor, causing the entire world to boil. The wind is blowing, and the clouds are feiyang. The water vapor in the Sea of Clouds was pulled by an endless suction force and gathered in the sky. The Sea of Clouds above the Xianxia Palace was sucked dry, and for the first time in tens of thousands of years, the beautiful green mountains and rivers were revealed from the clouds. In the sky, a vast and boundless golden cloud hand was formed. It was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. The giant palm was like a god descending to the world. It suddenly came crashing down, carrying with it the rolling heavenly might. "The wind and clouds in the world are all mine." Looking at the rolling heavenly might that was like a meteor landing, Luan Juanhao's expression changed drastically. He roared, no, no. If it was real, how could I have foreseen everything that was going to happen? Illusion, it's still an illusion. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He roared, Li Yunxiao, how dare you expose the scars in my heart? I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. A violent aura gushed out from his body. He raised his palm, and countless palm lines gathered, forming a river that crossed time and space. It was as if time was silent, as if it had been standing in the world since ancient times. Everything on the snowfall peak, including the palace, the sea of clouds, and the people, all turned into light and disappeared. But the wind and clouds did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more dazzling, absorbing the light from all directions, shooting up to the sky and illuminating the world, and the figure behind the wind and clouds' palm, his clothes fluttered in the light, and it was impossible to see his face. Boom! The two huge palm prints collided, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. All the light was swallowed up, and the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, along with it was Luan Juanhao's body. Under the impact of the wind and clouds, his blood vessels exploded, and his body was covered in a mist of blood. No, no. Luan Juanhao roared, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. This is the place where you began your defeat, and I will choose this as the place where you will end your defeat. An ice-cold voice transmitted over. That figure descended from the sky. His simple and unadorned robe stood alone in the vast sky. His reflection extended into the boundless distance. You are, Luan Juanhao's pupils shrank, and the scene in front of him became blurry. No matter how he rubbed his eyes, he could not see clearly. He only felt that figure, that face, that voice, that light wind and clouds, that wanton and unrestrained. The figures of Li Yunxiao and Gu Feiyang gradually merged in front of his blurry eyes, forming a complete person. At this moment, he was full of shock, and he seemed to understand something. His life continued to flow away, and his mind was blank. The figure sighed, actually, in that battle back then, you were already dead. The scene in front of him began to dissipate, and the sky returned to the outside of the Red Moon City, in front of the Buddha's golden pagoda, and in the sky above the Great Illusion Palace. Luan Juanhao lay on the ground, his body covered in blood. The light in his eyes became weaker and weaker, and the vast sky and white clouds were getting farther and farther away from him. Finally, he closed his eyes. The bright sky shone on Luan Juanhao's corpse. It was silent. A powerhouse of a generation had returned to the place where he once fell. He fell again and could never get up again. The space trembled slightly and Li Yunxiao appeared. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. He looked at Luan Juanhao's corpse and said, you were the one who defeated you in the end. The moment you went back, you were destined to end like this. Rumble, the golden pagoda suddenly exploded with golden light. The entire 12-story pagoda exploded layer by layer. A terrifying aura surged out in all directions. Rumble, with a loud bang, the entire golden pagoda collapsed and two figures flew out. The 5 ultimate peaks and the imperial Rui scepter in the sky also separated and flew towards their masters. Tungguang's figure flashed and appeared hundreds of feet away. His face was unusually pale. He looked at Luan Juanhao's corpse in shock and said in disbelief, you killed him? How did you do it? Qi Xingfeng also appeared hundreds of feet away. He grabbed the imperial treasured scroll that flew back to him. His face was also cold. He looked at Luan Juanhao's corpse and snorted softly. He was much more fearful of Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao swallowed some medicinal pills and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, it is all thanks to Lord Throne's illusionary Tao that I was able to kill him. Otherwise, how could I, a mere 8-star martial emperor, possibly defeat a peak 9-star martial emperor? Tungguang's expression turned grave as he said, you are actually able to use my illusory Tao as you wish. From this, it can be seen that your accomplishments in this Tao are not inferior to mine. Furthermore, your eye technique is also astonishing, and your character is unrestrained. Do you know Gu Feiyang? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, does it have anything to do with you? Tungguang stared at his face, trying to find clues from the subtle changes in his expression. However, he failed. Li Yunxiao's smile was like a sculpture without any flaws. Tungguang's eyes rippled and the light in his eyes gradually focused. His eyes were clear as he said word by word, you are Gu Feiyang. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. This time, he finally revealed a strange expression. In the distance, Qi Xingfeng also frowned. The 10 great Emperor Wu were all his juniors, and he didn't know any of them. He had only heard of their names after coming out from the pink crystal dust. He also knew that Emperor Wu Gufeiyang had fallen in the Tianshao mountain range. Li Yunxiao said, "What made you make such a bold guess?" Guang suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with extraordinary splendor as he said, "Haha, it's indeed you. Back then, when we parted ways with the formation source, I missed you from time to time. Later on, when I heard the news of your death, I still felt that it was strange. I didn't believe you would die. However, there was no news of you in the past 20 years, so I thought you were really dead. I never expected you to possess an innate fetus." Qi Xingfeng's body trembled violently as he looked at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. He naturally understood what it meant to possess an innate fetus. It was to possess an innate fetus while it was still in the mother's body. This way, the physical body and the soul could achieve the highest degree of compatibility. However, the risks involved were also self-evident. If the possession was carried out too early, it was highly possible that during the formation of the fetus, the innate qi would cleanse the memory, turning it into a pure and unconscious energy body, and the possession would fail completely. If the possession was carried out too late, the innate fetus would develop a soul of its own, which would be even more dangerous. To erase the soul of the innate fetus without harming its innate talent. The difficulty was no less than killing a divine transcendence. Qi Xingfeng's face darkened as he stared at Li Yunxiao. He didn't know what kind of possession Li Yunxiao was using, but no matter what, once the possession of an innate fetus was successful, the greatest benefit would be an extra life. Li Yunxiao's hair stood on end from the two strange gazes. His reincarnation situation was fundamentally different from possessing an innate fetus. However, he was too lazy to explain, so he said, "You still haven't answered me. How dare you make such a guess?" Guang smiled slyly and said, "Actually, it's very simple. You give me the same feeling as Gufeiyang, but you're not as arrogant and domineering. You have the vigor of a young man. Let me ask you, how can a 20-year-old youth have the grace and poise of Emperor Wu? Plus, with your eye sorcery and stubborn personality, it's most likely the case." "Haha." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "You bastard, I can't believe you saw through me. I wasn't mentally prepared at all." Guang sized up Li Yunxiao's body and praised, "Among the many experts back then, you were the one I admired the most. Because your thoughts were bold and unconstrained, just like your personality. You gave me a lot of inspiration in comprehending the heavenly Tao. It was truly an unforgettable period of time. But now, it seems that not only are your thoughts bold and unconstrained, you actually put them into practice. With this body, your soul, and Noah's Ark in your hand, you will definitely become the world's #1 in the future." His eyes were filled with envy as he said, "TSK, the winds and clouds of 1,000 years are all gone in a single smile, and Feiyang will shine through the ages." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You're flattering me. No matter how bold and unconstrained I am, it's only a small path. You evolved the Taishu and formed your own world. This is the true supreme path. I admire you." Guang's eyes lit up and he said, "You also approve of my decision?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "If it were me, I would probably do the same as you. But unfortunately, you are you, and I am still me. As long as you let go and let me and my companions leave, I will give you my blessings and help you achieve the path soon." Guang smiled bitterly and said, "Gufeiyang, you are making things difficult for me. Once the Taishu path evolves, even I won't be able to leave. If I let go, this world will completely collapse. Being able to observe the evolution of a world here is a blessing that you won't get again in your life, so why don't you cherish it?" Li Yunxiao said, "I really cherish this opportunity, but I cherish my life even more. Brother Guang, if you insist, I won't be able to remember our old friendship." Guang said, "It's not a matter of whether I insist or not. In my Taishu path, if it evolves, it will eventually become an existence like the heavenly martial arts realm. The result will be either the heavenly martial arts realm exploding, or it will be separated from the heavenly martial arts realm. But in any case, it won't affect everyone's survival. It's just that you won't be able to return to the heavenly martial arts realm. Moreover, if it continues to develop, it will give birth to a 10th level rule, which will fulfill everyone's dream of reaching the divine realm. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He snorted and said, "You are all alone, but do you think I'm all alone like you?" At the beginning of the primal chaos, it evolves into the Taishu path. As long as enough time passes, it will naturally become a complete world. But who knows how many billions of years it will take? How dare you say that? Tungguang laughed and said, "To prove the path, it's worth it to make a sacrifice." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Then, in order to survive, it's normal for me to ask you to sacrifice yourself." Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? This lunatic has already become a demon. Let's just kill him." He was already impatient. A cyan light flickered in his hand, and the nether wheel left his hand. The sky was silently split open. Qi Tungguang's body was cut in half. The head of the upper half of his body was still staring at the wheel of profound weapons in shock. Tai. The two halves of his body gradually became illusory. They disappeared in the air and reappeared 1,000 feet away. "You can't kill me," Tungguang said leisurely. Tungguang casually said, "My body has already started to merge with the Taishu path. Unless you destroy this place, I can't do it. There are 800 of my formation diagrams and many experts in my formation. Can you do it?" Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, "Can't kill you? Are you trying to scare me? This kind of embryonic Taishu land is only enough to trick a fledgling like Li Yunxiao. It's far from enough to bluff in front of me." He formed a seal with both hands and the imperial treasure scroll flew into the air. It created a strange scene and pressed down on Tungguang. "I will take you in and see if you die or not." The treasure scroll was surrounded by a strange scene. It was about to suck Tungguang in. Tungguang's face changed. He threw out the 5 peaks and smashed them into the air. Kaboom! The entire treasure scroll shook violently and the strange scene started to crumble. "Humph, child's play." Qi Xingfeng changed his hand's seal and with a zheng, the nether wheel flew into the air. It grew to half an acre in size and countless array lights surged on it. It slashed towards the 5 peaks. Tungguang was shocked and said, "So you have refined the minor capital nether wheel array into your weapon. No wonder it's so powerful." Boom! The 5 peaks shook and one of them was split open by the nether wheel. The 5 peaks crumbled and turned into 5 peaks that spun non-stop. Their power was greatly reduced. Tungguang's face turned cold and he said angrily, "Qi Xingfeng, I respect you as a senior. Do you really want me to kill you?" Qi Xingfeng sneered, "You're going to die soon and you're threatening me? Can I see your behavior as cowardice?" Tungguang's eyes shot out cold stars and he said coldly, "I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to use my strength on these pointless battles. My evolution of Taishu is a foregone conclusion. If I have the strength, I might as well use it to deduce the heavenly Tao. Who's interested in competing with you and fighting to the death? Praise." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came. There was a flash in the sky and several figures appeared at the same time. They lined up in the air. It was a group of great demons. The one who spoke just now was Shang. He had a look of admiration on his face and said, "Lord Throne, your great illusionary path is to my liking. I also admire Lord's persistent pursuit of the heavenly Tao. I hope you can continue." Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had searched En's soul memory and knew who these great demons were. Yi and Fu were also among them. The auras on their bodies were very powerful. After the two appeared, they stared at him coldly with eyes full of killing intent. Moreover, he saw a familiar figure. Xianxia had his hands behind his head lazily and smiled as he looked around. He seemed to find the matter in front of him very interesting. Li Yunxiao frowned, wondering why he was together with these demons. But from their expressions, they didn't seem to be on the same side. Moreover, there was no sign of Li Yi. He didn't know if he had been sucked into the armillary sphere or if he was dead. Tungguang had a strange expression as he said, "Oh, did I hear wrong?" Shang sternly said, "No, I support you very much." He even gestured with his finger to confirm his attitude. Tungguang suspiciously said, "My own race doesn't support me, but a group of foreign races come to support me?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It means your intelligence is the same as these demon beasts." Unimaginable. Haha. Xianhua couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. He looked at Li Yunxiao with praise and said, "Kid, you're a bit interesting." Tungguang looked at Xianhua with a strange expression and chuckled, "Brother Xianhua, long time no see. I've missed you." Xianhua smiled and said, "Uncle Teng, you're older than me. Don't pretend to be young." Tungguang said with a sullen face, "You're the one pretending to be young, right? I remember you're clearly a few years older than me." He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said, "You call him kid?" Xianhua said, "If I don't call him kid, am I supposed to call him daddy?" He rolled his eyes and pretended to be young and said, "But my age isn't much different from his, so I should call him little brother." Haha. Tungguang laughed and said, "Do you know who he is?" Xianhua frowned and couldn't help but size up Li Yunxiao. After confirming that he was no more than 20 years old, he snorted and said, "Even if he's some lord's illegitimate son, it wouldn't be too much for me to call him little brother, right?" Haha. Tungguang held his stomach and laughed non-stop. Looking at Li Yunxiao's face full of black lines and extremely happy appearance, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. You'll know his identity sooner or later." "Xianhua, are you also supporting me?" "Supporting you?" Xianhua snorted and said, "Are you saying my intelligence is the same as a demon beast?" Tungguang chuckled and said, "I think it's very likely. Otherwise, why are you two walking together?" Xianhua said coldly, "Tungguang, you've gone too far this time. Everyone has been trapped by you, and you've offended so many experts at once. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled." Tungguang sighed, "Why don't you guys have any sacrificial spirit?" Xianhua said, "Who said there isn't?" "Yes, you are." He looked at Shang and said, "Great demon, didn't you ask me to help you break the formation? Why did the wind change direction now?" Shang smiled and said, "Because this great illusionary Tao is very much to my liking. I really want to see it evolve to completion." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, revealing a startled expression. He was the only one among them who had seen Shang use the armillary sphere. The armillary sphere was also a divine tool used to deduce the heavenly Tao. It was similar to the Great Illusionary Path. Clearly, Shang had understood something from the Great Illusionary Path, which was why he wanted Tungguang to continue. Moreover, he had experienced several tens of thousands of years. His understanding of the divine artifact was not something that he or Yifan could compare with. He probably had a way to leave, which was why he supported Tungguang. Firstly, he could comprehend the heavenly Tao and obtain benefits. Secondly, he could borrow Tungguang's power to suppress the many human experts. Since he had already met up with the demon race in the illusory realm of Star and Moon, he would definitely make further moves in order to revive the demon race. Suppressing the human experts was a must, Xianhua said, "So you're saying that we're enemies?" Shang said, "If Lord Xianhua is willing, you can choose not to be enemies." Xianhua said, "What I mean is that we still have to be enemies." "Humph. I already said to kill this person. Otherwise, he will become a scourge." Saliva snorted coldly. Xianhua's gaze turned cold as he stared at Saliva. Saliva trembled all over, not daring to make a sound. He retracted his disdainful gaze and swept it across everyone's faces. In the end, his gaze landed on Qi Xingfeng. He revealed an expression of surprise and sneered, "All of your faces are unpleasant to the eye. I really want to shoot everyone to death." A layer of frost appeared in Qi Xingfeng's eyes as he coldly said, "You can try." Although it was his first time seeing Xianhua in person, he knew that he was Lu Xongzi's man. Killing intent involuntarily emerged in his eyes. If he could kill this person here, it would definitely be a huge blow to Lu Xongzi. "Haha, I don't dare, I don't dare." Xianhua laughed and said, "A dream is a dream. It's very fulfilling, but the reality is too cruel." Everyone's faces darkened. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Xianhua, why don't you pick a few and kill them? I'll see if I can deal with the rest." Xianhua said in surprise, "You're the most trash here, and you want to deal with them?" Li Yunxiao pointed a finger at him and said, "You called me trash, I'll remember that." Xianhua. "Trash, trash. So what if I call you trash?" He sneered and said, "If you have the guts, come hit me, hit me." Li Yunxiao stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 times. Xianhua. "Lunatic." He cursed and no longer paid attention to him. However, he heard Li Yunxiao mutter 4 times, which made his face darken and inexplicably break out in a cold sweat. Tengguang laughed and said, "Haha, Xianxia, you're out of luck." Xianxia said coldly, "Tengguang, you're stalling for time, aren't you? The longer you drag it out, the more advantageous it is for you. I'll ask you one last time, will you open the array?" Tengguang's smile faded and he sneered, "Absolutely not." "Then there's no room for discussion." Xianxia looked at Qi Xingfeng and said, "Although I don't like the look of you, I have no other choice now. Tengguang and these demons, you can choose. Leave the rest to me." Qi Xingfeng snorted coldly and said, "With just you, it's not enough. Those hiding in the shadows, come out." Xianhua's pupils shrank and a trace of shock flashed across his face. With his divine sense, he hadn't discovered anyone in the surroundings, but Qi Xingfeng could sense them. At the very least, it meant that the other party's divine sense was far above his own. "Humph." An icy voice resounded and the sky rippled like a lake. Wei Qing's expression was ice-cold as he stood tall in the sky and coldly stared down. The injuries on his body seemed to have healed and he recovered his cold and aloof attitude. He opened his mouth and said, "Yao Jinliang, you come out too." Several dozen zhang away from Wei Qing, there was a similar energy fluctuation and the figures of Yao Jinliang and the burial cloud beast gradually appeared. However, their faces were filled with killing intent as they stared coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia was slightly shocked and said with a smile on his face, "Yao Jinliang, long time no see, your strength has improved quite a bit. You actually didn't die under my arrow." Yao Jinliang pointed at him and said coldly, "If I'm not dead, then it's time for you to die." Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "One shouldn't be too impulsive. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive." "Enough." Yao Jinliang interrupted with a wave of his hand and said coldly, "Don't have any delusions. I'll definitely kill you today." Roar. The burial cloud beast also roared fiercely, all the hair on its body standing on end and its eyes filled with a threatening ominous light. "Humph, interesting." Wei Qing snorted and said, "Including young Master Yu and titled Emperor Wu, for have come down." His gaze gradually turned cold as he stared at the group of demon race members and said coldly, "So it's Lord Si and the patriarchs of the 8 tribes. Are you going to tear up the agreement between the 2 races and interfere in the affairs of my race?" Si revealed a difficult expression and said, "Of course not. We were just passing by Crimson Moon City and didn't expect to be trapped here." "How unlucky." No one believed his words, but they were reasonable and hard to refute. "Humph, passing by." Wei Qing coldly snorted and said, "Now this seat wants to kill Tengguang. You won't interfere, right?" Si frowned and turned to look at Shang, seeking his opinion. Tang Qing suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Lord Shang and these demon race friends are my old friends and have come for me. Lord Tengguang is my son's master, so I naturally stand on Lord Teng." Guang sighed. Shang smiled and said, "That's right. What Mr. Tang Qing said is extremely correct. We're only helping him because of personal relations and have nothing to do with the agreement between the 2 races." Wei Qing sneered and said, "Personal relations? Then you all can also go and die together with this dog that I abandoned." "You." Tang Qing was burning with rage, his entire body trembling all over. No matter what, he was also a figure of a region's overlord. To actually be insulted in such words, he was angered until his beard was trembling. Wei Qing said, "Yao Jinliang, Xianxia, Li Yunxiao, the 3 of you kill these demons and Tang Qing. This divine transformation Sea Lord, you and I join hands to kill Tengguang, how about it?" The few people's faces all changed, revealing extremely displeased expressions. Yao Jinliang said in a cold voice, "Wei Qing, forgive me for being unable to comply this time. If I don't kill Xianxia, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Xianxia also said in amusement, "Lord Wei Qing is so awe-inspiring. Why don't you tell me, on what basis do you command me?" Qi Xingfeng and Li Yunxiao also had the same expression, looking unruly and unruly. Wei Qing snorted and said, "A great calamity is upon us, and you all still do things your own way. At this moment, other than this seat, who will be the leader? Will you all accept it?" The few people thought about it and felt that it was true. Everyone present was a figure whose name shook the world, and no one would accept anyone else. Wei Qing was indeed the most suitable person to take the lead. Yao Jinliang gritted his teeth and said, even if I let Xianxia go for now, I will definitely not join hands with him. You and I will kill Tingguang together, and let the two divine transformation sea lords deal with these demons. Wei Qing frowned and said, all right, this method will also work. I wonder what the two of you think. Qi Xingfeng and Xianxia looked at each other. They both knew each other's identity. They were originally on the opposing side, but now was clearly not the time to turn hostile. Xianxia said, all right. However, I have been in the divine transformation sea for so long, and I have never seen this lord. Where did this impersonator come from? Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, when this old man was in the divine transformation sea, you weren't even born yet. Wei Qing was slightly startled and began to guess at Qi Xingfeng's identity. He had just arrived from the outer hall when he was exposed by Qi Xingfeng, so he had no choice but to show himself. He did not hear Li Yunxiao call out his name. Xianxia smiled and said, that's fine. Let me see the strength of a fake divine transformation sea lord. Shang said bitterly, why do I feel like I have become a fruit, waiting to be distributed by everyone? Wei Qing snorted and said, who told you to not take the path and insist on seeking death? Attack. With a shout, a green shadow flashed and attacked Tingguang. A green light rose from Wei Qing's body as he slapped down with his 5 fingers, suppressing Tingguang. The space under his palm shook. Tingguang's figure became blurry as if he was about to collapse. Humph. Tingguang's expression was cold as he drew a circle with his right hand. A rune appeared in his palm and shot out rays of light towards Wei Qing. Boom. A huge wave of light dispersed in the air as the suppressive force collapsed. Tingguang turned into a streak of light and rushed up. Clang. A melodious and harsh sound came from the sky. Then a silver light flashed and a strange silver blade appeared under the scorching sun, emitting a blinding light. Ghost carp twist. There was no figure in the sky. Only Yao Jinliang's deep voice could be heard as the strange silver blade suddenly slashed down towards Tingguang's streak of light. The ghost carp twist unsealed in the air and shot out rays of silver light from its slash. The streak of light was suppressed by a huge threat. It turned into Tingguang's figure and somersaulted in the air. His left hand formed a seal while his right hand formed a fist and punched towards the slash. Bang! The entire sky exploded as Tingguang's fist radiance spread out for hundreds of meters, creating a terrifying energy storm. Yao Jinliang's figure appeared in the air in a flash and then disappeared again. In an instant, he appeared in front of Tingguang and slashed horizontally with the ghost carp twist. Tingguang formed a seal with both hands. With a flip of his palm, a silver light formation the size of a praying mat spread out and pressed down on the silver blade like a millstone. Clang! The ghost carp twist slashed between his hands, causing countless rays of light and space to tremble. The ghost carp twist was pinned down by Tingguang's fingers and couldn't move. Yao Jinliang said, turn around and take a look. Beads of sweat rolled down Tingguang's forehead as he sneered, do you think I'm stupid? That beast is definitely behind me, waiting for me to turn around and bite my neck. Yao Jinliang said coldly, if it doesn't bite your neck, I'll smack your head. A huge gust of wind descended from the sky. Looking from afar, the burial cloud beast behind Tingguang went berserk. Its entire body grew larger and larger. At the same time, it raised its forelimbs and stood in the air, slapping down with its claws. Tingguang's expression changed as he roared, Sha Luo Seal. Bang! A force exploded in the guidance, shaking Yao Jinliang and the ghost carp twist away at the same time. Tingguang's hand seals changed, and he turned around in the air. Countless runes surged out from his body, and he stretched out 3 fingers towards the sky. Bang! A layer of watery light appeared between his 3 fingers, and with a rumble, the burial cloud beast was blasted away. The power of the sorrow finger spun in the air and chased after him. Bang! 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 The power of the 3 fingers exploded, turning into 3 streaks of light that spun in the air like talismans. A mighty force descended, fiercely pressing down on the burial cloud beast, sending it flying with a bang. Roar! The burial cloud beast roared again and again, clawing out in the air. Suddenly, a golden light danced in the air, and the scenery of mountains and rivers filled his vision. White silk soared into the sky, a vast expanse of mist, 100 vessels vying for the current, mountains and rivers like a painting. Guang was shocked in his heart, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion in the air. The 5 peaks flew over and emitted a vast force as they smashed towards the golden book. Bang, a golden light shook, and the sky was filled with dazzling golden clouds. Wei Qing's face darkened, and his figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he directly appeared in the hazy golden light, and he reached out his hand. The mountains and rivers like a painting were filled with celestial music, and it was a magnificent scene. Once again, it pressed down on Guang. Boom! Guang finally could not withstand this attack, and his entire body exploded, turning into countless streaks of light that dissipated. Wei Qing's expression froze, and he retrieved the painting. He held it in his hand, and his expression was cold. Humph, you want to hide? Where can you hide in the hands of 2 divine transcendents? Wei Qing took a step forward, and directly disappeared in the air. Yao Jingliang and the burial cloud beast's figures also flashed, and they also disappeared. The great illusionary temple was originally derived from the power of the array, and everything that was destroyed in the temple could instantly be replenished and restored to its original state. Qi Xingfeng watched the 3 disappear into the sky, and only then did he withdraw his gaze. He stared at the people of the demon race, and finally his gaze fell on C, and he said, "Leave this old monster to me, and you take care of the rest of the dregs." Xianxia clapped his hands and praised, "Old monster against old monster, this is a good arrangement." Humph. Qi Xingfeng ignored him, and with a grab in the air, the ancient dust sword appeared in his hand, and he walked towards C, step by step. In an instant, the 2 of them looked at each other, and it was as if all other things did not exist, and only the 2 of them were left in the entire world. "TSK TSK TSK TSK. Xianxia exclaimed, and said, "Look at them looking at each other with deep affection, they really are a pair of old friends, staring at each other until the end of time." Everyone's faces darkened, and Qi Xingfeng also withdrew his gaze, and angrily glared at him. C's face was still full of wrinkles, and he stood there quietly, as if he had not moved since he appeared. There was not the slightest luster in those turbid eyes, as if he was blind. He angrily said, "Don't speak rudely to Lord C. Ayaya, you little monsters, watch this lord shoot you to death." Qi burst out from Xianhua's body, and his purple clothes fluttered. The wind and clouds in the sky stirred, and a gray vortex appeared. A rainbow light shot down, and turned into a longbow, slowly descending. He slightly turned his head, and said to Li Yunxiao, "You stay a little further away. With your trash cultivation, don't be shocked to death by the might of my bow." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and looking at his old friend of the past acting cool without restraint, he had the urge to rush up and beat him up. But he still endured it, and with a flash, he retreated 100 meters away, and quietly watched. The overlord bow was pure silver inlaid with yellow, and a purple aura lingered on its surface. Countless tiny gems were embedded in it, like the stars in the sky. Xianhua pulled at the air, and the space around him immediately distorted. With a clang, several streams of qi shot out, shooting towards those great monsters. He said angrily, "Empty bow? You're looking down on me too much." He swung his arm, and a black shadow appeared. It was actually the phantom of his original form, appearing behind him. His beak was like a steel peck, and his eyes were like an eagle's. He raised his hand, and with a loud shout, the 10-finger sword slashed forward, a wave of sharp blades turned into a storm, and with him as the center, a terrifying power completely soared into the sky, sweeping towards the void arrows. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and Xianhua's void arrows were swallowed up, turning into dust. After a few breaths, that storm gradually subsided, and the surroundings were a mess. Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked. As expected, they were at the peak of 9 stars. He also didn't know what level of peak cultivation these great monsters were at in the past. If they all came from transcending mortality and entering holiness, then it would be very troublesome. Perhaps they could even return to the peak in the future. Xianhua's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "I just pulled a void bow to test my hand, and you don't give me face like this. Looks like you purely want me to kill you." He said coldly, "Just transcending mortality and entering holiness, don't pretend to be invincible under the heavens. When this demon king roamed the world, no one in your human race dared to block my edge." "Oh?" Xianxia said in surprise, looking at your original form, it looks like a bird. If not for you revealing yourself just now, I would have thought that you were a flying bull. Saliva snorted coldly and said, even if you're transcending mortality and entering holiness, it's also absolutely impossible to defeat so many of us. I'll kill you first, then kill him. This him was referring to Qi Xingfeng. Qi Xingfeng and Saliva were still looking at each other quietly, as if they were meditating. Looking at each other, it was as if they had entered the long river of time that had stopped. Shang suddenly said, how many people are needed to restrain him? Wing said, if it's to restrain, me and Fu can do it. Saliva and the other two patriarchs of the 8 tribes were slightly shocked in their hearts, revealing looks of astonishment, somewhat in disbelief. After all, the other party was a transcending mortality and entering holiness expert. Furthermore, his name shook the world. Even if the 3 of them joined hands, they had no assurance of holding him back. Shang said, all right. The 2 of you, plus Li, restrain Xianxia. Saliva, the 3 of you go kill Li Yunxiao. What? Everyone was startled. Saliva's face was gloomy, and he said, you're joking, right? Making us 3 9 stars pinnacle experts go kill an 8 stars Emperor Wu, are you humiliating us? Qin and Meng's expressions were also very ugly. Xianxia was also stunned, and he said, an 8 stars Emperor Wu actually gets the same treatment as me. Wing said coldly, Lord Shang's instructions naturally have his reasons. If the 3 of you are not willing, then we'll just exchange. The 3 of us will go kill Li Yunxiao, the 3 of you deal with Xianxia. Saliva immediately lost his temper, and he snorted, it's just dealing with that 8 stars Emperor Wu, 1 move each is enough. Shang frowned, and said, Mr. Tang Qing, you stay here and supervise the battle. You must behead Li Yunxiao. Tang Qing was also very puzzled, and he said, Lord Shang, aren't you thinking too highly of him? 1,000 feet away, Li Yunxiao was also very depressed, and he cried out, Yao Shang, isn't this too much? Even though there are some small grudges between us, it's not to the extent of being this savage, right? Shang said, originally, I wanted to end you personally, but I have to go and lend Lord Tingguang a helping hand. I have no time to care about you. His figure became dazed on the spot, and he directly vanished from sight. Humph. Truly an unreliable person. Saliva said disdainfully, a mere 8 stars Emperor Wu, trash. Wait for me to kill him in 1 move, and then everyone will strangle title Emperor Wu together. He also flashed high up in the air, and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao, and shouted, die. He directly smashed a punch down. Li Yunxiao was long prepared. In the instant the other party attacked, he only left behind an afterimage, being blasted into smithereens. The next instant, he appeared 1,000 feet away. Pretty good at dodging. Saliva laughed hideously and said, haha, no wonder Shang was afraid of not being able to kill you. Turns out that your legs run fast. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, another 3 breaths, and you won't be able to laugh anymore. What a joke. I'll wring your neck in 3 breaths, see if I can laugh or not. Saliva's figure flashed, and he blasted over again. Li Yunxiao laughed lightly, and ignored him. His figure flashed, turning into countless afterimages in the air, and for a moment it was dazzling. This movement technique is quite interesting. Xianhua's brows furrowed, and he was in no hurry to make a move. He rubbed his chin and began to ponder. Saliva made several moves in a row, but was unable to hit Li Yunxiao. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Thinking about how he had just boasted that he would pick him up, he became even more furious. After roaring a few times, a violent aura surged, and a demonic shadow slowly appeared. Xianhua said strangely, a 9-star peak great demon needs to use the power of his main body to deal with an 8-star Emperor Wu? He was genuinely puzzled, but to Saliva's ears, it was undoubtedly a great mockery. Damn it! Saliva roared, and the shadow of his main body roared at the same time. Circles of demonic energy surged, turning into ripples that spread in the air. Suddenly, the sky shook, and a huge shadow fell down, blasting towards Saliva with lightning speed. What? Everyone was shocked. Under the gaze of that huge shadow, it was actually a huge foot. Di Ting's foot. Boom! Saliva was ambushed by Chumujia's foot. Caught off guard, he was directly stomped into the ground, causing the surrounding palace to shake violently. Ah? Everyone was shocked and their mouths were agape. The afterimages in the sky dispersed, and Li Yunxiao revealed his true body. Looking at the slowly descending Chumujia, he said with a smile, "Crazy Jia, you're finally willing to come out." Chumujia looked at him with disdain, and said, "Don't tell me you've been waiting for me to save you all this time?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Of course not. Don't think that I don't know you. If you didn't discover that everyone is here, would you be willing to take the risk to come out?" "Humph." Chumujia snorted coldly. Tang Qing frowned, and said loudly, "Not good, there are many people approaching. Quickly kill Li Yunxiao." He shouted at Qin and Meng, but how could the two listen to his command? They snorted lightly, and with undisguised disdain, they turned their heads away. Tang Qing anxiously stomped his feet. Right now, he had no power, and was practically a loner. Shang was already his only backer and hope, so he had no choice but to do what he was told. His figure flashed, and he personally took action. Bang, the earth burst open, and the saliva turned into a huge monster. It rushed out of the huge crater and roared, "I'll kill you." The demonic body was scarlet red and covered in scales. It seemed as though there were flames burning on it. The huge palm suddenly clenched and blasted towards Chumujia. Humph. Chumujia's expression didn't change. His arms turned into a furry golden color as he attacked. Bang, the three fists collided, two small and one big. Waves of light shot out in all directions. Chumujia's body kept changing. Both of them had the appearance of monsters, but Chumujia seemed to be even more monstrous. A savage expression appeared on his face. Xiao. The scorpion's tail flashed and shot towards the salivating eyes. Bang. Startled, he hurriedly used his strength to shake off the other party. His body suddenly flashed, and only then did he manage to dodge. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and Tang Qing appeared in front of Li Yunxiao in an instant. With a gloomy face, he slammed his palm over. He used 100% of his power in this palm strike, trying to kill his opponent. However, when the palm force was just halfway out, it stopped, and his body didn't dare to move. A cold sword edge was pressed against his back. Although it couldn't be seen, it felt so real. If he moved, his heart would definitely be pierced on the spot. The person behind him was Bei Chunnan. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You guys finally arrived." Bei Chunnan said, "The surroundings are all mazes, and it's hard to walk. If it wasn't for the strong fluctuation of elemental energy here, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to make it in such a short time." Li Yunxiao was also brought here by Luan Juanhao. Otherwise, he would probably still be lost in the surrounding outer halls. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Tang Qing, you've finally fallen into my hands." "Fallen into?" Tang Qing sneered and said, "Although the sword is behind me, I'm afraid it's difficult to kill me." Li Yunxiao smiled and didn't say anything. He looked into the distance and said, "Xianxia, go and help Wei Qing. Leave this to me." Xianxia was stunned and said strangely, "Although there are still people approaching this place, I'm afraid it's very difficult to deal with these demons, right?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's fine." Xianxia frowned and said, "Are you really confident?" Li Yunxiao said, "Don't dawdle. If this great illusionary land drags on, we really won't be able to leave." "Alright, then I won't care about your death." Xianxia threw down this sentence, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. "Don't even think about leaving." Fu suddenly shouted, "Xianxia axe." The axe on his shoulder suddenly chopped down, wanting to break that piece of sky. Bang, the sky trembled, and a terrifying chasm was chopped out, but Xianhua's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Li Jing said, "Quickly kill Li Yunxiao and the rest." Suddenly, a blue light flickered, and a dragon's might came. Luo Qingyun suddenly appeared. His gaze turned, and in his heart, he had a certain understanding of the situation in front of him. With a wave of his spear, golden waves rippled, and among the waves, the 9 ghost Azuras appeared one by one. "Not good." Li's expression changed greatly, revealing a look of shock. Wing was also shocked and said, "What? 9 Peak Emperor Wu?" With Luo Qingyun's appearance, the entire battlefield quieted down. Even Li, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded and stopped fighting with Chimujia. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You finally came. Luo Qingyun, do you know how important you are now?" He winked and said with a smile, "Your appearance directly changed the situation of the battle and reversed the declining situation. It can even be said that you changed the future of the heavenly martial arts realm." Luo Qingyun snorted lightly, as if he didn't care. Wing said in a deep voice, "What should we do?" Fu said, "These monsters don't seem to have any intelligence. Although they are emitting the aura of the peak 9 stars, their abilities are most likely weaker than ours. It shouldn't be a problem for them to fight 1 against 2. Li shook his head and said, "You guessed wrong. These monsters are all ultimate bodies. In addition, they don't have intelligence and aren't afraid of death. They are pure killing machines, far stronger than the average peak 9 stars." Fu frowned and said, "I don't believe it." He turned around, raised his Xianxia axe, and chopped down. Roar. One of the ghost azures roared and similarly held the axe with both hands. With a flash of his body, he faced the attack head-on. Bang! The ground shook, and the surrounding space shook until it was in a trance. That ghost azures and Fu both took the attack head-on. Both of them didn't take a step back, and were actually evenly matched. What? Wing was shocked. Fu's energy recovered faster than his. Even he couldn't take the power of that axe. Li's expression became even more unsightly. He knew that they were in big trouble. "Looks like we're late." A sweet-sounding voice traveled over, and figures flashed in the sky again. Ning Qiyun, Han Zhenting, and Grandma Sunflower also appeared one by one. Li Yunxiao said, "We're not late at all. These demons are plotting against us in Red Moon City. In the future, they will definitely be a huge threat to our race. It's a good chance to eliminate them all today." Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If he could eliminate all these big demons in front of him, it would definitely hurt the vitality of the demon race. If they wanted to revive, it would be delayed for at least 100 years. Luo Qingyun's expression turned cold, and he ordered, "Kill." The ghost azures instantly flashed and charged towards the demons separately. Bei Chunnan also stabbed forward with his long sword. Tang Qing's figure flashed and swayed like water. He actually wanted to disappear under the sword gleam. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, "Want to leave? Tang Qing, this will be your burial ground." He made a hand seal with one hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Strange runes surrounded his pitch-black demon pupils, and they shone with a demonic light. Under the gaze of his pupil power, the distorted space was suddenly flattened. What? Tang Qing was shocked. His escape technique was actually broken by his opponent's gaze. His real body instantly appeared, and he immediately felt a chill on his back. Clang, a battle robe appeared on his body, and it automatically protected his body, blocking the Thousand Worlds Imperial Sword. But in an instant, it shattered with a clang and turned into countless golden light spots. Tang Qing seized this opportunity, and his body forcibly moved horizontally in the air in a strange posture. Pissed, the long sword pierced into his body, but it had already avoided his heart. It was stabbed in his shoulder, and blood spurted out. He didn't stop moving. The moment he was injured, he directly struck out with his palm, but it was aimed at Li Yunxiao. That palm moved up and down swiftly, but it was not messed up at all. The entire sky was compressed by this palm, and it suddenly blasted out. "TSK. This little bit of power is not enough to kill me." Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he also struck out with his palm. His palm turned in the air, and the surrounding spiritual chi crazily surged and turned into a giant palm. White clouds floated on the giant palm, and a golden light flashed. Bam! The two palm forces collided, and the force was broken. Li Yunxiao was directly blasted away, and he only stabilized his body after flying for hundreds of feet, and the chi and blood in his body kept tumbling. Tang Qing was shocked, and his face was full of disappointment. He had already missed the opportunity to kill Li Yunxiao. Bei Jiannan's face darkened, and he had already raised his sword momentum and slashed down. Pissed, Tang Qing's figure flashed, and he retreated several feet, but he was still hit by the sword momentum. Blood spurted out again, and it splattered in the sky. His eyes were full of haze, and he gritted his teeth and leaped back. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he turned into a conveyance light and was about to escape. Want to leave? Is it possible? Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and a strange red and black light shot out from his pupils. All the scenes disappeared, and he said, "Mirror flow." Tang Qing's body trembled, and he only felt that the world had changed, and he was imprinted into Tsutsumi's space. TSK. How is it possible? Such a powerful pupil technique, who are you? His heart was full of shock, and he was full of horror and vigilance. He stared at the strange pupil that was slowly opening in the sky. The red and black color in the pupil was like a Tai Chi fish, and there were all kinds of strange runes around it. Who I am isn't important, what's important is that today is the day you die. Li Yunxiao's voice came out slowly, and then his figure slowly appeared under the demon eye. That cold gaze was like looking at a dead person. Haha, the day I die? Tang Qing was so angry that he laughed, and said, even if your pupil technique is outstanding, so what? I'm a 9 stars peak powerhouse. Can you kill me with mere illusion technique? Li Yunxiao said emotionlessly and coldly, look who is beside you. Tang Qing was shocked, and he suddenly realized that there was a corpse floating beside him. That familiar face was Luan Juanhao, who fought with him to the death. Huh? You killed him? Tang Qing was shocked, his face turning green. Li Yunxiao said, you can say that. He actually died by his own hands. And you, I will personally kill you. Humph, after killing Luan Juanhao, you will still kill me. Do you think I will believe such words? Tang Qing sneered, this is your illusion space. Casually creating a corpse is nothing more than trying to confuse my mind. Do you think I'm a fledgling like you? Li Yunxiao said, whatever you think, it doesn't matter. It won't affect your ending today. He raised his hand and formed a seal with 2 fingers. The black eye behind him shot out a sharp light, like a sunflower. Blood-colored runes revolved around it. Pretending to be mysterious. Tang Qing was secretly shocked, but his face was still full of contempt. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. One palm enveloped heaven and earth, enveloping Li Yunxiao and Tsutsumi. Under the pressure, Li Yunxiao retreated, both hands drawing circles in front of him. The power of wind and cloud appeared, and his robe fluttered under the surging origin power. Wind and cloud as I command. A colorful cloud condensed in his palm, suddenly emitting 5-colored light. The immemorial astral wind revolved around his arm, condensing into an unparalleled force, fiercely blasting towards Tang Qing. The pupils of the huge demonic eye behind him rotated, and all the blood runes fused together, gathering behind Li Yunxiao and entering his palm technique. Bang! The space shook, Tang Qing and Li Yunxiao's figures were both sent flying. What? Your power. Tang Qing was shocked. Although he was injured, it was not something an 8-star emperor could contend with. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. The sword behind him flashed, both hands formed a seal, and suddenly, a sky full of treasured swords flew out, shooting. Tang Qing suppressed the shock in his heart, his feet steadily stepped forward, becoming more cautious than ever. Both fists danced, punching towards those swords. Bang! 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 Dozens of northern sky-cold star swords were sent flying. The cold sword in Li Yunxiao's hand flashed with frost. He flew over and slashed straight down. Chi! Tang Qing did not dare to take that sharp sword head-on. He skillfully dodged and formed a seal with his 5 fingers. Bang! He pointed his finger at the sword, and a cold light rippled out, pushing Li Yunxiao back several feet. Tang Qing also frowned. His fingertips actually felt a trace of coldness. Humph! Li Yunxiao held his sword horizontally across his body. His left hand formed a seal and pointed at the blade. Dang! A clear and melodious sound spread out, creating countless ripples. Streaks of green light appeared around his body, and he stood alone in the sword shadows. Killing with one sword. The cold sword danced in the air, and a huge sword shadow condensed in the air. It suddenly slashed down, and in the pitch-black space of the ice sorcery, a chasm of ice appeared. Tang Qing was shocked. Under the strange gaze of those eyes, he felt indescribably uncomfortable. Every movement of his essence force seemed to be hindered. And his opponent was getting more and more powerful. Coupled with that mysterious profound artifact, the sharpness was terrifying. Under such circumstances, Tang Qing might really be defeated. With this thought, his body instantly turned cold. He no longer dared to hold back and shouted, "Wu Kai!" A golden light shot up and turned into battle armor in the air, protecting the vital parts of his body. He grabbed the helmet with both hands, and golden light sparkled. Tang Qing pulled back his palms and directly slashed at the sword light. Boom! That chasm of ice suddenly collapsed. His figure flashed, and he rushed out from the blue ice, pressing forward. His advantage was close combat. Sticking close to Li Yunxiao, he could fight like a fish in water. So fast. Li Yunxiao was shocked. If not for his excellent eye sorcery, he would not have been able to see his opponent's figure clearly. With the help of the Wu Kai, Tang Qing's strength seemed to have increased by a level. His originally tired and weak mental state was also swept away. Returning Heaven Palm. A golden light turned into a circle in his hands, and he suddenly pressed down. The entire space rotated under the palm force, and countless spirit energy was used up and gathered. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and his huge demonic eyes also flashed with shock. This space was completely under his control, and the nomological energy inside was no exception. This was also what he relied on to be competent in killing Tang Qing. But he didn't expect Tang Qing to be able to be used. Although he was still greatly restrained, he was much stronger than he expected. Li Yunxiao noticed that the Wu Kai's Wu Kai had countless arrays carved on it, and they were all interconnected. It was similar to Narcissus's Sea God set. Vedra Fist. There was no time to think. Li Yunxiao took a stance and punched out. Bang! The fist force hit the palm wind and was instantly shattered. One of his sleeves was shredded, and his skin turned golden. Countless runes surged, and it was obvious that he was shaken and could not hold on. Tang Qing laughed and said, "Childish. Your cultivation is heaven and earth apart from mine. How dare you?" The returning Heaven Palm's momentum did not decrease. It pressed down layer by layer, breaking the Emperor Qi defense around Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out. He formed a seal with his left hand, and his whole body turned into the Transcendent's golden body. Countless runes flowed on his body. Vedra Fist. Vedra Fist. Vedra Fist. 4 arms behind him swung at the same time, each holding a golden ball. Suddenly, waves of fist wind shot out, and the surrounding golden fist shadows all blasted down on the palm force. What? Tang Qing was shocked. He was shocked by the Transcendent's golden body in front of him. Waves of unparalleled power swept across the sky, shaking his hands. Bang! Finally, under the fierce attack, his whole body was shaken, and his body retreated. One sword to cut the sky. Li Yunxiao's face was cold. Sword Qi rose, and under the cold light, the sky suddenly split. Boom! The place where Tang Qing was cut in half. He soared into the sky, flashed 10 feet away, and rushed over again with a roar. If Li Yunxiao opened up the distance, he would be in even more danger. It's useless. You couldn't kill me just now. The facts have proven that you can't kill me at all. Li Yunxiao said coldly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. His clear eyes suddenly became cloudy, and he looked at the world with indifference. Then there is only one ending waiting for you. Death. Actually, you already understand it in your heart, so why resist it? Li Yunxiao slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky surged, gathering countless rays of light, turning into a spinning sea of clouds. Countless sword runes surged out. The 3 faces had different expressions, and they were mumbling something. His left hand formed a seal in front of him, and the other 4 walls opened up, forming different seals. Rays of golden light spread out from his body, forming a field of aura 10 feet around him. At the same time, there was lightning flashing inside. Tang Qing was shocked and stopped abruptly. This enchantment gave him a very dangerous feeling. If he rushed in recklessly, he might be killed. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Li Yunxiao, you killed my son and destroyed the foundation of my Crimson Moon City. Even if I have to use my last breath, I will tear you into pieces. Li Yunxiao raised his eyes and said leisurely, Then how many people want to tear you into pieces when you bathed Crimson Moon City in blood and snatched the position of city lord? Tang Qing laughed angrily and said, haha, the strong are kings, and the weak are slaves. This is the eternal rule, and also the heavenly Tao. What right do you have to meddle in other people's business? Li Yunxiao said coldly, then do you know that Jiang Churen died to save me? What? Tang Qing was shocked, and with a dazed look, he murmured, no wonder you keep going against me. Li Yunxiao's face was full of killing intent, and the surrounding aura seemed to sense his emotions and became even more fierce. The sword runes in the clouds and the sky surged and slowly evolved, and the whole world was a sea of sword chi. I can't lose. Tang Qing's eyes flashed fiercely, and he gritted his teeth and said, this old man has fought for a lifetime, how can I lose to a child like you? He suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and the martial armor on his body burst out with a strong light. Qi strength surged in his dantian, and his body turned into a sea of qi, the vast power spread out, and suddenly a vacuum appeared in Li Yunxiao's world of swords. The demonic eyes in the sky suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror, and a stream of blood tears flowed down. Li Yunxiao said in shock, you actually detonated the sea of qi? Tang Qing's face was gloomy, and the aura on his body surged continuously, turning into a whirlwind. He said coldly, this old man is ambitious, even if I die, I will not lose. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and his eyes shot out a cold star. He said, good, that's more like it. Now you have a bit of the spirit of a world overlord. This young master will fulfill your wish, and use my strongest sword intent to send you to the next world as a reward for your courage. Haha, fulfill my wish? Arrogant and ignorant child. Tang Qing was so angry that he laughed, and the essence force in his dantian surged continuously, causing his power to instantly climb to an unprecedented peak. A set of palm arts was executed in front of him, and countless runes appeared from the surrounding space, condensing on his body. I will be the absolute peak suppressing the mountains and rivers. A shocking palm force swept out in front of him, and countless sword runes suddenly exploded, and the entire space began to shake violently. Li Yunxiao's body turned, and sword flowers constantly shot out, and the man and sword became one as they pierced forward. Clang, when that sword pierced the palm print, it was actually pushed back, and his entire body was forced to retreat repeatedly. So strong? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he shouted, sword art, demon slayer. Clang, endless sword intent surged, and waves of ancient sounds came from the frost on the cold sword, as if there were fierce beasts roaring, constantly suppressing the power of that palm. Still not enough. He roared, and the 4 arms behind him suddenly formed a seal. The 30 northern sky-cold star swords suddenly formed a formation, and neatly inserted themselves around Tang Qing, creating a sea of swords. Tang Qing shouted, explode for me. He clenched his fist, and the giant palm print suddenly shattered, turning into a golden nebula, sweeping in all directions, and causing the 36 swords to buzz. The entire eye sorcery space continued to disintegrate, and blood flowed from the demonic eye. Those runes were destroyed one by one. Suddenly, Tang Qing's body trembled. In this chaotic world, a chill suddenly rushed to his heart. He saw that in the chaos, a sword light slowly rose, like a miniature of the entire world, gathering all the rules. What kind of sword essence is this? Tang Qing turned pale with fright. At this moment, the sea of qi in his body had been broken, and countless origin energy was gushing out. This was the peak moment of his life, but he also felt a chill under the sword essence. In that moment, Li Yunxiao's figure was faintly discernible. Under Tang Qing's horrified gaze, the entire world converged into that sword's shadow, and that sword seemed to be just a shadow of this man. Illusion, is this an illusion? Tang Qing swallowed with difficulty. This sword essence was so strong that he almost suffocated. Impossible. Impossible. He roared, and the sea of qi in his dantian flowed faster. The last bit of origin energy flowed into his meridians and limbs, and his body was stretched a little. I will be the best at suppressing mountains and rivers. He turned into a palm wind, blew away all the chaotic qi, and pressed against that sword essence. Spots of starlight appeared around Li Yunxiao and slowly gathered under his fingerprints. He shouted in a cold voice, slashing the stars. Clang! The sound reverberated in all directions. An unparalleled sword shadow descended from the sky and slashed towards that palm. Boom! The entire eye sorcery space was instantly broken, and the demonic eye suddenly exploded. Bang! In the great illusionary palace, Li Yunxiao's right eye made a cracking sound, and a line of blood shot out. Then, Tang Qing's figure flew out of nowhere, and then a sword essence pierced through time and space and chased after him. Pissed, the entire world was slashed by the sword radiance. Tang Qing's protective armor was still cut into two, and he died on the spot. The two of them fought fiercely in the eye sorcery space, but it was only for a moment in the outside world, and no one felt anything strange. However, the fact that Tang Qing was suddenly killed by the sword chi was too shocking and eye-popping. Moreover, the sword essence that chased after Tang Qing just now was caught by everyone's sharp senses, and they were all horrified. Bei Chunan's face was also full of disbelief. Then, he looked like he was thinking about that sword just now. That sword momentum, Ning Qiyun, Han Zhenting, and the others were similarly astounded. Han Zhenting's face turned pale. She realized that she could never see through this Li Yunxiao. Every time she thought she had seen through him, he would always come up with something new. Li Yunxiao, are you okay? Bei Zhenan flew to his side and frowned. He saw that Li Yunxiao's face was extremely pale, and his head was covered in cold sweat. His right eye was already closed, but blood was still flowing out. He looked terrifying. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I'm fine. A cold light shot out from his left eye and he said, kill all of them, or there will be endless troubles in the future. Luo Qingyun said coldly, recuperate well, don't die. After witnessing the sword intent just now, although he was shocked, his blood was boiling, and his eyes flickered with excitement. Even the demon temple not far away, which had not moved, had a strange expression in its eyes as it turned its head slightly. What a powerful eye technique. Is this kid really only 20 years old? Or is he like you, Lord, possessing a physical body? Qi Xingfeng's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, why do you care so much about other people's business? Take care of yourself first. Haha. The demon temple laughed softly, and his forehead relaxed. His wrinkled face had some luster, and he said, Lord, your physical body is also very unique. I'm very curious, what kind of person would the soul under such a physical body be? Qi Xingfeng's face turned cold, and he said, Demon Temple, didn't you already have an idea? The Demon Temple smiled and said, it really is you, Lord. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Qi Xingfeng snorted and said, back then, I went to the illusory realm of stars and moon and had a pleasant conversation with the Demon Temple. I also had a deep impression of you. I didn't expect you to really become the Demon Temple's great shaman. Congratulations. The Demon Temple sighed, my master has passed away for many years. Qi Xingfeng frowned, and he said, did the Demon Temple say anything before he died? The Demon Temple revealed a smile, and he said, my master mentioned you before he passed away. Oh? Qi Xingfeng's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, why did he mention me? The Demon Temple said, my master said that Lord is extremely intelligent, and if the possession is successful, I'm afraid that you will become the true ruler of the world in the future, and threaten the situation of the Demon Temple. Qi Xingfeng sneered, and he said, I only asked him for some advice on soul possession, and he actually raised his guard against me. The human heart is really not what it used to be, and I'm greatly disappointed. I thought he was one of the few friends I have. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes shot out a sharp light, and he said coldly, could it be that he tampered with the 6 hindrances dust removal technique that he taught me? The Demon Temple laughed, and he said, Lord, you are thinking too much. Although my master is very afraid of you, he is not someone who goes back on his words. Qi Xingfeng said with a cold voice, Humph. After I took over this body, I have always felt that it is a little strange, and this is obviously a corporeal body of great accomplishment, but I have never been able to step into the realm of great accomplishment. It is obvious that there is a problem with the 6 hindrances dust removal technique. The Demon Temple said, Lord, you have really misunderstood my master. There is indeed a problem with this corporeal body, and although I have seen some clues, I cannot tell you. Oh? That's great, I will capture you and interrogate you. A strange expression flashed across Qi Xingfeng's face, and he grabbed with his left hand. A circle of green light appeared, and it turned into the nether wheel. With the big sword in his right hand, he took a step forward. Instantly, an extremely strong aura crashed over like a mountain. The space became blurry, and the demon temple's body took a step back, as if he was afraid. However, the smile on his face became even wider, and he said, "Back then, my master was deeply worried about you, and he spent half his life figuring out a kind of divine power, just to restrain you in the future. I thought that I would never use it again in this life, but I never thought that such a day would really come." Anger flashed across Qi Xingfeng's face, and he shouted, "Damn it!" Sword light shot out from Gu Chen's big sword, and it slashed down with great momentum. At the same time, the nether wheel turned in his left hand, and with a clang, a wheel of light slashed out, and the space suddenly split open. The demon temple moved, and he crossed his hands in front of him, and said, "XXXXX." Clang! Gu Chen's sword wheel was blocked by him, but the wheel of light fell, and it directly cut through the defense in front of him, and he was forced to retreat. Qi Xingfeng snorted coldly, and he raised his sword, and he slashed down on Chao Ci's head. Unexpectedly, the demon temple did not retreat, and his hands formed a seal in front of him, and in an instant, countless snake shadows appeared around his body. Clang! The sword fell, and suddenly cut down on the demon temple's head. His skull cracked open, and a large amount of blood gushed out, flowing down his cheeks. Qi Xingfeng's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "You, hee." The demon temple smiled strangely, and said, "My lord is an outstanding talent of a generation. If I don't make some sacrifices, how can I suppress my lord?" Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "You think you can suppress me by sacrificing yourself? What a joke." The essence force in his body suddenly poured into the big sword, and he pressed down once again. Bang! The demon temple's head exploded, and he instantly became a headless corpse. Swish, swish, swish. Countless snake shadows flew out from the corpse, and in an instant they turned into several strange arrays, surrounding Qi Xingfeng and binding him. "You used your own death to exchange for such a show?" Qi Xingfeng looked at the headless corpse, and he could not help but be stunned, thinking that it was too easy, right? Although the surrounding snake shadows were a little strange, he did not think that they could hurt him. "Hee, my lord underestimated the enemy." The headless corpse laughed, and then a new head slowly grew out from the neck. The face was delicate, and the face was smooth like jade, without any signs of aging. "What? Could it be that you?" Qi Xingfeng was shocked. The demon temple smiled, and said, "That's right, I am the leader of the strongest branch of the nine-headed demon clan. Using my life to exchange for my lord's life, it's very worth it. Even if you have 90 lives, you will die here today." Qi Xingfeng's face turned cold, and the Ming wheel in his left hand clanged, and a green light slashed out, and with a qi sound, those strange snake shadows were cut into two. But those long snakes actually split into two, and in a flash, they wrapped around Qi Xingfeng's body. Looking closely, this time, the long snake actually had a head and a tail, and the patterns on its body were silver brown. The strange patterns made people feel dizzy at first glance. Qi Xingfeng's entire body suddenly trembled. He felt as if countless of these silver snakes had surged out from his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness. Everything he saw was a world of flickering silver light. Countless silhouettes of snakes surged out from the heaven and earth. He felt an inexplicable pain all over his body, but he could not tell where the problem was. The pain was getting stronger, and his mind was even slowly losing its 5 senses and 6 senses. The demon temple smiled, and said, "These ghost-patterned silver dragons were cultivated by my master for decades, and they specialize in biting people's souls. Moreover, they directly attack the loopholes of the 6 barriers dust removal technique, and are the most suitable to deal with my lord. Damn it. Damn Ben. I will definitely kill all of you demon clan." Qi Xingfeng roared, and suddenly made a hand sign with one hand, and the power of devil aura surged out of his body. His originally smooth skin was covered with black patterns, and he directly sat in the air with his legs crossed. Devil skill? The demon temple was shocked, and he knew that this kind of skill was powerful. Moreover, when the devil skill was used, the expression of pain on Qi Xingfeng's face was immediately reduced, and it seemed to be very effective. Killing intent flashed across his face, and several silver lights appeared in front of him. His right hand grasped, and suddenly, a silver snake sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it across the air. Save him! Li Yunxiao shouted. Although his right eye was closed and full of blood, he did not hesitate to shout. At this moment, under the siege of the 9 ghost Shura, the 6 demon clan members were gradually losing ground, and as long as they could hold on for a while longer, they would all be killed. If the demon temple killed Qi Xingfeng, the situation would most likely be reversed. Bei Chenan's figure flashed, and he turned into thousands of shadows, all of which slashed down. A spear force also swept across the sky, and Luo Qingyun suddenly attacked. Under the pincer attack, the two of them separately attacked the demon temple. Moreover, under Luo Qingyun's true dragon roar, the ghost-patterned silver dragon seemed to tremble, and revealed a look of fear. The demon temple stopped, and with a cold expression, he shouted, "Flurry dance!" The snake sword in his hand made a zing sound, and it turned into thousands of snake shadows, slashing towards the three. Bam! Bam! Bei Chen-nan and Luo Qingyun were shaken away. Dozens of silver radiance slashed Qi Xingfeng's body, causing light to shine. Qi Xingfeng's body was unusually strong. No sword could hurt him. However, the silver light had all turned into silver snakes, biting his skin and refusing to let go. Traces of blood slowly appeared on the brown tips of the snake's teeth. Murderous intent surged in Yao Xi's eyes. His silver snake sword was glowing. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard. The 6 big demons in the distance were being attacked by the 9 ghost Shuras, and they were retreating. One of his arms was chopped off and a large part of his shoulder was sliced off. The ghost Shura looked ferocious. He waved his sabers again and broke the sky. He was going to kill Yao Xi. Yao Xi's body shook. He was shocked and angry. If his subordinates were sacrificed, so what if he killed Qi Xingfeng? With a loud roar, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Saliva. He slashed with his sword. Bam! The 2 saber radiants were shattered instantly. The ghost Shura retreated a few steps and his face darkened. Then, Yao Xi moved again. His sword aura swept across the sky and even saved the big demons. The expressions of the 6 of them were extremely unsightly, and a shadow covered their faces. Qin and Meng were covered in blood. They were badly injured. Even if they fought one-on-one, the 3 leaders of the 8 tribes were no match for the ghost Shuras. Moreover, they were outnumbered. Li Yunxiao sneered, "Everyone, Tang Qing is dead. Since you don't represent the demon clan, do you still have a reason to fight?" Yao Xi's eyes flashed coldly and he said, "Since Tang Qing is our friend, of course we have to avenge his death. Then, we have a reason to fight." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Good, well said. After I kill you today, I will invite my friends to destroy your lair in the illusory realm of stars and moon." Yao Xi was furious and said, "Today's matter is our private matter. How can you implicate our clan?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Destroying your lair in the future is also my private matter. It has nothing to do with the human clan. Could it be that only the few of you can act privately, and we can't act privately?" Ning Qian sternly said, "That's right, we all want to go to the fantasy of star and moon to have a look." Damn it! His face was covered in a layer of ice. He said loudly, "Lord Ci, let's go. Are you implicating the entire demon race just for Shang's will?" "Shut up!" The temple master coldly shouted. His gaze was like a blade as he stared at Luo Ji, causing his face to pale. Qin also began to speak, "My lord, it's not that we're afraid of death, but that we don't want to die mysteriously like this. Even if I die, I want my death to be worthwhile and worthy." The ancestor coldly said, "If you all fall here today, that will be the greatest value." This? Qin snorted heavily and sulked at the side. "Master Li, the 9 Li tribe has a secret technique to summon the Ghost King. I wonder if Master..." Li smiled bitterly and said, "I've tried this method before, but once the Ghost King saw this person's 7 illusory green nightmare, it fled." She pointed at the south of North County. 7 illusion green nightmare. Fled? The temple master's heart shook. These 2 pieces of information gave him a huge shock. He said in shock, 7 illusion green nightmare is indeed powerful, but ghosts are bound by contracts, how can they escape? Li said, "But the truth is that they did escape. Maybe my strength has not recovered to its peak, so I can't summon a higher level one, or maybe the offerings are not attractive enough." The ancestor said, most likely so. If I descend on Master Li, with the two of us working together, can we summon an even more powerful existence? Li frowned, then a light flashed in her eyes as she said, I forgot, Lord Ci is our tribe's high priest and has the hook god Jade. This method is feasible. The two did not disguise their conversation, so everyone heard it clearly. Li Yunxia was shocked and said, quickly kill them. Luo Qingyun frowned and said, don't worry, they can't overturn the heavens. He swept with his spear, emitting the sound of a tool. The 9 ghost Azura also used this gap to open their mouths from different parts of their bodies and swallowed origin pills wantonly to replenish their energy. The moment they heard Luo Qingyun's summon, a baleful aura burst forth from their bodies as they roared and charged forward. Chu Mujia's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at those ghost Azura. His eyes shone, but it was unknown what he was thinking. Spiritual light echo. The ancestor shouted softly and slapped down with his left hand in a strange manner. A water mirror formed, and a natural chasm instantly surged in front of him. The light and shadow seemed to separate the entire world. The 9 ghost Azura seemed to have charged into springs, and they were all jolted back. After Ancestor made this move, he turned around and took out a square jade from his sleeve. He formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the jade. Instantly, a green light spread out. Li's entire body trembled, and a bright light appeared in his eyes as he spread out his arms. The drum at his waist vibrated, and it was as if he had returned to an ancient battlefield. Boundless killing intent surged forth. The Jiuli war drum rumbled loudly, and green light surged out continuously. It condensed into a huge talisman in the sky, instantly taking the form of a formation. Rise. The seal in Ancestor's hand changed, and he slapped it on the hook god Jade. A shadow flew out from his body and entered the jade. Then, Li's expression changed, and it was full of viciousness. He formed a seal with one hand. In front of him, a palm shadow that was over 100 feet tall was formed. 5 fingers moved, and the seal changed. Huh! That huge palm of light closed 3 fingers together, and 2 fingers pinched lightly. It descended from the sky and slapped on that huge drum. Bang! Countless rays of light surged out. That green light formation in the sky became glaring all at once, and a shadow slowly rose from within. After the 9 ghost Azura were repelled by that spiritual light echo, they all roared furiously, and all of them executed their ultimate skills and slashed over, bang, 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 above a natural chasm, a terrifying power exploded. In merely a few breaths' time, that spiritual light echo suddenly shattered, and the natural chasm disappeared in an instant. Golden light flashed on the 9 people's bodies, and they shrunk the ground to inches. Fu and the rest of the 5 charged forward with furious roars, blocking in front of Ancestor and Li. Their faces were filled with the determination to die. Ancestor cursed angrily and said, Motherf ***, we're really going to die here this time. Wing sneered and said, if you're scared, then scram to the back. Ancestor glared at him angrily and said sternly, if not for Shang messing around, everyone wouldn't have fallen into this kind of situation. I'm not scared, but I don't want to die like this, die in the hands of a bunch of living dead. Ancestor, stop talking. Meng, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, you're so smart, why aren't you the high priest? Ancestor's expression changed, and he said angrily, Meng, what do you mean by this? Ancestor said, you're not the high priest, which means that the high priest is superior to you, so you have to listen to his orders. Have you forgotten the oath you made when you became the clan leader? Ancestor's entire body trembled, and he immediately calmed down, saying, you're right, I shouldn't have questioned the high priest's decision. Qin was also moved, and he said with a hideous smile, fine, then let the 3 of us prove our resolve with death. Fu gave the 3 a glance, and did not say anything. Instead, he charged forward with a loud roar. The Xian flower axe instantly became a giant axe, chopping forward at once, and enveloped all 9 ghost Azura. Bang, his talisman was instantly shattered. The tremendous force recoiled, and he directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Wing laughed loudly and said, haha, you're also too greedy. Wanting to fight 1 on 9, it'll be a wonder if you don't die. Fu's mouth was full of fresh blood, both eyes wide open, and he charged over with a loud roar once more. The remaining 4 people also formed a formation, and they charged over after. but it was undoubtedly striking a rock with an egg. The formation was broken in an instant. In one exchange, the 5 people were beaten until they vomited blood. "You guys retreat." Fu gave a loud roar, golden light surging on his body. Countless runes flew out, revolving around his body. Li Yunxiao said in a solemn voice, "He's going to self-detonate." Luo Qingyun snorted lightly, his expression cold, completely indifferent. Wing was greatly shocked and said in alarm and anger, "Fu, what are you doing?" Fu smiled indifferently and said, "Goodbye, companions. We can't play together properly anymore in the future." That battle axe surged with countless rays of light, and he slashed out with a loud roar. As if all of the power was exhausted, it was a stretch of desolation under that axe's shadow. Time seemed to have stopped, and the entire world lost color. Rumble, the 9 ghost Azura were all enveloped by that axe's power, being blasted back several hundred feet away. Under this attack, the battle axe in Fu's hand spun, and he rested it on his shoulder, his entire person not moving at all. Wing's body trembled fiercely, unable to hold back tears streaming down his face. He even emitted whimpering sounds from his throat. The companions that roamed together for several tens of thousands of years, the second one left. He could not resist reaching out a trembling hand, wanting to grab Fu. But that demon body gradually disintegrated, turning into specks of fluorescent light, vanishing into the horizon. Only the Xian flower axe fell down, stabbing into the ground, narrating a sorrowful story. The remaining 3 great demons also had their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, roaring in grief and indignation, each and every one of their eyes spewing fire. "Retreat!" Meng shouted and said, "Don't let him die in vain." Qin said tragically, "Where can we still retreat to at this moment? We can only stall for time as much as possible. The 2 of you retreat first." Meng's body trembled, and he said, "What do you want to do?" Qin said, "Was Lord Fu's death just now considered a worthy death? If so, I, Qin, can also do it, try to buy a bit of time." Meng said in shock, "You're crazy. Only by everyone retreating together can we buy more time. It's too late." Qin looked at those 9 ghost Shura that rushed up, the confusion in his eyes lessening, turning into a look of resolve. "If I execute that move, it should be enough." He raised his hand and formed a seal in front of him. Horrifying power swirled up from his body, transforming into one white web after another, spreading out layer after layer, disappearing with a flash in the air. Heavenly snow, demonic silk. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors. The 9 ghost Shura's bodies froze at the same time. Looking closely, their bodies were stuck by dense, hair-thin spiderwebs. And in the entire sky, an enormous web even appeared. Qin stepped in the center of that web, forming a seal with one hand, his expression calm. Surging essence energy surged out from his body, exactly the same as Tang Qing, piercing the Qi Sea, pouring horrifying power into the sky-covering spiderwebs. The 9 ghost Shura struggled endlessly and actually could not break free. Luo Qingyun frowned and said, "These demons are indeed true powerhouses." Li Yunxiao said, "You pity them?" Luo Qingyun snorted and said, "Pity is the greatest insult to powerhouses." Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao coughed twice and said, "If I can't beat you one day, please take pity on me and let me go." Luo Qingyun snorted and said, "I will definitely kill you. I can't ruin your image in my heart." Li Yunxiao's face darkened and said, "It's just a fight. It's fine as long as it's satisfying. Why take someone's life?" Luo Qingyun said, "It's not satisfying if I don't kill you." As the 2 of them were chatting, a bell-like voice suddenly rang out in the air. "Hee hee, there's a place to show off now." The sky trembled slightly and a red cloud appeared. Then, it turned into flames and descended. Within the flames, a graceful figure flashed. It was Fei and I. She giggled and lightly stepped on the spider web. Bang! The entire spider web burned and instantly turned into flames that filled the sky. Although the spider silk was flexible, it was restrained by the divine fire. Once burned, it immediately turned into nothingness. The 9 ghost Shura broke free in an instant. Qin watched helplessly as the flames burned his body. He laughed bitterly and helplessly. He was already at the end of his rope. Turning into ashes might be the best choice. At least he didn't look so pathetic. "Qin, Far away, Xi roared loudly. His eyes were bloodshot and his body trembled. The 9-ghost Shura broke free and immediately rushed forward in anger. Fu, Qin. Thank you. Yao Xi's sorrowful voice sounded. His youthful appearance seemed to have aged a lot. Lord Xi. Xi suddenly turned around with a sorrowful expression. A huge ghost king appeared behind Li. It had a green face and fangs. Its huge mouth was as red as a blood basin. Its eyes flickered with malevolence. Li Yunxiao and the others were all secretly shocked. This was completely different from the little ghost that Li had summoned before. Even the 9-ghost Azura that rushed forward seemed to feel the danger. They stopped in their tracks and stood in a row, watching fiercely. Xi was shocked and said sorrowfully, "You must take revenge for Lord Fu and Qin." Li was also sorrowful. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ghost King, help me kill all these people in front of me." Keek keek. Ghost King laughed strangely, stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips, said, "Let's see how many offerings you give, I will contribute as much as I can." He took out a jade box and opened it. A streak of light rushed out like a layer of mist, creating a 7-colored illusion. The Ghost King's pupils constricted and shot out rays of light. "TSK TSK TSK TSK, it's actually this thing." He let out a few strange laughs, and with a flash of his scarlet tongue, he swallowed the smoke. Li said, "Is this offering enough?" Ghost King then lifted his eyes and looked ahead, stunned for a moment, said, "So many strong practitioners?" He frowned, said, "Not enough." "What?" The temple lord was shaking with anger. He said furiously, "Lord Gue Wang, aren't you being too greedy? Since you recognized that thing just now, you should know its value." "Ha ha ha ha, of course I know." The Ghost King grinned, "But none of these people in front of me are mediocre." Temple's face turned green. He clenched his teeth and took out another jade box. He opened it on the spot, his face dark and gloomy. Clearly, he was very hesitant. Sniff, sniff. The Ghost King's nose twitched twice, and suddenly revealed a shocked expression, said, This is, humph." The temple's face was about to drip water. With a flick of his finger, a white pill shot out from the small box. The Ghost King had an urgent look on his face, and with a roll of his long tongue, he swallowed the pill in an instant. A white light appeared on his face, and he was pleasantly surprised. The temple said angrily, "Is this enough?" "Enough, enough, it's enough." Haha. The Ghost King laughed loudly, his eyes emitting a ghostly fire, and said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, I took their money to get rid of them. I'll help you take care of these people." His gaze turned and landed on Luo Qingyun. After staring for a long time, he suddenly exclaimed, "Blood of a true dragon?" Li said, "Although it's not the blood of a true dragon, it's still the blood of a deity realm dragon. And these zombie-like monsters, they're all high-quality dragon blood. Eat to your heart's content." Ha ha ha, awesome, too awesome. I didn't think there would be such a good thing. The green light in the Ghost King's eyes became even more intense, and he was full of excitement. Luo Qingyun's expression turned cold, and he snorted coldly. He raised his spear and was about to command the Ghost Azura to charge forward. Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped him, and said loudly, "Wait." He stared at the Ghost King, and said, "Lord Ghost King, right? Since you accepted their sacrifice, are you willing to accept mine?" "I'm willing to pay double the amount, I hope you'll follow me." The surroundings quieted down, and everyone revealed a strange expression, looking at Li Yunxiao in shock. Ha 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 ha. The Ghost King laughed loudly, as if he had heard something extremely amusing, and laughed for a full 5 minutes. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. I haven't heard of such an interesting thing in a long time. Letting me follow him, ha ha ha. Li Yunxiao also laughed dryly, and said, "Do you want to eat this thing?" He waved his hand, and a stone-like thing appeared in his hand. It didn't seem to have any color, and was completely a stone. "Li Yunxiao, you." Bei Chunnan turned pale with fright, and anger flashed across his face. That stone was the rainbow stone that was stripped from Listening Moody's body. How could it be used as a joke? Li Yunxiao laughed. He flipped his palm and kept it, and his face revealed an indifferent expression. However, the Ghost King was no longer indifferent. Green flames shot out from his eyes, and he screamed, that's, Li Yunxiao said in surprise, you really know it, but I don't know if you can eat that thing. Yes, I can eat it. Give it to me quickly. The Ghost King's eyes were filled with greed, and he looked impatient. Li's expression changed drastically, and he looked extremely ugly. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's easy if you want to eat it. Let's kill these people from the demon clan first, and then we can slowly talk about cooperation. The Ghost King's expression gradually calmed down. He licked his lips gloomily and said, boy, the ancestors of the Jiuli clan have a contract with me, and that's why they can summon me with a certain sacrifice. Who do you think you are? You're just an 8-star Emperor Wu, and you want to summon me with a sacrifice? Li Yunxiao said coldly, if that's the case, then there's no need to talk anymore. Naturally, you can forget about the thing. The Ghost King grinned hideously and said, haha, what a childish little bird. Since I've seen it, how can I not eat it? A strange scarlet symbol appeared on his forehead, and his whole body gradually transformed from the giant war drum into his real body. He walked down step by step, and his body was more than 10 feet tall, like a giant spirit. His eyes were fixed on Li Yunxiao, and he seemed to be determined to get the rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao was extremely frustrated. He wanted to trick the Ghost King into coming here, but he didn't expect to get himself into trouble. Luo Qingyun's face darkened, and he swept his spear horizontally. He shouted, kill this thing. All the Ghost Shura flew up to the sky and attacked the Ghost King. Bang! 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 A few Ghost Shura's weapons struck the Ghost King, but they only caused sparks, and they couldn't hurt him at all. What? This time everyone was shocked. Even Li Hisai and the others were shocked, but at the same time, they were happy. Bei Chennan said in surprise, great accomplishment, holy physique? Qi Xingfeng, who was sitting in the air not far away and was bitten by the ghost snakes, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Hee, the quality of the dragon blood is not bad, and each of them can be considered as a high-class sacrifice. The Ghost King's eyes flashed with green flames, and he laughed as he grabbed one of the Ghost Shura. The Ghost Shura was enraged. He let out a deep roar and slashed 5-finger swords at the Ghost King. At the same time, the horn on his head emitted strange runes, and they turned into sharp awls. The Ghost King didn't dodge, and he laughed as he grabbed the finger swords. Bang! He grabbed all 5 sharp swords in his hand, and they were all broken into pieces. Bang! The Ghost King didn't do anything, but there was an ear-piercing sound, and the Ghost Shura was kicked into the air. Then, a red light pierced through the air. Bang! The long tongue pierced through the Ghost Shura's body, and he was hung in the air. Blood gushed out from his chest, and it flowed down along the tongue. The Ghost King was drooling, and he let out a strange laughter. There was also the sound of blood being sucked, and it was very creepy. Ah. The Ghost Shura that was hung in the air by the long tongue didn't die, and he let out a series of angry and strange screams. His body started to change, and he put his palms together and slashed at the tongue. Whoosh, the Ghost King was also shocked. He didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. Although the tip of the tongue was sharp, the whole tongue was the weakest part. Afraid that it would be damaged, he hurriedly retracted it, and the slash missed. Then, his figure flashed, and his huge body that was more than 30 meters tall was actually very agile. He dashed to the side of the Ghost Shura, and his big hand directly grabbed the Ghost Shura's head, and he stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, the Ghost Shura was stuffed into his mouth, and the Ghost King chewed it in big mouthfuls. It didn't seem like it was easy to chew, and there were always crunching sounds coming from his mouth. Ah! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ci and Li's faces were also pale, not understanding what kind of monster they had summoned. But Ci's eyes revealed great joy, and there was a glint of excitement. To be able to summon such a powerful thing, it was undoubtedly a huge help to the demon race. Li Yunxiao's head was full of cold sweat. He had experienced this scene before in the Eastern Sea. Guang Yuan also ate people, but it wasn't as terrifying as the one in front of him. Han Junting's face was pale, and she said with a trembling voice, "We won't be eaten by him, right?" Although Ning Qiyun was also afraid, he still forced himself to be calm, and said, "How is that possible? We have so many 9 stars pinnacle experts, we can even kill a few divine transcendents." Han Junting was still a little afraid, and she said with a trembling voice, really? That ghost king seemed to have heard her words, and turned his head around. While chewing the ghost shura in his mouth, his eyes emitted a green light, and he said with a sneer, not tasty, the beautiful lass is still the best. Ah! Han Junting trembled in fear. No matter how smart and powerful she was still a girl after all. How could she not be afraid when she saw such a terrifying scene? Fei Ni's face turned pale. She hurriedly retreated and hid behind Li Yunxiao, wrapping her hands around his arm. Li Yunxiao shook his arm slightly, but Fei Ni held on tightly. Although he felt that it was inappropriate, he could not bear to shake her off when he saw how scared she was. Qiao Mujia's expression was also extremely unsightly as he said, "Who can tell me what exactly the Spirit King is?" Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Don't think too much now. Think about how to kill this thing." He glanced at Bei Zhennan. Previously, the little devil was scared away by his 7 illusion green nightmare. Bei Zhennan frowned. "I'm not sure about this kind of thing. It seems to belong to the same kind as Ramayana." Ramayana? Everyone was shocked. The so-called Ramayana was the name of the killing god. It had been passed down since ancient times. As long as a person had enough killing intent, he could condense the killing god finger. Back in Tianshui Kingdom, Li Yunxiao had asked students to condense the virtual image of the finger many times. According to legend, as long as there was enough killing intent, the killing god Ramayana could descend directly. He would be invincible in the world. Li Yunxiao said, "Although we know that Ramayana is condensed by killing intent, we are still confused as to what it is exactly." Bei Zhennan said, "I didn't think too much about this. Master Mudi definitely knows more than me. You can ask him if you have the time." Li Yunxiao said, "I wonder if your green poison has any effect on this thing?" Bei Zhennan said, "Even if it doesn't work, we have to try. This thing really has a great physical body. Now that there are no rules of order in the world, I'm afraid it is the most powerful existence. However, without the rules of order, even a great physical body will be shackled. It's just like transcending mortality and entering sainthood. There was no such realm in the past. Above the peak of 9 stars is becoming a deity." At this moment, the remaining 8 ghost shura were all raging. Although they did not have much intelligence, they still had the emotions of anger and killing. Seeing their companions being killed, an indescribable emotion burst out. A chaotic battle broke out in the sky. Under the impact of all kinds of forces, the sky became abnormally distorted. From time to time, there would be divine abilities that landed on the ground, creating a mess. Ning Qian looked at the battle in the sky in shock and murmured, "How is this possible? 8 ghost Azura can't defeat this thing?" Luo Qingyun was also abnormally shocked. The 8 ghost Azura were forced into an abnormally sorry state in the air. If not for the fact that all of them had no consciousness and were not afraid of death, they would have been defeated long ago. He didn't care about Ghost Shura's life or death. He even hoped that they would be destroyed sooner. After all, they were chosen as experimental subjects together. He couldn't bear to see them turn into walking corpses. If it was anyone else, if they had any thoughts, they would want to die quickly, right? But now, seeing that they were all at a disadvantage, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. Li Yunxiao called out, "Luo Qingyun, can you bear it? If you can't, we'll escape first." Everyone's face darkened. Luo Qingyun snorted and said, "Don't worry. I'm here, of course I can bear it." The aura on his body rose. He waved his spear in front of him and created a tyrannical scene. He shouted, "Formation!" The 8 ghost Azura trembled and immediately became a little different. They stopped the chaotic battle and stood in a certain position according to a certain rule. Ghost King's expression finally became a little grave. A strange power surged out from the 8 ghost Shura. The 8 of them did not have their own consciousness and were completely controlled by Luo Qingyun. Therefore, they had a great advantage in setting up the formation. Every ghost Shura was connected to each other spiritually as if they were a whole. Luo Qingyun said coldly, "I don't care if you're Ghost King or whatever. I'll let you become a real ghost today." He placed his spear in front of him and shouted sternly, 8-wing cicada formation. The ghost Azura in the sky instantly moved rapidly. Their movements were abnormally coordinated as they attacked from all directions. All kinds of air-piercing noises could be heard, making Ghost King irritated. He shouted, "Big Dipper position." He clapped his hands and kept forming seals. Starlight spots appeared around him, filled with a strange power. That huge body became dazzled and was actually going to break through the sky and leave. "Want to leave?" "Suppress!" Luo Qingyun shouted. Suddenly, the 8 ghost Azura attacked at the same time. Rays of golden light surged out from their bodies and complemented each other seamlessly. A golden barrier power suddenly condensed under the 8 people's hands. It directly sealed the sky and locked the earth. It turned into an inescapable net and completely suppressed the Ghost King. "Damn it!" Ghost King shouted angrily. Faint green light burst out from his eyes. He kept flashing and jumping, but he still couldn't break through the 8 people's joint suppression. He could only attack crazily. The light on the barrier flickered nonstop and the sky shook, but it still didn't help. Everyone was overjoyed, but at the same time, they were very afraid. Luo Qingyun could control the Ghost Azura so skillfully. With just these 8 strong people by his side, he was almost invincible. Chu Mujia was filled with jealousy and anger. He muttered to himself, "Invincible? If there are 8 more Ghost Azura, or 16 more, who in this world can be his match?" Li Yunxiao glanced at him and sneered, "Master Mujia is thinking too much. There is no need to add more. With Luo Qingyun's current situation, he can sweep the world with these 8 Ghost Azura. I'm afraid that even Ao Chongkong is not his match." Chu Mujia's expression became even uglier. He roared in his heart, "These ultimate bodies are all researched by me. I should be invincible." Although the few demons in the distance were also shocked, they were still overjoyed that the Ghost King could restrain the 8 Ghost Azura. Li said, "These humans can only be killed by us. The others don't matter, but Li Yunxiao must kill him." Si said, "That kid with the blood of a true dragon must be killed too." What a joke. He could control 8 Ghost Azura. If he couldn't kill them, he wouldn't be able to sleep when he went back. In Si's eyes, Luo Qingyun was even scarier and deserved to die than Qi Xingfeng. Si said, "Leave the human with the 7 illusion green succubus to me. You guys kill the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step in the air and appeared in front of Bei Chunnan in the next moment. He was filled with murderous intent. Bei Chunnan's pupils contracted. He took a step back and immediately retreated 1,000 feet. However, Si was like a shadow. He was still a few feet away from him, and the distance was getting closer and closer. "Humph!" Bei Chunnan snorted. He knew that he couldn't avoid it. He immediately raised his sword, and the cold light shone on the water. He drew a circle in the air with his left hand, and a green light lingered in his palm. He knew that Si was not simple. Hence, he used his ultimate skill, sword and poison, at the same time. "It's useless. You are 1 realm lower than me. You can only be suppressed by me." Si's eyes were calm. He raised his hand and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a force suppressed Bei Chunnan so that he couldn't move. Bei Chunnan's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Suppressed by your realm?" "Humph." He snorted in disdain and retracted his left hand. He made a gesture in front of him and flicked his sword. Instantly, a crisp sound of the sword was heard. Feiyang instantly turned into countless corpsely and flew up. Every corpsely had a faint green color on its body. At the same time, there was a flash of sword chi, and it rushed towards Si. What a strange Xian artifact and movement. Si was stunned. He quickly retracted his finger and made a gesture in front of him. Then, he struck out and shouted, "Spiritual light reflection." A water mirror opened up and immediately blocked all the corpsely outside. These things had green poison on them. Although he wasn't afraid of them, there was no need to take the risk. "Humph." Bei Chunnan snorted again. He stood up and pointed in the air. A large number of corpsely flew over and turned into a poisonous sword under his fingertip. Then, he slashed it down, Si grabbed the air, and the silver snake sword appeared in his hand. Several rays of sword radiance flew out from the sword and turned into snake shadows. They attacked in a tricky and strange way. Bang! Bei Chunnan's poisonous sword was defeated by the attack. It turned into countless corpsely again and flapped its wings. He drew circles with both of his hands. The green poison circled around him. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to attack. Interesting human. C couldn't help but nod and praise him. He said, I can feel a very strange aura from you, and I can't see your actual age. It's too strange. There are many strange things. Bei Chunnan said calmly. Then, he attacked with his palm towards the water mirror formed by the spiritual light reflection. Bang! Waves appeared on the water mirror and turned green. The 7 illusion green nightmare corroded it and penetrated through it. What? C was shocked and said, this poison is so difficult to deal with? He immediately retracted his gesture and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, he appeared in the sky above Bei Chunnan and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The silver sword chi slashed into the ground and raised a lot of dust. Although Bei Chunnan avoided the sword, he was still pushed back dozens of feet by the sword chi. The difference in their realms was hard to make up for. The other demons flapped their wings and arrived in front of Li Yunxiao. They shouted, you guys deal with the others. I'll kill Li Yunxiao. Killing Li Yunxiao had always been the most pressing matter for them. Everyone else, even Luo Qingyun, was of no importance to them. Because no matter how many ghost Shura there were, they couldn't defeat Shang, who would completely control the armillary sphere in the future. However, Li Yunxiao was different. He also had a divine artifact. This was what they were most afraid of. Husband, your eyes. Fei and I became concerned. She stood in front of Li Yunxiao and said, I'll deal with this person. Wing said coldly, descendant of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline? Even if the Heavenly Phoenix comes personally today, I'll kill Li Yunxiao. Fei and I sneered and said, you don't need money to brag. Go ahead. 10 swords entangling heart kill. Wing couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. He combined his 10 swords and slashed down. 10 sword chi formed a sword net and covered the two of them. The space was also cut into countless pieces and collapsed. Fei and I was shocked. Her body instantly transformed into a half-phoenix state, and raging flames burned behind her. She formed a seal with both hands, interweaving into a fire net, and the temperature kept rising. Rumble! The fire net suddenly flew out, and collided with the sword net. Instantly, it was cut into countless sparks, and scattered in all directions. The 10-fingered sword chi did not diminish, and continued to slash down amidst the countless sparks. Fei and I was shocked, and suddenly, an arm was placed on her shoulder. Li Yunxiao's left eye emitted a strange color, and a 7-colored illusory light appeared. Their figures suddenly disappeared under this illusory light, and the 10-fingered sword instantly slashed through empty air. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Wing said coldly. Her figure flashed, and she left behind an afterimage in the air, and chased after them. Li's figure also moved. Suddenly, rainbows fell from the sky, and ribbons spread out around her, forming a world of their own. Ning Qiyun held a dagger in a reverse grip with her left hand, and stepped into the formation. She stared at her opponent, and said, let me be your opponent. Li's expression changed slightly. Her opponent's aura was not below hers, and summoning the Ghost King just now took a lot of energy. It was almost impossible to defeat her. She pondered for a moment, and decided to just stand there without moving, and slowly adjust her origin power. Ning Qiyun said, although the outcome between us will not affect the entire battle, I can't just sit and watch you rest. She waved the dagger in her left hand, and a sword ray slashed down from the sky. Li's expression was calm. Her figure flashed in the air, and she disappeared from where she was. She teleported several meters away, but she was still within the formation formed by the red silk. This formation formed a world of its own, and it was boundless and endless. With Li's current strength, it would be difficult to break it in a short time. However, she did not want to win. Being able to delay a peak 9 stars elite was enough. Martial Ant, if the 3 of us work together, we can definitely defeat her. A light flashed above the barrier, and Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower also appeared. The two of them suddenly separated, and surrounded Li in the middle. Li's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she smiled lightly, and said, Han Junting, we only worked together for a short time, and now we're enemies? Han Junting said indifferently, the world is like a chess game. You summoned the Ghost King. Will you let me go? Li smiled. If you are willing to join the Yao race, not only will I let you go, I will nurture you. Han Zhenting said, to put it bluntly, you won't let it go. I'm very curious. You signed a contract with that ghost king. If you die, will this thing disappear? Li, of course not. Once it is summoned, I cannot control of it. He only needs to complete the contract with me. As for when he wants to leave or stay, it's all up to him. Li, I understand. Li smiled, and said. Li of Li, and of her eyes, and she, Li Han Zhenting frowned and snorted, what do you understand? Li, and Li of Li. Just now, when I said that the Ghost King will not disappear, I clearly sensed your expression relax. Ning Qian frowned, and looked at Han Zhenting in disbelief. Han Zhenting said angrily, don't talk nonsense. The grudge between us is between two races. In the face of righteousness, who will believe your words of provocation? Li smiled, it doesn't matter if you want to accuse me of provocation, because I don't care. You yourself know the truth. Han Zhenting laughed coldly, no matter how sharp your words are, you cannot escape death today. She clasped her hands together, and countless specks of light condensed around her, illuminating her beautiful face, which was cold and peerless. Granny Sunflower also held her breath, and became very serious. This level of battle was not something she could participate in, and she could only carefully play a supporting role. Ning Qian shouted, Zhenting, mystic void technique, seductive and indiscernible. The three of them instantly became dazed, and disappeared into the red silk formation like a light breeze. Li's expression froze, and a sense of extreme danger surged. As her figure moved, the war drum soared into the sky, and the sound of the drum reverberated in all directions, dispersing the dangerous aura. In the distance, Si and Meng surrounded Chu Mujia, and joined forces to attack him. Chu Mujia's arms were like an ape's, and horns grew out of his forehead. He displayed all kinds of ultimate forms, and actually suppressed the two demons. The two great demons were previously covered in wounds from the ghost Shura, and now, they were suppressed by a monster like Chu Mujia. They were so angry that they cried out, and attacked madly with all their might. Suddenly, there were signs of a comeback. Humph. Chu Mujia laughed coldly, and began to move around. To him, these two great demons were just like an arrow at the end of its flight, and he had no interest in fighting them to the death. As long as he could hold them back for a certain amount of time, he would naturally win easily. Everyone understood that the true key to victory was still the battle between the 8 Ghost Shura and the Ghost King. At that moment, the Ghost King sat cross-legged in the middle of the matrix, and his body kept spinning. His appearance was different from before, and his body was covered in a layer of azure scales. The scales were covered in patterns, and as he formed hand seals with both hands, countless rays of light surged out from the patterns, gathering into talismans and spreading out. However, due to the suppression of the matrix, the ghost talismans all gathered in the sky above the matrix, and their number increased. A serious expression appeared on Luo Qingyun's face. The Ghost King did not seem to be using his full strength, and was instead carefully displaying his power bit by bit, as if he had some misgivings. This feeling is terrible. A sense of unease surged in his heart, and with a bang, his body disappeared from where he stood, and an azure dragon soared into the sky. The 8 Ghost Shura opened their eyes at the same time, and their hand seals changed. The power of the matrix suddenly disappeared, and all the ghost talismans also disappeared in a flash. The Ghost Shura held one hand in front of him, and the other formed hand seals. Golden light surged out from his body and gathered in the sky. At the same time, each Ghost Shura took a different step, and the matrix's intent rippled, forming a ring of light that sealed the Ghost King in the center. The 8 rays of golden light flew in the sky, and with a flash in the center, Luo Qingyun's shadow appeared. His expression was serious, and he spun his spear in front of him. Suddenly, the 8 rays of power merged into one, and turned into the shape of a dragon, striking down from Jiutian. Dragon fights in the wild. The shadow of the azure dragon tore the sky and earth, and a vast pressure rolled out. The ripples that rippled out shocked everyone. Everyone stopped fighting, and retreated a certain distance from each other, and looked at each other with shocked expressions. Even Qi Xingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then it turned into confusion. Like a stone falling into a clear lake, ripples spread out with a pop sound. The Ghost King's face turned cold, and he raised his hands high and shouted. The ghost talismans that had disappeared before suddenly all appeared, and they rotated rapidly around his body. A ring of light descended, and condensed into a half-acre large wheel. Floating light flashed on it, and all kinds of strange symbols were engraved on it. Under the high-speed rotation, they were completely unrecognizable. That's, Li's expression changed, and he stared at the wheel. He seemed to remember something, and his shock was at its peak. A light flashed in Li Yunxiao's left eye, and as he stared, he was shocked. Ghost figures appeared on the large wheel, and they stood around the Ghost King. In an instant, 33 of them appeared, and they all had fierce expressions on their faces as they formed hand seals with one hand. What's with those evil ghosts? Li Yunxiao said in shock, this thing can also summon evil ghosts? The auras of those evil ghosts were actually not weaker than the ghost Shura. How could they fight against 33 ghost Shura-like existences at once? Evil ghosts? What evil ghosts? Fei Ni's eyes revealed doubt, and she said, Husband, I don't see any evil ghosts. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, What? You don't see those evil ghosts? There are a total of 33 of them, and they are all forming hand seals on the large wheel. Fei and I was shocked, and she shook her head, and said, I don't see them. Maybe my husband's eye skill is too powerful. Li Yunxiao was a little shocked. He didn't unleash a very powerful eye skill, but he could see everything clearly with just one glance. How could the others not see it? He glanced at Bei Chunnan, who was at the side, and Bei Chunnan frowned and shook his head lightly. Narcissus, what about you? Li Yunxiao sent a voice transmission into the Universe God Monument. Narcissus's eye of truth had already reached a certain level, and she could see the situation outside through the Universe God Monument. Narcissus said, There seems to be a ghost figure, but I can't see it clearly. Brother Yunxiao, you must be careful. This move is very powerful, and I feel very scared even through the Universe God Monument. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked, but he still comforted her, Don't be afraid. Luo Qingyun is leading the ghost Shura, and they will be the first to die. We are very safe. Narcissus then calmed down a little. Li turned his head and revealed an expression of disbelief. He said with difficulty, You can see the 33 merit skills on the reincarnation wheel clearly? 33 merit skills? What's that? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his eyes shone brightly as he asked. Gulp. Li swallowed, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He looked at his strange demonic eyes, and his body suddenly trembled. He cried out involuntarily, Could it be that the eye skill you cultivated is the minor rotating wheel 3-phase transformation mystical technique Spirit Eyes? Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he humphed, You know this skill too? Huh. Li was shocked, and he said in shock, How is that possible? This skill shouldn't have existed in the world long ago. Li Yunxiao said, Stop wasting time. Quickly tell me what the 33 merit skills are, and what's up with this reincarnation wheel. After a short moment of shock, Li suddenly chuckled and said, Li Yunxiao, you are a thorn in the side of our demonic race. How could I tell you these things? You can go to heaven with your thick suspicions, hee hee. Li Yunxiao, at that moment, on the reincarnation wheel, the Ghost King raised his hands to the sky, and the power of the 33 merit skills gathered, forming a huge green skeleton. A terrifying power surged out from the Ghost King's body, and the seals between his hands suddenly changed. The green skeleton was imprinted on his palms, and it gave off layers of colorful light, as though it was the 33 heavens, and fiercely slapped forward. The terrifying power of Samsara struck the dragon's shadow, causing it to explode. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the Ghost King's shadow was devoured by the mighty force. Luo Qingyun and the 8 ghost Shura were not spared either. The mighty force turned into a silver sea of stars and swept out, as if to devour everything. Husband! Fei and I screamed. Her body was lifted up involuntarily, and was about to be swept away. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he grabbed her, at the same time using his left hand in front of him to activate the spirity power. 4-colored light converged, and with a flash, it transformed into Tusada Sky Peak. The will of the earth, with great virtue, determined the feng shui of the mountains and rivers. The spatial storm raged around him, but the two were enveloped by the four-colored light and were not affected at all. But Li Yunxiao did not have much elemental force left, and dragging Tusa to sky peak like this was very strenuous. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over, and Fei Yanai took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Li Yunxiao frowned. Young Master Fei Yanai, please conduct yourself with dignity. Conduct myself? Hee hee. Fei Yanai blinked and smiled. She leaned forward and hugged Li Yunxiao's arm. Li Yunxiao's body shook, and he felt warmth on his arm, but more beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Narcissus must be watching from the celestial monument. He hurriedly said, Young Master Fei Yanai, if you do this again, I will let go. A faint smile appeared on Fei Ni's face as she said, if you let go, I will die. If you want me to die, I will die. Li Yunxiao was completely speechless. He suddenly felt that he, the title defeating armies in his previous life, was praised by the world as 1,000 years of wind and clouds in a single smile, 10,000 generations of Feiyang illuminating the past and present, could not do anything to these girls. Fei Ni's eyes were filled with sorrow. Her red lips pressed against his ear and she breathed out, I know you won't let me die because you like me. Even if you don't like me now, you will like me in the future. Li Yunxiao could feel the warm wind beside his ears, and the body that was getting closer and closer. A fragrant scent assaulted his nostrils. Under this terrifying spatial storm, he actually became hard. Husband, why is your face red? Fei Yanai giggled and covered her mouth. Her cheeks were also red. Li Yunxiao only felt a gust of hot air assaulting his nostrils. That graceful figure was pressed against his body, and he could feel all the curves of her body. His nostrils were hot and about to bleed. He hurriedly lowered his face and shouted, Nonsense, don't hug me so tightly. Fei Yanai whimpered, then kill me. If you kill me, I won't be able to hug you anymore. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Fei Yanai looked at him and pressed her head against his arm. She softly said, I'm a weak girl, I'm afraid. Li Yunxiao was speechless. You're almost at the peak of Emperor Wu, what are you afraid of? Fei Yanai said, I'm afraid I'll be blown away by the wind. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at her and said, if you're blown away, then so be it. At most, your head will be bruised and you won't die. Fei Ni's voice suddenly became gentle. She faintly said, I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid that if I'm blown away, I won't be able to find you again. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled slightly, but his face was still calm. He coldly snorted, not being able to find me, that's right. Fei Yanai giggled and said, although you're cold to me, I know you still care about me in your heart. She stretched out her jade-like finger and tapped on Li Yunxiao's heart. Li Yunxiao said, don't talk nonsense, you're thinking too much of yourself again. Fei Yanai smiled charmingly, husband, if I'm beaten to death, will you be sad? Li Yunxiao's eyes bulged as he glared at her, you have the celestial phoenix nirvana physique. You'll get stronger and stronger before you die. Isn't that a good thing? Fei Yanai angrily pinched him and said coquettishly, I'm saying what if I really die? For example, the Ghost King's attack just now. With that kind of power, I won't be able to get through nirvana in time. I'm sure I'll be turned into dust. Li Yunxiao said, that's good. If you keep pestering me like this, I'll throw you over the next time the Ghost King unleashes his ultimate attack. Fei Yanai angrily kicked him a few times and said, you're so annoying. If I die, you'll regret it sooner or later. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Just like that, he dragged the Tusa to heavenly peak under the illumination of the four-colored earth elemental light. Safe and sound, they quietly waited for the storm to subside. After an unknown period of time, everything in front of them gradually became clear. The Great Void Temple had completely disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. In the distance, they could still see the remains of the 800 Formations Dao Palace. Why is the spatial storm gone? Fei Yanai clearly felt that the hug was too short. She reluctantly pulled away from Li Yunxiao, but her hands were still wrapped around his arm. Li Yunxiao quickly pulled away and took a few steps forward to put some distance between them. Fei Yanai chuckled and took a few steps forward to follow, but this time, she didn't cling to him. It was only then that she realized the scene around her and said in shock, This is where we were just now? Li Yunxiao's eyes shone brightly as he said, yes, the others have probably been swept away. But this is the Great Void Temple, so even if they were swept away, they wouldn't have gone too far. But he had a strange look on his face as he said, but it's been destroyed to this extent. Can the Great Void Tao still evolve? Crash! Suddenly, a pile of rubble rose from the ground, and a person dashed out from it, covered in blood. It was Chumujia. He looked at Li Yunxiao and Fei Anai with a strange look, and said in a strange voice, how can you two not be injured? Li Yunxiao sneered, what can a mere spatial storm do to me? It's only useful against trash like you. Fei Anai covered her mouth and laughed. Chumujia sneered and patted the dust off his body. He was very clear about Li Yunxiao's capabilities. He must have used some kind of mystical technique or unique weapon to escape this disaster. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and his face turned strange. Suddenly, ripples appeared on his chest. His skin was like water, rippling with his belly button as the center. Fei Anai showed a look of disgust and said in disdain, what a disgusting skill. What is he trying to do? Chumujia turned a deaf ear to her. He changed his hand seal and pointed at his belly button. His belly button suddenly expanded to the size of a fist, and a fish head slowly poked out. Then, all the elemental energy ripples disappeared, and the fish head was exposed on Chumujia's belly. It looked very comical. Li Yunxiao had a strange look on his face. He wiped his cold sweat and said, this is. Chumujia exhaled and said, this is the simplified form of my ultimate physique. He took out a pile of elemental elixirs and stuffed them into the fish's mouth. Instantly, the fish made a goo-goo sound, as if it was spitting bubbles. The elemental elixirs instantly turned into elemental energy and passed through the fish's body to his limbs and bones. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In half a cup of tea's time, he was fully recovered and his condition was at its peak. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat again and said embarrassedly, this move is indeed impressive, but doesn't it affect the aesthetics? Brother Mujia, can you think of a way to improve it? If it doesn't affect the aesthetics, I would like to modify it. No. Fei Anai panicked and said, this move is too disgusting. With a fish head on your stomach, I would rather you be beaten to death than see you turn into a ghost. Chumujia sneered and said, don't worry. The value of my ultimate physique art is immeasurable. Even if the two of you kneel down and beg me, I will not impart it to you. Li Yunxiao said, crazy Jia, have you seen the others? Is the Ghost King dead? Chumujia snorted and said, the others have all been blown away. That Ghost King is so strong that even transcendents and saints are not his match. How could it be dead? Even if someone died, it would be Luo Qingyun. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered. He had the same thought. Although Luo Qingyun was on the same path as Wei Qing, the two of them still appreciated each other. Thinking that Luo Qingyun might have died under that attack just now, he still felt very uncomfortable. Who is it? He and Chumujia shouted at the same time, and suddenly turned their heads. The sky above rippled slightly, and three figures appeared. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. Looking at the woman in the lead of the three, all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. His face was full of complex emotions. Chumujia was also shocked, and cried out involuntarily, Lu Fian. The woman in the middle had a dark red sword with cloud patterns on her waist and a light blue jade battle armor. She was full of heroic spirit. It was Lu Fian. The two behind her were Bo Yuqing and Zi Mingji. She and Bo Yuqing were lost in the entire illusory palace. They kept moving forward along the yuan qi waves they felt. Halfway through, they met Zi Mingji and came here together. Lu Fian's eyes were clear and her sweet voice sounded, so it's Chumujia. You're not dead. Humph. Chumujia said coldly, I won't die even if you die. Lu Fian said, let's talk about what happened before later. Can you tell me what happened here just now? Bo Yuqing and Zi Mingji's faces also became solemn. That yuan qi wave just now was very terrifying. They clearly felt it even though they were many layers of space away. Even Lu Fian didn't have such power. Chumujia frowned and said, just now, the conflict between the people of the sanctuary and the people of the demon race triggered an extremely strong space storm. Everyone was blown away, leaving only the three of us here. Zi Mingji was shocked and said, could it be Lord Wei Qing? Chu Mujia snorted, Wei Qing? You think too highly of him. It was Luo Qingyun who joined hands with 8 Ghost Shura to deal with a Ghost King of the demon race. 8 Ghost Shura? The 3 were shocked. They all understood the power of that Ghost Shura. He was indeed at the peak of Emperor Wu, and was even more powerful than ordinary Emperor Wu peak experts. Zi Mingji hurriedly said, and the result? Chu Mujia sneered, result? Don't you have your own eyes? Everything you see now is the result. She had killed a Ghost Azure before, so she knew how powerful that thing was. Not to mention 8 of them, even 3 of them would be troublesome for her. Chu Mujia snorted, then crossed his arms in front of his chest and stopped talking. The 3 thought he was putting on airs and refused to say anything. 6 pairs of eyes looked at the fish head on his belly button, revealing strange and puzzled expressions. Bo Yuqing was slightly better as he knew about Chu Mujia's ultimate physique, while Lu Fian and Zi Mingji widened their eyes in disbelief. They wanted to laugh, but it was not convenient. Bo Yuqing said, Li Yunxiao, what's going on? Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, that Ghost King is something summoned by the demon race. It is said to be the same kind of existence as Ramayana. Ramayana? The 3 were shocked, then revealed serious expressions. Lu Fian said seriously, rumor has it that Ramayana is the supreme god of death, capable of killing all existences. If that Ghost King is also this terrifying, who in the world can fight against it? Li Yunxiao also agreed, yes, if Wei Qing can create a few dozen more Ghost Azuras, he can probably kill the Ghost King. Humph, a few dozen, do you think we are growing cabbages? Chu Mujia snorted disdainfully. Zi Mingji was still shocked and in disbelief, against 8 Ghost Azuras, how is this possible, is that Ghost King a god? Suddenly, a sigh was heard, heaven is chaotic, I can't see clearly. Ripples appeared in the air, 2 rays of light slowly condensed, and a figure descended from the sky. The man said softly, looking at the profundity, the green bamboos are like jade. There is a bandit gentleman, like gold, like tin, like jade. The woman smiled faintly and said, the heavens of the peach, with its leaves shining brightly. Both of them had extraordinary bearings. They were light and agile like jade, and their bearings were extraordinary. Lu Fian raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, Gongzi Yu. Duanmu Yoyu smiled and said, Sister Fian, long time no see, you are even more charming. Duanmu Tsang covered her mouth and laughed, brother, don't spout nonsense. Little Sister Fian walks the path of a masculine woman and has a heroic spirit. Lu Fian said, today is really a grand occasion in Red Moon City, so many distinguished people have come. The number of experts gathered here is no less than the martial arts competition of the past. Duanmu Yoyu smiled and said, they're even better. 6 titled martial emperors are here. There's also the demonic race's almighty being, the epic-making technique path product, the Ghost Azura, as well as a transcendent existence like the Ghost King. 6? Lu Fian's body shook. Her eyes shone brightly as she asked, who else? Duanmu Yoyu chuckled and did not speak, as if he was keeping the other party in suspense. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. His eyes burned as he stared intently at Duanmu Yoyu. Duanmu Yoyu, Lu Fian, Ting Guang, Yao Jinliang, and Xian Hua, a total of 5 people. If there was no one else, then the 6 people he mentioned should be him. Humph. He snorted coldly and said, Gongzi Yu, what about Ning Kuei? Duanmu Yoyu sighed and said, it's a pity that Lord Ning Kuei died. I've already buried him. Li Yunxiao frowned and sneered, are you looking down on everyone's intelligence? Duanmu Yoyu winked and smiled, am I? Lu Fian looked at Li Yunxiao with some surprise. How could an 8-star Emperor Wu dare to talk to Duanmu Yoyu like this? Bo Yuqing was calm and collected. He knew Li Yunxiao's identity, but he did not expose it. Zi Qingji said, Gongzi Yoyu, your divination skills are unparalleled in the world. Please tell us if we can leave this place? Duanmu Yoyu said, Lord Zi Qingji, you're really old and your ears have become deaf? I said the moment I came out that the divination was disordered and couldn't be done. Zi Qingji was given the cold shoulder and snorted, it can't be divined when it's needed. What's the use of divination skills when it's usually more accurate than anything else? Duanmu Yoyu's face turned cold and said, why don't I tell you when you're going to die? You. Xianxia was speechless. He snorted and waved his sleeves, not saying another word. Lu Fian said, "Don't argue. Right now, everyone has the same thought, we all want to leave the illusion. We don't know where those people went with Tingguang." Duan Muyoyu said, "The Ghost King's attack just now was earth-shattering and the impact was inestimable. Even the main hall of the Great Illusionary Temple was destroyed. This place was originally created by the illusion technique. Once it was destroyed, it would immediately restore itself. But now, after such a long time, there's no sign of restoration at all." Li Yunxiao's body shook, revealing a shocked expression. If Duan Muyoyu did not mention it, he would not have noticed it. Only now did he realize that something was wrong. Duan Muyoyu said, "Mr. Yunxiao, what do you think?" Li Yunxiao said, "The Great Illusionary Temple has stopped restoring itself. I'm afraid there's a problem with the evolution of this path. Tingguang is probably going to go crazy." Go crazy? Duan Muyoyu was suddenly startled. He said, "If he goes crazy, there should be some changes. Let's just wait. I hope this path doesn't directly turn into a great illusionary killing formation. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome." Li Yunxiao said, "There are too many experts in this formation. Even if it really turns into a killing formation, I'm afraid it won't be able to kill everyone. Of course, the majority will still die." Duan Muyoyu said worriedly, "Sigh, I don't want to be one of the majority. Let me eat a few spicy strips to calm myself down." As they were talking, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains shook. Everyone's feet were shaking unsteadily. A smear of colorful light came from afar. In an instant, it enveloped everyone and spread out, as if the entire Great Illusionary Temple was enveloped in it. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, the space in the distance was torn apart. A huge black hole appeared and all kinds of light shot out from it. That black hole slowly sank, like the setting sun falling somewhere on the ground. Boom! The ground trembled and countless cracks appeared as if the ground was about to collapse. Feiyanai said in shock, "Husband," Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "Don't shout. Fly in the sky. Something seems to have happened." Everyone flew into the sky and stared at the black hole in the distance. After it sank into the ground, a terrifying power spread in all directions. The 800 array Dao palaces started to collapse inch by inch. The scene was like the end of the world. "That is," Li Yunxiao suddenly exclaimed. He stared into the distance with an expression of extreme shock. Chu Mujia's eyes also flashed with green light. He was also shocked. After the black hole sank into the ground, a light shadow turned into the shape of a tree and slowly grew. That light tree was abnormally beautiful and colorful. Starting from a seedling, it grew stronger and stronger. Countless thin branches extended out and the light leaves were crystal clear. The whole process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Finally, it grew into a huge tree with lush leaves. Suddenly, a 9-colored light shot out from the top of the tree. There were countless runes flashing in the light and they gradually formed into a piece that swayed in the air. The talisman had tens of thousands of characters, and they spread out for thousands of miles in the sky. Every character was huge, majestic, and magnificent. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, "This is the 800 array Dao scripture." After the scripture floated in the air for a while, it started to disappear word by word, turning into fluorescent light that fell on the huge tree. The speed at which the scripture disappeared became faster and faster. After a cup of tea's time, the 1,000 miles of scripture disappeared. The 9-colored light on the huge tree became even brighter. Slowly, a white flower bud bloomed and bloomed. Ah! That is... Xiao Mujia's body trembled. He could no longer remain calm. In the middle of the blooming flower lay a 9-colored fruit. Duan Muyoyu's expression was also solemn. He formed a hand sign with one hand and deduced something. Strange runes flew out from his hand and disappeared into the void. A water mirror appeared in front of him. On its surface, there were flickering lights and shadows, as if it was evolving something. Lu Fian was stunned. Her eyes also shot out rays of light and she said in shock, that is, Li Yunxiao suppressed the extreme shock in his heart and said word by word, "Yes, the Dao fruit condensed by the great illusionary Dao." As soon as he finished, the space around him shook. Lu Fian and Duan Muyoyu disappeared at the same time. Chu Mujia also shuddered and said angrily, "Damn it. We can't let them get ahead of us." He spread his wings and opened his 1,000 eyes. The power of space suddenly appeared, and his entire body disappeared. Xianxia said in shock, "Great illusionary Dao fruit? What is that?" Fei and I was also puzzled. He looked at Li Yunxiao with his eyes wide open and asked, "Is this thing powerful?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "I didn't expect to see something like this." "Do you know about the martial will Dao fruit?" Fei and I mumbled, "Of course, I've eaten countless of them." Li Yunxiao said, "The martial will Dao fruit is also a type of Dao fruit. It contains a level of martial intent. However, the strongest martial will Dao fruit is only the Jiutian realm Emperor Wu Dao fruit. If it goes any higher, it will leave the realm of martial intent and step into the immortal Dao." Immortal Dao? Everyone was shocked, and they revealed looks of astonishment. Zi Mingji's voice sounded as if someone was strangling him. His breathing became heavy as he shrieked, "Don't tell me that this is a divine Dao fruit." Li Yunxiao glanced at him indifferently and said, "It's about time. The great illusionary Dao is far beyond the martial Dao. Even if the Dao fruit formed isn't the immortal Dao fruit, it won't be far from it." Ah! Xianxia inhaled sharply. His expression changed several times in an instant. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Li Yunxiao looked at Bo Yuqing, Duan Mutsong, and Fei Anai and smiled, "What, you three aren't interested?" Fei Anai giggled, "If Darling is interested, then I'm interested. I'll go with Darling." Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Bo Yuqing sneered, "With so many divine transcendents here, it's fine if we, the Emperor Jiuxing, are not interested. But if we are, we won't be able to live long." Duan Mutsong smiled in surprise, "Master Bo Yuqing is right, it's the same as Tsong's." Li Yunxiao said, "The fruit of the way has its own destiny. It doesn't depend on who is stronger. This requires one to fight against fate." Duan Mutsong smiled and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, don't you want to try your luck? This is the divine Dao fruit." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I know my limits. Although I'm envious, I'll be cannon fodder if I go now. Lord Tsong, you can divine who will get the divine Dao fruit." Duan Mutsong smiled and said, "I don't think I have a long life. I'm afraid I'll die from the backlash on the spot." Li Yunxiao said, "Zi Mingji is right. If you can't divine it when you need it, what's the point of divination when it's usually more accurate than anything else?" Haha, so the seer families have always been in an awkward situation. Duan Mutsong laughed. Li Yunxiao was speechless and said, "Although I don't dare to snatch it, I plan to hide at the side and see if I can take advantage of it. Goodbye, everyone." With a flash, he turned into a green light and disappeared on the spot. "Husband!" Fei and I screamed and tried to grab it with all his might, but he missed. She stomped her foot in anger and spread her fiery red wings behind her. With a flap, she gave chase. Bo Yuqing said, "Li Yunxiao is right. Although I don't dare to snatch it, I can't not have the courage to take advantage of it." He softly chanted and said, "Sky feather him of the wind." Pure white feathers appeared in the surroundings and floated in the air. Bo Yuqing also disappeared. The smile on Duan Mutsong's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn and puzzled expression. She didn't go to snatch the Dao fruit. Instead, she sat cross-legged in the air and formed a seal with both hands. A faint shadow appeared behind her, and a light aura flowed. It turned into 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes, and she directly entered a meditative state to cultivate. Streams of light floated around the towering tree, as if separated by a heavenly river, surrounding the tree in the middle. It was like a sparkling and translucent sculpture, as if it was an unreal dream. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the colorful river. It was the burial cloud beast. Its huge body soared into the air and pounced on the Dao fruit. "Scram, you beast!" A loud shout rang out, and a golden figure descended, slapping the burial cloud beast's head along with a palm strike. Bang! The burial cloud beast's charge was too powerful, and before it could stop itself, it was sent flying. His body roared again and again in the air, tumbling a few times before stopping. Blood flowed down from his forehead, dyeing his fur red. It crouched down and stared ahead with a fierce glint in its eyes. The golden light transformed into the figure of Xianxia, who sneered and said, "A beast wants to seize this divine object? If you take another step forward, I will kill you." With that, he turned and walked towards the Dao fruit. Suddenly, he stopped. The space above began to spin, and an incomparably domineering force blasted down, accompanied by an angry roar, "Die!" The burial cloud beast, which had been lying dormant all this time, suddenly charged over, transforming into a streak of light. Xianxia was startled. The seals in his hands changed several times, and his palm met the attack. Boom! Under the impact of the two forces, the shockwaves shook into the colorful river of light, circulating around the Dao fruit along with the shockwaves. Xianhua's body was jolted back several steps, and he exclaimed, "You actually came out of that Dao evolution?" That figure was Yao Jinliang, and his entire body was covered in fiendish energy. The burial cloud beast leaped up, and its body suddenly shrank several times. It lay on his shoulder and fiercely stared at Xianxia. Yao Jinliang said coldly, "How can a mere profound artifact trap me?" His eyes exploded with boundless killing intent, and he pointed at Xianxia and said, "I am going to take this Dao fruit now. If you dare to move, I will kill you first." Xianxia laughed angrily, "Haha, who do you think you are? I will move, I will move. Come and kill me, kill me." He twisted his body and performed a moonwalk, his hands waving wildly as he began to dance. Yao Jinliang's body rushed forward, and he and the burial cloud beast turned into two streaks of light at the same time. Terrifying forces intertwined, turning into millions of shadows. Xianxia suddenly stomped on the ground and retreated dozens of feet. Purple and azure energy surged from his body, and they turned into two yin and yang arrows in his palms. His left hand grasped, and the star-shattering bow appeared. He suddenly knocked an arrow and pulled it. A nebula appeared all around him, and he shouted, "Qingyuan." The two arrows flew out like two star orbits, splitting the vast sky. Boom! 4 beams of light collided, and heaven and earth trembled. However, the strange thing was that the rainbow river of light was not affected in the slightest. The energy that rushed into it all turned into the rainbow river of light that flowed without end, like a barrier protecting the Dao fruit. Amidst the terrifying collision, Yao Jinliang's body suddenly shot out, and he instantly rushed in front of Xianxia. Silver light flashed in his hand, and he chopped down. Bang! The ghost carp pressed against the star-shattering bow, and the two profound artifacts simultaneously let out a cry that shook the hearts of people. The surging light engulfed the two figures, and their faces could not be seen at all. Yao Jinliang's face revealed a sinister expression. He grabbed the ghost carp with both hands and shouted. Bang! The silverware stood up like fish scales, and as it rubbed against the star-shattering bow, countless sparks flew. Xianhua's star-shattering bow was exquisitely made, and it was inlaid with all kinds of peerless jade. Every detail was extremely beautiful, and it was a work of the highest quality. Under such a rough collision, it had suffered quite a bit of wear and tear. Damn it! Xianxia was furious. He loved the bow as much as his life, and it was as if the ghost carp had directly cut his body. He suddenly formed a seal with his left hand and pulled back the bowstring. Suddenly, a white arrow appeared, and he shouted, "Die!" Whoosh! The arrow was less than 3 feet away from Yao Jinliang. At such a short distance, Yao Jinliang could not avoid it. He could only raise the ghost carp and block the arrow in front of him. Bang! Yao Jinliang's entire body was knocked back dozens of feet, leaving a trail in the air. After one move, Xianxia turned around and wanted to step into the heavenly river to take the Dao fruit. Humph, if I let you take the Dao fruit, then I'll really be a dog. Yao Jinliang's figure flashed, and he appeared above Xianxia. He grabbed the ghost carp with both hands and chopped down again. Haha! Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "There might really be something between you and that dog of yours." He flipped his body backwards and kicked out fiercely. The tip of his foot turned into a shooting star and touched the ghost carp, shaking it away with a bang. Then, he pulled back the bow with both hands, and a white light shot out. Humph! Wait for me to tear your mouth off. Yao Jinliang's expression darkened. The ghost carp flipped in the air and chopped the white light into pieces. The ghost carp turned into a phantom and soared down. Xianxia sneered and spun the longbow in his hand. Several blue lights shot out, and his entire body disappeared in the air. The ghost carp's slash immediately missed. Run? You think you can escape? Yao Jinliang formed a seal with one hand, and the entire space around him rippled. An earth-shattering roar came. The burial cloud beast had appeared behind Yao Jinliang at some point. It grew to more than 10 feet tall, and its eyes were as red as agate. The demonic energy on its body soared into the sky. Air currents surged around the man and beast, forming a terrifying storm that caused the entire space to become dazzled. Yao Jinliang's body blossomed with golden light as he operated the sacred battle art to the extreme. The ghost carp was unsealed, and it looked like an evil spirit ring in front of him. Sacred battle art, Knight Martial. The evil spirit of the ghost carp clanged loudly and turned back into the ghost carp. Its silver light illuminated half the sky as it suddenly chopped down. Xianxia was greatly shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He stepped firmly in the air and pulled back his longbow. The sun, moon, and stars appeared around him. The countless gems on the star-shattering bow emitted a dazzling radiance, and the phantom of an arrow flickered from between his eyebrows. As it spun, a scarlet arrow with numerous runes suddenly appeared on the longbow. Xianxia shouted and stepped on the star steps. The phantom of a giant star appeared, and it was as if endless star power had converged into the arrow before it shot out. Kaiyang! Boom! The sky was split apart by these two terrifying forces. Spiritual pressure burst forth, and the sky was like a sea of thunder and a prison of lightning. There were terrifying cyclones everywhere. But what was shocking was that when the terrifying force spread out and shook the Rainbow River, it immediately caused a change. Countless streams of light and splendor suddenly contracted and gathered towards the towering tree. The white flower that was dragging the great void Dao fruit turned five-colored at this moment. However, Yao Jinliang and Xianhua's eyes were bloodshot, and they no longer had the mind to care about the Dao fruit. After one move, they once again used their respective arts. A terrifying force soared into the sky beside the two of them. Yao Jinliang's expression was gloomy. The ghost carp slashed down with dazzling silver light. The beast armor on the burial cloud beast's body also completely melted, revealing a huge golden horn on its helmet that surged with runes. As it rushed forward, its entire body spun and swept up a terrifying storm as it struck down. Bang! Amidst the sky full of energy, a light and inconspicuous sound rang out. The bowstring on the star-shattering bow suddenly snapped, and the entire longbow shot out and turned into a saber. Sealing spiral slash. Xianxia slashed out with his saber, and the nebula around him immediately transformed into a surging saber radiance, plunging the entire area into a starry sky. Rumble. The ghost carp's power was shaken away by the sealing spiral slash. As the two forces exploded, the burial cloud beast rushed out, roaring as it used its golden horn to block. Xianhua's expression was ice-cold. He turned his saber and held it horizontally in front of him. His left hand pulled on the void string and shouted, "I'll shoot you to death, you beast." Big Dipper Kaiyang. Clang. The sun, moon, and stars surged out of the saber. The mark between his eyebrows turned into an arrow, and with a pull, it instantly shot out. The surrounding space collapsed, and the power of countless laws appeared on the arrow, shooting towards the burial cloud beast. Rumble. There was another earth-shattering explosion. After attacking twice, Xianxia also felt extremely exhausted. The surging power constantly battered his body, and he immediately stepped back. In the surging power in front of him, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. A strange power burst out of Yao Jinliang's body, inciting the ghost carp to constantly tremble as if it were letting out a cheerful, bloodthirsty cry. Xianxia, today's battle will not end until one of us is dead. No one can save you. He gripped the ghost carp with both hands, and the scarlet light in his eyes became more and more demonic. Blood-colored halos flashed around him. Dastyong pierces the sun. Clang. The world was filled with the trembling sound of the ghost carp, and then a red light suddenly appeared. The profound weapon suddenly turned into a ghost carp and flew down. The burial cloud beast charged forward, its beast armor constantly changing shape. In an instant, it fused with the ghost carp and fell from the sky. The moment this move appeared, the translucent tree began to tremble. the Dao fruit within the 5-colored petals flickered with increasing speed. Xianhua's origin energy revolved, and a vast force rushed towards Xianxia. The star-shattering bow in his hand clanged, and the pearls and gems on its bow shot out rays of rainbow light. At the same time, a dragon tendon emerged from the broken bowstring and bound the two ends of the war blade. A dragon's roar sounded, and an azure shadow swam about on the bow. He formed a hand seal in front of him, and a treasure light gathered in the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared all around him. Snow swirled in the air, and the land of snow was frozen for thousands of miles. Amidst the snow, countless specks of starlight fell from the night sky. A scarlet light as red as blood appeared out of nowhere and gradually condensed into a scarlet arrow. The countless specks of starlight frantically rushed towards the arrow, and strange runes began to flicker on the body of the arrow. Countless rays of red light shot out, appearing exceptionally dazzling in the vast frozen land. Yao Jinliang, you're the one who's going to die today. This is the profound arrow I forged from dark star iron. It's the most suitable weapon to kill you. Xianhua grabbed the arrow and knocked it on the bow. The sound of metal rubbing against metal echoed, and the bow was instantly pulled to its fullest. Whoosh, amidst the flying snow, a ray of red light shot out, piercing through thousands of miles of frozen land. The arrow shot out, but the dragon tendon bore too much force. It suddenly snapped, and the star-shattering bow turned back into a war blade. Rumble, the profound arrow suddenly pierced through space and time, striking Yao Jinliang's day's ghost. It set off countless storms and exploded. Roar. The burial cloud beast's roars and screams came from the center of the storm. Yao Jinliang's body shook, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "No!" He suddenly rushed forward, his eyes bloodshot. The profound arrow pierced through the burial cloud beast's beast armor and through its chest. Bang! The day's ghost carp returned to its normal state in the air and quietly hovered next to the burial cloud beast. Yao Jinliang charged down and grabbed the burial cloud beast, his body trembling. The man and the beast had been together for many years, and their minds were already connected. At this moment, he could clearly feel the pain of the other party, as well as the powerful life force that was constantly flowing out. The runes on the profound truth arrow were still surging out, imprinting themselves onto the burial cloud beast's body and destroying it. Yao Jinliang suddenly grabbed the arrow, and immediately felt his palm burning hot. He wanted to pull it out. Wait! Suddenly, a green shadow flashed, and Wei Qing suddenly appeared, shouting, "If you don't want it to die, then don't move." Yao Jinliang was alarmed and hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing, I beg you, you must save it." Wei Qing's eyes narrowed as he stared at the arrow. With a serious expression, he said, "This is dark star metal, an extremely vicious metal." He drew in the air with one hand and condensed a rune. With a slap, it turned into a pale blue ice color and directly imprinted on the arrow. Immediately, the runes on the arrow were suppressed and gradually retracted, finally turning into the appearance of an ordinary iron arrow. Yao Jinliang immediately felt the burial cloud beast's pain lessen, and said with joy, "Can you pull out the arrow now?" Wei Qing shook his head, saying, "It was pierced by an arrow, and it is too dangerous to pull it out now. It is better to use a beast tamer profound artifact to temporarily seal it and bring it back to the sanctuary to remove the arrow." Yao Jinliang did not dare to disobey. A bronze bracelet on his arm suddenly enlarged and closed in the air, sealing the burial cloud beast inside. It then returned to its normal size and wore on his arm. Anger appeared on Xianhua's face as he said coldly, "Wei Qing, aren't you being too nosy?" Wei Qing looked at him and said indifferently, "What does it have to do with you that I'm nosy?" "You." A complicated expression flashed across Xianhua's face, but he finally suppressed his emotions. With his current strength, he definitely could not defeat Wei Qing, not to mention that Yao Jinliang was at his side. Yao Jinliang's face was covered in a layer of frost as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wei Qing, let's join hands and kill him." Wei Qing sighed, if it was just him, there would be no harm in killing him. Yao Jinliang's pupils constricted as he saw two rays of light gradually appear behind Xianhua. One of them was dark green, transforming into Duanmuyoyo. The other was a red lotus that was like fire, transforming into Lufian. She took a step forward and walked behind Xianhua, asking, "Are you all right?" Xianhua sneered, "Just dealing with two feathered beasts, how could I be all right?" It's just that the Xianxia arrow that I painstakingly forged was taken away. Lu Fian said. Losing an arrow to kill the burial cloud beast is worth it. Being shot by the Xianxia arrow, even if the burial cloud beast survives, it is basically crippled. Her words were like a basin of cold water, directly pouring into Yao Jinliang's heart. His entire body felt cold as he suddenly shouted, "What did you say?" Xianhua chuckled, "Comprehend it yourself. I advise you to hurry back and accompany your dog." Yao Jinliang's anger soared to the heavens as streams of origin energy erupted from his body, forming a vortex that blew out. Wei Qing frowned, saying, "Calm down. As long as your life is not in danger, there will be a way. If you act impulsively, you will fall into their trap." Only then did Yao Jinliang gradually loosen his fists, but his complexion was still livid as he stared fixedly at Xianhua, who had a face full of ridicule and disdain. Duanmu Youyu said, "Lord Wei Qing, where is Tingguang?" Wei Qing's expression turned cold as he snorted, "Who knows where he is? Wasn't this great void Dao fruit made by him?" Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards that direction. The Dao fruit emitted a thick charm, making everyone's hearts itch unbearably, the blood and energy within their bodies uncontrollably surging. But no one dared to act rashly. Everyone present was a peerless powerhouse. Once someone made the first move, they would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Suddenly, space shook, and that heart-tugging Dao fruit disappeared in front of everyone's eyes without any warning. What? Everyone was shocked, their eyes widening as they looked at the towering tree in shock. Not only did the Dao fruit disappear, even the colorful flower disappeared at the same time. Wei Qing said furiously, "What's going on?" "Humph, what a good trick to cross the sea by deceiving the heavens. Lord Sea, are you looking down on us human martial artists?" Duanmu Youyu's expression turned cold, and he suddenly appeared thousands of miles high in the sky. His hands formed a seal, and 9 rays of cold light shot out. The cold light was arranged in the shape of 9 palaces, turning into a huge prism that towered between heaven and earth. The runes on the surface of the mirror flickered, and under the illumination of the sky, it was exceptionally dazzling. Duanmu Youyu's hand seal changed, and the 9 prisms suddenly shot out a huge ray of light that soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings of the towering tree. A figure suddenly flashed in the beam of light. "Humph, still want to hide?" Wei Qing's expression turned cold, and he slapped with one hand, and suddenly a sharp sword pierced forward. Chi! The sky was suddenly cut apart, and the figure flipped in the air, turning into the appearance of the demon temple, a bitter smile on his face. And at this time, on the towering tree, the lost Dao fruit and colorful flower appeared once again. Lu Fian said, "So it was just a camouflage." Xianhua sneered, "This guy wanted to deceive everyone with a little trick, and wait for us to panic and take away the real Dao fruit. But to be honest, I really panicked just now." Lu Fian snorted, "This kind of trick can only fool people with your intelligence." Hee hee. Xianhua scratched his head, giggling. Wei Qing's pupils shrank, and he immediately recognized the person in front of him, saying coldly, "So it's the demon race's Lord Great Sacrificial Temple. It seems that Lord C has lived for too long, and wants to taste the taste of death." C smiled bitterly, "Lord Wei Qing, long time no see." Wei Qing said coldly, "Congratulations, Lord C. The demon race has found the long-lost supergrade profound artifact, the Armillary Sphere. It's really enviable." Duanmu Youyu's heart trembled, and he cried out involuntarily, "Armillary Sphere? No wonder I can never calculate the cause and effect." Wei Qing snorted, "That great demon with the Armillary Sphere, come out too." The sky was quiet, and there was no sign of Shang. Wei Qing's face turned cold, and he snorted, "Weren't you very brave when you fought against me just now? How come you've become a coward now?" He shouted several times in a row, but there was no sound. C also frowned, not knowing what had happened to Shang, but thinking that he had the Armillary Sphere with him, he was most likely not in too much danger, so he relaxed. "Humph." Wei Qing snorted coldly when he saw that there was no response to his call. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Since the great illusionary land has already borne a Dao fruit, it means that the entire realm's power has been absorbed over. As long as this fruit is plucked, the illusionary land should be broken by itself. But there is only one fruit, so who does it belong to?" Everyone's expression changed slightly, and their eyes shone with light, but they remained silent. Such a divine object, no matter who it was given to, no one else would agree. Xianxia snorted, Lord Weiqing wouldn't say that it belongs to him, right? Weiqing said, that's what I think, but this object naturally doesn't belong to me, but to the sanctuary. Besides the sanctuary, which force in the world is qualified to possess this object? Xianxia sneered, there's no need to continue, I object. Weiqing said, Silvermoon Emperor Wu's reaction is within my expectations, but we can't let this stalemate continue indefinitely. The best way for a martial artist to solve a problem is no different from a martial duel. Xianxia said, Lord Weiqing, please state your terms. I, Xianxia, will accept it at any time. Weiqing said, right now, in the entire Great Illusionary Land, only the Sanctuary, Deity Transformation C, and the Demon Race are qualified to compete for this Dao fruit. But the Demon Race is not our race, so in this seat's opinion, why don't we first join forces to eradicate the Demon Race, and then decide who the Dao fruit belongs to? Moreover, the Demon Race has a transcendent grade profound artifact, the Armillary Sphere, whose value is no less than this Dao fruit. After snatching it, our two sects will have a martial duel. The winner will take the Dao fruit, and the loser will take the Armillary Sphere. What do you two great martial artists think? Xianxia frowned, are you sure that the Demon Race has a transcendent grade profound artifact, the Armillary Sphere? If it really is a transcendent grade profound artifact, its value should be above this Dao fruit. Why does the loser get it? Haha, if Lord Xianxia is more interested in the Armillary Sphere, then after we join hands to kill the Demon Race, the Armillary Sphere will return to the Divine Sea, and the Great Void Dao fruit will return to the Sanctuary. This way, it will save the two factions from disputes, and even less harm the harmony. Weiqing said leisurely, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Lu Fian said, Xianxia, are you stupid? That Armillary Sphere is indeed valuable, but do you have the confidence to refine a transcendent grade profound artifact? I'm afraid it's impossible for a lifetime. But this Dao fruit is something that everyone can eat. Xianxia suddenly said, so that's how it is. Weiqing, you're really selfish. We seized the Dao fruit in order to take it back for research. You seized the Dao fruit in order to eat it yourself. Humph, glib tongue. Weiqing snorted disdainfully and said, what do the two of you think about this seat's proposal? Xianxia and Lu Fian exchanged glances, both somewhat unable to make up their minds. Duanmuyoyu said, Weiqing, you're just going to exclude me like this? Weiqing said, with young master you knowing the past and future, you should know that the odds of winning in the contest for this Dao fruit are not great. Duanmuyoyu said, are the odds forcibly excluded by you just because they're not great? According to my calculations just now, Lord Weiqing's odds of winning are also 0. Weiqing's face fell, and he snorted angrily, don't talk nonsense. Young master you, give this seat face today and lend me a hand. As long as I obtain the Dao fruit, everything can be discussed in the future. Duanmuyoyu smiled lightly, and suddenly uncharacteristically said with a smile, of course I have to give Lord Weiqing face. Just treat it as Lord owes me a favor. I'll withdraw from this contest for the Dao fruit. Weiqing frowned and said, just withdraw? Duanmuyoyu smiled and said, naturally, everyone here is a peerless powerhouse, I don't want to offend anyone. Weiqing pondered for a moment, then said, fine, you withdraw from this contest for the Dao fruit today, I owe you a favor. Duanmuyoyu nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the 9 huge light mirrors suddenly shattered, turning into countless fluorescent lights and disappearing in the air. Weiqing looked at Xianxia and Lu Fian, and said, if the two of you are also willing to withdraw, this seat will also owe you a favor. Haha. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, Lord Weiqing thinks too highly of his face. Duanmuyoyu thinks it's valuable, but we don't think it's worth a single cent. Humph. Weiqing's face sank as his anger surged. Very few people dared to not give him face, but Xianxia was one of them. Weiqing, what do you mean by this? Yaoxi's expression was extremely unsightly. He snorted angrily. Can't we just leave? Leave? Weiqing said in a cold voice, telling me to leave now, isn't it too late? How dare you interfere in my clan's matters? Today, none of your clansmen will be able to leave. C's face turned cold, and he sneered, "What do you mean by interfering in your clan's matters? That's just an excuse. The key is still my clan's treasure, the armillary sphere, right?" Wei Qing said, "Whatever you say. However, if you can hand over the armillary sphere, I can make the decision to let you leave safely." After all, Shang and Ci were two transcending mortality experts. Moreover, the armillary sphere's power was unfathomable. Just now, it directly trapped him inside and left him at a loss. If it wasn't for that power suddenly disappearing, he probably wouldn't have come out until now. Ci sneered, "Sorry, we're free to come and go as we please. Since Lord Wei Qing insists on going against my clan, then I can only join the fight for the Dao fruit." Wei Qing snorted, "Join the fight for the Dao fruit? Do you have the qualifications?" "Lord Wei Qing, don't be careless." Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the space, and Zimingji appeared, exclaiming, "These demon clansmen just suppressed all the ghost Shura." "What?" Wei Qing's body trembled, and he said in shock, "Impossible." Ci said mockingly, "Impossible? Then Lord Wei Qing, try to summon those ghost Shura and see where they are now." Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. He couldn't summon the ghost Shura, so he could only control Luo Qingyun, but Luo Qingyun was completely gone. Xianxia said in shock, "Could it be that the fluctuations in the outside world just now were caused by the demon clansmen?" Wei Qing said coldly, "If that's the case, then it's my duty and obligation to eradicate you first." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Xianxia, Lu Fian, what else is there to consider? I agree with you, the demon clansmen are always outsiders, and we brothers have to stand outside the wall to defend against their insults." Qi Xingfeng's cold voice came, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of everyone. Xi's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, How did you escape?" Qi Xingfeng sneered and said, "Just a few snakes, how can they stop me?" Ci pondered for a moment, and said, "I understand. Just now, the battle between the Ghost King and the Ghost Shura helped you, and you relied on that huge impact to kill the silver dragons all over your body. It was my negligence. But even if you escape, your current strength is far from transcendence and sainthood." Qi Xingfeng said, "With just the strength of my physical body, it's enough to kill you." He was determined to kill Ci. Ci chuckled, "Your Excellency's soul is damaged, can you still control this physical body?" Qi Xingfeng said coldly, "Ci, you can try." Lu Fian's eyes revealed a strange look, and she glanced at Xianxia, and said, "This is the lord that foster father mentioned before, right?" "Humph, that lord? Haha." Qi Xingfeng laughed, and said, "Lu Congzi doesn't even dare to confirm my identity?" TSK, you're the little girl he picked up back then, right? I didn't expect you to have such achievements." Lu Fian said, "Thanks to foster father's kindness and nurturing, your Excellency's identity must be further confirmed. The two of us came here today in the hope that your Excellency will follow us back to the deity transformation sea. Once your identity is confirmed, it will be a joyous occasion." Qi Xingfeng sneered, "Who do you think you are? Do I need you to confirm this lord's identity? You think too highly of yourself." Lu Fian's expression was calm, and she said, "In that case, we can only use an unhappy method to bring back your Excellency." Qi Xingfeng sneered, "You're not happy, that's right. But this lord is even more unhappy." Lu Fian chuckled, "Unhappy is unhappy, but we are all from the same deity transformation sea bloodline, and just now your Excellency also said that we are outside the wall to defend ourselves. Why don't we, the people of the deity transformation sea, work together, and seize the Dao fruit?" Qi Xingfeng nodded, and he said, "You're right, little girl." Wei Qing frowned, and his expression became somewhat ugly. If they joined forces, his side's chances of winning would be extremely low, especially when Zimingji said that Ghost Azura was suppressed, and his current whereabouts were unknown, which made him even more worried. "Ha ha ha, a group of ridiculous humans, do you think you've got me for sure?" The shrine laughed, and suddenly, a majestic power came, lingering around the Taishu Dao fruit. It did not dissipate, and it continued to spin. This is the Dao fruit's power dissipating? Qi Xingfeng was shocked. If the Dao fruit of Great Boy disappeared, it would be a great loss. No. The Dao fruit's power didn't decrease, and instead, it's getting stronger. Is it still growing? Wei Qing was shocked. What's going on? Suddenly, the space next to the Tao fruit of great void trembled, and endless power gathered, gradually forming a black fruit. Oh! Another Tao fruit! Everyone exclaimed, and their faces were filled with shock. The black fruit was the same as the previous Tao fruit of great void. It emitted a powerful Tao rhyme, and its shape was constantly changing, as if it was not yet fixed. Crack! Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard, and it was no different than a clap of thunder in everyone's heart. They all stared blankly with their eyes wide open. Crack! Crack! More and more cracks appeared on the black Tao fruit, and in the end, it cracked, and the pitch-black surface fell off like a fruit shell, gradually revealing its true appearance. It was an armillary sphere. Oh no! Wei Qing bellowed, "Do it!" Stars flashed on the armillary sphere, and it was like a vast star map was unfolding. Starry sky after starry sky, galaxies evolved, and the Milky Way was born. In an instant, the entire world was placed under this starry sky, and it was brilliant and gorgeous. The martial Tao of the armillary sphere has finally developed, and this supreme Tao is the aura of the divine Tao. Wei Qing was extremely excited, and his body trembled. Looking at the starry sky, he could not help but want to kneel down and worship. Everyone else's expression changed drastically. The vast power rippled in the sky, causing their blood to boil, and they felt an obvious suppression of the martial Tao, the only thing that could suppress the martial Tao comprehensions of a divine transcendence. Powerhouse was the supreme divine Tao intent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they became extremely shocked and solemn. Is someone in this starry sky going to become a god? How is that possible? Countless powerhouses have worked hard for so many years, but no one has ever achieved the divine Tao. Is this the power of a supreme profound artifact? The key to becoming a god really lies in the supreme profound artifact? Under the starry sky, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open, and they even forgot to think. In the distance, Wei Qing and Meng Yi came to their senses. Looking at the revolving armillary sphere, they trembled with excitement. This kind of majestic power, and the power that came from the ancestors, was like countless ancestors of the demon race, turning into shining stars in the sky, illuminating the road ahead, guiding them forward. The two were so moved that they wanted to cry. Wei Qing finally understood the reason why Lord Si praised Shang so highly, and they could not help but feel extremely guilty. They knelt down on the spot, and kowtowed toward the distance. Meng Yi knelt down beside him, and kowtowed with all his might. He was still making woo-woo sounds. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Lord Shang, Li Lingkong knelt down, and kowtowed from afar. She had waited for this day for too long. She softly said, "My companions from back then, do you see?" This soft moan seemed to pass through the ages, and resounded under the night sky. Li Yunxiao's body also trembled, and he sensed the divine Tao intent that filled the sky in horror. It was an existence that far exceeded his comprehension. In addition to the divine Tao rhyme that was emitting from the armillary sphere, there were also a large number of ancient Maha characters that were constantly exploding and spreading in all directions. At this moment, the great void path fruit looked very out of place under the starry night sky, as if it was something extra. Suddenly, a blue light materialized next to the great void path fruit. It was Shang's figure, and he reached out to grab the fruit. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their pupils constricted. They immediately recovered from their shock and revealed expressions of anger. "You want to touch my great void path fruit? I don't care if you are a god or a human. Go to hell." Wei Qing's figure suddenly appeared in front of the great void path fruit. His face was extremely gloomy. The golden light in his hand spread out, and the scroll in his hand flew toward Shang's hand. Shang's expression was graceful. He flipped his hand in the air, turned it into a knife, and slashed it horizontally. Bang! The smooth, jade-like palm slashed the scroll, and a halo surged, forcing Wei Qing to take a few steps back. This is the great void path fruit condensed by the human clan. You are not allowed to act so presumptuously. Duan Muyoyu's expression was also cold. Although he had withdrawn from the fight for the great void path fruit, he could not watch the great void path fruit be taken away by the demon clan. Moreover, it was a big demon who had comprehended the 10 directions rules and possessed a supreme magical weapon. He clapped his hands, and suddenly an exquisite palm leaf fan appeared in his hands. He slapped it toward Xiang. Boom! The palm leaf fan turned into rays of golden light, and inside it evolved a river, lake, and sea, as well as terrain and mountains, all pressing down. Humph, a little interesting. Xiang's expression was cold. He raised his fist and punched. Bang! The entire attack suddenly collapsed. He took a step forward, and his head instantly turned into a demon. 2 horns grew out, 1 gold and 1 silver. At the same time, a black and white light flashed between his eyebrows, forming a Tai Chi diagram that flew out. Boom! The palm leaf fan in Duan Muyoyu's hand shone with Tai Chi light, and then disappeared in a flash. He was shocked to see that the various runes on the palm leaf fan in his hand had disappeared, and only a Tai Chi diagram was left in the center. It had been sealed. Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal. Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely ugly. This was the innate magical power of the Do Disaster clan. He had seen Xiang use it in the demon plane, but the power now was completely different. Xiang's eyes flashed with mockery, and his murderous aura grew stronger. He said coldly, I have no intention to be your enemy, but if you continue to push me, I will start killing. Duan Muyoyu sneered, Daochi of Void Path, fruit of the human clan, and you say we are pushing you? How shameless! He clapped his hand, and the palm leaf. The palm leaf of Path God. The fan immediately disappeared, and turned into a void path, and turned. The others immediately reacted, and they turned into streams of light that flew into the starry sky and surrounded Xiang. Xianhua sneered and said, I don't believe that you've really become a god. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you've really become a god, with the strength of all of us, killing you will still be easy. Yang Dao 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 Yang of world is not. You. Dao. Of Lu. Yang of. And of the Dao is Yang of. You. Of. Qi Xingfeng's face darkened, and he shouted, don't let him go. Once he leaves, he will be a great threat to us. Wei Qing said, Lord Qi Xingfeng is right. These demons must be killed today. He also understood Qi Xingfeng's identity. Although he was surprised, it was insignificant compared to the great demon becoming a god. Humph, kill? Xiang sneered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. TSK, a total of 6 divine transcendents. If they all die at the same time, it will be a very meaningful thing. Haha, kill the 6 of us? How retarded do you have to be to say something like that? Qi Xingfeng laughed, even if you really stepped into the god realm, you will still die here. Besides, I see that you have only scratched the surface. Who said that Lord Xiang is going to fight 1 against 6? Under the night sky, Yao Xi's figure flashed and appeared behind Xiang. His face was full of excitement, and he said, this old man is weak, but I think I can still deal with 1. Adding you is just a joke. Qi Xingfeng's eyes shot out a cold light, and he said, I will take care of this old man. The 5 of you killed a great demon. Okay. Everyone responded in unison and attacked at the same time. Qi Xingfeng grabbed the ancient dust sword and slashed at Yao Xi with a gloomy expression. He had been tricked and almost died, so he had been suppressing a belly full of anger. Moreover, this scheme started with Yao Xi's former high priest. Boundless anger turned into a sword, and he swore to kill his opponent. Yao Xi's expression changed, and the silver snake sword suddenly shook, turning into millions of snakes that bit at him. TSK. Child's play. Qi Xingfeng sneered, and with a wide swing of the ancient dust sword, 3 million jade dragons appeared, and cut all the silver snakes into pieces. Wei Qing and the others also suddenly attacked, and the picturesque landscape was thrown out, and a strange scenery of mountains and rivers smashed down on Xiang. Xiang's eyes turned cold, and his entire body changed, completely revealing his true form. He was 80 feet tall, covered in scales, with demonic eyes and 2 towering horns. He clenched his hand, and nebula circulated around his iron fist, and fiercely punched the picturesque landscape. Boom! The phenomenon shook again, and the scroll fluttered in the sky. Everyone's heart trembled, and they thought to themselves, it's not as powerful as we thought. Wei Qing shouted, attack, what are you waiting for? Yao Jinliang grabbed the air, and the ghost carp twist appeared again. His figure flashed, and he slashed forward. At this moment, he was in an extremely bad mood, and he did not have any thoughts of fighting. However, if he wanted to save the buried cloud beast, he still had to rely on Wei Qing. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Duan Muyoyu also threw out his jade ruler, and it flew in the air, turning into countless runes. Then, they all gathered, condensing into a slash, and flew through the air. He was only afraid that the demon race would take away the Dao fruit. As for who would obtain it in the end, he did not care. Moreover, he had already promised Wei Qing to withdraw from the battle for the Dao fruit, so he was powerless. He just needed to put in a little effort and not make a mistake. The two of them were extremely casual, and their attacks slashed down, but they did not have much power. Xiang sneered, and he punched out with both fists. His huge hands were like iron arms that could split mountains. Bang! Bang! The two's attacks were all blasted back. He smiled and said, "There's no point in fighting like this. Let's do something more exciting." Xiang raised his hand and grabbed at the air. A strange power condensed in his hand, and a large number of strange runes surged around it. Since time immemorial, the eternal and inextinguishable starlight descend from the eternal sky. Falling stars like rain. The stars in the sky all spun, turning into a vast star chart, and flashed down one by one. In an instant, under the night sky, there was a meteor shower, and they cut across the sky, as if they were burning all their power, and fell to the ground with flames. So beautiful. Fei and I was startled, and her expression changed from solemnity to surprise, and then to joy. She clasped her hands in front of her, and closed her eyes. Li Yunxiao lowered his head, looked at her, and said, "What are you doing?" Fei and I said, "Making a wish." Li Yunxiao. He said embarrassedly, "These aren't real meteors. They're a phenomenon born from the armillary sphere, and they condense the power of the meteors to kill the enemy." Fei and I said, "I know." Li Yunxiao said, "You know, but you still make a wish? Will making a wish under such a meteor come true?" Fei and I smiled faintly, and said, "There are so many meteors, I only need to make one wish, and it should come true. If I don't do it now, I don't know when I can see it again." Li Yunxiao was speechless, and ignored her. He continued to watch the fierce battle in the sky. Yao Shang did not seem to be as powerful as expected, and he did not know if it was because he had just comprehended the God way, or if there were other reasons. The reason why he could not be defeated was because he controlled all the rules under the armillary sphere. It's indeed the 10 directions rules, but it's too little. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and Bei Chunnan appeared beside Li Yunxiao, staring at the sky. Li Yunxiao quickly said, "Senior Chunnan, do you think that Shang has entered the godly state now?" Bei Chunnan frowned, and said, "If it was 100,000 years ago, he would have failed in this state, because he did not comprehend the rules of the godly state in one go, and it would be even more difficult for him to comprehend it in the future. But in this environment now, he is considered very successful. Strictly speaking, he is considered a demigod, right?" "Demigod?" Li Yunxiao revealed a strange expression. Bei Chunnan also smiled bitterly, and said, "Due to the changes in the world, the heavenly way evolved, and so many strange realms appeared. 100,000 years ago, the peak of 9 stars comprehended the 10 directions rules, and those who succeeded were gods, and those who failed were humans. How could there be so many strange realms?" Li Yunxiao sighed, and said, "Human strength is limited, and we can only follow the evolution of the heavenly way. Those who conform will prosper, and those who go against will die." Senior Chunnan, is the disappearance of the 10 directions rules 100,000 years ago related to the demon sealing war? Bei Chunnan frowned, and said, "It can be said to be related, but before the demon sealing war, the 10 directions rules had already disappeared." Li Yunxiao was shocked, and said, "What exactly happened?" Bei Chunnan's expression was solemn, and he said, "This is too important, and I don't know the details. Even if I know, I can't say it." Li Yunxiao sighed, and could only shake his head in disappointment. But now that the demon lord had appeared, and the godly state experts that had not appeared in 100,000 years had also appeared through time and space, the heavenly way's number had probably changed again. In the vast sky, under the starry night, countless meteors bombarded Wei Qing and the others. The star rules suppressed them, and everyone could feel the majestic power. The spiritual pressure on the surface of their skin kept trembling, and their bodies seemed to be in a trance. Wei Qing slowly raised his hand, and the golden book and iron scroll in his hand shot out rays of golden light, and blocked the pressure of the stars outside his body. His expression was cold, and he said coldly, "What godly state expert, you just rely on a profound artifact, it's not worth mentioning." The picturesque landscape flew around him, and the scenery of the mountains and rivers kept changing, and he was not afraid of the meteor shower. The others also made hand signs, and layers of Emperor's Qi spread out, forming several boundaries. They looked at the scenery in the sky with cold expressions. Even Qi Xingfeng, who was far away, was also suppressed by the power of the rules, and felt extremely uncomfortable. But under the meteor shower, he frowned, as if he had some kind of understanding, but could not touch it. A mocking sneer appeared on Shang's face. He glanced at everyone's faces and formed a seal with one hand. He said coldly, "Universe of the universe." The meteors in the sky suddenly turned upside down, and the entire world hung upside down. A vast power descended from the sky. Countless stars emitted scorching light, and the terrifying power rose to the extreme. Oh no! Everyone's hearts trembled. The meteors that flew down from the sky started to move violently. A vast amount of star power gushed out, and they were about to explode. Shang said ferociously, "In this universe, I am the true God. All of you shall die." He grabbed with his hand, and the heavens and earth shook. Rumble. The boundless power of the stars exploded, and the destructive power rushed towards the four corners. All the experts were affected by the vast power, and they were drowned in it. In the night sky, countless meteors exploded into pieces, and turned into long, bottomless gravel belts that revolved around the great void Dao fruit. The entire sky quietened down, and only Shang's huge body was left standing. He stared coldly at the four corners of the universe. Everyone on the ground was shocked. They were not qualified to participate in the battle just now, but the sky was filled with divine transcendence and peerless experts. Killed in one move, everyone's minds were petrified. They stared blankly, and even forgot to be afraid. The few demons also opened their mouths wide, and they stood on the ground like statues. Fei Ni's heart tightened. He grabbed Li Yunxiao's arm and said in shock, "Killing all the divine transcendence and transcendence with one move. Is this true?" Li Yunxiao was also extremely shocked, and he could not believe what he saw. Bei Chunnan said, "The omnidirectional rules is one level higher than the Jiutian realm. It's not surprising that it has such power." However, this big demon did not completely control the omnidirectional rules, and is only in the demigod realm. It's impossible for him to kill a few divine transcendence and transcendence with one move. Zhu appeared behind Shang and said in shock, "Lord Shang, are they all dead?" Under the armillary sphere, he was the only one who hadn't suffered from the impact. At this moment, he was still in a state of shock. That move from before, the universe of chaos, was too terrifying. It wasn't a move that should exist in the mortal world, Shang coldly snorted. He stared at the moving gravel belt and coldly said, "All of you, come out. What's the point of hiding here? As a divine transcendence expert, even if I die, I should at least die a dignified death." However, the stone belt remained silent. It continued to revolve around the great void Dao fruit like a celestial ring. Since you're all pretending to be dead, then I'll pluck this fruit." Shang's eyes burned with passion. He knew that he was still a step away from truly becoming a god. If he could eat this fruit of the way, he would definitely step into the legendary realm and become the strongest person in the realm of heaven martial arts in 100,000 years. Tens of thousands of years of persistent pursuit was right in front of him. Who wouldn't go crazy for it? He walked forward step by step, each step seeming to weigh thousands of kilograms. Every time he stepped on the power of laws, it would cause ripples. Everyone on the ground held their breaths, nervously watching this historic scene. Even if he didn't have the fruit of the way, he would still be the strongest person in the realm of half-god in 100,000 years. Everyone's expression was different. They were sad and happy, but no matter who they were, they all held the natural law in awe. After taking a few steps, Shang stepped into the asteroid belt and crushed a starstone under his feet. Clang, suddenly, a blue light appeared. It emitted a dazzling light and slashed at him. The underworld wheel turned into the size of a millstone, and it was covered with strange and terrifying symbols. It emitted a strong trembling sound, as if it wanted to cut the starry night space. Qi Xingfeng suddenly appeared, followed by the great sword Gu Chen. He waved it, and millions of jade dragons soared into the sky, roaring. Attack! Wei Qing's voice suddenly echoed. The picturesque landscape flew out, and it was activated to the extreme. It emitted a dazzling golden light like a warship and attacked Shang. At the same time, the other people appeared one after another. They flickered and surrounded Shang, attacking him one after another. The previous attack had shocked everyone, and everyone had been injured to varying degrees. However, compared to the impact on their souls, the injuries on their bodies were insignificant. This time, no one dared to hold back, and they all used their strongest moves. The demon ancestor was shocked and exclaimed, "Lord Shang, be careful." Shang's face was filled with contempt. He clenched his fists and roared. The gold and silver horns on his forehead surged with light, and his body exuded a vast power. His eyes turned black and white, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared under the starry sky. It was several acres in size, and it enveloped everyone in it in an instant. Even the power of the underworld wheel and ancient dust, as well as the picturesque landscape, stopped moving at this moment, and all the spiritual energy disappeared. Not good. It's the innate ability of the Battle Disaster clan, the Tai Chi Heaven Seal. Duan Muyoyu cried out in alarm. He suddenly felt a strange force suppressing him. His body seemed to be bound, and he couldn't move at all. The others were the same. Their dantians seemed to be locked, and their origin energy was cut off. How can this be? Xianxia exclaimed in shock, a sealing ability. How can we continue? Shang's face darkened. The gold and silver horns on his head flickered with a strong light, and his eyes, one black and one white, flickered. He glanced coldly at everyone and continued to move forward toward the Fruit of Wei. Qi Xingfeng's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Don't panic, everyone. This ability was famous in the past. I didn't expect someone from the Battle Disaster clan to still be alive. The Tai Chi Heaven Seal seals all things in the 3 realms and 5 elements, but the only drawback of this move is that after using it to the extreme, he can no longer use the ability." Lu Fian said, "So that's how it is. Otherwise, he would really be invincible." Qi Xingfeng snorted coldly, "Humph, if you can kill people while sealing all things in the world would have long been ruled by the Battle Disaster clan. Such a heaven-defying thing that goes against the laws of heaven and humanity is impossible." Shang suddenly stopped, turned around, and sneered, "There is nothing impossible in the world. As long as I keep 10% of my power, it will be enough to kill you." Qi Xingfeng sneered, "Even if you use the full power of the seal now, you can only seal us for 10 breaths at most. Can 90% of your power seal us for 3 breaths? Shang suddenly smiled, and said, "You're right, 90% of my power is indeed not enough to seal all of you, but 10 breaths is enough for me to obtain the Fruit of Wei." He turned around, walked in front of the great void fruit, and reached out to pluck it. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, and the black and white Tai Chi diagram in the air suddenly collapsed. The Tai Chi Heaven Seal disintegrated in an instant, and a huge seal slowly rose up, then disappeared, and the many experts immediately regained their freedom. Yao Jinliang said in surprise, "Didn't you say that you can seal it for 10 breaths? It's only been 7 breaths." The rest of the people also looked serious, but each of them operated their yuanli to the extreme, and became extremely vigilant. Now their fear of Shang had reached its peak. Shang's expression also changed greatly. His hand stopped a foot away from the Fruit of Wei, and he could take it in an instant. But he felt a chill, and it directly rushed into his heart. That chill made him feel extremely dangerous. If he insisted on taking the Fruit of Wei, he would probably be seriously injured even if he did not die. "Keek, little kid, you're very smart, you know not to move." A strange laugh came from the sky, and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. Everyone frowned. "Ah? It's the Ghost King." Fei and I was shocked. Under the night sky, the Ghost King's body slowly appeared, and he was staring at the great void fruit. His saliva flowed down, and without the demeanor of a powerful expert, it dripped onto his chest. Gulp. Everyone who had seen the Ghost King's move before could not help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned pale. Qi Xingfeng's eyes brightened, and then he revealed a suspicious expression. Shang frowned, and said, "Ghost King? Kikik, little kid, you recognize me?" The Ghost King's eyes rolled a few times, and he lightly tapped his head with his finger, as if thinking, and said, "Yes, I think I've seen you before. But the Hua and Dou clans all look similar. Maybe I've seen some of your ancestors." A figure rushed into the sky, and it was Zhao Li. He was furious, and he shouted, "Lord Ghost King, stop. I summoned you using the contract, how can you go against my partner?" The Ghost King laughed strangely, and said, "Little girl of the Jiuli clan, don't be angry. After I eat this fruit of wei, I will immediately complete our contract." "You." Li was furious, and he said coldly, "This fruit of wei belongs to Lord Shang, you cannot take it." The Ghost King's face darkened, and a cold aura flashed across his face. He said coldly, "What did you say? I cannot take it? I only have a contract relationship with you, and I will complete the task for you later. As for the rest, what right do you have to control me?" Li said coldly, "Lord Ghost King, don't forget the contents of the contract. If you insist on taking the fruit of wei, don't blame me for using the contract to suppress you. Even if I die from the backlash, I will drag you to hell with me." "What did you say? You dare to threaten me?" The Ghost King was shocked and angry, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. His face shone with a green light, and he was extremely angry. Shang said unhurriedly, "A Ghost King that doesn't abide by the contract is not a good Ghost King. This fruit of wei is too important to me. Otherwise, so what if I sacrificed it to you?" The Ghost King's face darkened, and he spat out his scarlet tongue to wipe away the saliva in his mouth. His eyes were still staring at the fruit of wei, as if he didn't want to give it up. Wei Qing's heart was also restless. If the Ghost King appeared, then what about Luo Qingyun and Ghost Azura? They wouldn't be completely annihilated, right? Then the losses would be immeasurable. Heh. Two monsters, they're completely looking down on us. Xianhua's face gave a sinister smile, and he grabbed the longbow. He poured his origin power into it, and it immediately emitted a magnificent aura of jewels. He slowly drew the bow until it was a full moon. Armor-piercing 100-spiral arrow. A white light condensed on the longbow to form an arrow. He pointed forward, and suddenly shot out. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the white arrow light suddenly disintegrated in the air, turning into thousands and tens of thousands of densely packed pieces. They fell down like the pitter-patter of rain. End of chapter 1481. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.